Jinling. The scorching sun hung high, roasting the earth below. The heat waves rising from the ground twisted in the air, as if even the asphalt was melting. The cicadas chirped weakly in the shade of the trees lining the streets. In such sweltering weather, it was easy to feel drowsy. In a building in Jiangning district, many employees took advantage of the lunch break to enjoy the cool air from the air conditioners while taking a short nap at their desks. At this moment, at a corner desk by the window, Chen Yi suddenly lifted his head, his eyes scanning the surroundings with a look of confusion. Looking around at the familiar yet strange office, he quickly shifted his gaze to the time displayed at the bottom right corner of his computer screen. August 8, 2024, 12:24 p.m. I'm reborn. Chen Yi murmured to himself. After surviving 5 years in the hellish apocalypse caused by a zombie outbreak, and eventually dying from hunger and disease, he had somehow been reborn. While filled with joy, a sense of urgent pressure soon followed, weighing heavily on his heart like a 1,000-pound stone. Because there were only 3 hours left before the zombie virus outbreak. Even after 5 whole years, Chen Yi still remembered clearly that on August 8 at 3:25 p.m., after taking a 10-minute break in the office bathroom, he opened the door to see his colleague, who had been chatting and smoking in the hallway just a second before, suddenly scream and bite another colleague's throat off. In an instant, blood gushed everywhere. A global catastrophe quietly descended like that. 90% of people were infected and turned into bloodthirsty zombies, and human civilization collapsed in an instant. Now reborn, Chen Yi had no grand ideals or ambitions. He only wanted to survive the coming hell on earth and live as well as he could, at least to live like a human being. Not like in his past life, like a rat or cockroach in the sewers, hiding everywhere, constantly worried, scavenging for scraps, and struggling to survive. Although he didn't have an awakened system or otherworldly space, being reborn itself was a huge advantage. Precognition and the 5 years of experience in surviving the apocalypse. Who? He exhaled deeply, suppressing the thoughts churning in his mind. Chen Yi quickly typed on the keyboard and found a very detailed domestic map on the web. After downloading the map, he quickly walked to the photocopy room and printed more than 10 copies. In the apocalypse, electronic products would quickly become useless, and something as important as a map was much more reliable on paper than stored in a phone or computer, and it was easy to carry. As he was folding the maps to put them into his pocket, a soft female voice came from behind. "Xiao Chun, you look so rushed. What good stuff are you printing?" Hearing this, Chen Yi turned around. The speaker was Wang Lin, the supervisor of their department, who was now standing with her arms crossed, smiling at him. Wang Lin was of average appearance, but she had a good presence. She was usually considerate towards the new employees, giving off the image of a warm-hearted older sister. But Chen Yi knew the true face behind her false mask. At the beginning of the zombie outbreak, just like most people, he had thought this was merely a riot. Although the riot was bloody and terrifying, it would eventually pass, and the government would definitely intervene. So, instead of leaving the city immediately, Chen Yi chose to hide with the remaining colleagues on the office building's rooftop, relying on the water in the water tower and supplies collected from the office building to survive. Wang Lin was among them. At first, everyone was okay and united, each with their own tasks. But as food in the office building became scarcer and government aid failed to arrive, people began to get restless. During one of the supply runs, Chen Yi happened to witness an argument between Wang Lin and another female colleague. The argument attracted zombies, and as the two women hurried to escape, Wang Lin suddenly turned around and grinned as she fiercely pushed her female companion into the zombie crowd. The source of all this chaos was merely a pack of instant noodles. Wang Lin's wicked smile when she pushed the person was deeply etched in Chen Yi's memory, revealing much to him. The apocalypse was like a mirror, violently tearing away the masks people wore, exposing their deepest selves completely. Facing Wang Lin's question, Chen Yi said nothing, only casting a meaningful glance at her. Wang Lin felt a chill from his gaze, as if he could see through her heart. "Chen Yi, you." Coming to her senses, Wang Lin spoke again, but before her words were finished, she saw Chen Yi quickly walk out of the copying room, hurrying toward the exit of the company. With only 3 hours left before the zombie outbreak, every minute and second was crucial for him. There was no need to waste even a moment on a woman like Wang Lin. The office building where Chen Yi worked was located in a high-tech industrial park in Jiangning district, surrounded by many supporting industries, including a used car dealership. As he quickly left the office building, the blazing sun immediately enveloped him. This was the moment when the sun was at its strongest, and within seconds, his exposed skin felt like it was being sharply pricked. Looking around, there were hardly any pedestrians in the entire industrial park, and even the vehicles on the road were sparse. The sun was merciless, but Chen Yi's heart was filled with excitement. The absence of pedestrians and the rarity of vehicles greatly reduced the difficulty of escaping the city, which was good news for him. After glancing around, he walked toward a row of shared electric scooters parked by the roadside and took out his phone. He hadn't used a phone in nearly 5 years, and operating it now felt somewhat unfamiliar. After a flurry of activity unlocking and scanning, Chen Yi hopped on the electric scooter and headed toward the used car dealership. All the way, it felt like he was riding a motorcycle instead of an electric scooter. 10 minutes later, Chen Yi arrived at the used car dealership. The dealership was of medium size, with dozens of used cars parked outside in addition to the main showroom. Pushing open the showroom door, a refreshing blast of cold air immediately hit him. The hall was quite empty, with a middle-aged bald man reclining on a lounge chair, dozing off. Seemingly hearing the noise, the bald man opened his eyes, looked Chen Yi up and down, and lazily asked, "Buying a car or selling a car?" Chen Yi didn't waste time and got straight to the point, saying, "Buying a car, a high-powered SUV, under 80,000 kilometers, and I need to pick it up within an hour." After the zombie outbreak, countless vehicles on the roads became abandoned, rendering the entire country's road network utterly useless. Sedans and sports cars, once off the road, were purely worthless, even less useful than a bicycle. Only a sturdy and powerful SUV could still be useful. As for buying a new car, Chen Yi hadn't considered it at all, since the dealerships were too far away and the paperwork was complicated, possibly making it time-consuming. Used cars, although often faulty, were preferable for their convenience and speed, and he didn't expect to drive it for long. Hearing this, a spark of light flashed in the bald man's eyes, and he quickly jumped up from the lounge chair. This was a fat sheep. In an instant, the bald man mentally labeled Chen Yi. With the rise of short videos online, the secrets of various industries gradually got exposed, resulting in fewer and fewer fat sheep these days. Rare to catch one, I won't let this go. The bald man enthusiastically pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered one, smiling. "What do you call yourself, handsome?" Chen Yi glanced at the cigarette in front of him, didn't take it, and coldly replied, "Do you have it?" He. The bald man awkwardly tucked the cigarette back and bragged, "Of course. Not to mention the whole of Jinling, at least here in Jiangning. There is no second-hand car dealership like mine. Handsome guy, let me first take you to see the cars. Xiao Wu, make a cup of tea for the customer." After saying that, the bald man led Chen Yi into the lobby. The bald man had a deep strategy. First, he introduced a few off-road vehicles. The key was that he didn't hide anything, honestly pointing out the flaws and issues of these cars. For example, major repairs, engine problems, water damage. With his sincere expression and tone, people who didn't know better could easily be fooled, thinking this guy was a rare straightforward person. After the introduction, the bald man smacked his lips and changed the topic. "Brother, I actually have a 2015 Land Rover Range Rover, European diesel model, with less than 60,000 kilometers on it. The condition is excellent, no problems at all, just got it yesterday. The owner urgently needs money, so it's very cheap, only 420,000. After all the build-up, the main event had finally arrived. Chen Yi sneered in his heart but kept a calm expression, asking, "Can I take a look?" Seeing that he had bitten the hook, the bald man walked while pretending to be hesitant. "To be honest with you, this is a mortgaged car. The owner is temporarily not in Jinling, so the transfer might take 3 days. The second-hand car business is very shady, and Chen Yi was very clear about this. If you don't have connections, ordinary people buying second-hand cars will be scammed to some extent. The deepest pit is mortgaged cars. The owner of a mortgaged car is almost 99% unable to transfer the car due to defaulting on payments or running away. Second-hand car dealerships only have the right to use the mortgaged car, not the right to sell it. The tactics of car dealers are mostly the same. First, they use a mortgaged car priced far below market value as bait. Once the customer is hooked, they will make up an excuse saying the transfer can't be done right away, then pretend to be generous and ask the customer to pay a part of the deposit and take the car first, promising to complete the transfer when the owner returns. As for the car being taken, the car dealer isn't worried at all. Because the car is at least equipped with 10 or 20 locators, and they usually have connections up and down the chain. The customer might only have driven for 2 days before being stopped by the police, and the car will be seized. Not long after, the car will reappear in the hands of the car dealer. Soon, the two arrived at the Range Rover. The whole car was black, with a powerful design. And because it was the extended version, the interior space felt especially large. Honestly, Chen Yi originally just wanted to buy a second-hand off-road vehicle to get by, but unexpectedly found a surprise. In terms of condition, the bald man really didn't lie. This Range Rover was almost like new, about 90% new. The most important thing was that this Land Rover had a diesel engine. Compared to the gasoline version, the diesel version is less comfortable, but it has more advantages and is more suitable for the end times. First, it's fuel efficient, a full tank can last over 1,000 kilometers. Second, it has more horsepower, with excellent off-road ability. Third, and most importantly, the diesel engine has a simpler structure, no ignition system, and no complicated electronic devices, so its failure rate is much lower than that of gasoline engines, making it more reliable. Also, the simple structure means that repairs are quicker and easier. After checking the car, Chen Yi was satisfied and said, 3 days is too long, I can't wait. Can I take it today? He naturally understood the trap, but with the end of the world about to break out in a little over 2 hours, nothing really mattered anymore. The bald man was still acting, pretending to hesitate for a while before decisively saying, "Seeing that you're an honest person, I won't drag it out. Here's the deal, you pay an 80,000 deposit and we'll sign an agreement. You can take the car anytime. When the owner returns, I'll notify you to handle the transfer. How does that sound?" "All right." Chen Yi didn't hesitate at all and immediately agreed. Money doesn't matter, it'll soon turn into waste paper anyway. The bald man moved quickly, seemingly afraid that Chen Yi might change his mind. They signed the agreement. Paying the deposit, it took less than just 10 minutes. Watching Chen Yi drive the Range Rover out of the dealership, the bald man's expression seemed a bit odd. Smooth. It was too smooth. Almost no words were exchanged, and the whole thing was done in less than half an hour, making an easy 80,000. But because it was too smooth, it made the bald man feel a little suspicious. After thinking for a moment, he remembered there were over 20 trackers on the car, and some were hidden so cleverly that unless the whole car was dismantled, it was impossible to find them. Through the trackers, he could locate the car anytime, and in the agreement he had just signed, he also made some adjustments to ensure the other party wouldn't cause trouble. Thinking of this, the bald man's face once again broke into a smile. After driving at a low speed for a while, once he got familiar with it, Chen Yi stepped on the accelerator. Feeling the roar of the diesel engine, he couldn't help but show a satisfied smile. The European diesel model was indeed not very comfortable, but in the apocalypse, focusing on comfort was pure foolishness. A few minutes later, the Range Rover drove into a gas station. Taking advantage of the refueling time, Chen Yi took out money and bought 250L fuel cans. After filling them with diesel, he put them in the trunk just in case. Once that was done, the next step was to buy supplies. Chen Yi didn't go straight to the supermarket, instead, he ran to 7 or 8 bookstores, eventually buying 3 books. The first book was The Barefoot Doctor's Handbook. The magic of this book was that it didn't talk about causes but focused on symptoms. It was all about targeted treatments, simple and brutal. It provided 3 different treatment methods for each symptom: traditional Chinese medicine, acupuncture, and Western medicine. To put it simply, as long as you could read, you could use this book to treat and save people. The second book was Friend of Military and Civilian Talents, which covered everything, from shooting down planes, ambushing tanks, identifying landmines, to agriculture, water conservancy, civil engineering, and even metalworking and carpentry. The third book, Militia Training Manual, was even more impressive. By following the training methods in the book, one could quickly form a fighting force. These 3 books were the 3 sacred books of the apocalypse. Even in the event of a nuclear war, relying on these 3 books would allow for a quick restart of civilization after the war. It took Chen Yi more than an hour to find these 3 books, but he felt it was totally worth it. Especially the Barefoot Doctor's Handbook, which was like an amulet in the apocalypse. Next, Chen Yi drove to the nearest large supermarket. His shopping goal was clear. Once inside the supermarket, he pushed the shopping cart straight to the compressed biscuits. He bought dozens of bags of compressed biscuits, along with 10 or more packs of dark chocolate and dried beef. As for fancy stuff like instant noodles, bread, or self-heating rice, he didn't even look at them. Chen Yi didn't buy much food, along with drinking water, it barely filled one shopping cart. In fact, in the first couple of months after the zombie outbreak, food was still plentiful. 90% of the world's population turned into zombies instantly, and the remaining 10% also dropped sharply in the initial chaos. The real survivors, who could actually make it, were probably less than 5%. With so few people, how much food could they eat? The real hardships began 3 months after the zombie outbreak. By then, the power grid had collapsed, and without air conditioning or refrigerators, most food had expired, rotted, or molded, making it inedible. After buying food, he also raided the pharmacy for various medicines, vitamins, gauze, and alcohol, then drove nonstop out of the city. Chapter 3, The Apocalypse Arrives. Chapter 3, The Apocalypse Arrives. 3:01 a.m. The black Range Rover slowly stopped by the side of a road in the suburbs. Chen Yi got out of the car and walked into a small local restaurant, saying, "Boss, a bowl of duck blood noodle soup, extra duck blood, please." "Got it." A shout echoed from inside the restaurant. In no time, a steaming, aromatic bowl of duck blood noodle soup was placed on the table. Actually, wasting precious escape time to eat a bowl of duck blood noodle soup was not a very wise decision. But Chen Yi didn't care, he picked up the spoon and gently sipped the soup. The soup was rich and fragrant, with a hint of the unique organ smell of duck innards. One sip of the soup, and Chen Yi's eyes instantly filled with tears. 5 years, exactly 5 years, and he had finally tasted that familiar flavor again. The weather was very hot, and there was no air conditioning in the shop, only an old ceiling fan overhead swaying constantly. Soon, his whole body was drenched in sweat. After finishing the last sip of soup, Chen Yi let out a long breath, his expression filled with satisfaction. Chen Yi stood up and asked, "Boss, how much?" 10 yuan. the middle-aged boss said, pointing to the QR code pasted on the wall. Chen Yi took out his phone, scanned the code, and transferred all the remaining money in his bank card. Ding! Alipay received 68,421 yuan. The next second, a crisp electronic ringtone rang out in the small shop. The middle-aged boss froze, thinking he had misheard, and quickly responded, young man, you transferred the wrong amount. It's not much, your bowl of duck blood noodle soup is worth this much. Chen Yi smiled slightly and turned to leave the shop. The end of the world was approaching, and he didn't know whether this boss would turn into a zombie or whether he could survive. Chen Yi only hoped that, at the very last moment before hell descended, he could give the boss one last surprise. Back in the car, Chen Yi glanced at the time on his phone. 3:20. Only 5 minutes left until the zombie outbreak. Sitting in the driver's seat, he opened the contact list on his phone, found his parents' number, and hesitated for a moment. In the end, he did not choose to dial. In his past life, after escaping the city, Chen Yi had fled all the way back to his hometown in Huizhou province. When he happily opened the door to his house, what greeted him were his parents, who had already turned into zombies. Now, making the call would only bring more sorrow, and it was of no use. He picked up the fruit knife he had just bought from the supermarket and slowly began to open the packaging. This fruit knife wasn't long, its blade only 8 centimeters, and the blade was quite thin, just a little thicker than his index finger. The weakness of zombies is their brains, and smashing their heads is the best way to deal with them. But the human skull is very hard, and without firearms, it's very difficult to break open a zombie's skull with sheer force. So, stabbing through the eye socket into the brain is both energy efficient and quick. A normal fruit knife's blade is too wide, and only the tip, about 2 to 3 centimeters, can enter the eye socket. The rest of the blade would be blocked by the bones. But this fruit knife was slightly narrower than the eye socket, making it perfect for the job. The 8-centimeter length was enough to destroy the zombie's brain. This was the experience he had nearly paid for with his life in his past life. He opened the packaging and then took out a 1-meter-long steel pipe, fixing the fruit knife securely to one end with iron wire and PVC tape. Next, he wrapped several layers of PVC tape around the other end of the steel pipe, so that it could prevent slipping when his palms sweated or when the steel pipe got bloody. Chen Yi moved quickly and skillfully, and in just 2 or 3 minutes, a DIY short spear was ready. After finishing all this, he held the short spear and slowly closed his eyes, quietly waiting for the apocalypse to arrive. Time passed, second by second, as the car's air conditioning blew out a refreshing cold wind, brushing across his cheek. Bang! 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 Suddenly, a series of intense car crashes came from the distance. Then, a high-pitched, sharp scream suddenly rang out from a shop by the roadside. The scream was like a stone thrown into a lake, causing the peaceful surface of the water to ripple with waves. The next second, sounds of screams, shouts, calls for help, roars, explosions, countless sounds intertwined into a song of the apocalypse. The apocalypse had arrived. Chen Yi opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and pushed the door to get out of the car. Who? As soon as he stepped out of the car, a low and painful roar immediately reached his ears. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw a hunched figure slowly appearing inside the filthy restaurant. The boss was unfortunate, he had turned into a zombie. At this moment, his face was deathly pale, the blood vessels that were once hidden under his skin were now all protruding on his face, resembling ugly black centipedes. The capillaries in his eyeballs had completely burst, leaving only a scarlet mess. Accompanied by the sound of beast-like howls, a string of drool dripped from the corners of his mouth, like a vengeful ghost seeking life. The moment the boss saw Chen Yi, it was like a shark smelling blood. With a strange scream, he pounced toward him. Put! Chen Yi suddenly raised his hand, and the fruit knife at the end of the steel pipe accurately stabbed into the zombie boss's left eye, the blade completely sinking into the eye socket. Then, he slightly shook his right hand holding the steel pipe, and with the fruit knife shaking at the front, it completely crushed the zombie's brain. In fact, a single zombie's combat ability was not strong. Even a zombie that had evolved once would only have slightly more strength and agility. Essentially, zombies were just brainless beasts. What was truly terrifying was the zombie tide. An endless, vast sea of zombies, stretching as far as the eye could see. Against a tide of millions of zombies, any individual weapon was useless, perhaps only a tactical nuclear missile could have an effect. After casually killing a zombie, Chen Yi turned and left with an indifferent expression. The real reason he stayed here was the district police station across the street. Fortunately, the hot weather kept the streets almost empty of pedestrians. At this moment, those mutated zombies were temporarily trapped inside the buildings. Also, this was a suburban area, and the district police station usually did not have many officers, at most a dozen, and after excluding those on leave or duty, there would be no more than 10 people in the station. 10 people, at worst, only 10 zombies. Chen Yi was confident he could handle it. This was also why Chen Yi dared to take the risk. As he approached the police station, he immediately heard a commotion inside, mixed with 1 or 2 pitiful screams. But soon, the commotion settled down. Chen Yi, holding the steel pipe, quickly rushed into the hall, and the first thing he saw were two zombies crouching on the ground, devouring a corpse. Bright red blood spread across the floor, and the corpse's stomach had been torn open, revealing its colorful internal organs, making one's stomach churn. The footsteps attracted the attention of the two zombies. They suddenly raised their heads, their scarlet eyes fixed on Chen Yi. In the next second, one of the zombies suddenly sprang up, its mouth, filled with blood and shredded flesh, opened wide as it lunged toward him. Put! The short spear accurately stabbed into the zombie's eye, twisted fiercely, and was quickly pulled out. It was not easy to stab a zombie's eye while it was moving, it required skill and perfect timing. Chen Yi had survived for 5 years in the apocalypse, and the most common thing he did was practice with a self-made spear. 5 years of practice had already made him a master, and he had even formed muscle memory. After all, if he missed, it would likely be his own life on the line. At this moment, the other zombie was still crouching, eating with great relish. When it saw Chen Yi walking toward it, it raised its head and let out a series of howls, as if warning Chen Yi, much like a wild animal guarding its food. What awaited it was the sharp short spear. After dealing with the two zombies in the hall, Chen Yi did not rush deeper but instead swung his spear heavily, striking the table. Bang! 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 The violent banging sound was incredibly loud, echoing throughout the hall. Who? Who? With the sound of howling, 3 zombies charged out from the 2 offices in the hallway one after another. Seeing this, Chen Yi immediately retreated behind a large desk, using the wide office desk as cover. The first zombie crashed straight into the desk, and before it could climb over, Chen Yi's short spear thrust out powerfully. Just as he dealt with the first zombie, 2 others lunged at him, hitting the heavy desk violently, pushing it back over a meter. Chen Yi did not expect these 2 zombies to be so strong, and he stumbled back, falling on his back to the ground as the desk was shoved behind him. Seeing the 2 zombies climb onto the desk, Chen Yi lay on the ground, quick to react as he thrust the short spear viciously into the eye socket of the one on the left. Another zombie seized the opportunity and leaped at him from the desk. Fortunately, his reaction was fast enough, he decisively abandoned the spear, rolled to the side, narrowly escaping. After getting up, Chen Yi yanked the spear back and thrust it fiercely at the zombie on the ground. Ha! Having safely dealt with the 3 zombies, Chen Yi wiped the sweat from his face and let out a sigh of relief. With no time to rest, he swung the short spear down onto the desk, creating a loud crashing noise. After waiting a full minute and seeing no zombies emerge, Chen Yi finally stepped towards the corridor leading into the hall. Chapter 4. Yes, you're right about everything. The corridor wasn't long, with several offices distributed on both sides. The first office door was wide open, and seeing that no one was inside, Chen Yi walked in and headed straight for the desk, opening and searching each drawer. He quickly walked toward the door of the office across from him. The door to this office was closed, and after trying the doorknob, he discovered it was locked. He took a couple of steps back and kicked the door hard. After 3 solid kicks, on the 4th kick, the door was kicked inward. Chen Yi didn't enter immediately, he stood outside the door, observing for a moment. The office was small and windowless, appearing a bit dim, with rows of metal shelves neatly holding many documents. It looked like an archive. Seeing this, Chen Yi felt somewhat disappointed, but he still stepped inside. As he glanced around casually, just as he was about to leave, he heard a faint and rapid breathing sound by his ear. Chen Yi paused, gripping the spear tightly, and walked toward the sound. He passed rows of metal shelves and saw a trembling figure curled up in the corner, looking not quite like a zombie. Preparing to ask a question, he suddenly heard a tearful plea, "Don't kill me, please don't kill me." Chen Yi looked down at her and asked, "Have you been scratched or bitten?" "Ah." This nonsensical question stunned the woman, and after a moment, she shook her head. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi lowered his spear. The infection rate of the zombie virus is incredibly fast. Once scratched or bitten by a zombie, it can take as little as a few minutes to fully transform. If she was injured, for his own safety, Chen Yi would not hesitate to put her down. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, average-looking, and dressed in casual clothes, uncertain if she was a staff member of the facility. Sensing that Chen Yi would not harm her, the woman cautiously raised her head and asked, "Are you from the city bureau?" "No, just passing by." After saying this, Chen Yi turned to leave. Seeing him about to go, the woman hurriedly got up and followed, asking, "Wait, what's it like outside now?" Chen Yi, without looking back, replied, "Very dangerous." As they walked to the archive room door, a strong smell of blood wafting from the direction of the hall made the woman's face turn pale. In an instant, she gained. "The Fengshan military district is not far from here. I think it won't take more than a few days for things to settle down." "Ah, yes, you're right." Faced with the woman's endless self-comforting words, Chen Yi simply responded casually. Soon, Chen Yi had turned the 4 offices upside down, but still, he couldn't find the thing he was looking for. He had taken such a huge risk, wasting valuable escape time, and yet found nothing. For a moment, his expression darkened. At this point, the woman finally realized something, her face turning tense as she asked, "You're looking for a gun, right?" Chen Yi didn't speak, but silently acknowledged it. The woman's eyes were filled with hesitation, but when she saw the obvious bloodstains on the short spear in his hand, she gritted her teeth and said, "The gun isn't here. It's in the armory next to the hall. Today, Vice Director Wang is on duty. The key to the armory is with him." Chen Yi's eyes lit up. He asked, "What does Vice Director Wang look like?" The woman truthfully replied, "He's about your height, a bit bald, slightly overweight." Chen Yi wasn't sure whether she was a part of the office staff, which is why he hadn't asked earlier. Since she had now volunteered the information, she must want something in return. Thinking of this, Chen Yi stared at her, a half smile on his lips as he asked, "What do you want me to help you with?" Hearing this, the woman looked at him with hopeful eyes and said, "I plan to stay here in the office and wait for rescue." Could you give me something to eat?" It was clear that this woman had great confidence in the government, believing that this disaster was only temporary and would soon be over. She had made up her mind to hide here for a while. In fact, at the beginning of the zombie outbreak, the majority of people held the same belief, and even Chen Yi from the past was the same. However, no one had expected the scale of the disaster to be so large. 90% of people were infected and turned into zombies, which meant that governments and armies around the world had collapsed in an instant. Seeing that the woman's request wasn't unreasonable, Chen Yi nodded and said, "No problem, I'll bring it to you later." If this woman had asked him to take her with him, Chen Yi would have refused without hesitation. They were strangers, and bringing another person along on an escape would only add to the burden and bring more uncertainties. Having experienced the end of the world, he had gained a deep understanding of human nature. Now, Chen Yi was a firm believer in Xuanzi's theory of human nature being inherently evil. At birth, human nature is evil. "Then I'll wait for you here in this office." The scene that had unfolded just moments ago left her with a great psychological shadow. Not only did she dare not go out alone to look for food, but she even felt scared to go into the hall. As soon as Chen Yi stepped out of the office, the woman quickly closed the door behind him. Back in the hall, his gaze swept across the 6 bodies, then quickly walked over to the corpse lying on the desk. "Slightly chubby, bald top, that's you." Placing the short spear on the desk, Chen Yi quickly began rummaging through the pockets of the corpse. At this moment, the body on the floor behind him, that had been gnawed at, twitched its fingers slightly, followed by the arm, and then suddenly sat up. Its scarlet eyes darted around, and when it saw Chen Yi, the zombie immediately opened its mouth, letting out a silent roar, slowly rising and stumbling toward Chen Yi step by step. As the zombie moved, its abdomen's internal organs trembled and writhed, as if they were about to fall out at any moment. At this moment, Chen Yi flipped the entire body over and finally found a large keyring on the corpse's belt. Just as he was pulling off the keys, he caught a long shadow out of the corner of his eye. The next second, a gust of wind blew from behind him. There was no time to think. Chen Yi instinctively turned around, only to see a bloodied figure lunging at him. Bang! The immense force shoved him backward, and his back slammed hard into the edge of the desk behind him. A sharp pain shot directly to his head. Luckily, after 5 years of crawling and fighting through the apocalypse, he had developed some instinctive reactions. As he turned around, his right leg was raised high, curled in front of him, just enough to use his knee to block the incoming zombie. Glancing at the huge hole chewed into the zombie's belly, he suddenly realized that the zombie attacking him was the same corpse that had been gnawed on earlier. Damn it, it had been chewed up like this and could still mutate. This is just ridiculous. Cursing silently in his heart, Chen Yi reached out his hands, firmly gripping the zombie's wrists to prevent being scratched, using all his strength to push his right knee upward. But this zombie was not light, weighing at least 150 to 160 pounds, and its strength was enormous. When a person uses explosive power, their body instinctively holds its breath, making it impossible to speak. Once he opened his mouth, the energy in his chest would leak out, and his explosive power would vanish as well. To be honest, even if he shouted for help, the woman hiding in the office would probably not dare to come out. The zombie opened its foul-smelling mouth, wanting to bite the prey beneath it, but because Chen Yi was pressing against its chest with his knee, a distance always remained between them. A man and a corpse were at a standstill. But this stalemate was only temporary because Chen Yi was quickly reaching his limit, his face was turning red, and the veins on his neck were bulging. The zombie seemed to have endless strength. Its struggles grew more intense, and its grayish-blue nails almost scratched Chen Yi's arm several times. His knee was being pushed down bit by bit, the distance between their heads getting closer. 10 centimeters, 8 centimeters, 4 centimeters. With the zombie's roar, waves of rancid odor hit his face. As the distance shrank, Chen Yi could even see the leaves stuck between the zombie's teeth. Suddenly, a shadow rushed in from the outside courtyard. The shadow moved incredibly fast, dashing into the hall within 2 or 3 breaths, and pounced violently on the zombie. Chapter 5, Lone Wolf and Dog. Chen Yi felt a sudden lightness on his body. Overjoyed, he immediately grabbed the short spear from the table. Only at that moment did he see that the one saving him was actually a German Shepherd. The German Shepherd was about half a person tall, with a sturdy build. The German Shepherd was very smart and appeared to be professionally trained. After knocking the zombie down, it didn't choose to bite directly but rather grabbed one of its pant legs, engaging in a fierce tug-of-war. The zombie reached out to grab the dog, but the dog skillfully dodged. When the zombie struggled to get up, the German Shepherd charged back in, firmly biting its pant leg and pulling it down again. Good dog. Chen Yi praised in his heart and quickly stepped forward, thrusting the short spear fiercely into the zombie's eye. After taking care of the zombie, he fell to the ground with a thud, gasping for air. That brief 10 seconds of standoff had drained all his strength. Now fully relaxed, a burning pain returned to his back. He reached back and pressed. Thankfully, it was just a scrape with some muscle damage. Confirming there were no broken bones, Chen Yi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and then turned to the German Shepherd, saying, "Thanks, pup." Woof woof. The German Shepherd squatted there and barked at him twice. A man and a dog just sat on the ground, staring at each other wide-eyed. Chen Yi didn't dare to linger too long. The zombies were only temporarily trapped in the house, and no one knew when they would burst out. Resting for a moment to regain some strength, he got up and left the hall. Watching his back, the German Shepherd hesitated for a bit, glanced at the mangled corpses in the hall, and finally stood up to follow. Chen Yi ignored the dog following behind him and made his way to the armory. Though called an armory, it was actually just a small room adjacent to the hall. However, this small room was highly secure, with 2 doors in total, the second being a steel-barred gate. Without a key, it was nearly impossible to break in violently. He opened the drawer with a key, and 2 dark 92 pistols immediately caught his eye. He picked up one of the 92 pistols, letting his fingertip lightly brush over the star on the handle, and a wave of safety surged in Chen Yi's heart. After taking such a big risk, it finally came to hand. He was not looking for a gun to deal with zombies. After all, he doubted he could hit the head every time. As long as it wasn't a headshot, it didn't make any difference where he shot the zombies. Moreover, bullets were pure consumables. With each shot, there was one less, and it was too difficult to replenish them. Thus, simply for dealing with zombies, a pistol was really not as useful as the spear in his hand. The reason he took the risk to find a gun was to deal with people. In the end times, people were scarier than zombies. The bullets and guns in the armory were stored separately, with the bullets in another drawer. There were 4 cardboard boxes in total, one of which was opened, revealing shiny golden bullets inside. Chen Yi did a quick mental count. There were more than 200 rounds in total, which could last a long time if he used them sparingly. He was not particularly unfamiliar with guns. After all, he had handled them a few times during university military training, shooting live targets. In his previous life, he had also used them a few times, although they were just homemade firearms. He loaded the magazines of the 292 pistols with bullets, secured the safety, and tucked them at his waist. Then he picked up the spear and the remaining bullets and ran out to the yard. At this time, a few zombies had already appeared scattered on the street, and he believed that soon more zombies would surge out. He tossed the bullets and the spear onto the passenger seat and was about to get into the car when he suddenly noticed that the German Shepherd had followed him all the way, now squatting to one side, tilting its head to look at him. Seeing this, Chen Yi tentatively opened the back door of the car and commanded the German Shepherd, "Dog, get in." At first, he was just trying his luck, but to his surprise, the German Shepherd could really understand him. It leaped lightly and elegantly jumped into the car. Chen Yi felt a surge of joy in his heart. He hit the jackpot. Not only did he find a gun, but he also got a police dog as a bonus. In the end times, a police dog could even be more useful than a gun. The most important thing was that compared to people, Chen Yi was more willing to trust a dog. He closed the car door, drove into the yard of the station, and took 1/3 of the food and water from the trunk to give to the woman in the room. If it weren't for this woman taking the initiative to disclose information, he would have really struggled to find the gun. Even if he eventually found it, the time spent would at least be 1 or 2 hours. At the beginning of the end times, there was really no shortage of food. So, Chen Yi felt that this exchange was a huge profit for him. "I once crossed mountains and seas. And also walked through crowds of people. Everything I once had, in the blink of an eye, has scattered like smoke." Under the scorching sun, the black Range Rover sped along the road. Pushu's low voice drifted out through the gap in the car window, carried away by the rushing wind. Chen Yi held the steering wheel with one hand, while skillfully opening a pack of dried beef with the other. After he picked up a piece and put it in his mouth, he took out a large chunk and handed it to the passenger seat. In the next second, a big mouthful of sharp teeth opened wide, biting onto the dried beef and chewing it with gusto, eating it exceptionally sweetly. To be honest, if it weren't for this German Shepherd's help in the lobby of the station, the outcome would have been uncertain. This couldn't be blamed on Chen Yi's oversight. He truly hadn't expected that the corpse, nearly chewed in half, could still transform into a zombie. But that's the end times, filled with surprises and crises everywhere. On the highway, vehicles involved in accidents could be occasionally seen, and through the windows, zombies could be vaguely seen inside. He raised his paw and lightly tapped the car window.
Do you want to open the window?
Woof woof.
Chen Yi raised an eyebrow and pressed the button to lower the passenger window.
As the window opened, the scorching wind immediately rushed into the car. The German Shepherd quickly stuck its head out of the window, squinting its eyes slightly, grinning widely, thoroughly enjoying the sensation of the howling wind.
Seeing this, Chen Yi couldn't help but smile. This dog is interesting.
And judging by its skilled movements, it must have had plenty of wind-in-the-face experiences. It seemed that the outside air was simply too hot, and after a few minutes, the German Shepherd sneezed and pulled its head back inside. But soon, it stuck its head out the window again to catch the wind. At this moment, a man, stumbling and unsteady, appeared about 100 meters ahead, walking into the middle of the road with one hand raised high, constantly waving. As the distance closed, Chen Yi didn't slow down. Instead, he slammed the gas pedal and charged directly at the man. Seeing this, the man in the middle of the road's expression changed, and he scrambled back to the side of the road, rolling and crawling. The Range Rover roared past, the gust of wind lifting gravel from the road and smashing it into the man's face, causing a sharp sting. Through the rearview mirror, Chen Yi saw the man with a resentful expression, mouth agape, and he didn't need to think to know the man was cursing at him.
Chen Yi simply sneered.
This guy had one arm bloody, most likely bitten by a zombie.
It's a miracle I didn't stop to take him along. Even if he weren't injured, Chen Yi wouldn't have stopped.
That's right, in the apocalypse, with so few people left, population resources are indeed important. But the problem is, if you want to accept survivors and build your own team or faction, you at least need to wait until things stabilize.
At that point, I'll have enough time and patience to slowly pick the people I want.
On the road to escape, Chen Yi would rather be a lone wolf than lead a group of ticking time bombs. An hour later, the situation ahead made him frown slightly.
A large truck, more than 10 meters long, had overturned, blocking the entire road completely.
A bloodied zombie was half hanging out of the truck's front window, howling and struggling to crawl out. It seemed that its lower body was stuck, unable to escape. Chen Yi slowed down and observed the situation on both sides of the road, then quickly turned the steering wheel.
Hold on tight, dog. The next second, the Range Rover jumped off the road, driving straight into the farmland on the side.
The V6 diesel engine roared, like a roaring beast, with tremendous torque allowing the car to easily leap over one ridge after another.
This is why Chen Yi specifically chose a high-powered off-road vehicle.
If it had been an ordinary car, they would be stuck right now. The comfort of the diesel Range Rover was already poor, and now speeding through the fields, Chen Yi could only feel intense bumps. On the other hand, the German Shepherd in the passenger seat seemed especially excited.
After bypassing the blocked road, Chen Yi drove back onto the national highway, speeding towards Yangzhou. Chapter 6, Toy Gun?
As time passed, the sun in the sky slowly slanted westward, casting a golden glow. Along the way, it was clear that more and more zombies were wandering about outside.
Chen Yi intentionally slowed down, starting to look for places suitable for spending the night along the road. In the apocalypse, driving at night is not a wise choice. Unless in an emergency, it's better to find a safe place and rest for the night.
At 6 o'clock in the evening, Chen Yi finally chose a small gas station by the roadside to spend the night. The gas station was small, with only 2 fuel pumps, and no cars parked there. Given the size of this gas station, it could hold at most 2 employees, meaning 2 zombies. Additionally, the gas station was located in a remote area. After driving around, Chen Yi noticed that there were no large villages within a kilometer, just scattered houses, about 7 or 8 of them. It is a relatively ideal place to spend the night. He drove the car into the gas station and Chen Yi opened the door to get out. He didn't turn off the engine right away, so in case of an emergency, he could save some time to restart it.
He pulled open the passenger door, and the German Shepherd immediately jumped down. After landing, the German Shepherd looked around cautiously, its nose twitching constantly, then barked twice towards the convenience store at the gas station, as if reminding Chen Yi. Roar! Accompanied by a roar, 2 zombies wearing gas station uniforms crashed through the glass door of the convenience store. Upon seeing Chen Yi, they immediately rushed towards him. The German Shepherd beside him slightly crouched down, like a cannonball, and lunged swiftly at the zombie in the lead. With tremendous strength, it knocked the zombie down directly. Chen Yi stepped forward, his short spear stabbing fiercely at the second zombie. Puff! The spear had accurately pierced into the zombie's eye, slightly twisting, and the zombie dropped dead on the spot. On the other side, the German Shepherd continued to struggle, preventing that zombie from getting back up. Chen Yi walked over and raised his hand for a finishing blow. With their cooperation, the 2 zombies were easily dealt with. Chen Yi patted the fluffy head of the German Shepherd, smiling and encouraging, "Well done." He could have handled 2 zombies alone, but it was quite exhausting. Now, with the help of the German Shepherd, it became exceptionally simple.
The German Shepherd stuck out its long tongue, enjoying this affectionate gesture, and rubbed its head against Chen Yi's hand.
Help me keep watch outside. Patting the dog's head, Chen Yi took the short spear and walked into the convenience store.
This kind of dog is innately intelligent, especially a trained police dog. It understands some simple commands. Sure enough, after hearing his command, the German Shepherd did not follow him inside but squatted outside, scanning the surroundings with its sharp eyes. Since only a little more than 2 hours had passed since the zombie outbreak, the power system was still operational, and as he stepped into the convenience store, a cool rush of air from the air conditioner hit him. But Chen Yi knew that in just a few more hours, the global power system would start to collapse one after another. The convenience store was not large, with 2 rows of shelves filled with various drinks and snacks. Further inside, there was a narrow restroom and a storage room. The storage room was piled high with clutter, and in the corner, there was a folding bed, likely for late-night shifts by staff. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, a series of motorcycle roars echoed, coming closer. Almost simultaneously, the barking of the German Shepherd also rang out. Chen Yi frowned, drew his gun, released the safety, and quickly exited the convenience store. When dealing with people, the deterrence of a gun is far greater than that of a short spear. As he stepped out of the convenience store, he saw 3 motorcycles racing straight for the gas station. Soon, the 3 motorcycles arrived at the gas station, forming a neat line and stopping in front of Chen Yi. The German Shepherd again crouched down, baring its teeth, ready to attack, letting out low growls from its throat. There were a total of 5 people, 3 men and 2 women. The other 4 were wearing helmets, making it impossible to see their faces. One man sitting on the back of a motorcycle didn't wear a helmet. He was the injured man who had previously asked for help in the middle of the road. The injured man did not recognize Chen Yi, but upon seeing the black Land Rover, a flicker of indignation crossed his eyes. Chen Yi coldly stared at them, his tone indifferent. "There are people at this gas station, you should find another place." Upon hearing this, the rider with the injured man lifted his helmet visor, revealing a slightly fierce face, frowning. "Hey, there's no need to be so domineering, you look like you're not even from this gas station, why should we go somewhere else?" The woman on the back of the middle motorcycle immediately chimed in. "Exactly. It's a special time now, everyone can use the supplies, and there are so many things at the gas station, you can't possibly finish them all alone." Chen Yi coldly said, "Once I leave, you can take whatever you want, but not now." Hearing this, the fierce young man who spoke earlier sneered and said, "What if we don't leave?" "I don't want to say it a second time." After saying that, Chen Yi took out a gun and aimed it at the 5 people. "Damn, who are you trying to scare with a toy gun?" Bang! Before the words were finished, the gunshot rang in everyone's ears. In an instant, the entire gas station became silent. The fierce young man stared at the dark muzzle of the gun, swallowed, and his expression became very complicated. Real gun. At this moment, Zhanya was also somewhat stunned. The sky was about to get dark, and she had finally found a gas station suitable for staying overnight, so she was quite happy. But unexpectedly, the gas station had already been claimed by someone, and they were being driven away. Before they could even say a few words, the other party shot directly. Taking a deep breath, Zhanya removed her face mask, revealing her delicate face. She slowly raised her hands, indicating she meant no harm, and then asked, "May I ask when you plan to leave?" "Tomorrow morning," Chen Yi replied. Upon hearing this, Zhanya continued, "It's almost dark, and continuing on the road is too dangerous. Can we camp on the opposite side?" "It's up to you, just don't step into the gas station." Hearing Chen Yi's impatient tone, Zhanya nodded at him and was about to leave on her motorcycle. At this moment, Chen Yi suddenly spoke up, "Be careful with that patient." Previously, he had only suspected that the man had been bitten by a zombie. Now, seeing him again, he was almost certain. His face was pale, with blood vessels faintly visible under his skin, his eyes were full of bloodshot veins, and he occasionally swallowed saliva. These were all signs of a potential transformation into a zombie. Chen Yi's seemingly inexplicable words made everyone pause for a moment, and then they all looked at the injured man. The injured man appeared confused. However, seeing that Chen Yi wasn't going to explain, they could only suppress their doubts and leave the gas station on their motorcycles, heading to the wasteland across the street. Watching their backs as they left, Chen Yi ordered, "Dogsy, keep an eye on them." Woof woof. The German Shepherd barked twice and obediently crouched down, keeping an eye on the group. Turning off the engine, Chen Yi entered the convenience store's bathroom, ready to take a shower. In the apocalypse, maintaining personal hygiene was just as important. Chapter 7, A Good Show Begins. There was a wasteland opposite the gas station. The terrain was relatively flat, and there was a small river nearby, making it a barely suitable camping spot. After parking the motorcycle, Zhanya immediately asked, "Li Mao, do you know that person?" Li Mao weakly nodded and embellished the story of what had happened on the road. After hearing this, the fierce-looking man was enraged. "Damn, that's too much. Yeah, how could someone be like this? Not only did they refuse to stop and help, but they also tried to run us over. Another woman said as she took off her helmet, revealing a head of wood-colored long hair. The unique hair color, paired with her slightly delicate features, made her look youthful and beautiful. Another young man with slightly curled Korean-style hair sneered, the forest is big, and there are all kinds of birds. There's no need to get angry over someone like that. Zhang Ye, however, didn't speak. Instead, she glanced thoughtfully at Li Mao's injured right arm and asked, "How are you feeling now?" Li Mao truthfully replied, "I think I have a bit of a fever, and my chest feels tight." Fever? Zhang Ye furrowed her brows slightly. It might be an infection in the wound, causing inflammation. Saying this, she turned to the fierce-looking man and ordered, "Shama, come with me to the gas station to ask that person if they have any anti-inflammatory medicine." "I'm not going." Ma Chaojie decisively shook his head and refused. Having just been slapped in the face by the other party, he was holding back his anger and naturally didn't want to go. Seeing this, Zhang Ye could only arrange, "Then how about this? Little Ma and Little Lu are responsible for collecting firewood, Lin and I will go to the gas station, Li Mao, you stay here and rest." Obviously, among the 5 of them, except for Li Mao who joined later, the other 4 had known each other for a while. Moreover, these 3 people, including Ma Chaojie, are mainly focused on Zhang Ye. Facing this arrangement, neither Ma Chaojie nor Lu Changdong had any objections. On the contrary, Chen Lin was not too happy, following behind Zhang Ye and quietly complaining, "Sister Zhang Ye, I think we shouldn't go. That person must have mental problems. He might even be a fugitive. A normal person would never act like that, even if they didn't help when asked for help, they wouldn't run into people, right?" Zhang Ye paused her steps, turned around, and looked at her, "You've been graduated for 2 years, how can you still be like a fool, believing everything others say?" "But he just shot at us," Chen Lin retorted. "That was his way of self-protection, but the method he used might have been something we can't accept. Just imagine, what if he didn't have a gun? What would have happened?" Zhang Ye's words made Chen Lin pause, and after a moment, she answered, Maybe Ma Chaojie would have beaten him up. After all, the other party was alone, and they were 5 people. Looking at the gas station ahead, Zhang Ye analyzed, "You saw the 2 zombie corpses, right? The fact that he single-handedly killed 2 zombies shows his exceptional skills. He has a gun and a German shepherd with him, so it's likely he's from the military or police system." Chen Lin was startled and blurted out, "Li Mao lied?" Zhang Ye nodded, "There's a possibility. Also, the last vague warning he gave made me uneasy. So, I plan to ask him clearly." "Sister Zhang Ye, you're amazing." Chen Lin looked at Zhang Ye with admiration in her eyes. Zhang Ye reached out and tapped Chen Lin's fair forehead, smiling with her lips closed, Stop watching so many stupid romance dramas. When dealing with problems, you can't just see one side, you need to think from multiple perspectives." The cool water flowed over his body, taking away the summer heat, making him let out a refreshing groan. After quickly taking a cold shower, Chen Yi put on his clothes and began preparing dinner for himself and the dog. The convenience store didn't have many types of food, only instant noodles, puffed snacks, and some vacuum-packed cooked food. But anyway, it was definitely better than the taste of compressed biscuits. First was the dog's dinner. Chen Yi didn't dare to give the dog instant noodles, so he opened a pack of compressed biscuits, soaked them in water until they swelled up, then added 2 marinated eggs, and tore the dried beef into small pieces, mixing them in. To be honest, although it didn't look great, it smelled especially fragrant. And it had all the necessary nutrition, the only downside being that it might be a bit salty for the dog, so it would probably need to drink quite a bit of water after eating. He carried the food bowl outside and called out, "Dog, time to eat." Looking at the food bowl in front of him, the German shepherd snorted loudly, pushing the bowl with its front paws, seemingly very disdainful. Seeing this, Chen Yi slapped its head, pouted, and said, "Still picky? You're lucky to have something to eat right now. It is said that police dogs have very good meals, with a balanced mix of meat and vegetables. But now, it's the apocalypse. This meal was already quite lavish, and other police dogs probably couldn't even get food right now." The German shepherd whined a couple of times, then finally chose to bow to reality. It ate quickly, gulping down the food in just a couple of minutes. After it finished eating, Chen Yi hurriedly opened a bottle of mineral water and poured it into the bowl. As expected, the German shepherd immediately began licking the water from the bowl in small sips. Just as he was about to turn and go to the convenience store for dinner, he saw 2 figures walking towards the gas station. The German shepherd, which had been drinking water with its head down, suddenly darted out and ran to the 2 women, adopting an attacking posture, showing its fierce side. As soon as Chen Yi gave the order, it would immediately pounce without hesitation. Looking at the German shepherd that was half her height, Zhang Ye managed to stay calm, but Chen Lin couldn't. She immediately took a step back, her eyes flashing with a hint of panic. Chen Yi furrowed his brow slightly and coldly said, "You seem to have treated my words as mere wind passing by." Zhang Ye hurriedly explained, "That's not what we meant. Our companion is injured and has been infected, and now has a bit of a fever, so we wanted to ask if you have any spare anti-inflammatory medicine. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi impatiently said, "It doesn't matter what that patient eats." These words deepened Zhang Ye's doubts, and with sincerity in her expression, she said, "I know you are a principled person, cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Otherwise, you wouldn't have reminded us before. Can you tell me what exactly is wrong with him?" "Thank you very much," Chen Yi said, "you don't need to flatter me. That guy was bitten by a zombie, and it won't be long before he mutates." Zhang Ye countered, "But don't we have antibodies?" Although the zombie outbreak had only just begun a few hours ago, some smart people, after experiencing the initial panic, had vaguely guessed some things. Almost 90% of humanity has turned into zombies. Such a massive scale indicates that the virus is transmitted through the air, and with so many infections erupting within a short period, it shows they were actually infected with the virus for some time. It was just that the virus was still in the incubation period before. Based on this logical deduction, it can be inferred that the entire world has been infected with the virus. And we, the surviving ones who have not mutated, clearly have antibodies that are immune to the virus. Chen Yi looked at her in surprise. It was rare to encounter a smart person. He patiently explained, "That's right, but what we have are only primitive antibodies. Once the virus mutates within the human body, it evolves again, becoming bloodborne. The primitive antibodies are useless against the evolved virus." This statement made Zhang Ye's face turn pale. She had always thought that the antibodies in their bodies were completely immune to the zombie virus. Even though the zombies are terrifying, she had always held on to a sliver of hope. Now, upon learning that the virus can mutate and the antibodies in their bodies are ineffective, a shadow suddenly loomed over her heart. This meant that once she was scratched or bitten by a zombie, she too would become one. Zhang Ye's gaze was uncertain. After biting her lip, she spoke, "These are all just your guesses, right?" Logically, the zombie virus only erupted this afternoon, and it would take at least a few days to analyze the virus pathology and structure to get results. So, logically analyzing, the other's explanation should just be a hypothesis. However, the various actions of the other party made Zhang Ye feel that it might really be as he said. Chen Yi gave her a meaningful look and said, "You are a smart person, you should have a sense of whether what I say is a guess." Chen Yi found a plastic bag and sealed everything inside to prevent it from getting wet. Then he plugged his phone into a charger and left it to charge. Although most of the phone's functions were useless, at least it could still serve as a flashlight, still providing some light. After finishing this, he rummaged through the storage room and pulled out a water hose, connecting one end to the bathroom faucet and dragging the other end outside to wash the Range Rover from front to back. After a whole afternoon of effort, he was quite satisfied with the vehicle. Its off-road capability was strong, and it had no problems climbing hills or going through water. The interior space was also spacious enough to store more supplies, even serving as a temporary shelter. Therefore, he paid special attention to this vehicle. After washing the car, Chen Yi glanced at the dog panting in the heat and thought to give it a bath as well. The German Shepherd, being a long-haired dog, was particularly afraid of the heat. So, when the cool water flowed over its body, the dog didn't shy away, but instead showed an expression of enjoyment. By the end, it even started to play around with Chen Yi. After giving the dog a bath, Chen Yi was about to grab a towel to dry it off, but the dog just stood there shaking wildly. In no time, water droplets were splashing everywhere. Well, that saves him the trouble of drying it. Putting away the hose, Chen Yi began to carry supplies into the car. Earlier, while rummaging through the storage room, he accidentally discovered that there were quite a few bags of rice and barrels of cooking oil stored inside. He thought they were probably leftovers from a gas station promotion. Giving away rice and oil when you sign up for a card was a routine at many gas stations. It was a nationwide practice. He didn't take much in terms of ready-to-eat and snack foods because, well, they don't store well in high temperatures. After all, this vehicle couldn't run the air conditioning 24 hours a day. Once the air conditioning was off, the inside of the car would quickly become a steamer in this weather. He moved 6 bags of rice. Since they were vacuum-packed, they would last a bit longer, probably 2 to 3 months. He also moved a lot of bottled water and various drinks. Clean drinking water was a necessity, especially with higher consumption in summer. Additionally, he packed a fair amount of cigarettes as well. In the past, Chen Yi didn't smoke, but since the zombie outbreak, he had turned into a heavy smoker. In this apocalyptic world, merely surviving was hard enough, let alone having entertainment. So, lighting a cigarette and reminiscing about the past through swirling smoke became his only pleasure in the apocalypse. At 7 in the evening, the sun finally sank below the horizon, and night fell. The German Shepherd, freshly bathed, paced around like a lion surveying its territory, occasionally glancing at the wasteland across the street. Inside the convenience store, with a moment of free time, Chen Yi opened a pack of cigarettes, lit one, and slowly unfolded a map. His gaze drifted across the map, ultimately stopping at a vast area of mountains and forests in the northeast. The Changbai Mountain uninhabited area. This was the pure land that Chen Yi had longed for even before his death in his previous life.
If there was still a pure land in the country after the zombie outbreak, he believed the Changbai Mountain uninhabited area would definitely be one of them. The reason he referred to it as pure land was not a baseless notion, but rather the experience he gathered after struggling to survive for 5 years in the apocalypse. In the apocalypse, to find a place suitable for long-term living, at least 3 conditions must be met at the same time: safety, resources, and development. First and foremost is safety. The Northeast region is already sparsely populated, with a total population of only 97.29 million across 3 provinces. Don't think that the population is large. The area of the 3 provinces reaches a staggering 780,000 square kilometers, with an average of 11,736 square meters per person. This figure only accounts for the total population. Considering the outflow and those working outside, the actual population of the 3 provinces is probably less than 80 million. As for a small place like Jinling City, the current resident population has already surpassed 10 million. In comparison, one can easily feel the vastness and sparse population of the 3 eastern provinces. Fewer people means fewer zombies. According to past experiences, zombies are not tolerant of severe cold. It is not that zombies will freeze to death, but that in extremely cold environments, zombies will be affected to some extent, making their movements slower. At the current stage, zombies appear very weak in Chen Yi's eyes. He can handle 2 or 3 of them with just a short spear. However, after 6 months, zombies will gradually undergo a second evolution, and the closer they are to places with strong radioactive radiation like nuclear power plants, the faster they evolve. Zombies after the second evolution will have significantly increased strength and speed, making them much trickier to deal with. Therefore, they must rely on the cold environment to limit their activities. Moreover, seeking refuge on a small island surrounded by water is also not feasible. Evolved zombies are not afraid of water. Although they cannot swim, some zombies will inevitably be washed onto the island by river currents. Of course, deserted islands at sea are another matter. But the biggest problem with islands is freshwater. If there happens to be groundwater resources on the island, then everything is fine. If not, the situation will take a sharp turn for the worse. Secondly, there are resources. After 3 months, food stored in supermarkets, malls, and homes will gradually spoil and become moldy, making it inedible. At that time, apart from being self-sufficient, there will be no other choice. What the fertile black soil of the Changbai Mountain wilderness means for farming goes without saying, right? Plus, the wilderness area is rich in resources, with diverse flora and fauna, and countless berries, birds, and beasts, enough to help one survive until the harvest comes. Farming, hunting, gathering, just knowing one of these is enough to ensure you won't starve. If you must say that you don't know any of the 3, then Chen Yi suggests that it's better to stay in the city and await death. Lastly, there is development. Humans are ultimately social animals. In the apocalypse, huddling together for warmth is the final fate. By then, whether establishing one's own power or team will rely heavily on resources. The Changbai Mountain wilderness has rich mineral resources, making it a very suitable base even for restarting civilization in the apocalypse. In summary, this is why Chen Yi refers to the Changbai Mountain wilderness as pure land and why it is his ultimate destination on this escape journey. However, a problem is currently before him, making him hesitant. The route. The most ideal route is, of course, to head east all the way along the coastline, passing through Yancheng and Lianyun port to enter Shandong province. Then, all the way through Rizhou and Jiuzhou, reaching Yantai city, followed by taking a boat across the Bohai Strait to land directly in Dalian. Finally, following the national border, entering the Changbai Mountain wilderness. This route avoids densely populated major cities as much as possible while ensuring the shortest distance. But there is one issue with this route: it passes by 3 nuclear power plants. Besides, the nuclear power plants in Yantai and Dalian are almost unavoidable. When the zombie outbreak occurs, the nuclear power plants will definitely have issues. There might not be explosions, but nuclear leaks are unavoidable. Once a nuclear leak occurs, the zombies within 20 to 30 kilometers of the nuclear power plant will accelerate their second evolution. By the time Chen Yi passes through, he will most likely face zombies that have undergone their second evolution, significantly increasing the danger. Another route would be to abandon the sea route, taking land all the way through Shandong province, then continuing along the coastline upwards, passing through Liaoning province to eventually reach the destination. Compared to the previous route, this one completely avoids all nuclear power plants, yet the distance nearly doubles, and it also has to pass through Tianjin. Tianjin, however, is a large city with a high population along the coast. Of course, one could choose to bypass Tianjin and Beijing, but by doing so, it would add several hundred kilometers to the journey, increasing countless uncertainties and risks. Both routes have their own advantages and risks. How to choose depends on how Chen Yi decides. Chapter 9: The Sudden Change. The night sky is dotted with stars, and frogs croak while insects sing. On the wasteland near the river, 3 motorcycles are positioned like a triangle, and a bonfire is blazing brightly. If it weren't for the annoying mosquitoes, this would be a great camping experience.
The four of them sat around the bonfire, eating bread and crackers while erupting into arguments. Sister Zhang, just because that kid said something of uncertain truth, you tied up Li Mao. I disagree, Ma Chaojie said firmly while taking a bite of his bread. Lu Chandong, sitting beside him, nodded in agreement and said, yeah, Li Mao is already so sick, and you still want to tie him up? That's a bit inhumane. The four of them spoke loudly and did not avoid Li Mao. In fact, there was no need to avoid him. Li Mao had already fallen into a coma, his face paler, and his body spasming uncontrollably from time to time. Chen Lin, who had been bowing her head and nibbling on crackers, weakly spoke up, what if, that guy is telling the truth? Humph. Ma Chaojie scoffed, exclaiming in a local dialect, Chen Lin, are you out of your mind? Who would believe a guy like that? Even a pig can climb a tree. Hearing this, Chen Lin immediately felt displeased, raising her eyebrows and saying, Ma Chaojie, who are you talking to? I said it's just a possibility. In this situation, being cautious is never wrong, right? Anyway, I disagree with tying up Li Mao, Ma Chaojie stubbornly replied. Then you don't sleep tonight, and watch over him. Not sleeping it is. Listening to their quarrel, Zhang Ye felt a wave of exhaustion. A very simple matter, just needing to tie up Li Mao's hands and feet, would pose no threat to them even if he turned into a zombie in the middle of the night. Yet, over such a trivial matter, they had been arguing until now. It can't be said that Ma Chaojie and Lu Chandong were entirely wrong. Having compassion and being willing to help others is a virtue. But the problem is, the environment has changed. Moreover, she had long noticed that Ma Chaojie's insistence on opposing was not due to much sympathy for Li Mao, but simply because he disliked Chen Yi, opposing just for the sake of opposing. This is a typical hot-headed youth, always looking at the surface of issues, easily swayed by emotions. As for Lu Chandong, he genuinely acted out of humanitarianism. After all, he was the first to propose taking Li Mao with them while escaping. In fact, when Lu Chandong first suggested bringing a stranger along, Zhang Ye's initial reaction was to refuse. They had no idea who this person was or what his character was like. But when she saw Lu Chandong's determined eyes, and after Ma Chaojie and Chen Lin expressed their agreement, for the sake of team harmony, she had to suppress her displeasure. There was no other way, they were merely fellow members of the same club before. Although they knew each other, to say how familiar or close their relationship was, it wasn't much. The reason the other three vaguely viewed her as the leader was that after the zombie outbreak, she temporarily gained leadership of this makeshift team due to her personal charm and intelligence, not to mention being a few years older. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Ye said softly, Shama, don't say things in anger. We shouldn't have harmful intentions, but we can't be too careless. Lin is right, being cautious is never wrong. These words immediately silenced the two. However, looking at Ma Chaojie's expression, it was clear he was still unconvinced. Then, Zhang Ye continued to arrange, tonight, we will take turns watching over, 3 hours each. Take your weapons, in case of any situation, shout immediately. This was a solution that had to be made, but for the sake of the small team, they could only resort to this strategy. If she had firmly insisted on tying up Li Mao, this temporary team would likely fall apart immediately. Glancing at the brightly lit gas station across the street, Zhang Ye let out a quiet sigh. Now she finally understood why Chen Yi, despite having skills, a gun, and a car, chose to be alone. Having a group of useless teammates is worse than escaping alone. At 9 o'clock, everyone was tired. The thrilling escape that afternoon had almost drained their physical strength, and their minds were extremely weary. The three of them lay on waterproof mats, feeling sleepy. Chen Lin was the first to take the night shift, which Zhang Ye arranged just to take care of her. Being the first on night duty brought many benefits. If she could get through 3 hours without incident, she could sleep soundly until dawn without interruption. Looking at the convenience store across the highway, a trace of envy flashed in Chen Lin's eyes. There was air conditioning, snacks, cold drinks, and most importantly, she wouldn't be bitten by those damn mosquitoes. Slap! Chen Lin slapped her arm, and the corpse of a mosquito along with a splash of red appeared in her palm. Soon after, a small red bump arose on her fair arm, accompanied by an unbearable itch. There were a lot of mosquitoes by the river. Even though she had sprayed mosquito repellent earlier, the effect was average. At that moment, the lights at the gas station across suddenly went out, plunging into darkness. Power outage? Chen Lin was taken aback, then a smug smile appeared on her face. However, the next moment, her smile was replaced by anger, as in just those few seconds, she felt 2 more mosquito bites on her legs. So itchy. Chen Lin scratched irritably a few times, then suspiciously glanced at Li Mao, who was across the campfire. Seeing that he was still unconscious, she dropped the fruit knife she had used for defense and turned to rummage for mosquito spray in her bag. Then, in the next second, the unconscious Li Mao suddenly opened his eyes. His crimson eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty light, and he agilely got up, letting out a beast-like howl before pouncing on Lu Chandong, who was closest to him. Ah! A piercing scream echoed under the night sky. This scream was extremely abrupt, waking Zhang Ye and Ma Chaojie from their slumber. Chen Lin shivered in fright, turned her head, and suddenly turned pale. She saw Li Mao, who had been unconscious, now resembling a beast, on top of Lu Changdong, biting fiercely into Lu Changdong's nose. Bright red blood poured out continuously, sliding down his cheek. Zhang Ye felt a chill in her hands and feet. The worst had happened. Li Mao had really turned into a zombie and had bitten Lu Changdong. Of the three, Ma Chaojie reacted first. He rushed forward and kicked Li Mao fiercely. Being tall and strong, this kick sent Li Mao tumbling away. But at the moment Li Mao was kicked over, Lu Changdong let out an even more miserable scream. His nose was gone, forcefully bitten off by Li Mao, leaving only 2 bloody holes. 3 people, facing a non-evolved zombie, is actually more than enough. As long as they can overcome the fear in their hearts, plus a little bit of skill, even a woman can handle it. But these people obviously had no experience. When Chen Yi saw Ma Chaojie hold the watermelon knife and swing it fiercely at the zombie's neck, he could already foresee the outcome. In the wasteland, the chaos continued. Ma Chaojie's expression was fierce, and the watermelon knife struck heavily on the zombie's neck. However, in the next second, his expression changed. The watermelon knife did not cut through the zombie's neck as he had imagined. Instead, it got stuck inside. In the movies and games he had seen before, it seemed particularly easy to chop off a person's head with one blow. But after experiencing it firsthand, he realized that it was not that simple. The watermelon knife hit the neck, and the zombie showed no reaction. Instead, it was provoked to become more aggressive. Ma Chaojie felt a panic in his heart, gripping the handle tightly and pulling the knife with all his strength. Before he could strike again, the zombie lunged at Ma Chaojie, opening its mouth and biting down hard on his shoulder. Ah! Ma Chaojie cried out in pain, his eyes filled with terror. In a panic, he dropped the watermelon knife and threw a flurry of punches at the zombie's head. However, the zombie did not care. It bit down and tore off a large piece of flesh. In intense pain, Ma Chaojie was provoked to be fierce, grabbing the zombie's shoulders and throwing it away. By coincidence, it landed right in Chen Lin's direction. Bang! The thrown zombie knocked Chen Lin down to the ground, and the zombie was not concerned about anything else, seeing the food before it, and biting down on the delicate, fair neck. Pfff. Blood gushed out. Chen Lin opened her mouth in terror, but as blood flowed into her trachea, she could only make a series of wheezing sounds. All this happened in the blink of an eye, too quickly for Zhang Ye to react. She had just settled Lu Changdong and looked up to see Chen Lin's neck bitten off by the zombie. At that moment, Ma Chaojie made a move that surprised her immensely. Ma Chaojie turned and dashed toward the motorcycle, quickly starting it and driving away. He actually just ran away like that. Zhang Ye suddenly laughed, bending down to pick up the watermelon knife from the ground, and slowly walked to the back of the zombie. In the dim light of the bonfire, she saw Chen Lin's eyes gradually losing their sparkle. The zombie ignored her and savored the sumptuous meal. The watermelon knife was raised high and came crashing down on the zombie's neck. 1 chop, 2 chops. At this moment, Zhang Ye chopped at the zombie's neck like she was chopping firewood. After 3 continuous chops, the zombie's neck was finally severed, and its dirty, hideous head rolled aside. With a kick, she pushed the zombie away and looked at Chen Lin, whose vitality had completely faded, and a hint of sorrow flashed in her eyes. Lin, I'm sorry, I didn't take good care of you. Among the 4, Zhang Ye and the other 2 were just members of the same club. On the contrary, Chen Lin and she had known each other for a long time and were even alumni of the same university. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Ye turned around, gripping the watermelon knife and slowly walked towards Lu Changdong. Lu Changdong had initially been covering his wound and moaning softly. Seeing this scene, he suddenly jolted in shock. He moved backward while squeezing out an awkward smile. Zhang. Sister Zhang, it's not my fault. Zhang Ye brushed a strand of hair, stuck with sweat, away from her forehead. Her clear, intelligent face had a unique charm in the light of the bonfire. As she walked, she spoke softly. Xiao Lu, you actually have a good personality, just a bit soft. Having compassion is not a bad thing, but unfortunately, you don't have the brains to match it. We all know each other, so it's fate. I believe you don't want to become a zombie, let me help you. Lu Changdong swallowed hard. No. Sister Zhang, you don't have to bother. Zhang Ye smiled gently, it's just a small thing. It's okay. Sister Zhang, there are exceptions to everything. Maybe I have an antibody to the evolved zombie virus, right? Sister Zhang, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have decided to take Li Mao with me to escape. But Chen Lin's death has nothing to do with me. It was Ma Chaojie who pushed the zombie towards her. Zhang Ye still smiled, but her gaze was unusually cold. Suddenly, Lu Changdong raised his right hand and threw a handful of sand and stones at Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye paused, instinctively raising her hand to block the sand and stones. Taking advantage of this moment, Lu Changdong quickly rolled up and ran away. In fact, at this moment, the most he should have done was to strike back decisively. Zhang Ye, no matter what, is a woman, and her physical strength is not as good as his young man. Although she had a fruit knife in her hand, in a life and death struggle, there might still be a chance to win. It can only be said that Zhang Ye had seen through the personalities of Ma Chaojie and Lu Chandong too clearly. One is a fool, the other is a weakling. Zhang Ye quickly caught up, raising her hand to strike with the knife. The blade cut through the thin t-shirt and struck his back. Lu Chandong staggered, at first feeling nothing, just a tingling sensation on his back, warm and soft. But soon, a sharp pain shot from his back straight to his brain. Help! Help! Lu Chandong dared not stop running, shouting loudly as he ran towards the gas station. The gas station was not far from the wasteland, only separated by a road. Soon, Lu Chandong ran all the way into the gas station. However, the price he paid for this was 2 more knife wounds added to his back. Chen Yi stood silently in front of the convenience store, ignoring Lu Chandong's cries for help, instead watching the scene with great interest. He had already lost part of his nose, bleeding heavily, and now he had been slashed a few more times. Combined with the intense exercise, his blood was draining faster. Just after entering the gas station, Lu Chandong's legs softened, and he fell to the ground. Before he could get up, a cold gleam flashed behind him. Poochie! The sound of the blade cutting into flesh echoed in the silent night, and blood splattered. After a moment, everything returned to silence. Zhang Ye was panting heavily, wiping the blood that splattered onto her cheek with the back of her hand, and asked, "Where are you going?" "North." Chen Yi stared at Zhang Ye, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. Smart, rational, decisive, and most importantly, ruthless. Such a person, as long as they don't have bad luck, can live a long time in the apocalypse. Tonight's events had nothing to do with her ability, it can only be said that she lacked experience. After all, transitioning from civilization to the apocalypse, there must be an adaptation process. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye panted and said, "Can I come with you?" She said, "Can I come with you?" not, "Can you take me with you?" These two sentences may seem to express the same meaning, but they are completely different. The former is a companion, the latter is a subordinate. This is her cleverness. Chen Yi smiled slightly, his words full of meaning as he said, "Let's talk about it if you can keep up. Also, welcome to the apocalypse." Zhang Ye nodded, clearly understanding his underlying message, silently turned, and walked toward the wasteland. Chapter 11, First Encounter with the Zombie Horde. The next day. The morning sun's rays poured down. Chen Yi rubbed his face and slowly sat up. He had slept deeply last night. Although he woke up once in the middle of the night, compared to his previous life, where he woke up 5 or 6 times, the sleep quality was much better. The biggest contributor was the German Shepherd outside, which had been diligently guarding all night. The electricity was cut off, and naturally, the water stopped as well. Chen Yi walked out of the storage room, opened a bottle of mineral water, and washed his face briefly. The cool water splashed on his face, waking him up completely. He lifted his t-shirt to wipe the water off his face and glanced at the wasteland across the street. Zhang Ye was dozing off, leaning against the motorcycle, while the 2 bodies in the wasteland had already disappeared. Breakfast was the same as last night. After a quick meal for him and the dog, Chen Yi started the car and drove away from the gas station. Time is tight and cannot be wasted. He must arrive at the uninhabited area of Changbai Mountain before winter comes, find a suitable shelter for winter, and gather as many supplies as possible to survive the first winter of the apocalypse. The winter in Changbai Mountain is no joke, it is cold and long, with temperatures dropping to as low as -40 degrees. If he is late, the situation will be very difficult. The Land Rover Range Rover drives on the highway, with a German Shepherd curled up in the passenger seat, napping and enjoying the cold air from the air conditioning, looking very comfortable. In the next second, it suddenly lifts its head, its expression alert. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A rumble of motorcycle engines is faintly heard from behind. Glancing at the rearview mirror, he sees a motorcycle coming closer from a distance. As it approaches the Land Rover, the motorcycle slows down and closely follows behind. Seeing this scene, Chen Yi smiles slightly. Talking to smart people is convenient. Last night, Zhang Ye hinted that she wanted to become his companion. Chen Yi's answer was that it depended on whether she had the qualifications. Before formally accepting her, Chen Yi would not offer her any help, whether she can keep up depends entirely on herself. After all, what he needs is a companion, not a burden. Along the way, they passed several villages. Fortunately, most of these villages are located some distance from the highway. By the time the zombies in the villages rush onto the road, they won't even see the taillights of the car. Around noon, the Land Rover Range Rover entered a small town. The town is medium-sized, with most of the buildings distributed on both sides of the road, which leads to a lot of zombies wandering on the highway. Chen Yi squints slightly, grips the steering wheel tightly, and steps on the gas pedal hard. Boom! The engine roars loudly, and the black Land Rover Range Rover charges forward like a roaring beast. In such a town, there can be no hesitation. Once hesitated, the result will be that the car gets stopped by the zombie tide.
Being stopped by the zombie tide needs no further explanation, right?
At this moment, the zombies on the highway are all attracted by the roaring of the car. Seeing the car drive by, the zombies all roar and rush towards it. And from the houses on both sides of the road, including farther away, zombies keep pouring out, converging towards the road. Zhang Ye, who is following behind, also sees the situation ahead. After a moment of thought, she decisively chooses to accelerate, maneuvering her motorcycle to keep closely behind the Land Rover, with less than 5 meters between them. It must be said, this is an incredibly risky decision. With such a close distance and fast speed, if the front car suddenly stops for any reason, the motorcycle would be unable to brake in time. Even with a helmet, there is a high probability of instant death. But Zhang Ye is certain that Chen Yi will not stop, because stopping means death. So, she takes the gamble. Bang! A zombie, upon touching the Land Rover, is suddenly knocked away, crashing like a broken sandbag into the distance. Then comes the second, the third. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dull crashing sounds follows, and the car windows gradually become stained red with blood. At first, Chen Yi was a little worried. Would the continuous impacts cause the car to stall? But under the immense torque of the V6 diesel engine, the Land Rover pushes through. The continuous impacts make the car shake constantly. Chen Yi grips the steering wheel tightly, trying hard to control the direction of the car. He didn't pay attention to Zhang Ye behind him. They were only at the beginning, and the road ahead would only get tougher. If she couldn't even get past this obstacle, it shows that she doesn't qualify to follow him. Bang! After knocking away the last zombie, Chen Yi finally breaks out of the encirclement of the zombie tide. Through the rearview mirror, he can see zombies continuously pouring out from both sides of the road, gathering on the highway, roaring and chasing after them. After a distance of pursuit, once the vehicle is completely far away, these zombies all stopped, their scarlet eyes flashing with a confused look. After a moment, the zombie wave gradually dispersed, and the small town returned to complete silence. After rushing out of the town, driving about 3 kilometers, Chen Yi veered the car off the road and finally stopped by a small river. Having driven all morning, he was really a bit tired. Even in the civilized era, driving for several hours continuously would be tiring, let alone in the apocalypse. Moreover, the windows of the car were covered with blood, severely affecting visibility. The most critical thing was that these bloods contained a large amount of zombie virus, and if not cleaned in time, it could easily enter the car through the air conditioning system. Although the secondary evolution virus is spread through blood, caution is never a mistake. He pushed open the car door and stepped out, looking at Zhang Ye, who was sitting on the motorcycle beside him, and asked, "How do you feel?" Zhang Ye took off her helmet, and beads of sweat covered her delicate face. Her tight rider's suit revealed her graceful figure. Riding a motorcycle in this weather was definitely not an enjoyable thing. Aside from the scorching sun overhead, even the wind blowing directly at her was burning hot. Taking out a bottle of mineral water from her backpack, she raised an eyebrow and said, "It's quite nice. Much more exciting than mountain biking." Chen Yi smiled slightly. "This is just the beginning, the real excitement is still ahead. Honestly, I'm really looking forward to it," Zhang Ye said, twisting open the bottle cap and taking a big gulp. It seemed like she was drinking too quickly, as water dripped from the corner of her mouth and slid down her fair, smooth neck, eventually disappearing into the collar of her clothes. "I hope you can stay optimistic." Leaving this sentence behind, Chen Yi opened the trunk and took out a small bucket to start washing the car. Zhang Ye pushed the motorcycle to a tree's shade, sitting sideways on the bike, nibbling on crackers, and silently watching Chen Yi wash the car. Splash! With each bucket of water poured down, the blood mixed with bits of flesh flowed out from the gaps in the car's front. There had been too many zombies hit earlier, causing the car's front bumper to bend inward, and even several cracks appeared on the left side. What just happened was definitely not an isolated incident. It would happen frequently in the coming journey. It looks like I'll have to find an opportunity to modify the car's front. Otherwise, if this continues, the internal parts of the car, like the radiator and condenser, will inevitably be damaged. Chapter 12, Heavy Rain. Chapter 12, Heavy Rain. After washing the car, Chen Yi first prepared lunch for the German Shepherd. It was still compressed biscuits softened with water, paired with dried beef and marinated eggs. There was no choice. Although there was rice in the car, lighting a fire to cook would be too time-consuming. Under the shade of the tree, the three of them, a man, a woman, and a dog, ate lunch silently. Chen Yi leaned against the tree, nibbling on compressed biscuits while checking the map spread out on his lap. The ideal situation was to reach Rock City before dark. From the suburbs of Jiling to Rock City, it would have taken only 3 hours to drive in the pre-apocalypse days. But now, it was impossible. The highways were unusable, and they had to take national roads and county roads, which meant they had to detour a lot. Moreover, the road conditions were complex, with abandoned vehicles almost every few hundred meters. Sometimes, overturned trailers would block the road, and the car speed could hardly exceed 60. Even though Chen Yi had been driving all morning, he had barely covered 100 kilometers.
Seeing the map in Chen Yi's hand, Zhang Ye's eyes flashed with curiosity.
His preparations were more thorough than she had imagined, and it seemed his goal had been clear from the beginning. She really wanted to know the final destination of their journey, but since he hadn't mentioned it, she tactfully didn't ask.
The heat made people lose their appetite.
Especially the taste of compressed biscuits, which was truly unappetizing. But Chen Yi still forced himself to finish the biscuits, and after drinking a bottle of mineral water, he patted his backside, stood up, and walked toward the Range Rover. Seeing this, Zhang Ye hurriedly packed up her backpack and put her helmet back on.
Soon, the two people set off again.
Today's temperature has slightly dropped, but it is still as high as 38 degrees.
Compared to the morning, the afternoon sun is even more scorching.
After 2 hours of riding, Zhang Ye only feels her head spinning, and her temples on both sides are throbbing.
She knows this is a sign of heat stroke.
The Range Rover ahead continues to speed, showing no sign of stopping.
Zhang Ye clenches her teeth, slowly pulls over her motorcycle, and yanks off her helmet.
This helmet has excellent breathability and heat dissipation, but since it is a full helmet, it feels like a steam pot on her head.
As soon as the helmet is removed, Zhang Ye feels like she has come back to life.
She has not taken off her tight riding suit, although it looks thick. It is specially designed for summer riding, with great breathability and sweat-wicking ability, helping her body cool down. Then, she quickly rummages through her backpack for a bottle of mineral water, and after unscrewing it, she pours it all over her head. The slightly warm water flowing over her scalp instantly refreshes her. After gulping down the remaining half bottle of mineral water, Zhang Ye throws away the empty bottle, twists the throttle, and chases after the Range Rover ahead. Riding without a helmet is very dangerous, but she cannot care about that right now. She is a smart person. At the beginning of the zombie outbreak, she keenly sensed through the information around her and online that the government and military might have already collapsed.
The alleged rescue is simply non-existent.
So, she chose not to stay in the city but immediately gathered with Chen Lin and others to escape from the city. Zhang Ye knows clearly that as a woman trying to survive in such an apocalyptic world, she must band together for warmth. Last night's events made her realize how important it is to have a reliable companion. Of course, she does not trust Chen Yi unconditionally, always holding a trace of vigilance in her heart. After all, they had only known each other for just one day, they had exchanged only a dozen or so words. In fact, Chen Yi is observing her behavior, and she is also observing Chen Yi. Companionship is, after all, a two-way journey.
At 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
The summer weather is unpredictable. One moment, the sun is blazing, and the next moment, dark clouds gather.
The dark clouds are getting thicker and lower.
The low pressure makes people feel uneasy, and the rising humidity causes shortness of breath.
This is a sign of impending heavy rain.
Soon, large raindrops start falling from the sky and gradually become denser. In an instant, the entire world is shrouded in a blanket of heavy rain.
The rain pelts down.
Under the downpour, the car windows become completely blurred. Even with the windshield wipers set to the highest speed, it is of no use. Visibility is less than 5 meters. Chen Yi frowns, turns on the hazard lights, and pulls the car over to the side of the road. The rain is too heavy, it's impossible to drive under such conditions, so they can only wait for the rain to lessen before setting off again.
Summer downpours come quickly and leave just as fast. They believe it will stop soon.
The German Shepherd in the passenger seat shows no reaction, still sleeping soundly. At this moment, Zhang Ye is struggling against the rain, pushing her motorcycle toward a row of trees by the road. This downpour brings her a rare coolness, but being in the rain for too long will continuously take away her body's heat, ultimately resulting in fever, cold, or even pneumonia. The rain is too heavy, the sparse branches and leaves of the roadside trees cannot provide any protection. Time passes little by little, and the downpour shows no signs of stopping, but rather becomes heavier. Looking around, the entirety of the sky is a white, misty expanse. Zhang Ye's riding suit has great moisture-wicking properties, which also means it absorbs water well. At this moment, she feels like she is wearing a water-soaked suit weighing more than 10 pounds, and her body is shivering. Just then, the Range Rover ahead honks twice, as if reminding her. Then, slowly drove forward. Seeing this, Zhang Ye didn't hesitate at all and pushed the motorcycle back onto the road, following closely behind. On the rain-soaked road, a black car and a motorcycle move forward slowly like turtles. Zhang Ye wore a helmet, her vision was completely blurry, unable to see anything clearly. Fortunately, Chen Yi kept his hazard lights blinking, the flashing red light guiding her forward. After driving for a while, a gravel path appeared ahead. A hint of delight flashed in Chen Yi's eyes as he turned the steering wheel, driving onto the side road.
Following the gravel road for about 200 meters, houses faintly appeared in sight.
He wasn't worried about being attacked by zombies, the village didn't seem large, and although visibility was obstructed, he estimated there were at most a dozen households.
Moreover, the heavy rain drowned out all sounds, cutting off the zombies' line of sight.
Chen Yi didn't drive deeply into the village but directly into a courtyard. Grabbing a short spear, he pushed the door open and got out of the car. In an instant, the pouring rain soaked him completely. Chen Yi kicked down the motorcycle stand and hurried to his side. Glancing at the watermelon knife in her hand, Chen Yi said nothing and stepped towards the house. The front door was tightly shut, and Chen Yi pushed the handle, but the door didn't budge. This door was very sturdy, it would be quite difficult to force it open. Over here. At that moment, Zhang Yi's voice came through the rain. Chen Yi turned to see Zhang Yi opening a window, quickly inspecting and nimbly climbing inside. Seeing this, Chen Yi hurriedly followed and climbed through the window. The room was a bedroom, simply laid out, with only a wardrobe and a bed, along with an electric fan. An air conditioner was hanging on the wall, covered with a layer of gauze and plenty of dust. Clearly, this was an elderly person's bedroom. On such a hot day, only the elderly would, for various reasons, be unwilling to turn on the air conditioning. Younger folks would want to soak in an air-conditioned room 24 hours a day. Hoo hoo hoo. A low growl came from outside the bedroom. In the next second, a trembling zombie appeared at the door. Seeing that Chen Yi had no intention of attacking, Zhang Yi stepped forward with the watermelon knife. Use this. At that moment, Chen Yi suddenly spoke up. Zhang Yi was slightly taken aback, then dropped the watermelon knife and took the crude short spear. Wiping the rain from his face, Chen Yi casually said, "The zombie's weak point is the brain, you have 30 seconds. Chapter 13, Acknowledgement. The strength of zombies is closely related to the physical fitness of the infected before their mutation. The weakest ones are infants and very old people. Of course, this refers to zombies infected with the virus for the first time. Zombies that undergo a second evolution are completely different. Especially the evolved infant zombies, which are the trickiest. They are small in size and very fast, even Chen Yi would find them very troublesome to deal with. The zombie in front of them was not difficult to handle, making it perfect for a newcomer to practice. Zhang Yi was aware that Chen Yi behind her would not help her. The only thing he would do was give her a quick end if she got hurt. This was Zhang Yi's first time facing a zombie alone, but instead of fear, she felt a twisted excitement rise within her. She was clever. When she heard Chen Yi's hint, combining it with the sharp tip of the short spear in her hand, she immediately understood what to do. Her beautiful eyes fixed firmly on the zombie, filled with determination. Seeing the zombie charge towards her, Zhang Yi took a deep breath, gripped the short spear tightly, and stood still. When the zombie was less than 2 meters away, she thrust the short spear toward its right eye. Crack! The blade struck the zombie's brow bone, producing a muffled sound of impact. She missed the shot. Failing to hit, Zhang Yi hurriedly stepped back to create distance. He raised the short spear in his hand again. The second strike still missed, with the blade hitting the bone beneath the eyelid. The zombie roared, swinging its arms and continuing to charge. Zhang Yi leaned back slightly, narrowly avoiding the zombie's hands, and thrust the short spear again. Thud, this time, the sharp fruit knife precisely stabbed into the eye socket, the blade completely embedded. The zombie's body stiffened, and it fell heavily onto its back. Huff, huff, huff. Holding the short spear, Zhang Yi breathed heavily. In just a few seconds, it had almost drained half of her energy. A warm hand patted her shoulder, and Chen Yi's voice sounded in her ear, "Good job." Watching Chen Yi's back as he walked away, Zhang Yi couldn't help but slightly raise the corners of her mouth. Clearly, her performance had earned recognition, and the other side was beginning to accept her. After dealing with the zombie, the two carefully checked the house, confirming there were no other zombies, before Chen Yi opened the living room door and let the German Shepherd in. Zhang Yi took the opportunity to push the motorcycle into the living room. The rain was too heavy, and no one knew when it would stop. If the motorcycle stayed outside in the rain, she was worried the ignition switch might get waterlogged, or the spark plug could get damp. She closed the living room door again, and the heavy rain was instantly shut out. The next moment, both of them simultaneously started undressing. Getting sick in the apocalypse was absolutely the last thing they wanted, even if it was just a small cold. As the rider suit was removed, a large area of delicate snow-white skin appeared in the dim living room. The girl had looked fine in the rider suit, but unexpectedly, her figure was quite plump. Noticing Chen Yi's gaze, Zhang Yi casually wiped the water droplets from her body, smiling faintly and said, "Not bad, right?" "Not bad." Glancing at her clear abs, Chen Yi nodded. He twisted the rainwater out of his t-shirt and shorts, casually draping his clothes over a chair before walking toward the kitchen. Upon entering the kitchen, he immediately saw the gas canister under the stove. He shook it and found there was still more than half of the gas, so it seemed they could enjoy a warm meal tonight. Chen Yi turned around and went to the fridge, reaching up to open the top section of the freezer. There wasn't much inside. Besides some pickled vegetables and noodles, there were only 2 plates of leftover food that had already gone moldy. This was normal. An elderly person living alone in the countryside couldn't possibly store much food in the fridge. If they wanted vegetables, they just went to the garden to pick them, no need to store them in the fridge. However, in the lower freezer compartment, he found plenty of salted items. sausages, cured meats, salted duck, salted fish, and even salted pig's feet. Although the power had been cut off last night, it took time for the freezer's ice to melt, which helped keep the temperature from rising too quickly. And salted food naturally lasts a long time, even without refrigeration. It could last 7 or 8 days without spoiling.
I'll do it.
Zhang Ye's voice came from behind. She was now wearing an old-fashioned white shirt, military green pants, and her long hair was tied into a ponytail at the back of her head.
A classic old man outfit. But strangely, this outdated outfit looked surprisingly charming on her. Then I'll leave it to you.
Chen Yi patted his hands, stood up, and gave the kitchen to Zhang Ye, while he began dealing with the zombie's body. Since they were staying here for the night, it was of course impossible to leave the body inside. He lifted the body and threw it directly out of the bedroom window. Then, he started searching the house for useful things. After a while, he only found a few candles and a plate of mosquito coils. The rest of the items were useless to him right now. It was clear that Zhang Ye was someone who often cooked, as she moved skillfully and quickly. Soon, the kitchen was filled with a delicious aroma. By the time Chen Yi returned to the living room, he found 2 plates of dishes already set on the dining table. Stir-fried chives and scrambled eggs, stir-fried garlic leaves with cured meat. Looking at the green vegetables on the plate, Chen Yi casually asked, "Where did the chives and garlic come from?" "I saw some vegetables growing in the corner of the yard when I came in just now," Zhang Ye explained before continuing, "Just wait a moment, the meal will be ready soon." As they spoke, a burnt smell slowly wafted up, filling the air around them. Zhang Ye's expression was slightly awkward as she said, "This cooking method is hard to control. Without electricity, of course, the rice cooker couldn't be used." So, Zhang Ye simply took the inner pot out of the rice cooker, filled it with water and rice, and placed it directly on the gas stove. Initially, she wanted to take this opportunity to show off, but things didn't go as planned.
"It's fine." Chen Yi waved his hand, showing no concern. They were fleeing, not on vacation. Having a warm meal was already good enough. In his previous life, Chen Yi would risk his life against 2 or 3 evolved zombies for a bag of instant noodles that might have long since expired. "Alright, it's time to eat."
Once Zhang Ye brought the rice cooker inner pot to the table, Chen Yi filled a bowl to the brim, added a piece of stir-fried chives and eggs, and then set the bowl aside to cool.
Seeing this, Zhang Ye couldn't help but ask, "Is this for the dog?"
"Yes." Seeing him nod, Zhang Ye hurried to stop him. Dogs can't eat chives."
"Why?"
A hint of confusion flashed in Chen Yi's eyes.
To be honest, Chen Yi really didn't know that dogs couldn't eat chives.
He vaguely remembered that the dogs in his rural hometown seemed to eat everything. Whatever people ate, they did too, and they were lively and healthy. Zhang Ye patiently explained, because chives contain a substance that can make dogs vomit and have acute enteritis. In severe cases, they can even have blood in their urine.
Stuffing a piece of stir-fried chives and eggs into his mouth, Chen Yi curiously asked, "Are you a veterinarian?" "No, I just had some experience from raising dogs before."
Zhang Ye shook her head, stood up, and said, "There are still plenty of eggs, I'll go fry a portion without chives." In less than 2 minutes, she returned to the living room with a serving of golden scrambled eggs. By this time, the rice was almost cool, and Chen Yi mixed the scrambled eggs into the rice, placing it in front of the dog. Perhaps the aroma of the scrambled eggs was tempting. This time, the German Shepherd didn't hesitate and started eating directly.
Zhang Ye filled a bowl of rice and handed it to Chen Yi, saying, "If possible, let's get it some dog food." She naturally knew how much help a police dog could provide.
Without her suggesting it, Chen Yi already planned to get some dog food for the dog. This German Shepherd was his first companion. Naturally, he wouldn't treat it poorly. However, since he hadn't seen any pet stores along the way today, he could only temporarily put the dog on hold. Chapter 14, All those who are divorced say this. Zhang Ye's cooking skills could only be described as average, but Chen Yi enjoyed it very much. Except for the duck blood vermicelli soup he had yesterday afternoon, this was the best meal he had eaten in nearly 2 years.
The unique salty and fragrant cured meat mixed with garlic leaves was incredibly appetizing. The chives and scrambled eggs were also good, plus a serving of homemade pickles from the original owner. Neither of them spoke, just quietly ate their meal. For a time, the living room was filled only with the sound of soft chewing. After putting down his bowl and chopsticks, Chen Yi looked extremely satisfied. He ate 3 bowls of rice, and even Zhang Ye had 2 bowls. As for the 2 plates of vegetables, they were cleaned out. He rummaged through his pants pocket for cigarettes and found that they hadn't been wet by the rain. He picked one up and lit it. Seeing this, Zhang Ye gently said, "Could you pass me one too?" Chen Yi tossed the cigarette pack over. After awkwardly lighting one, Zhang Ye took a puff but immediately started coughing. Watching her unfamiliar actions, Chen Yi asked, "First time smoking?" "Yes." Zhang Ye nodded, her beautiful eyes squinting slightly from the smoke. The atmosphere became a bit silent. Chen Yi used to be not a man of few words. In the past life, during the zombie outbreak, most of the time was spent alone, without anyone to chat with. Over time, it became hard to love talking.
After all, a person cannot be away from their group for too long, otherwise, the only outcome is to devolve into a beast. After a moment, Chen Yi actively broke the silence and asked, "By the way, I still don't know your name."
Chen Yi, and you? Chen Yi.
Throwing away the half-smoked cigarette in her hand, Chen Yi stood up and took out a towel, starting to wipe down the motorcycle. The heavy rain outside continued to pour, and as evening approached, the light inside the room grew dimmer. Lighting a candle, Chen Yi took out the map from his pocket. Fortunately, he sealed and packed the map in a plastic bag last night, otherwise, it would have been completely soaked in rain by now. Spreading the map on the table, he continued to study the escape route.
After contemplating for a moment, he ultimately decided to take the first route, following the coastline into Lu province, then heading straight to Dalian by sea.
Although he would pass 2 nuclear power plants along the way, it was much better than the alternative route. The winter in the Changbai Mountain no man's land arrives early. It starts to get cold by late September, with snow beginning in October. If he took the other route, based on today's travel speed, by the time he reached the Changbai Mountain no man's land, heavy snow would have already blocked the mountains. Moreover, the longer the route, the more variables and dangers there would be. Besides, a nuclear power plant leak takes time. Even if external power is cut off, the diesel generators and UPS inside the nuclear plant can hold out for a while. Until the diesel and UPS power run out, the coolant would gradually heat up, leading to a loss of cooling effect.
Once a loss of cooling occurs, core meltdown becomes unavoidable, ultimately resulting in a nuclear leak. This process could take about a month.
As long as he moves fast enough, it might be possible to pass through the 2 nuclear power plants, Yantai and Dalian, before the leak happens. Of course, Chen Yi himself didn't understand all this. He only learned a little from a survivor he encountered during his escape who had worked at a nuclear power plant. After wiping down the motorcycle, Chen Yi glanced at the map, suppressing her curiosity. She knew well that though today's heavy rain had brought them closer, there was still a long way to go before Chen Yi completely accepted and trusted her. Putting down the towel, Chen Yi searched the room and found a mop and some steel nails, then began to make her own spear. After using Chen Yi's spear, she realized the watermelon knife was utterly useless against zombies. Soon, the spear was completed. Chen Yi simply cut the mop handle down to a little more than a meter long, then fixed the steel nail at one end. It looked extremely simple, but the actual effect was very good. When facing a zombie, the most important thing is a single strike to kill. Getting entangled only increases the risk of getting hurt. Waving the spear in her hand a few times, Chen Yi then drew a circle the size of an eye on the wall, standing 2 meters away and repeatedly stabbing the spear toward the small circle on the wall. At this moment, Chen Yi finished planning the route for tomorrow and looked up to see this scene. After watching for a while, he couldn't help but speak. "If you practice like this, even a year of practice won't help." Hearing this, Chen Yi stopped her movements and looked at him with a puzzled gaze. Chen Yi pointed at the small circle on the wall and said, "The wall doesn't move, but zombies do."
"Thank you."
Chen Yi seriously thanked him and then made a moving target again. She hammered a nail into the wall, then hung a rope on the nail. At the very bottom of the rope, she tied a 1 yuan coin. With just a little force, the coin would sway back and forth endlessly. Watching Chen Yi swing the spear time and again, Chen Yi saw his former shadow in her. Essentially, they were the same kind of people.
"Your posture is wrong, don't stand so straight, it's not good for exerting force, sink your body slightly, and steady your feet.
Don't just use the strength of your arms, otherwise your arms will quickly tire. Learn to use the power from your waist to drive your arms.
Pay attention to the frequency of the coin swing, zombies are just mindless beasts, their movement patterns aren't too complicated."
Listening to Chen Yi's instructions, Chen Yi constantly adjusted her posture, filled with gratitude in her heart. These skills are the way to survive in the apocalypse. After practicing for more than an hour, feeling the soreness in both arms, Chen Yi stopped training. She understood well that too much is as bad as too little, and this is indeed a gradual process that cannot be rushed. In front of Chen Yi, Chen Yi took off her clothes again, using a towel to wipe the sweat off her body.
Noticing Chen Yi's gaze, she suddenly asked, "Do you have a girlfriend?"
"Girlfriend?" A flicker of nostalgia flashed in Chen Yi's eyes as he replied, "I used to have one, but then I found out she was stealing my bread, so I kicked her out."
"Just because of that?" Chen Yi was taken aback. "Yeah." Chen Yi nodded.
"Because the girlfriend stole bread, so they broke up." To be honest, Chen Yi felt it was a bit absurd. But Chen Yi's expression and tone made her feel that stealing bread was an unforgivable act.
She vaguely felt that there was a story behind this. But Chen Yi obviously did not want to delve deeper and asked back, "What about you?"
Chen Yi answered honestly, "I just got divorced 6 months ago." Upon hearing this, Chen Yi curiously asked, "Did you cheat or did he cheat?"
"Incompatible personalities." Chen Yi replied calmly. Chen Yi chuckled in amazement, "Those who get divorced all say that."
Chen Yi gave him a glare and explained, "It was arranged by my parents, there was no talk of liking. After marriage, he found me too strong and we argued too often, so I went along with the flow and proposed the divorce."
"What about your parents?" They are unfortunately dead, turned into zombies. What about your parents? Same. For a moment, the living room fell into silence again. The candle was thin, barely burning. Watching the last candle about to burn out, Chen Yi slowly stood up and said, "It's getting late, let's sleep." In the apocalypse, there is almost no entertainment. Besides going to sleep early, there is nothing else to do. Chapter 15, Take a Gamble. It was impossible to sleep together. Zhang Ye was unwilling to, and Chen Yi was equally unwilling. In his past life, he had seen many women of all kinds and had slept with quite a few. If he wanted a woman, he could wait until the escape was over and things settled down, then he could slowly choose. But now, compared to a woman, a reliable companion was obviously more tempting for him. Zhang Ye took a blanket and slept on the sofa in the living room, leaving the bedroom for him. Although the body had been thrown out, there was still a faint smell of blood lingering in the bedroom. But Chen Yi was already used to it. He glanced at the German shepherd that followed him into the bedroom, then he slowly closed his eyes with reassurance. The next day. The heavy rain had stopped at some point, and the morning sun shone through the window, falling on Chen Yi's face. Slowly opening his eyes, he sniffed his nose and vaguely caught a faint fragrance. Getting up and walking to the living room, he found Zhang Ye already busy in the kitchen. Seeing him, Zhang Ye smiled lightly. "Go wash up, breakfast will be ready soon." When they returned to the living room, Zhang Ye had just finished making breakfast. Breakfast was noodles, with 2 fried eggs resting on top and green onions sprinkled throughout. The soy sauce broth emitted a light aroma. Lowering his head to taste a bite, Chen Yi joked, "It seems your husband doesn't know how to appreciate good food." Zhang Ye smiled gently and corrected him, "It's my ex-husband." Chen Yi did not immediately start eating the noodles but looked at the German shepherd. Before he could speak, Zhang Ye proactively explained, "I've made some for it too, but it's still quite hot, so I left it in the kitchen to cool." Hearing this, Chen Yi picked up his chopsticks and started eating breakfast hurriedly. After finishing the noodles quickly, Chen Yi got up and walked to the kitchen, picking up a bowl to place in front of the German shepherd. Bending down to sniff, the German shepherd quickly ate the boiled egg in the bowl, then reluctantly ate a couple of bites of noodles before stopping. There was no choice, the salty meat had too much salt, and too much salt could cause skin diseases in dogs, so Zhang Ye dared not give it more. Seeing this scene, Chen Yi thought he needed to get some dog food today. Otherwise, if this continued for long, the dog's nutrition would fall behind. After finishing breakfast and tidying up, Chen Yi started the car and slowly drove out of the yard. Back on the road, the journey of escape began anew. The weather was nice today, even though the sun was still scorching, the clouds drifting by gave a bit of shade to the ground. At 4:30 in the afternoon, the black Land Rover slowly stopped by the roadside. He rolled down the window, and a hand reached out from inside the car, waving a couple of times. Seeing this, Zhang Ye immediately drove her motorcycle forward. As she reached the car window, she lifted her mask and asked, "What's wrong?" "The front is Guangnan County, I'm planning to go into the town. You should take this detour around the town and wait for me in front. If I'm not out by 6, you should leave on your own." Before Chen Yi could finish speaking, Zhang Ye interrupted, "I'm going with you." Hearing this, Chen Yi looked into her eyes and said seriously, "Think it through. There are at least tens of thousands of zombies in the county town. Once surrounded by the horde, I think the result is needless to say." Zhang Ye gazed at him, retorting, "What do you think my chances are of surviving alone?" "That's an interesting thought." Chen Yi smiled slightly, closed the car window, and drove towards the county town. Watching the Land Rover gradually drive away, Zhang Ye took a deep breath, twisted the throttle, and quickly followed. From her observations over the past 2 days, he was a very cautious person, and such a person would definitely not do something foolish. So, she was betting. Betting that Chen Yi would not foolishly rush into the county town to die, and that he must have a well-thought-out plan already. If she lost the bet, the outcome was obvious. But if she won, she could quickly gain Chen Yi's trust. Even though she had been strong and rational in front of Chen Yi these past 2 days, she was still a woman at heart. No one knew how many times she had woken up at night these past 2 days. With each awakening, helplessness and confusion felt like a great mountain, crushing her breath away. She desperately needed a companion, a trustworthy companion. Thus, upon seeing the opportunity, she chose without hesitation to stake her life on it. A few minutes later, tall buildings appeared in view. The whole county town was silent, with faint black smoke drifting up from various parts. In the few hours after the zombie outbreak, a natural gas leak would inevitably cause large-scale explosions and fires. Thanks to yesterday's heavy rain, otherwise, the county town would have been engulfed in flames by now. Staying in the city after the apocalypse was the most foolish decision, without exception. Do they really think crises come only from zombies? Gas leaks are just the tip of the iceberg. Factories like chemical plants, fireworks factories, steel mills will trigger a series of disasters without personnel operating them. Even if one is incredibly lucky to avoid one disaster after another, food will spoil and mold after 3 months, and what to do?
Due to lack of maintenance, the city's drainage and sewage systems will be affected, ultimately paralyzed. Just a few small rains are enough for the underground sewage to surge up to the city surface. At that time, the entire city will become a breeding ground for germs. These are the blood-like lessons from Chen Yi's past life. The Land Rover Range Rover showed no signs of slowing down. Instead, it accelerated and charged straight toward the county town. Zhang Ye, who was following closely behind, felt her scalp tingle with fear. She thought Chen Yi would choose to get out of the car when approaching the county town, and then quietly sneak in on foot. Although they would inevitably encounter zombies along the way, as long as they didn't make loud noises, they wouldn't attract a horde. However, she never expected him to drive straight into the county town so boldly. It's obvious that the sound of the diesel Land Rover and motorcycle would instantly attract large numbers of zombies. Is he crazy? A hint of fear flashed in Zhang Ye's eyes, but at this moment, she could only grit her teeth and continue to follow. Boom! Buzz, buzz, buzz. The roar of the diesel Land Rover and motorcycle echoed in the silent county town. The zombies, wandering aimlessly on the streets, all raised their heads and looked toward the direction of the sound. In the next second, hundreds and thousands of zombies rushed toward the car. Zhang Ye's face turned pale, and when she looked around, she saw zombies everywhere. Furthermore, with more zombies pouring out from inside the county town, the numbers continued to increase. A horde of corpses. Chapter 16, This is the excitement you expected. In the past 2 days of fleeing, they had passed through several small towns and encountered a few horde attacks. However, those horde sizes, at the most, only had a few hundred, completely incomparable to the horde in front of them. Zhang Ye had no concept of numbers. She didn't know whether the zombies in front of her were thousands or tens of thousands. All she knew was that everywhere her eyes could see was densely packed with zombies. Faced with the horde, Zhang Ye felt a sense of utter despair. As for resistance, don't joke, it's not just that she only had a broken spear. Even if she were given a heavy machine gun, it would be utterly useless. What does it mean to face thousands and thousands of zombies? Even if there were so many pigs standing still for you to kill, you would still have to kill them day and night without rest for several days. Who? Despite wearing a helmet, countless roars could still be heard in her ears. Zhang Ye gritted her teeth, trying hard to control her trembling hands, as she drove the motorcycle closely behind. Boom! The Land Rover Range Rover was still speeding, as if it didn't see the zombies rushing from all directions at all. Seeing they were about to crash into the horde, Chen Yi slammed the steering wheel. The Land Rover crashed into the railing and charged onto the sidewalk, knocking several zombies aside, before finally coming to a steady stop in front of a rain gear shop with a screech. Stay back, do not make a sound. After severely warning the dog, Chen Yi took the spear and turned off the engine to get out of the car. At that moment, the discipline of the police dog was evident. The German Shepherd quickly dived into the backseat aisle, crouching down, completely still. As soon as he closed the car door, a female zombie lunged at him with a roar. Chen Yi reacted quickly, lifting his foot to kick hard, causing the zombie to stumble, then hurriedly raised his spear to stab. The fruit knife accurately pierced into its eye socket, killing it instantly. Pulling back the spear, Chen Yi grabbed the zombie by the hair and dragged it into the rain gear shop. From getting out of the car, to killing the zombie, then dragging the zombie into the store, the whole series of actions flowed seamlessly without a pause. Upon entering the rain gear shop, Chen Yi jumped up and grabbed the overhead roll-up door, pulling it down forcefully. Seeing Chen Yi enter the rain gear shop, Zhang Ye decisively slammed on the brakes, nimbly jumping off the car and pushing the motorcycle toward the pursuing zombies, then rushing toward the rain gear shop. Just as the roll-up door was pulled down, Zhang Ye quickly rolled onto the ground. Risking it, she entered the shop. Bang! As the rolling shutter door was pulled down, the shop was immediately plunged into darkness. Who? Zhang Ye's heavy breathing echoed in the shop. At this moment, she could clearly feel her heart beating wildly, and the adrenaline constantly being released made her feel highly excited. She had ridden a mountain bike, and even parachuted from 10,000 meters high, but these so-called extreme sports couldn't compare to the thrill of those brief seconds just now. She was almost locked outside by the rolling shutter door. If she hadn't made it inside, she would have been instantly torn into a pile of bones by the approaching zombie horde. But she didn't blame Chen Yi. In that situation, if she were in Chen Yi's shoes, she would have pulled down the rolling shutter without hesitation. Bang! 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 At that moment, the intense crashing sounds erupted. The rolling shutter door kept shaking, emitting a series of ear-splitting wails. What are you standing there for? Do you really think a rolling shutter door can stop so many zombies? Chen Yi's voice sounded in Zhang Ye's ear, pulling her thoughts back to reality. Snapping back to herself, Zhang Ye turned to look. Through the gap in the rolling shutter door, she saw Chen Yi quickly putting on a raincoat. At that moment, Zhang Ye was filled with countless questions. She knew very well that a rolling shutter door could not stop so many zombies. Before long, the countless violent zombies outside would rush in. And this raincoat shop was very small, with no other exits, not even a window. It seemed like a deadlock, a desperate situation. Even if the shop had heavy machine guns and countless bullets, she didn't think she could survive. Despite the countless questions in her mind, Zhang Ye's movements were quick. She followed Chen Yi's lead and put on a raincoat, then donned rubber gloves. Put. A faint sound of a knife blade cutting through flesh could be heard. Chen Yi was holding a short spear and using the sharp fruit knife at the tip to slit open the belly of a female zombie. Next, Chen Yi crouched down, and with his rubber-gloved hands, he reached inside the zombie's belly through the incision. Zhang Ye stared with wide eyes, her beautiful gaze filled with disbelief as she watched Chen Yi pull out the intestines and organs from the zombie's belly. In an instant, the strong smell of blood mixed with a stench of organs spread throughout the shop. The next second, Chen Yi, as if finding treasure, hung the intestines around his neck, his hands smeared with fresh blood, which also stained the raincoat. Ugh! In these 2 days of the apocalypse, she had witnessed many bloody scenes, and she thought her endurance was strong. But at this very moment, Zhang Ye felt her stomach churn, and she couldn't help but dry heave. With a glance at her, Chen Yi calmly said, "If you don't want to die, do exactly what I do." Bang! 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 The crashing sounds continued. The rolling shutter door had already been severely deformed, and gaps appeared where it touched the walls on both sides. Furthermore, the gaps were steadily widening. Zhang Ye swallowed a mouthful of saliva, suppressing the churn in her stomach, crouched down, and reached into the zombie's belly. The slimy feeling made her skin crawl. Fighting against her body's discomfort, she grabbed a piece of intestine and yanked it out with all her strength. Soon, the raincoats on both of them had turned into blood-soaked garments, with intestines and organs hanging from their necks. Boom! The rolling shutter door finally couldn't bear the weight and was completely knocked open. Who? 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 One zombie after another roared and charged into the shop. Chen Yi stood still, like a statue, calmly watching the zombies rush in. Zhang Ye struggled to suppress the urge to run, closing her eyes and standing next to Chen Yi. At this point, whether she ran or stayed, death was inevitable. So, she chose to trust Chen Yi. The zombies pouring into the shop were not many, only a dozen or so, but outside the shop stood countless zombies packed together. Who? 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 The zombies charged into the shop, heading straight for Chen Yi and Zhang Ye. Closer, closer. However, a strange scene occurred. The zombies rushed before the two, completely ignoring them, brushing past. Zombies kept pouring in, and the two were like rocks in a tide. Feeling her shoulders being bumped continuously, Zhang Ye shut her eyes tightly, her face expressionless, but from her trembling eyelashes, it was clear that her heart was anything but calm. In just a few seconds, the small rain gear store was packed with zombies. Unable to find prey, these frenzied zombies gradually became confused. Is it over? Zhang Ye slowly opened her eyes. A grotesque, disgusting face immediately came into view. A zombie stood face to face with her, less than 10 centimeters away. Its crimson eyes scanned her constantly. Zhang Ye bit her teeth hard, trying her best not to make a sound. After staring for a while, the zombie seemed to lose interest and slowly turned to leave the reindeer store. Seeing this scene, Zhang Ye secretly let out a sigh of relief. Just then, she heard Chen Yi's mocking tease in her ear. Is this the excitement you were looking forward to? Not bad, right? Chapter 17 Gunshots. Chapter 17 Gunshots. Zhang Ye naturally recognized that he was teasing her about what she said yesterday at noon. With a roll of her eyes at Chen Yi, Zhang Ye grabbed his arm. Her legs were weak. Without leaning on Chen Yi, she felt she might collapse on the ground. There was no choice, this roller coaster of emotions, teetering on the edge of life and death, was truly overwhelming. After taking several deep breaths, she felt a bit of strength return to her legs. Looking at the few remaining zombies in the store wandering aimlessly, she lowered her head to see the blood and viscera on her raincoat, and Zhang Ye vaguely guessed some reasons, lowering her voice to say, "Do the zombies see us as companions?" Chen Yi's eyes flashed with a hint of appreciation, and he nodded. Zombies don't have strong vision. They mainly rely on hearing and smell. At these words, a surge of joy rushed through Zhang Ye's heart. Seeing her eyes light up, Chen Yi immediately guessed her thoughts and sneered, "I advise you to give up this idea. This method can only be used occasionally in emergencies." Why? Zhang Ye asked in confusion. Just now, she did think of many things, like if she could use this method well, she could ignore the threat of zombies in the future. Chen Yi raised his hand, lightly flicking the thick blood on his rubber gloves, and said softly, "The zombie virus is transmitted through blood, similar to snake venom. Theoretically, when a person's stomach and mouth have no wounds, whether it's hemolytic snake venom or neurotoxic snake venom, it can be ingested directly without any issues. But can you guarantee that you have no wounds anywhere on your body? Not even a tiny scratch? If you can't guarantee that, it's best not to do this often, or you'll eventually get infected by the zombie virus. Furthermore, accidents always happen unexpectedly."
What if you just mingled among the zombies and suddenly encounter heavy rain? Or if a zombie tears off your raincoat? Hearing Chen Yi's explanation, Zhanya broke out in a cold sweat.
Indeed, this method looked very tempting. But thinking carefully, the danger was extremely high. After all, the blood and viscera smeared on the body were filled with the zombie virus. Once accidentally coming into contact with a wound, even if it was just a tiny scratch, it could lead to infection. There was actually another reason Chen Yi didn't mention. That was, the evolved zombies have keener senses.
Unless one could completely mask their own scent, they could easily be identified.
After most of the zombies outside had dispersed, Chen Yi finally stepped out of the rain gear store.
Zhanya closely followed, never leaving his side. Although the zombies currently showed no interest in them, she always felt a tension within.
Fearing that a zombie would see through their disguise and roar towards them. Walking among the tide of corpses, she felt a surreal sense of disconnection. Amidst the fear, there was a faint, sickly excitement in his heart. Chen Yi, however, appeared much more composed, his eyes constantly scanning the shops on either side of the street. His purpose for coming to the county city was very clear: to buy dog food for the German Shepherd. As for other supplies, they weren't needed for now. He walked through 2 streets, but still didn't see any pet stores. As the sunset slowly sank towards the horizon, Zhanya spoke up: "This county city seems quite large, how about we split up to search?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yi thought for a moment and nodded. "Alright, let's meet at the rain gear store in an hour, no matter if we find it or not."
"Okay," Zhanya responded, turning to walk towards the street on the east.
The sunset cast a golden glow, draping the county city in a golden veil. The streets were filled with wandering zombies, and a sense of desolation spread through the heart. This was the county city of the apocalypse, a paradise for zombies. The blood and intestines on the raincoat attracted many flies, constantly buzzing around Chen Yi. At that moment, a subtle sense of being watched made him frown.
Someone was observing him.
Although Guangnan County was at the bottom within the province, compared to other provinces, it was a proper large county. With a permanent population of over 600,000, excluding the people from surrounding villages and towns, there were at least 100,000 to 200,000 people living in the county city. Based on this data, it could be inferred that there should be at least 1,000 survivors in the county city. So, it was normal to feel watched. On his way, Chen Yi had already felt the sensation of being watched several times. However, the previous times were only brief. But this time, it lasted for a long time. It seemed that the other party had noticed he was different from those zombies. Chen Yi slightly raised his head and quickly scanned his surroundings. His eyes suddenly froze. He saw a woman crouching at the window of the 4th floor of a commercial building across the street. The distance was too far, and the glass window had some reflection, making it hard to clearly see her appearance. The woman was holding up a piece of A4 paper, pressed against the window. Written in large black watercolor pen were 3 English letters. SOS. Upon seeing this, Chen Yi ignored it, withdrew his gaze, and continued walking forward. The woman, upon seeing this, disappeared from the window, only to reappear again soon, still holding up the A4 paper. But the content on the paper had changed. "Don't go to East Street, it's dangerous." Disappointed, the woman saw that Chen Yi did not look up again and instead walked quickly forward. Bang! Suddenly, a sound echoed through the silent street. Chen Yi was first stunned, then his face became extremely dark. Gunshot! And the direction the gunshot came from was exactly the street Zhanya had chosen. Chen Yi took off his rubber gloves, pulled out a pistol from his waist, disengaged the safety, and quickly rushed toward the source of the gunfire. From the moment Zhanya chose to enter the county city with him, Chen Yi had already accepted her. There weren't many zombies on the eastern street, likely driven away by the noise he made earlier. As he neared the street where the gunshot had come from, Chen Yi slowed his pace and crept along the wall to the corner. He peeked out slightly and immediately spotted Zhanya's figure. But at this moment, Zhanya seemed particularly disheveled, with her short spear nowhere to be found. About 50 meters behind her, 3 burly men were chasing her relentlessly. The one at the front, a man with a crew cut, was holding a bizarre-looking gun in one hand, and with the other, he was loading bullets. After loading the bullets, the crew cut man raised the gun and aimed it at Zhanya, pulling the trigger. Bang! With a loud noise, smoke billowed from the muzzle. At the same time, there was a series of cracking sounds ahead. Chen Yi immediately recognized that the gun in the man's hand was a homemade shotgun. He had used one like it in his previous life. It was made from a nail gun and a steel pipe, with small steel balls used as bullets. Because it was homemade. The sound of gunfire was particularly loud, sometimes audible even from hundreds of meters away. These guns were basically not accurate, with an effective range of no more than 20 meters. Beyond 20 meters, it was purely up to luck. However, Zhanya's luck clearly wasn't good. With a muffled grunt, her right leg weakened, nearly causing her to fall to the ground. Chapter 18, Ambush.
Chapter 18, Ambush. Staggering and leaning against the wall, Chen Yi looked around, then dragged her injured right leg, limping into a clothing store. 3 men were closely pursuing her, although the zombies surging onto the street had blocked their steps. But soon, the 3 men dealt with the zombies and chased into the clothing store. These 3 men were well prepared, with metal plates strapped to their chests, and thick protective gear on their necks and exposed arms, which effectively prevented zombie scratches or bites. Their weapons were dark, homemade iron spears. Although their movements in killing zombies seemed clumsy in his eyes, their fierce aura was unmistakable. Chen Yi's expression was grave, he did not fire immediately. After the 3 men entered the clothing store, he observed for a moment, confirming there were no other pursuers before quietly sneaking into the store himself. The clothing store was quite large, with 3 floors in total. Knowing the scale, there should be plenty of zombies inside, which is why Chen Yi had chosen to escape here. Upon entering the clothing store, rows of clothing racks greeted his eyes. Chen Yi bent slightly, hiding his body behind the racks, and slowly made his way deeper inside. Turning around a corner, he saw the 3 men being attacked by 7 or 8 zombies near the staircase. The sounds of fighting drew the attention of zombies from the 2nd and 3rd floors, causing them to constantly rush down. The 3 men fought while retreating, finally backing up to the cashier counter. The cashier's desk was a tall, sturdy, curved table, and the 3 used it as a barrier to block the approaching zombies while continuously swinging their iron spears. In an instant, 2 zombies were stabbed in the eyes, dying on the spot. As the zombies surrounding the cashier counter decreased, the pressure on the 3 men suddenly lightened. The man with the crew cut swung his spear while coldly saying, "Damn it, I have to kill that bitch." A young man on the left, with a shrimp line tattoo on his neck, thoughtfully. The 2 of them then realized that the zombie in front of them and the woman were both wearing the same raincoat. On the raincoat, it was equally covered in blood, and intestines and internal organs hung from the neck. At that moment, Chen Yi suddenly looked up. On his handsome face, his eyes coldly stared at the 3 of them. The next moment, Chen Yi raised his right hand and decisively pulled the trigger. Brother Chang had already sensed something was wrong when the shrimp line youth reminded him, but unfortunately, it was too late. Bang! 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 The loud gunshots echoed in the clothing store. 8 shots were fired in quick succession, and Brother Chang and the others fell to the ground. The strong recoil made Chen Yi's palm tingle with numbness. Before, Chen Yi had been worried that his shooting skills were not good, so he purposely came to a spot less than 5 meters from the cash register. But even so, he still missed 2 shots. Never think that it's easy to hit someone within 5 meters with a handgun. Target practice and real combat are completely different. In target practice, you have enough time to adjust your posture and aim slowly through the 3-point line. But in real combat, the situation is critical, and it's usually a draw and shoot, with no time to adjust or aim slowly. During the process of holding a gun, even the slightest shake or tilt will cause the bullet to miss the target by a wide margin. Chen Yi once saw a news story that he still remembered vividly. A police officer, when encountering robbers, fired 7 shots but only hit the robber's arm and thigh with 2 shots, the other 5 missed completely. The most crucial part was that this police officer was less than 3 meters away from the robber. 3 meters, 7 shots, only 2 hit. The shooter was a police officer who had received professional training. Doesn't that sound unbelievable, like I could do that too kind of illusion? However, in reality, this is what a real gunfight looks like. Although the 3 of them had already fallen, Chen Yi did not let his guard down. After all, the other side also had guns in their hands. With both hands gripping the gun, Chen Yi slowly walked towards the cash register. When he reached the counter, he quickly glanced inside. The leader, Brother Chang, was shot in the neck and died instantly. The other 2 were shot in the chest and abdomen, lying on the ground moaning. Although they had metal plates strapped to their chests, at such a close distance, the bullets couldn't be stopped. Bright red blood flowed from under the 3 of them, merging into a pool that stained the floor. Upon seeing Chen Yi, the shrimp-line youth's eyes turned fierce, struggling to sit up, and he fumbled to take out a homemade pistol from Brother Chang's body. Shaking hands began to load bullets. Bang! The gunshot sounded again, and the shrimp-line youth's hand froze, collapsing onto the ground. The remaining one, a buzzcut, clearly had no power to resist, breathing shallowly. Chen Yi put away his handgun and took long strides to the cash register, bending down to pick up the iron spear from the ground. He thrust it violently towards the buzzcut's head. Put! The spearhead pierced directly into the eye socket and through the brain. After finishing off the blow, Chen Yi waved the iron spear in his hand. It was over a meter long, made of steel, with a sharp spearhead welded onto the front. This thing was good, and the spearhead was welded tightly, much better than the short spear Chen Yi had made himself. After all, no matter how much wire and tape you wrap, it's still not as strong as welded metal. As for the homemade pistol, Chen Yi looked at it with disdain. This thing isn't even fit for dogs. It's loud, smoky, and when the gunshot goes off, it's like a firecracker, definitely a zombie attractor. And it almost has no accuracy. It might work for shooting birds, but shooting humans is pure luck. Chapter 19, Are We Companions? Zhang Ye.
Holding the iron spear, Chen Yi shouted.
When no one responded, he quickly walked to the stairway, heading to the second floor. The second floor was the shoe section, with shelves filled with all kinds of shoes.
Zhang Ye.
Chen Yi shouted again. I'm here.
The weak voice of Zhang Ye came from nearby. Following the direction of the voice, he quickly walked over and found Zhang Ye collapsed in a corner. Her face was pale, and a piece of cloth was wrapped around her right calf. Blood seeped out, dyeing the wrapped cloth red.
Let's go, it's not safe here, Chen Yi said, reaching out to support Zhang Ye.
Just looking at the three men's gear, it was clear they were backed by a significant force. The gunfire from earlier must have drawn their attention. In this unfamiliar place, staying here was likely to lead to trouble.
Moreover, Zhang Ye's wound needed to be treated quickly.
Unexpectedly, Zhang Ye shook her head and bitterly smiled. You go, I might be infected by the zombie virus.
Hearing this, Chen Yi frowned and asked, Were you bitten by a zombie?
No. Zhang Ye pointed to the zombie blood smeared on her raincoat and explained with a complicated expression, the bullet passed through the raincoat, it must have gotten blood from the zombie.
Chen Yi calmly replied, Not necessarily. I think it's better to observe for now. If we confirm you are infected, then I will take you.
Zhang Ye for a moment was left speechless, her heart filled with mixed feelings. Facing Chen Yi's words, she didn't know whether to feel touched or angry. Helping Zhang Ye to stand up, the two slowly walked downstairs.
Glancing at his profile, Zhang Ye suddenly asked, Am I your companion now?
Sort of.
This answer surprised Zhang Ye, and with interest, she said, Sort of? What does that mean? Chen Yi said seriously, It means you can only be a companion if you live.
If, unfortunately, you turn into a zombie, you are just a corpse.
Zhang Ye rolled her eyes at him. Chen Yi, are you always this direct with women? Would you believe me if I lied? Chen Yi retorted. No. After saying that, Zhang Ye couldn't help but laugh. Chen Yi knew she was covering her inner fear.
Even the strongest person would fear the thought of possibly being infected, soon to become a zombie. There is great terror between life and death. The fear of death is engraved in our genes.
On the street outside the clothing store, many zombies had gathered, all attracted by the earlier gunshots.
That homemade gun was louder than firecrackers, it could be heard across 2 streets. Unless all the zombies were deaf, there was no way they wouldn't come. Exiting the clothing store, Chen Yi did not follow the street back to the reindeer shop. Instead, he chose to take the street he came from.
Something feels off. At this moment, Zhang Ye reminded him.
Without her reminder, Chen Yi had already noticed something unusual.
The surrounding zombies seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally approaching them.
After a moment's thought, he understood the reason and whispered, It's the blood on your calf that caught their attention. Although the blood from the zombie had covered the smell from Zhang Ye's calf, it still attracted the nearby zombies. It was as if they suddenly caught a faint scent of food from one of their kind. Fortunately, these zombies were merely curious and did not attack. Kicking down a zombie that came too close, Chen Yi hurriedly helped Zhang Ye out of that street. The sun was setting, and the sky was getting darker. Returning to the previous street, as they passed by that residential building, Chen Yi subconsciously looked up.
Sure enough, he saw the woman at the window again. Upon seeing Chen Yi, the woman seemed surprised. After glancing at the limping and extremely weak Zhang Ye, the woman immediately bent down, picked up a piece of A4 paper and a pen, quickly wrote a line, then pressed the paper against the window. I am a doctor. A doctor? Chen Yi stopped in his tracks.
Noticing his strange response, Zhang Ye followed his gaze.
Let's go. Zhang Ye tugged at Chen Yi. Turning his head, seeing her determined face, Chen Yi hesitated, Are you sure? What if she is really a doctor?
Zhang Ye scoffed, I don't believe she is a doctor.
Chen Yi nodded, saying no more. He knew Zhang Ye didn't want him to take risks for her.
Taking another glance at the woman outside the window, he helped Zhang Ye quickly disappear into the street. When they returned to the reindeer shop, the sky had already darkened. At this moment, the nearby zombies had scattered, leaving only a few dozen behind.
Ignoring these zombies, Chen Yi quickly helped Zhang Ye into the convenience store next to the reindeer shop.
The convenience store was in disarray, with empty shelves, only a few food and water items remaining. After checking the store and confirming there were no zombies, he removed Zhang Ye's raincoat and threw it in the corner. After settling Zhang Ye, Chen Yi swiftly dashed out of the convenience store. Arriving at the Land Rover, he opened the back door, and a low growl immediately came from inside.
Doggy, it's me.
Hearing the familiar voice, the German Shepherd immediately stopped growling, stood up in the aisle, and looked at him with a face full of grievance.
I made it hard for you.
Rubbing the dog's head, Chen Yi waved it to get out of the car. Previously, for the dog's safety, he had locked all the doors and windows, and inside the car quickly became as hot as a steamer under the scorching heat. And the German Shepherd was the most afraid of heat, so it must be extremely thirsty by now. Opening the trunk, Chen Yi quickly took out a first aid kit, then locked the car again and headed back to the convenience store with the dog. As the roller shutter door was pulled down, the convenience store was immediately plunged into darkness. Chen Yi fished out his phone from his pocket and turned on the flashlight feature to use it as a temporary lantern. "How do you feel?" As Chen Yi took off his raincoat, he asked. Zhang Ye replied weakly, "I'm okay, except my wound hurts a bit, everything else is fine." "That's good." As he spoke, Chen Yi took out a bottle of medical alcohol from the first aid kit and opened it, pouring some onto his hands. After carefully cleaning his hands with the alcohol, he squatted down and unwrapped the bandage on Zhang Ye's calf. All the way walking, the wound had bled quite a lot, and the bandage was completely soaked red. The amount of bleeding was a bit too much, it seemed the steel ball bullet had probably hit an artery. Pulling up her pant leg, Chen Yi used a cotton swab dipped in alcohol to clean the wound. The other side of the calf wound was intact, indicating that the steel ball had not penetrated through but was lodged inside. Under these conditions, one could only hope that the steel ball was not pressing against nerves or blood vessels. As long as it was just in the muscle, it wouldn't really affect her too much. Sprinkling some Yunnan Baiyao powder, Chen Yi wrapped the wound again with medical gauze. Chapter 20, Before a person dies, their words are good. Chapter 20, Before a person dies, their words are good. Clapping his hands, Chen Yi stood up and asked from above, "So, tell me, what happened?" "I found a pet store at the end of East Street, but someone also had their eyes on me. He had a crossbow and wanted to take me to their camp. I found a chance to kill him, and then 3 other people showed up. After that, what you saw happened." Although Zhang Ye didn't elaborate, the other party's actions must have been extremely aggressive, otherwise, with her rational personality, she wouldn't have actively clashed with anyone, let alone kill someone directly. Just by looking at the dragons and phoenixes carved on those 3 people's bodies and their behavior, one could guess what kind of people they were. If Zhang Ye hadn't resisted and had been taken to their camp, her ending would have been very tragic. The apocalypse broke out, civilization collapsed, and without moral and legal constraints, many people exposed their true natures. There were still some food items in the convenience store, and the 3 of them made do to have dinner. Perhaps because he had been locked in the car earlier, the German Shepherd seemed extra clingy at this moment, always staying by Chen Yi's side and occasionally rubbing its head against his leg. "Tie me up." Zhang Ye, finishing the bread in her hand, said actively. Chen Yi nodded, found a rope, and tightly bound her hands and feet. Then he dismantled some furniture and built a small fire in the store. In the orange light of the fire, the 2 of them sat there quietly. Silence fell between them. Time quietly slipped away. After an unknown time, Zhang Ye suddenly spoke. "Chen Yi. Can you tell me where exactly you are going?" Zhang Ye had been curious about his destination for a long time, and at this moment, she finally asked. Chen Yi answered honestly, "Shanghai Mountains uninhabited area." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye thought for a moment and said appreciatively, "A very correct decision, it really is a good place." "Yeah." Chen Yi's tone was filled with emotion. In his previous life, during the 2nd year of the apocalypse, Chen Yi had wanted to go there, but he never made it before he died. At the beginning of the zombie outbreak, he chose to stay in the city waiting for rescue, missing the best chance to escape. By the time he realized this, the zombies had already evolved for the 2nd time. At that point, even surviving became extremely difficult, let alone traveling over 1,000 kilometers. Zhang Ye, with a distant look in her eyes, said, "The summer in Jiling is very hot, I've wanted to see the snow in Shanghai Mountain for a long time. If I unfortunately transform, you can take my ashes to Shanghai Mountain, never mind, that would be too troublesome. Just burn my body with the convenience store when you leave tomorrow." Chen Yi ignored her and glanced at the time on his phone. 8:23. It had been almost 3 hours since she was injured. According to the strength of the zombie virus, even for those who transform slowly, they should show signs by now. Turning on the flashlight feature again, Chen Yi stood up and moved in front of Zhang Ye. He held open her eyelids and shone the phone light into her eyes. There were several blood vessels in the whites of her eyes, but they were evidently different from the signs of transformation. They looked more like capillary congestion caused by poor sleep quality. During transformation, the capillaries in the whites of the eyes would burst, resembling conjunctivitis. After observing her eyes, Chen Yi looked at her complexion. It was slightly pale, but there were no signs of veins under her skin. However, to be cautious, Chen Yi didn't immediately untie her hands and feet, intending to observe a bit longer. Little did he expect this action would lead Zhang Ye to misunderstand. She curled her lips into a bitter smile, took a deep breath, then said firmly, "Chen Yi, give me a break." Chen Yi looked at her with an odd expression and raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure? Don't you want to wait a bit longer?" "No need to wait." Zhang Ye shook her head. This girl was obviously too clever for her own good.
Chen Yi found it amusing and asked, "Do you have any last words or wishes?" He was very curious about what Zhang Ye would say at this moment. At such times, people often reveal their true inner feelings. Before one dies, their words are sincere, right? No. Zhang Ye thought carefully and shook her head. Chen Yi was surprised. "You don't want to say something? Like regretting coming into the county with me?" Zhang Ye said softly, "I don't regret it, I just feel a bit pensive about the unpredictability of life. Not dying in the zombie tide but instead by a steel ball, it's quite funny when you think about it." Which echoed Chen Yi's earlier words, that surprises often come unexpectedly. After saying this, she slowly closed her eyes, quietly waiting for her life to end. However, she waited for a long time with no response. Zhang Ye frowned slightly, unable to help but open her eyes. What she saw was Chen Yi's teasing gaze. As smart as she was, she immediately understood she had been tricked. But instead of anger, a wave of joy surged in her heart. With a long sigh, Zhang Ye felt herself go soft all over, lacking any strength. In just a few short hours, she had gone through multiple life and death situations. Even she felt her heart couldn't take it anymore. After a long while, she finally caught her breath and hoarsely said, "Help me untie. Just to be safe, we need to observe a bit longer." "No. Can't let her just wet her pants, right?" He got up and untied the ropes on her hands and feet, and Zhang Ye stood up, trembling, limping toward the corner. Seeing this, the German shepherd curiously followed her. After a moment, Zhang Ye's angry voice came from the corner, "Chen Yi, can you make it stop staring at me?" Hearing this, Chen Yi shrugged and said, "It's just like you, a girl. What's there to be embarrassed about? I'm not used to it. You'll get used to it eventually. You'll be companions in the future, so strengthen your bond now." Zhang Ye didn't say anything more. Soon, the sound of dripping water echoed. When Zhang Ye returned from the corner, Chen Yi tied her hands and feet again. Lighting a cigarette, Chen Yi casually asked, "Do you have kids?" "No. Is your husband not able to?" "He's my ex-husband." After correcting him again, Zhang Ye explained, "I don't really want kids. Mainly, I think life would change completely after having a child, and this is the main reason for the frequent arguments between him and me." The two chatted casually. Another hour passed, and Chen Yi checked her over again. Seeing no signs of any illness, he finally helped her untie her hands and feet. Then, he rummaged through the convenience store, finally finding several cardboard boxes and laying them out on the floor as a temporary bed. "It's getting late, hurry up and sleep." Chen Yi called out and lay down on the cardboard first. As soon as he lay down, the German shepherd rushed over, curling up beside him. Whoa! A stench immediately hit his nose. The smell was one thing, the key issue was that this guy was like a furnace. It was already hot in the convenience store, and now it was even hotter. It was impossible to sleep. Disgustedly pushing the dog away, it wasn't long before it burrowed back to him. Lying on her back beside Chen Yi, Zhang Ye slowly closed her eyes, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Finally, she could sleep soundly. Chapter 21 Doctor? Unknowingly, Chen Yi slowly opened his eyes after an unknown amount of time. In front of him was a sea of darkness, with a ray of morning light sneaking in through the gap between the roller shutter and the ground. The dog in his arms was gone. It seemed this guy also felt the heat and was now lying on the floor not far away, sleeping soundly. Sitting up, Chen Yi turned to look at Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye had her back to him, curled up, as if still asleep. Yesterday, she had lost too much blood from her injury, so Chen Yi didn't disturb her. He got up and pulled out a bottle of mineral water from the shelf, twisted it open, and washed up briefly. He didn't waste the remaining half bottle of water and drank it all. Today, he must get dog food, he couldn't waste any more time here. The sound of washing up woke the German shepherd. After a big yawn, the German shepherd walked over to Chen Yi, acting spoiled. Chen Yi rubbed its head and comforted, "Just bear with it a little longer, after today, there will be delicious food." Woo! The German shepherd whimpered lightly, much like a spoiled little girl. Pulling out a bag of bread from the shelf, he and the dog had a simple breakfast. Finishing the bread in his hand, Chen Yi raised his head and gulped down a bottle of mineral water, then opened his mouth and shouted, "Wake up, it's time to get up." However, Zhang Ye did not respond at all. "Zhang Ye?" Chen Yi called again. Seeing that she still didn't respond, his brows furrowed slightly. He walked to Zhang Ye, squatted down, and gently pushed her shoulder. The moment his palm touched her shoulder, Chen Yi felt something was wrong. So hot. He pressed his hand against Zhang Ye's forehead. Even without a thermometer, he could be sure her temperature was definitely over 40 degrees. A high fever of 40 degrees is very dangerous for an adult. Although the steel ball that shot into her calf did not carry the zombie virus from the raincoat. It was clear that the steel ball had caused a bacterial infection in her body.
Turning on the flashlight on his phone, Chen Yi rummaged through the medicine cabinet and found several bottles of fever-reducing medicine, then selected a bottle of ibuprofen soft capsules. Compared to slow-release capsules, soft capsules reduce fever faster. Gently patting her cheek, Chen Yi called out, "Zhanya, wake up." "MMM." Zhanya let out a soft, unconscious groan and slowly opened her eyes. Narrowing her eyes to look at Chen Yi in front of her, Zhanya weakly said, "Chen Yi, am I going to turn into a zombie?" "Great." It seemed this girl was confused from the fever. Without wasting time, Chen Yi commanded, "Open your mouth and take the medicine." Zhanya drowsily opened her mouth and swallowed the capsule. After feeding her some mineral water, Chen Yi began to take off her motorcycle suit. He picked up a piece of gauze, moistened it with water, and wiped it across her forehead, armpits, palms, and the inner thighs. When wiping the soles of her feet, Chen Yi deliberately took a look at the wound. Sure enough, he saw that the area around the wound was obviously swollen. This was the bacteria carried by the steel ball, causing internal infection and inflammation, leading to a high fever. Half an hour later, the medicine combined with physical cooling quickly brought Zhangya's temperature down. But before Chen Yi could breathe a sigh of relief, the temperature shot back up again. Trouble. Chen Yi frowned and looked at the wound. The main reason for the persistent high fever was that steel ball. Without removing the source of infection, even if the fever went down today, it would come back tomorrow. The longer it took, the greater the danger. But the problem was, all these operations and deductions had nearly exhausted all of Chen Yi's medical knowledge. Even with the barefoot doctor's manual, it was of no use. After all, this book just described how to treat symptoms, without involving surgery. Even if there were, Chen Yi would not dare to do it. In movies, it often shows the main character getting shot, and a supporting character casually using tweezers to remove the bullet. That's pure nonsense. Having an ordinary person perform surgery is simply a disaster for the patient. Suddenly, Chen Yi thought of the woman behind the window. Although she was suspected of lying, he decided to take a gamble. With this thought, Chen Yi was about to get up when unexpectedly, a hand suddenly grabbed him. Turning around, he saw Zhangya's beautiful eyes staring at him. "Don't go." This woman was too smart, she guessed what he was planning to do. Gently patting her hand, Chen Yi smiled and joked, "As the leader of the team, I have to be fair. I would risk going to the county town for dog food, so how could I not go find a doctor for you?" Upon hearing this, Zhangya slowly released her grip, her eyes sparkling with an inexplicable brightness. "Dogsy, stay here and take good care of her." After rubbing the German shepherd's head and giving a command, Chen Yi put on his raincoat again. As he pulled up the rolling door, he heard Zhangya weakly remind him from behind. "Chen Yi, come back quickly." Splash. Lowering the rolling door, Chen Yi cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Finding nothing unusual, he quickly walked toward the street from yesterday. Using his memory, Chen Yi soon arrived at the street where the woman was. Looking up, he didn't see her in the window. After searching the area for a moment, he quickly found the entrance to the community. Compared to other communities in the county, this one was undoubtedly much more upscale. The greenery and decorations were exquisite, the entrance and various buildings were equipped with electronic access. However, these access controls were meaningless to Chen Yi. The electronic access automatically opens after a power failure to prevent accidents like earthquakes or fires for easy escape and rescue. The access seemed closed, but in reality, it could be opened with a gentle push. Inside the community, many zombies were wandering. Upon Chen Yi's arrival, these zombies only glanced at him before looking away again. Finding the building where the woman was, Chen Yi climbed the stairs all the way up to the 4th floor. Since he wasn't sure which room she was in, Chen Yi knocked on each door one by one. However, after knocking all around, there was no response whatsoever. Just as he was about to knock again, he faintly heard a wary female voice from behind the 3rd door. "Who?" Quickly stepping forward, Chen Yi said, "You saw me yesterday." There was no sound from inside, as if the person was observing him through the peephole in the door. After a moment, there was a click, and the door opened from the inside. Chen Yi did not immediately enter but quickly scanned the room through the crack in the door. Seeing that there was only one woman inside, he slipped into the room. Once he was inside, the woman immediately shut the door. At this moment, both of them were sizing each other up. The woman was about 30 years old, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Although her appearance was ordinary, she had an air of bookishness about her. She was currently dressed in a bathrobe, clearly having just woken up not long ago. Chen Yi got straight to the point. "Are you a doctor?" "Yes." The woman nodded. Chen Yi felt a surge of joy and continued to ask, "Can you perform surgery?" The woman replied weakly, I am a dentist." "A dentist? From your performance yesterday, you should be a smart person." "I'm not going to beat around the bush, my partner is injured and needs surgery now. In exchange, I can help you escape from the county." As he spoke, Chen Yi slowly pulled out his pistol from his waist, then changed his tone, speaking coldly, "But if you're lying to me, you will pay the price for your actions." Seeing the dark pistol, the woman immediately trembled and hurriedly explained, I'm not lying to you, I really am a dentist. If it's a simple little surgery, I should be able to handle it, but a major operation is out of my league." Chapter 22, Polarized Survivors. The surgery isn't complicated, it just requires removing a steel pellet from the calf. Can you do it? After briefly describing the situation of the surgery, Chen Yi stared closely at her. The woman asked back, did the injured person have any underlying health conditions before? Such as heart disease or kidney dysfunction? Chen Yi shook his head and said, I'm not sure, but currently, there's a high fever and swelling in the wound area. Upon hearing this, the woman fell into deep thought, clearly analyzing the condition. Though dentistry and surgery are different fields, handling some basic medical issues should still be manageable. After a moment, she pondered, if it's just the simple removal of the steel pellet from the calf, I should be able to manage it, but I don't know the injured person's specific condition, so I can't guarantee that the operation will be 100% successful, nor can I assure the patient's safety. This is the caution of a doctor. Even for the smallest of surgeries, doctors never dare to guarantee 100% safety. The crucial point is that the man in front of her is holding a gun. If an accident occurs, it will not just be a simple case of medical disputes, there's a high chance it could end in gunfire. So, she had no choice but to be cautious. Chen Yi also understood that asking a dentist to perform surgery was asking too much, so he said, do your best. The woman replied earnestly, of course. Chen Yi nodded, all right, you get ready, and I'll take you out. The woman did not move, curiously asking, may I ask, is the substance on you zombie blood? Correct. TSK. After all, she is a doctor, she probably already linked it to what she saw yesterday from the window after seeing Chen Yi. Getting Chen Yi's answer, the woman's eyes flashed with shock, and she exclaimed, they can actually distinguish their kind by the smell of blood. This suggests that the virus has altered their olfactory cells, which is incredible. Currently, the only known virus that can modify human genes is retroviral. However, retroviruses require extremely long periods, and the modification effects are minimal. Chen Yi coldly said, so, what, do you want to win this year's Nobel Prize in Medicine? The woman's expression froze, awkwardly saying, I'm sorry, it was just professional curiosity. You should have a raincoat at home, right? Yes. The woman nodded eagerly. Chen Yi did not speak further. He turned around, opened the door, and walked out of the room. Soon, he returned to the room, but now he was holding a zombie's body. Mom, who is this uncle? A soft child's voice echoed in the room. Chen Yi followed the direction of the voice and saw a little boy about 4 or 5 years old, standing shyly in the living room, looking at him with curious eyes. The woman hurriedly ran out from the storage room, glanced nervously at Chen Yi, then turned and softly explained, Uncle is Dad's friend. He came to take us to find Dad. Little one must behave, or Uncle won't take us to find Dad. Hearing they were going to find Dad, the little boy immediately said obediently, Uncle, little one is very obedient. Ignoring the little boy, Chen Yi looked at the woman, pointed at the body on the ground, and ordered, you have 5 minutes. I'll wait for you outside. After saying that, he turned and walked out of the room, closing the door behind him. Standing in the hallway, Chen Yi lit a cigarette. Whether the woman had a child was no difference to him. He only promised to take the woman out of the county, not to escape with her together. Having a child actually made it easier for Chen Yi to control her, without worrying about her causing trouble during the operation. Before he finished his cigarette, the door opened. As the door opened, a strong smell of blood rushed out. A doctor's tolerance for the stench of blood is much higher than that of an ordinary person, which is why Chen Yi let her handle it herself. The woman held the little boy and walked out of the room, both looking fully prepared. Their faces were covered by masks, they wore raincoats, thick rubber gloves on their hands, and even wrapped plastic wrap around their necks where the raincoat couldn't cover. It must be said that as a doctor, she was indeed very detail-oriented and cautious in this regard. Not wanting her son to see the bloody scene, the woman even specially put an eye mask on the little boy. Let's go. Chen Yi tossed his cigarette, taking the lead as he walked down the hallway. Carrying the child, the woman followed closely behind. As they went downstairs, the woman suddenly spoke, by the way, do you have surgical instruments? No. Chen Yi shook his head. The woman explained in a low voice, not far from the community, there is a dental clinic opened by my friend. It has surgical instruments, and the environment is more suitable for surgery. If convenient, you can take the injured there. Of course, if it's not convenient, that's fine. After thinking for a moment, Chen Yi nodded, okay. In the hallway, there were many wandering zombies. Even though she was somewhat prepared, walking beside these zombies still made the woman feel a surge of fear. However, the little boy in her arms, unable to see anything since he wore the eye mask, looked rather happy. Seemingly wanting to cover her own panic,
the woman took the initiative to speak. My name is Li Yan, what about you? However, Chen Yi in front did not respond.
Seeing this, Li Yan had no choice but to close her mouth and silently followed behind. They left the community, and with Li Yan's guidance, they quickly found the dental clinic. Through the glass door, watching the zombies wandering inside the clinic, Chen Yi instructed, wait outside for 2 minutes.
Okay. Li Yan nodded. Holding an iron spear, Chen Yi pushed the door and entered the clinic. With the raincoat as a disguise, killing the zombies was incredibly easy.
Soon, all 5 zombies in the clinic were taken care of by him. Waving to the outside, Li Yan hurriedly brought the child into the clinic. Once inside, she immediately took off the raincoats from herself and the little boy and tossed them into a corner. Then she took out a small bottle of alcohol gel from her pocket and rubbed it on her hands. At this time, the little boy had removed his eye mask and stood there rubbing his hands, looking aggrieved as he said, Mom, I'm so hungry.
When can we eat?
Hearing her son's words, Li Yan felt a pang in her heart. Since noon yesterday, all the food in the house has been eaten.
This is also the reason why she risked asking a stranger for help while leaning on the window.
There was no choice, without help, they would starve to death. She had also tried going out to find food, but the moment she stepped outside, she encountered zombies in the hallway and nearly got scratched.
Turning to Chen Yi, Li Yan pleaded, can you give me some food? Just a little is enough, the child hasn't eaten for almost a day.
Wait.
With those 2 words, Chen Yi turned and left the clinic.
In the early days of the apocalypse, there was no lack of food, the key was whether one had the courage and ability.
Currently, the survivors were extremely polarized. For Chen Yi, food was readily available, something he could find anytime, anywhere.
On the other hand, for survivors like Li Yan, obtaining food was incredibly difficult and very dangerous.
Chapter 23, Surgery in the Apocalypse. When Chen Yi entered the clinic again, he was carrying a bag.
He casually threw the bag on the living room sofa and instructed, I'm going to get the injured person, you all wait here.
Okay. Li Yan nodded eagerly.
After giving her a deep look, Chen Yi turned and left, pulling down the rolling door behind him. As for whether they would take the chance to escape with her son, he was not worried at all. If they really had that kind of courage, they wouldn't be at home starving. Nothing unexpected happened in the convenience store, everything was normal. The German Shepherd obediently stayed by Zhang Yi's side, and when Chen Yi came back, it approached him. The only problem was that Zhang Yi's current condition was really poor, her high fever left her in a daze, with cracked, pale lips.
Dog, stay here. Chen Yi didn't dare to delay any longer.
After giving the German Shepherd a quick instruction, he covered her wound with a plastic bag, then draped a raincoat over her before picking her up and running toward the clinic. Along the way, Chen Yi, running, attracted quite a few zombies' attention. Fortunately, the zombie blood on the raincoat still had some effect. In the eyes of those zombies, Chen Yi merely looked like a strange kind. If it were a second evolution zombie, he definitely wouldn't have dared to be so reckless.
Open the door. Standing at the clinic door, Chen Yi gasped for breath. Footsteps immediately echoed in the dental clinic, and the next second, the rolling door was pulled open. Come in quickly. Li Yan called out, and once Chen Yi entered, she quickly pulled the rolling door down again.
Hurry, take off the raincoat. At this moment, Li Yan was already in action, directing Chen Yi to remove both of their raincoats and then grabbing the disinfectant spray to spray on both of them.
After spraying from head to toe, she urged Chen Yi to carry Zhang Yi into the examination room.
This kind of dental clinic didn't have an operating room, but with the dental chair adjusted flat, it could barely serve as an operating table. The examination room had no windows, completely dark, relying solely on the phone for lighting. Li Yan felt helpless, she was totally in a hurry. It was one thing for a dentist to perform surgery, but the surgical environment and conditions were far from ideal. Although it was just a minor operation, she knew in her heart that whether or not this woman could survive depended almost half on luck. Suppressing her thoughts, Li Yan carefully checked Zhang Yi's condition and said seriously, she can't undergo surgery in this state, we must first lower her temperature and reduce the fever.
Chen Yi explained, I gave her medicine and did physical cooling, but it didn't help much, it quickly relapsed. What medicine did you give her?
Ibuprofen soft gels, Chen Yi replied honestly. Upon hearing this, Li Yan explained, this medicine reduces fever quickly, but it has no lasting effect, making relapse likely. You stay here, I'll go find some medicine. Saying that, Li Yan hurried out of the examination room. When she returned again, she was carrying a large bag of medicine. Meeting Chen Yi's gaze, she chuckled softly, lucky, my friend's place has a full range of antibiotics. Mixing the antibiotics in saline, Li Yan awkwardly inserted the 4-needle into Zhang Yi's vein on her arm.
Mom, what's wrong with this auntie?
At that moment, a little boy stood at the clinic door, holding a bag of teddy bear cookies and blinking his curious eyes. Li Yan gently said, Auntie is sick, and Mommy is helping her get better.
Shaoan, be good and play by yourself for a while, okay? Don't disturb Auntie. Okay. The little boy seriously nodded. Having comforted her son, Li Yan turned around to prepare for the upcoming surgery. As the saline and antibiotics slowly infused into the vein, Zhang Yi's breathing gradually steadied, and her tightly furrowed brows began to relax. After about 10 minutes, the fever broke. Li Yan and Chen Yi both sighed in relief. Especially Li Yan, she was frightened several times as she saw Chen Yi reaching for the gun at his waist. In fact, Chen Yi did have such intentions. If Zhang Yi's high fever did not subside, he could only choose to send her on her way, to spare her more suffering from illness. In his past life, Chen Yi had died in the torment of sickness. He understood that kind of pain too well. Despair, helplessness. Fortunately, the antibiotics worked very well, effectively suppressing the bacteria in her body. By the time the saline bag finished infusing, it was clear that Zhang Yi's complexion had improved a lot. Seeing this, Chen Yi asked, "Can we perform the surgery now?" Li Yan paused slightly, hesitatingly replied, I guess so. She had initially planned to say to wait a bit longer. After all, surgery normally could only be performed after the fever subsided for 7 days. But then she thought, with the current situation, waiting 7 days was not an option. Chen Yi continued to ask, "What do you need me to do?" "Help me hold the light and pass me the instruments." "Okay." Thus, a surgery began amidst their brief exchanges. There was no sterile operating room, no shadowless lamp, no pharmacist, and even the lead surgeon was just a dentist. But in the apocalypse, this was already the best Chen Yi could do. Whether Zhang Yi would survive depended half on Li Yan and half on fate. Before the outbreak of the apocalypse, such a small surgery could even take less than 10 minutes. However, at this moment, the two were busily and tightly engaged for more than half an hour. "I found it!" Li Yan softly cried out, carefully clamping the steel ball with the surgical forceps. Clang! Steel ball dropped onto the tray, making a clear metallic clink. Li Yan's heart, which was hanging in suspense, also fell with the steel ball. Now the surgery was half successful. They just needed to stitch up the wound, and then continue the infusion, leaving the rest to luck. There was no choice. Without a sterile room, the wound was exposed to the air for a long time, and no one knew if it would get infected by other bacteria or viruses. Although she had sprayed the entire clinic with disinfectant and alcohol several times before, it was still far from being sterile. After stitching up the wound, Li Yan, forcing her tiredness, hung the previously mixed infusion bag. Looking at Zhang Yi on the operating table, Chen Yi asked, "When will she wake up?" "She should wake up once the anesthetic wears off." Actually, Li Yan was also unsure when Zhang Yi would wake up. The dosage of anesthetic during surgery is something that needs careful consideration, adjusted according to the surgery time and the patient's specific condition by a pharmacist. But during this surgery, Li Yan completely relied on her instincts to estimate the dosage. Otherwise, how could she say half of it depends on fate? Glancing at Chen Yi, Li Yan's lips moved, but in the end, she did not speak. At this moment, Chen Yi spoke, "You should go rest now." "Okay, call me whenever something happens." Li Yan nodded and turned to leave the clinic. The recent surgery had almost exhausted all her energy. Imagine using the light from a phone to search for a steel ball the size of a grain of rice within the calf muscle. Chapter 24, The Alliance of Heaven. "Chen Yi, are you there?" In the dim clinic, Zhang Yi's weak voice sounded. "Yes." Chen Yi nodded and gently touched her forehead. "Good, the temperature is normal." Zhang Yi worriedly said, "I feel like my leg has no sensation." Hearing this, Chen Yi found it somewhat amusing and explained, "The effects of the anesthetic haven't worn off yet, it will get better soon." "Oh." Zhang Yi finally felt relieved. After a moment, she spoke again, "Chen Yi. What is it?" "Thank you." Looking into her eyes, Chen Yi said lightly, "What I want is not just thanks." After putting in so much effort and taking such a risk, he wanted more than just a verbal thank you, he wanted a loyal companion. Zhang Yi sensed his underlying meaning and struggled to smile, "I know, but I still want to thank you." "It's up to you." Leaving that sentence behind, Chen Yi stood up and called for Li Yan. After asking about Zhang Yi's condition, Li Yan nodded and said, "Her condition is temporarily stable. If there are no relapses before tomorrow, there shouldn't be any problems. Make sure to rest well." After instructing Zhang Yi, Chen Yi and Li Yan left the clinic room. Back in the clinic lobby, Chen Yi sat on the sofa, twisted open a bottle of mineral water, and took a big gulp. Seeing Li Yan looking somewhat uneasy, he asked, "Is there a pet store in the county?" "A pet store?" Li Yan lowered her head slightly and thought, "It seems there isn't." "No?" Hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Chen Yi's eyes as he asked, "Are you sure?" Yesterday, Zhang Yi had clearly said there was a pet store on the street to the east. Now, Li Yan actually said there was none. As a true local, she should be very familiar with the county. Even if she had never raised a pet, she should definitely know the general location of a pet store. Li Yan's expression became a bit flustered as she stammered, "Well, there seems to be one, but I don't know where." Chen Yi's mind raced, quickly guessing why Li Yan was lying. Li Yan, do you think I am too easy to talk to? And no.
Li Yan was startled, the coldness in his tone made her shiver involuntarily. Especially the way he looked at her, it felt like being pinned down by a fierce beast. Adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses to hide her inner panic, she replied truthfully, the pet store is on East Street.
Give me more details about East Street.
Chen Yi leaned back slightly, lounging comfortably on the sofa, and then lit a cigarette.
Li Yan organized her thoughts and began, East Street is an old street in the county. There are many pawn shops and debt collection companies there.
Before the zombie outbreak, East Street was quite chaotic. Apart from a few regular pawn shops, most small pawn shops and debt collection companies were run by the idle people of society. In simple terms, they were just some thugs who banded together to make a living. After the zombie outbreak, the surviving thugs on East Street united to form the Alliance of Heaven, taking over the county hospital on East Street.
Chen Yi asked, haven't you never gone out? How do you know all this?
It was my upstairs neighbor who told me. He is quite brave, he went out to look for his wife the day after the zombie outbreak. The thugs on East Street have been grabbing people in the streets these days, regardless of gender or age.
Just yesterday morning, I saw them grab 2 people from my window. That's interesting. Chen Yi squinted slightly and exhaled a smoke ring. Grabbing people shows that they have realized the importance of population in this apocalypse.
It seems there is a clever person among those thugs. But unfortunately, they made a mistake right from the start. Even if every decision afterward is correct, it won't matter.
It's like building a house, if the foundation is not laid properly, it doesn't matter how beautiful the house is. Still, the bottom line is that escaping the urban area is the key.
Almost 90% of the population in the country is concentrated in cities. After the zombie outbreak, the
town has turned into a paradise for zombies. Even if the Alliance of Heaven can solve the food problem in 3 months, what will happen with the next wave of zombies?
Zombies are not perpetual motion machines, they also need to eat to sustain their energy. When all the people and animals around them are eaten, the zombies will instinctively gather together, forming a massive horde. The horde will sweep through the entire urban area, searching for anything that can be eaten. Until there is absolutely no food left in the urban area, the horde will drift to even farther places. Like locusts, they will devour one area and then swarm towards another. In his past life, Chen Yi experienced the largest scale of a zombie horde, formed by zombies from 3 cities, totaling over 20 million. That was a scene he would never forget in this life. Endless, with no end in sight. Even if the Alliance of Heaven miraculously survives the first wave of zombies, when the zombies evolve for a second time in half a year, it still cannot change the doomed outcome.
This is also why Chen Yi must go to the uninhabited area of Changbai Mountain.
If he doesn't use the harsh cold environment to limit the zombies' movement, it would be impossible to resist the horde.
Recovering his thoughts, Chen Yi smiled lightly and said, are you afraid I will go to East Street to find a pet shop, and if unfortunately caught by the Alliance of Heaven, no one will take you out of the county?
Seeing her little secret exposed, Li Yan awkwardly explained, I'm just doing this for your sake. After all, they have many people, and you are alone. You don't need to worry about that. I said I would take you out of the county, and I will definitely do it.
What he had with Li Yan was just a fair transaction.
As for the pet shop, he had to go, plus he needed to bring some gifts to the Alliance of Heaven. After all, without their interference, Zhang Ye wouldn't have been injured, and he wouldn't have wasted so much time in the county. Thinking of this, Chen Yi commanded, go find paper and pen, and draw the layout of East Street.
Okay. Li Yan nodded and quickly walked towards the cash register.
Soon, she drew the layout of East Street, highlighting the county hospital and the pet shop.
Looking at the extremely simple map in his hand, Chen Yi suddenly spoke, do you know where there is a store that sells fireworks?
Fireworks? Li Yan was taken aback, then replied, there used to be one on South Gate Street, but I haven't been there in a long time, so I don't know if it's still there.
Chen Yi asked, is it far from here?
Not far, just walk 50 meters down this street, then turn right and walk about 300 meters.
Hearing this, Chen Yi nodded and became silent.
At noon, after 2 bottles of water were hung up, Zhang Ye felt much better, and her appetite returned. However, her right leg had just undergone surgery and she couldn't get off the ground for now.
At 6 in the evening.
The sunset tilted to the west, about to fall below the horizon. The roll-up door of the dental clinic was pulled open from the inside, and a figure walked out.
Pulling the roll-up door down again, Chen Yi looked around and quickly walked towards South Gate Street. Chapter 25, Small Gift. Following Li Yan's directions, Chen Yi arrived at South Gate Street smoothly.
All the way, Chen Yi was very cautious. He wasn't afraid of encountering the Alliance of Heaven, he just worried that an early encounter might alarm them. If they discovered him early, then tonight's small gift would most likely not be delivered. However, on this route, he did not find anyone from the Alliance of Heaven. It might be because it was getting dark, or perhaps they had become more cautious after losing 4 people yesterday. Along South Gate Street, Chen Yi quickly found the store specializing in fireworks. On the way here, he was still a bit worried. After all, fireworks are flammable and explosive, and the chaos caused by a zombie outbreak could easily ignite the fireworks in the store. It seems his luck was not bad, the store was intact, indicating that no accidents had occurred. Walking into the store, Chen Yi didn't go to see the flashy fireworks, he directly picked a big bunch of firecrackers and those square-shaped mortars. These two kinds of fireworks have one thing in common, that is, after being ignited, the sound is particularly loud and lasts long. Originally, Chen Yi wanted to find a bigger bag to carry more fireworks, but unexpectedly he found a handcart in a small warehouse. This is a great thing. With this tool, he could drag more dog food back later. By the time he finished loading the fireworks, the sky outside had already begun to darken. Chen Yi sat quietly in the shop, waiting for the night to fall. At 7:30, the dark curtain completely covered the sky. At this time, the entire county town was enveloped in complete darkness, only relying on the bright stars to vaguely see the blurred outlines of the buildings. Seeing the opportunity had arrived, Chen Yi pushed the handcart out of the fireworks shop. The zombies on the street were still wandering, trying to find anything they could eat. The zombies' diet is very varied, as long as it is meat, even severely rotten corpses are not spared. However, they do not eat each other, which retains the behavior of most animals. Because it was too dark, the handcart inevitably bumped into zombies along the way. By the time he reached East Street, Chen Yi felt he had collided with at least dozens of zombies, his hands were sore and numb from the impact. After arriving at East Street, Chen Yi became more cautious. The pet shop was diagonally across from the county hospital, about 50 meters away. Pushing the cart and standing at the corner, he carefully observed the county hospital ahead. As the entire county town fell into darkness, some rooms in the county hospital still emitted bright lights. However, this is understandable, hospitals are equipped with backup generators to prevent sudden power outages. The hospital's main entrance was tightly shut, and the outer parking lot's wall had also been reinforced, especially the main gate, which was blocked by a tall truck. After observing for nearly half an hour, Chen Yi withdrew his gaze. He somewhat overestimated these thugs, there were no lookout guards, no night patrols, and not even a guard at the gate. What the hell is going on? Pushing the cart into the pet shop, Chen Yi unloaded the firecrackers and mortars from the cart, then moved them one by one to the front of the county hospital's main gate. After neatly arranging them and tying all the fuses together, he took out his lighter and ignited the fuse. After doing all this, Chen Yi ran away. In the next second, flames burst forth. Bang bang. Whoosh. Boom. The deafening sound of firecrackers echoed in the silent night sky, continuously reverberating throughout the county town. The sounds of firecrackers and mortars intertwined, paired with the starry sky, creating a unique sense of absurdity. Chen Yi originally estimated that this round of firecrackers should attract zombies from within several hundred meters around. However, the effect of the firecrackers was even better than he imagined. Ha ha ha. Dense roars came from all directions. Countless footsteps of zombies running merged into one, even the ground was slightly trembling. With the light from the firecrackers, he saw the dark tide of corpses continuously surging towards the county hospital. Seeing this, Chen Yi couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, don't tell me it has attracted all the zombies in the entire county?" With such a scale of corpse tide, it is difficult for a small hospital to withstand it. As for the fate of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, he didn't want to know, anyway, the gift had already been delivered. In the pet shop, Chen Yi opened the flashlight function on his phone and began searching for dog food. He had never raised a dog, so he didn't know which brand was better, so he took 2 bags of each brand of dog food. Besides, he didn't miss any canned food or nutritional paste. Seeing that the cart was piled high enough to be half a person tall, Chen Yi finally stopped his actions. This much dog food would be enough for a German Shepherd to eat for 2 to 3 months. As he prepared to push the handcart out of the pet shop, the scene before him made him pause slightly. The zombie tide had already surged into the county hospital, and the parking lot was filled with thrashing zombies, with the most crowded area even forming several meters high human pyramids. The most crucial thing was that the entire street was completely blocked by zombies, and more zombies were continuously pouring in. He couldn't get out. If he dared to go out now, he would be instantly engulfed by the overwhelming tide of zombies, trampled into mush. Pulling down the rolling shutter door, Chen Yi sat cross-legged on the ground and quietly lit a cigarette. Now there was no other way, he could only wait for the tide of zombies to disperse. What was most irritating in the midsummer was not the scorching sun that could roast people dry, but the mosquitoes. Mosquitoes were everywhere, and you could never kill them all. Before he could finish a single cigarette, Chen Yi's face was already bitten several times. In helplessness, he had to get up and rummage for mosquito coils in the pet store. As the mosquito coil ignited, the annoying buzzing sound finally disappeared. Leaning back in the lounge chair, he unknowingly drifted into sleep. When he woke again, the outside had fallen back into silence. He took out his phone and glanced at the time on the screen. 12:32 p.m.
5 hours had passed since the zombie tide attacked the hospital.
Rubbing his face, he put on rubber gloves and slowly pulled open the rolling shutter door. There were still quite a few zombies in the hospital and on the street, but compared to the earlier overwhelming tide, it had almost dispersed by more than half. Pushing the cart, Chen Yi chose not to return to the clinic, but instead made his way to the convenience store. Opening the trunk of the Land Rover, he neatly stacked bags of dog food. Thanks to the spaciousness of the Land Rover's trunk, otherwise, he really couldn't fit so many things inside. After packing, Chen Yi took a can of deep-sea fish and a bag of dog food, and pulled open the rolling shutter of the convenience store. The store was pitch black, and there was no sound at all.
"Dog!" Chen Yi called softly. In the next second, a shadow sprang out from within. "Woo woo woo."
Coming to Chen Yi's side, the German Shepherd let out a pitiful whine. Locked up for a whole day, thirsty and hungry, seeing Chen Yi at that moment, it immediately began to act spoiled.
"Alright, stop being dramatic. Let's see what good stuff I got for you." Rubbing the furry head of the dog, Chen Yi opened the can. Suddenly, a rich aroma immediately spread in the air. Not to mention the dog, even Chen Yi couldn't help but swallow. To be honest, this thing really smelled good, just smelling it was appetizing. It seemed that the dog food could be eaten by humans too? This thought just arose, but was forcibly suppressed by Chen Yi. There was no shortage of food now, it wasn't time to compete with the dog for eating. Smelling the familiar scent, the German Shepherd instantly became extremely excited, jumping up and down. "Sit,"
Chen Yi said sharply. Upon hearing that, the German Shepherd obediently sat down, eyes filled with expectation. Pouring the dog food into the feeding bowl, he mixed in the can of deep-sea fish. When he handed the bowl to the German Shepherd, the dog immediately devoured the food ravenously.
Chapter 26 Departure. Chapter 26 Departure.
A large bowl of dog food, plus a can, was instantly devoured. Worried it might choke, Chen Yi hurriedly unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and poured it into the feeding bowl. After finishing the dog food, the German Shepherd licked the mineral water in small sips. Giving it a pat on the head, Chen Yi instructed, "Stay here well, I will pick you up early tomorrow."
"Woo woo."
The German Shepherd whined twice, clearly unhappy. This German Shepherd was a little girl, so compared to other male police dogs, she was a bit clingier. However, as a police dog, her obedience was very high, and after expressing her dissatisfaction, she stayed obediently in the convenience store. The county was swarming with zombies, and he couldn't take the German Shepherd with him. If she dared to step out of the convenience store, she would immediately be attacked by countless zombies. Not only humans, but also cats and dogs were among the primary food sources for zombies. After soothing the German Shepherd, Chen Yi made his way to the dental clinic. He knocked on the roll-up door, and after a moment, a cautious voice came from inside.
"Who is it?" "It's me." Hearing Chen Yi's voice, the roll-up door was pulled open from the inside. Since he went out, Li Yan has been anxious. It wasn't that she was worried about Chen Yi's safety, it was that if Chen Yi got captured by the Heavenly Dao Alliance, no one would take her and her son to escape the county. To her, she and Chen Yi were not familiar, they were just conducting a transaction. Selfishness is human nature. Turning back to pull down the roll-up door, Chen Yi asked, "How is she?" Li Yan honestly replied, "She is recovering very well, the high fever has not returned." Chen Yi nodded and instructed, "You should rest, we will set off early tomorrow morning." "Okay." Li Yan responded and lay on the sofa, holding the little boy. Since he had taken a few hours' sleep in the pet shop earlier, he was not sleepy now. Also, being under the same roof with a strange woman and without his German Shepherd keeping watch, he dared not sleep. Chen Yi never let down his guard against Li Yan. Who knew what this seemingly timid woman might do? After all, the other party had lied today. Sitting in a chair behind the cash register, Chen Yi comfortably propped his legs on the counter and lit a cigarette. With the internet, phone, and computer, staying up late was simple and joyful. But now, it had become a torment. After finishing one cigarette, Chen Yi simply took out a map from his pocket, using his phone to illuminate it, studying the route for tomorrow's journey. They were currently in Guangsan County, less than 80 kilometers from the city center of Lianyun Port. The first nuclear power plant on the route was located in Lianyun Port. If they wanted to hurry, the fastest route would be to head diagonally toward the seaside, cross the coastline through Lianyun Port, and head straight to Lu Province. If lucky, they could enter Lu Province before tomorrow evening. But the problem was, Chen Yi didn't dare to gamble. Though the zombie outbreak had only lasted a few days, according to logic, even if there was a leak at the nuclear power plant, it would take at least a month. However, what if there were various reasons that led to an early leak at the nuclear power plant? In the apocalypse, what was lacking was unexpected events. So, Chen Yi planned to continue traveling inland tomorrow to avoid Lianyun Port. This route only posed one threat from the nuclear power plant. There was another troublesome issue: they needed to travel a section by sea. The boat was a problem,
and finding someone experienced to operate it was also a problem. Driving a boat was completely different from driving a car, especially now that the internet and satellite signals were unavailable. Without an experienced captain familiar with the sea routes, they might not even reach Dalian, but could end up in one of the 3 neighboring countries instead. For now, they could only take one step at a time. With the aid of cigarettes, Chen Yi managed to stay awake until dawn. As the weak morning light crept through the gaps in the roll-up door and into the clinic, Chen Yi got up and called Li Yan and Zhang Ye to wake up. Zhang Ye was lucky, the surgery was very successful, and she had not been infected by the viruses and bacteria in the air during the operation. After resting for a day and a night, she now looked invigorated, although walking was still a bit inconvenient. As Chen Yi supported Zhang Ye out of the consultation room, Li Yan and her son were already dressed and fully armed. "Let's go!" Chen Yi called out and pulled open the roll-up door. Last night's fireworks and firecrackers had been so effective that all the zombies from several nearby streets had been attracted away. On the way, they could hardly see any zombies. "Get in the car." Releasing the German Shepherd from the convenience store, Chen Yi opened the car door and called out. The dog immediately jumped into the passenger seat skillfully and then barked at him a couple of times, as if urging him to hurry and drive. Glancing at the motorcycle lying on the ground, Zhang Ye said regretfully, "What a shame, that was my favorite bike." After saying that, she climbed into the car with a limp. The space in the Land Rover was big enough. Moreover, this is the extended version, with plenty of space for 3 people in the back seat. Turning on the ignition, the engine roared to life with a thundering sound. Holding the steering wheel, Chen Yi expertly maneuvered the car, quickly driving out of the county town. Li Yan turned back to take a look at the county town, her expression complex. After they completely left the county town, Chen Yi asked, "Where do you want to go?" "Dahi village." Li Yan replied immediately. Clearly, this woman had long wanted to escape the county town, and she had already found a place to settle down. Chen Yi continued to ask, "Where is it located?" "Just keep going along this road, about 5 kilometers, and we'll be there." Seeing that their destinations aligned, he nodded and drove silently. After a few minutes, the Land Rover slowly stopped by the roadside. The car door opened, and Li Yan got out with a little boy in her arms. "Thank you." After sincerely thanking Chen Yi, Li Yan took her son's hand and walked towards the fork leading to the village. Through the car window, as they watched Li Yan and her son's figures grow distant, Zhang Ye hesitated, but ultimately did not speak up. Noticing her unease, Chen Yi chuckled, "Were you going to ask why I didn't take them with us?" Zhang Ye replied softly, "After all, she is a doctor. Although just a dentist, it would still be more beneficial to take her alone. In the apocalypse, the importance of a doctor is almost equal to that of food." Both of them were well aware of this. Chen Yi explained, "I gave her a chance, but she didn't cherish it." The moment Li Yan chose to lie for her own selfish reasons, Chen Yi had already abandoned the thought of taking her along. A dentist was not worth the risk for him. Zhang Ye, being a woman too, was different. She was smart, rational, decisive, and tough enough. Being injured in the county town was not her fault, she had just suffered the consequences of being ill-equipped. If she had had a gun back then, the outcome may have been very different. Someone like Zhang Ye was not only suitable as a companion during their escape, but she could also be cultivated as a core member once they stabilized. If one simply wanted to survive in the apocalypse, then being a lone wolf was the best choice. However, if they wanted to live more gracefully and better, relying solely on individual efforts would absolutely not work. Establishing one's own base and cultivating their own influence was the right path. As the influence expanded and more survivors were taken in, it became essential to have a trusted person to help share the burden of management. It was precisely due to various considerations that Chen Yi had allowed Zhang Ye to follow him. And Zhang Ye's performance along the way had not disappointed him. In just a few days, she had grown rapidly. Chapter 27, Money is no crime. Once dreamed of wandering the world with a sword. To see the splendor of the world. Youthful hearts are always a bit reckless. Now you have made the world your home. The girl who once made you hurt has now quietly disappeared from sight. The sunset casts a golden afterglow, and the whole earth exudes a desolate atmosphere. A black Land Rover swiftly travels on a country road. The rear window of the Land Rover is open, and the melodious voice of Su Wei, along with a dog's head, sticks out from the window together. The German Shepherd has few interests, enjoying the breeze seems to be its only current joy. Even though the sunlight outside is incredibly harsh, it still enjoys itself unbothered. The front passenger seat is reclined, and Zhang Ye lies comfortably on it, her long legs resting on the dashboard. Only the bandage wrapped around her right calf affects the overall beauty. Zhang Ye turned her head and couldn't help but complain, "Chen Yi, can you change the song? You keep playing the same few songs. Don't you get tired of listening? Having music to listen to is good enough, and yet you still have so many complaints." Chen Yi glanced at her and sneered, "People really shouldn't be too greedy." "Ha! You think I don't want to change the song? The problem is that the car's sound system only has these few songs. Where can I go to change it? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi didn't get angry, she just smiled slightly.
3 days have passed since they left Guan County. Currently located in a province, less than 100 kilometers away from Rizhao City.
Zhang Yi's recovery after the surgery is going well, now the surgery wound has scabbed over, and she can walk a short distance.
Creak.
The Land Rover suddenly braked hard. The tires scraped against the asphalt road, making a sharp sound that made one's teeth ache. Zhang Yi's expression changed, her eyes alert as she asked, "What's wrong?"
Chen Yi replied seriously, "I think I just saw a watermelon field by the roadside." Watermelon?
Zhang Yi's eyes lit up, uncontrollably swallowing a gulp of saliva. Since the outbreak of zombies, they hadn't eaten fresh fruit. In this weather, if they could have a bite of sweet, delicious watermelon, it would be pure enjoyment.
"You stay in the car, I'll go take a look."
After giving this order, Chen Yi pushed the door open and got out of the car. This stretch of road was very remote, with not a single zombie in sight. Both sides of the road were large fields of rice and vegetables. He had only caught a glimpse before and wasn't sure if it was indeed a watermelon field. Once he walked in, he immediately felt joy. In the watermelon field, every short distance was covered with a thick layer of dried straw, and a few giant watermelons peeked out from under the straw, showing their rounded curves.
Watermelon. Chen Yi licked his dry lips and quickly walked into the watermelon field.
Looking around, he squatted down in front of the biggest watermelon, brushed off the dried straw, and gently knocked on the watermelon with his middle finger and index finger.
Tap, tap, tap. Listening to the sound coming from the watermelon, Chen Yi couldn't help but pout.
After growing so big, it turned out to be an unripe baby watermelon.
Standing up, he quickly walked towards another big watermelon. This time, the knock produced a dull thud, indicating the watermelon was fully ripe.
Not wanting to be too greedy, he chose 3 big watermelons and carried them back to the car one by one. Looking at the 3 watermelons, each weighing over 10 pounds, Zhang Yi's eyes sparkled with joy as she asked, "Why didn't you pick a few more?"
"Just to satisfy the craving." Chen Yi closed the car door and restarted the vehicle. Hearing this, Zhang Yi looked deeply at Chen Yi.
Everyone knows the saying, "Too much is as bad as too little," but very few can control their inner greed.
This was also what Zhang Yi admired most about Chen Yi.
The setting sun slowly inclined to the west, and as evening approached, Chen Yi slowed down the car and began looking for a place to spend the night. Soon, a small village by the roadside caught his attention. The village was situated on a dam of a reservoir, scattered with a dozen houses, estimating that there shouldn't be more than 30 zombies. 30 zombies might sound like a lot, but in reality, they wouldn't directly face that many zombies. As long as they moved quickly and occupied a house, using some obstacles to block the door, they could easily deal with these zombies.
Moreover, in rural areas, there weren't many young adults, almost 90% were elderly and children left behind.
These old people, after turning into zombies, didn't have strong combat power, it could even be said they were very weak. The only threat was the zombie virus they carried. Seeing Chen Yi drive the car toward the village, without his reminder, Zhang Yi had already entered the readiness state. As they got closer to the village, the roar of the engine attracted the attention of a few zombies. Accelerating, they crashed into the few zombies charging towards them before stopping the car in front of an open-door house. Chen Yi quickly got out of the car, holding a short spear on guard at the side.
Zhang Yi released the German Shepherd from the back seat, quickly heading into the house with it.
Hiss, hiss, hiss. Watching the zombies pouring in from various parts of the village, Chen Yi remained calm, his short spear thrust sharply, precisely stabbing into a zombie's eye socket. Then he raised his foot and kicked hard at another zombie that was pouncing on him. Taking advantage of the zombie being halted by the kick, Chen Yi pulled out his spear and stabbed it through its eye. But just that little delay. The zombies in the distance have already rushed over.
The house is safe.
At that moment, Zhang Yi's voice rang out behind him. Hearing this, Chen Yi immediately retreated into the house. As soon as he entered, Zhang Yi quickly pushed a dining table in front of the door, blocking it.
After days of teamwork, the cooperation between the two has become increasingly tacit, maximizing the role of the German Shepherd.
With its keen sense of smell, the German Shepherd can quickly judge whether there are zombies in the house. And with the German Shepherd's help, Zhang Yi can also eliminate zombies faster.
Bang!
The leading zombie slammed straight into the table, and before it could climb on top, a metal spear pierced through its eye and straight into its brain. The door is very narrow, only allowing 2 people to enter at the same time. This means that even though there seem to be many zombies outside, the actual threat to them is always just 2. The 2 of them pressed hard against the table, their short spears constantly stabbing out and retracting, repeating the mechanical motion. Not far away, in a 2-story small villa, a man and a woman were lying in front of the window, watching this battle.
When they saw Chen Yi effortlessly take down 2 zombies, the boy couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow! This guy is really strong." The girl beside him hesitated and said, "Yang Chen, should we go help?" Upon hearing this, the boy named Yang Chen had a strange expression and said, "Are you crazy? With so many zombies, how can we help? And how do you know they are good people? What if they bite us? So, are we just going to watch?" "Of course not."
Yang Chen grinned, his eyes shining with wisdom, and analyzed, that car should have a lot of food. While all the zombies in the village are attracted by these two people, we quietly sneak over and grab some food.
Chen Yi hesitated. "This, stealing is not right, is it?" Yang Chen frowned. "We're almost starving to death. Who cares about that? If these two die, won't the food in the car be wasted?"
Listening to her boyfriend's twisted logic, Chen Yi stubbornly shook her head.
Seeing this, Yang Chen suddenly thought of something and took out his wallet. "How about this?
We'll leave the money in the car, so it won't count as stealing.
Buying food with money is reasonable, right?" Okay.
Chen Yi hesitated for a moment, feeling the waves of hunger in her stomach, and finally nodded in agreement.
Chapter 28, Let's Play a Game. Chapter 28, Let's Play a Game.
The zombies surrounding the house were getting fewer, but the pile of corpses on the ground was getting taller. Even so, the zombies outside felt no fear at all, charging toward the house like frenzied beasts, stepping on their own kind's bodies. At this moment, Chen Yi and Zhang Ye did not notice two bulky figures sneaking toward the Land Rover.
"Hurry up!"
Seeing the zombies decreasing, Yang Chen, while astonished, turned his head and whispered a prompt. Chen Yi gritted her teeth, trying to suppress her fear, and closely followed behind her boyfriend. Her messy hair was stuck to her face with sweat, and the constant sweat had drenched her from head to toe. For safety, both of them wore thick down jackets and padded coats, with a sweater underneath. This way, even if they were unfortunately grabbed or bitten by zombies, they wouldn't get hurt. The downside was that their movements were a bit awkward and it was too hot. The Land Rover was still running, and hearing the roar of the engine in his ears, Yang Chen felt delighted and quickly asked in a low voice, "Chen Yi, you have a driver's license, right? Let's drive the car away." "No way." Chen Yi immediately shook her head in refusal. The idea of stealing something already made her feel tormented, and now she couldn't bring herself to drive away someone else's car. Besides, she had just recently gotten her driver's license and was still in the beginner's fear stage. Driving a training car was fine, but she didn't have the courage to drive such a large off-road vehicle.
Seeing his girlfriend's resolute expression, Yang Chen
could only curl his lips and dismiss the thought. He carefully opened the trunk, and when he saw it filled to the brim with supplies, a wave of wild joy surged in his heart. The most crucial part was that there were 3 large watermelons.
"Hurry, let's load up more."
As Yang Chen just lifted a bag of rice, he suddenly discovered several cans in the trunk. He picked up a few cans and, without looking back, handed them to his girlfriend. "These are good stuff, we can have meat tonight."
Glancing at the cans in his hands, Chen Yi gently reminded him,
"Yang Chen, this seems to be dog food."
"Damn, even the dogs eat so well." Yang Chen muttered a curse, tossed away the can, and quickly rummaged for chocolate and jerky.
Before long, the two of them had their hands full of food. Looking at the 3 watermelons, a moment of hesitation flashed through Yang Chen's eyes.
"Ah!"
At that moment, Chen Yi suddenly cried out from behind. Yang Chen jolted in surprise and turned around, only to see a dark shadow lunging at him.
Bang! A tremendous force knocked him to the ground.
His head hit the ground hard, causing him to grimace in pain. When Yang Chen regained his senses, he realized that the one who attacked him was a German shepherd. At this moment, the dog pinned his shoulders down with its front legs, its wide mouth opened, revealing a row of jagged teeth, as if it would bite his neck off in the next second.
Yang Chen swallowed hard, not daring to move.
Chen Yi walked over the high pile of corpses, stepping toward the two with a half-smile, half-joyful look. "You don't have the guts to kill zombies, yet you dare to steal my things."
We didn't steal anything, we paid."
Hearing this, Chen Yi, who stood beside, quickly rebutted. Casting a glance at a few bills on the edge of the trunk, Chen Yi retorted, "Did I agree to sell them to you?" Chen Yi's face turned red, her eyes filled with shame.
Zhang Ye limped over to Chen Yi and asked, "What's going on?"
"2 little thieves, caught by the dog." Chen Yi simply explained, took out his gun from his waist and handed it to Zhang Ye, instructing, "You handle this, I'm going to take a shower." With that, he picked up a watermelon and turned to walk to the yard next door. Seeing the dark gun in her hand, Chen Yi's face turned pale.
Slowly opening the gun's safety, Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Sister, don't be scared. Let's play a game. The winner gets to enjoy watermelon at my treat. The loser eats bullets." One good thing about the countryside is that every household with a yard generally has a well. After drawing a bucket of cool well water, Chen Yi comfortably took a shower. After showering, he found a plastic bag, put the watermelon and a stone inside, tied the bag tightly, and sank it into the well. Back in his childhood, during a poorer time in the countryside, people used this method to store watermelons since they didn't have refrigerators. Watermelons chilled in well water were crisp and delicious, much better than those kept in a fridge.
When Chen Yi walked out of the yard, he saw the boy gnawing and dragging a corpse to a nearby open space. The German shepherd lay there, its eyes fixed on him, resembling a watchful overseer. The girl, still standing in place, glanced at Chen Yi and shouted at the boy, "Yang Chen, stop moving. Murder is a crime, I don't believe they would dare to shoot." Hearing this, Yang Chen looked at his girlfriend with a complicated expression, silently lowered his head, and continued dragging the corpse. Seeing this scene, Gao Yi's eyes flashed with disappointment. Biting her lip, she turned to Zhang Ye, arguing reasonably, "I admit we shouldn't have stolen your things, but I already apologized and was willing to make up for it. What you are doing is too much." Zhang Ye ignored her words and, with great interest, said, "Your little boyfriend has already moved half of the body. Do you think he wants watermelon or that he wants you dead?" This couple was quite interesting, one a white lotus, the other a little slick. As a punishment for stealing, Zhang Ye planned to make them temporarily act as free laborers and, by the way, give them a lesson they would never forget. Of course, killing them directly was also an option. But after killing them, who would drag the zombies piled up at the door away? Who would wash the car? Gao Yi's eyes flickered, her expression constantly changing. When she saw that the pile of zombie corpses at the door was getting smaller, she gritted her teeth, picked up a plastic bucket from the ground, and ran towards the yard not far away. When she reappeared, she was holding a full bucket of water. Zhang Ye's smile remained on her face as she reminded her, "Sister, make sure to clean it thoroughly. If there's any dirt found later, you will be judged as the loser." Seeing Gao Yi start washing the car, Yang Chen immediately felt a sense of urgency. "Damn, this bitch." Cursing in his heart, he quickened his pace in dragging the corpse. Under the threat of death, the two raced against time, secretly competing. However, washing a car was still easier than dragging a corpse. After all, a single corpse weighed at least 100 pounds, and it had to be dragged to an open space tens of meters away. When Yang Chen was sweating profusely while dragging the last corpse, a joyful cheer rang out. "I'm done washing." Gao Yi's expression was excited. Hearing this, Yang Chen shot her a venomous glare, loosened his hands, and lay down on the ground, gasping for air. He had long since run out of strength, and had been barely holding on with his will to survive. Now that he knew he had lost, he immediately collapsed like a pile of mud. His boyfriend's resentful gaze made Gao Yi's expression freeze. But when she thought about how Yang Chen had immediately gone to drag the corpse without saying a word, the feeling of shame in her heart instantly disappeared. Zhang Ye slowly walked to Yang Chen's side and said coldly, "Sorry, you lost. As the loser, you can only eat bullets." Chapter 29, of course, it's fake. Please don't kill me, I beg you. It was all Gao Yi, she persuaded me to steal. I was originally planning to help you guys. Yang Chen was not like Gao Yi, he knew clearly that these two people were definitely not good. From how easily they could kill 20 to 30 zombies, and the rich supplies in their trunk, it was obvious. In the apocalypse, anyone who dared to drive around recklessly was definitely ruthless. So when Zhang Ye said she would feed him bullets, she was not joking, she really would kill him. Hearing her boyfriend's words, Gao Yi was utterly shocked, and the last bit of guilt in her heart completely vanished. She trembled with anger, her voice filled with emotion as she said, "Yang Chen, you were the one who said you wanted to steal, you were the one who said you would drive away the car, and now you're pouring all the blame on me. I must have been blind to ever like you. Gao Yi, stop slandering me. You dare to do it but not take responsibility, are you even a man?" At that moment, Zhang Ye suddenly smiled, her voice soft as she said, "Just kidding, we are law-abiding citizens, how could we kill someone?" This made Yang Chen pause for a moment. After regaining his senses, a surge of joy filled his heart, and with a trembling voice, he asked, "Really, really? Of course it's fake." Bang! The gunshot rang out suddenly. Zhang Ye didn't even look at Yang Chen's body, she turned and walked towards the house. If they had just been stealing some food, she would have punished them a little and given them a lesson. But when she heard that they actually wanted to steal their car in the chaos, the intent to kill instantly rose in her heart. As she passed by the Range Rover, she saw Gao Yi standing frozen in place. Zhang Ye raised an eyebrow and said, "Aren't you going? Don't tell me you really want to eat watermelon?" Although Yang Chen's words had made Gao Yi extremely angry earlier, it was just anger. Now, seeing him die right in front of her, the intense shock left her mind blank. Ugh! Gao Yi retched, then quickly covered her mouth, her eyes full of terror. Forcing back the bile in her stomach, she shook her head at Zhang Ye and quickly walked away. Watching her retreating figure, Zhang Ye shook her head and chuckled. Such a woman wouldn't live long in the apocalypse. There's no need to waste bullets. Limping over to Chen Yi, Zhang Ye handed him the gun. Chen Yi didn't take the gun and instructed, "You keep it, I still have one." Hearing this, Zhang Ye played with the gun in her hand, teasing, "Aren't you afraid that I would shoot you while you sleep?" Chen Yi curled his lip and said, "Stop joking, hurry up and cook." When it came to cooking, Zhang Ye immediately perked up, directing, "I just saw a vegetable garden to the east. Go take a look and see what vegetables there are, bring back as much as you can." Okay. Chen Yi nodded, grabbed a small bucket, and walked towards the vegetable garden. There was no choice, it had been a whole week since the zombie outbreak, and without a refrigerator, even the cured meat had started to spoil and mold. The only vegetables they could eat were those from the rural garden. Before long, he came back carrying a bucket full of vegetables. The family they chose had no gas stove, they used a clay stove to cook. Zhang Yi's leg injury hadn't fully healed, and she couldn't manage alone, so Chen Yi had to help start the fire. The flames from the stove made him sweat instantly. Great, a bath was wasted. But this clay stove had its advantages, it was powerful, and the food cooked quickly. Before long, Zhang Yi had prepared 2 dishes and a soup, while another pot was cooking rice. At this point, the sky had completely darkened. Chen Yi turned on his phone flashlight, leaning against the table, acting as a temporary flashlight. Thanks to having a car, they could charge the phone while driving, otherwise, they would only have a campfire for light at night. Tonight's meal was all vegetarian, braised eggplant, stir-fried water spinach, plus a loofah and egg soup. Although there was no meat, Chen Yi and Zhang Yi held their bowls, eating especially deliciously. In the blazing summer, these stir-fried seasonal vegetables were even more satisfying than a feast of meat and fish. After eating 2 bowls of rice and finishing a large bowl of loofah and egg soup, Chen Yi sighed contentedly. Wiping the sweat from his face, he pulled out a cigarette and lit one. A smoke after dinner was one of the few pleasures he had in this apocalypse. Glimpsing the sweat that kept dripping down his face, Zhang Yi smiled lightly and said, "What's the use of washing so early? You'll just wash again later. This damn weather." Blowing out a puff of smoke, Chen Yi complained. He vaguely remembered that in his previous life, the high temperatures in southern regions lasted until late October. He wondered if the northeast would also be affected. If winter was delayed in Changbai Mountain, it would be a good thing for him. This meant he would have more time to gather supplies for winter. After Chen Yi finished his cigarette, Zhang Yi stood up, extending a hand, and teased, "Let's go, help me bathe and change." Smack! In response, he gave her a slap. Feeling the slight sting of her peach-like bottom, Zhang Yi rolled her eyes at him, raising an eyebrow. "What, can't help yourself and finally going to lay your hands on me?" Chen Yi sneered, "You can't even smell yourself, even a dog would shake its head. So what if it stinks? There are men who buy high school girls' worn stinky socks online." Chen Yi was instantly rendered speechless. Joking around, the two of them went to the neighboring yard. Chen Yi first pulled up the cold watermelon from the well. It had been almost an hour, and the watermelon should be completely cool by now. Next, he filled a bucket of water and took another shower. Although Zhang Yi's wound had scabbed over, she still didn't dare touch water, it would be troublesome if it got inflamed again. Bringing over a bamboo chair, Zhang Yi took off her clothes and sat on the chair, using a towel soaked in cool well water to carefully wipe her body from top to bottom. As she undressed, Chen Yi wisely turned off his phone light. In the darkness, he could only barely see her outline by starlight. Usually joking with Zhang Yi was no big deal, but respect was necessary. After all, Zhang Yi is a companion, not a vassal, and certainly not a star slave. After washing off the sweat from his body, Chen Yi gave the German Shepherd another bath. Earlier, he joked about how Zhang Yi smelled bad, but in truth, the one with the worst smell was the German Shepherd. Anyone who has raised a dog should know that during summer, dogs tend to have a strong fishy smell. Dogs don't have sweat glands, so they don't sweat, but they secrete a layer of oil. This oil ferments in the heat, and the smell becomes stronger. The problem is that this dog likes to squeeze into his arms while sleeping at night, and without giving it a bath, it's impossible to sleep. The German Shepherd stood there, looking extremely content. Once the bath was done, it immediately shook itself off. In an instant, water droplets splattered everywhere. "Dog, you're going to die." Zhang Yi, who had just finished drying herself, was splashed all over with water droplets, and in frustration, she slapped the German Shepherd on its head. "Woof woof. What are you barking for? Woof woof woof." Chapter 30, You Really Should Die. The stars in the sky lit up the night in a brilliant display. A gentle evening breeze, carrying the unique scent of midsummer, passed over the lake and brushed the treetops, stirring their hair. Chen Yi and Zhang Yi sat comfortably on the hood of the Land Rover, each holding half of a watermelon. The watermelon, chilled with well water, was refreshing and sweet, yet not too icy on the teeth. In such hot weather, a bite of it felt like nothing more was needed. As a member of the team, the German Shepherd naturally had its share. The watermelon, cut into pieces, was placed in a bowl, and the German Shepherd lay contentedly on the ground, occasionally eating a piece, its face full of enjoyment. If it weren't for the thick stench of blood in the air, and the piles of corpses not far away, Zhang Yi might have thought she had returned to a civilized era. As she tasted the sweet, delicious watermelon, Zhang Yi suddenly asked, "Chen Yi, have you thought about your future life?" "No." Chen Yi shook his head and quietly said, "Let's focus on surviving first." The road to escape had just begun, and the real danger was still ahead. Even Chen Yi, who had been reborn, wasn't sure if he could survive long enough to reach the Changbai Mountain wilderness. "I've thought about the future." Zhangya slightly raised her chin, staring at the sky full of stars, and softly murmured, "We'll hide in the Changbai Mountain wilderness, farm the land, chop firewood, feed the horses, and go hunting when we're free. When winter comes, we'll stay in a warm little cabin, brew a pot of hot coffee, chat, and read books." Sure enough, women like to fantasize, and Zhangya was no exception. But what was smart about her was that she only showed her emotional side to Chen Yi occasionally. When facing others, she maintained the decisiveness and ruthlessness of someone who could shoot and kill while laughing. Chen Yi shook his head and said, "That's too idealistic. Surviving in the Changbai Mountains wouldn't be a problem for the two of us, but to live like you just described, we can't do it with just the two of us." "I know." Zhangya nodded, her expression downcast. After finishing the watermelon, the three of them returned to the house. The incense spirals emitted smoke that killed all the mosquitoes in the room. After telling the German shepherd to stand guard, the two of them lay in bed and slowly fell asleep. The next day. At the first light of dawn, Chen Yi and Zhangya got up. Going to bed early meant getting up early as well. After washing up, they had a nice meal of vegetable porridge, and then the three of them set off again. In the small Western-style building, Gao Yi was lying on the second-floor window, watching with a complex expression as the black car slowly drove away from the village. Yang Chen was dead, but the zombies in the village had also been slaughtered. At least now, she didn't have to worry about going hungry. The food from the village's more than 10 households was enough to last her a long time. Gao Yi felt that maybe this was heaven's compensation for her. In the passenger seat, Zhangya slightly lowered her head, her beautiful eyes tightly focused on the map in her hands. After a while, she lifted her head and said, "Do you plan to avoid the downtown area of Rizhou and go through Jiuzhou to Yantai?" "Of course." Chen Yi nodded. Zhangya's expression turned serious, and she said, "Chen Yi, I've realized you've fallen into a misunderstanding." Hearing this, Chen Yi showed great interest and asked, "What misconception?" "We don't necessarily have to take a boat from Yantai to Dalian. Although it is indeed the closest sea route from Yantai to Dalian, what if we can't find anyone to operate the boat in Yantai?" Chen Yi immediately understood her meaning and countered, "Have you thought about it? If we take a boat from Rizhou, we would have to sail a big circle around Shandong province. The sea route is not always safer than the land route. If we encounter an accident at sea, we won't have any way to retreat." Zhangya pondered and said, "I think we can find a compromise, moving along the coastline and searching for boat operators as much as possible before reaching Qingdao. An experienced captain is currently an unavoidable issue for them." Zhangya's suggestion was indeed reasonable. What if they couldn't find anyone who could operate a boat in Yantai? Glancing at her right leg, Chen Yi explained, "What you said, I actually thought about before, but in the end, I chose to give up. If you hadn't been injured, then we could give it a try. But now that you are not fully healed, it's not wise to rashly enter Rizhou City." For a moment, a hint of self-blame flashed in Zhangya's eyes. Noticing her abnormality, Chen Yi lightly laughed and said, "Don't think too much. In the end of days, what we lack the most are unexpected situations. Plans can never keep up with changes, we can only take it step by step." Zhangya sighed and said, "At first, when a friend urged me to buy a yacht, I thought it was boring and refused. Now I really regret it. If I had done it, we wouldn't be struggling with the captain issue now." "A yacht?" Chen Yi was taken aback and raised an eyebrow. "Wow, I didn't expect you to be a real rich woman." From Zhangya's previous behavior, Chen Yi could infer that her family background should be relatively well off. After all, motorcycles and various extreme sports cannot be afforded by ordinary people without some backing. But he didn't expect Zhangya to be this wealthy. A yacht is not something you can touch without hundreds of millions of assets. Indeed, some cheap small yachts are not that expensive, only hundreds of thousands, and many people can afford one if they grit their teeth. However, after buying it, the dock fees, maintenance fees, management fees, and other miscellaneous expenses will add up to at least 200,000 a year. Even if you don't use it after buying it, just sitting at the dock will cost you tens of thousands of fixed expenses every year. It's typical of being able to buy it but not being able to use it. Seeing his strange expression, Zhangya smiled and teased, "It's okay, can't say I'm very wealthy, but supporting you would be more than enough." Chen Yi shook his head with a laugh, preparing to tease her a bit more, when suddenly a huge sound erupted in his ears. Bang! Accompanied by a loud explosion, the Range Rover shook wildly like a beast out of control, with the two people and one dog inside swaying back and forth. After regaining his senses, Chen Yi gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands and gently stepped on the brakes. With his maneuver, the Range Rover finally came to a steady stop by the roadside. "Was it a flat tire?" Zhangya asked, still shaken. "Yeah." Chen Yi nodded dejectedly. Although he had long prepared for the possibility of a flat tire, it was still somewhat frustrating when it actually happened. "Is there a spare tire in the car?" "There should be." Chen Yi wasn't too sure. But this Range Rover was worth at least $1 million, it should come with a spare tire. He pushed the door open and got out, cautiously surveying the surroundings. This stretch of road was very remote, with a village on the left, but it was far from the road, at least 700 or 800 meters away. Releasing the German Shepherd to help keep watch, Chen Yi first checked the condition of the tires. The blown tire was on the right side at the front of the vehicle, completely deflated and had a crack about 10 centimeters long. If it was just a nail, then it could still manage to be driven for a bit longer. But in this condition, the tire was entirely unusable, and it could only be replaced. Open the trunk, Chen Yi moved the rice and oil food out of the car one by one. In general, the spare tire is at the bottom of the trunk. Damn! When Chen Yi lifted the trunk's base, he couldn't help but curse. It's not that there isn't one, but the manufacturer simply didn't provide a spare tire at all. The base only has 2 small grooves, with a manual air pump and tire repair liquid. A car sells for over $1 million, and it doesn't even come with a spare tire worth a few hundred? Capitalists really ought to be damned. Chapter 31 Radio. What's wrong? Hearing his curse, Chen Yi got out of the car. Chen Yi said with a gloomy tone, "This car doesn't have a spare tire." Hearing this, Chen Yi couldn't help but show a bitter smile. In this place, where there's not a village or shop in sight, where can we get a spare tire? After thinking for a moment, Chen Yi instructed, "I'll go look ahead to see if there's a tire repair shop. You and the dog wait here for me." Chen Yi nodded and said, "There's no other way." At this moment, a loud engine roar sounded behind them. Chen Yi and Chen Yi turned their heads to see a jeep coming closer from the end of the road. Chen Yi quickly pulled out her handgun and opened the safety. As the jeep got nearer, Chen Yi frowned and asked, "Should we take action first?" "No rush." Chen Yi shook his head slightly, signaling her to hide the gun first. Seeing this, Chen Yi understood and backed to the side of the car, her right hand holding the gun tightly, hiding behind the car. If anything went wrong, she would immediately shoot. The jeep approached closer, slowing down as it neared the Range Rover, and finally stopped by the side. The passenger window rolled down, revealing a dark face. "Hey buddy, what's going on?" "A tire burst." Chen Yi replied faintly, his eyes scanning the situation inside the jeep. There were a total of 5 people in the jeep. The driver was a woman, and there were 2 elderly people and a little girl about 7 or 8 years old in the back seat. It seemed like a family of 5. Noticing Chen Yi's gaze, the 2 elderly people smiled at him, but there was a hint of caution in their eyes. Hearing this, the man shook his head with a smile. "That's quite unfortunate. Does the car have a spare tire?" "No." Chen Yi shook his head and said, "No need to trouble you, we can manage ourselves." Hearing the coldness in his tone, the man didn't mind and chuckled. "Let's do this, I'll drive ahead. If I find a tire repair shop by the roadside, I'll come back to bring you." After saying this, the jeep slowly started and quickly disappeared from sight. Chen Yi asked, "What do you think?" "A bit strange, stay alert." Being able to drive around with a family in the apocalypse, they are definitely not good people, yet the other party was overly enthusiastic, giving Chen Yi a very strange feeling, so he couldn't be sure for a moment. 5 years of experience in the apocalypse had made him develop a habit. When facing strangers, he would first define them as having malicious intent. Then gradually interact, observing little by little to refine his understanding of the person's character. Originally, he planned to go alone to check ahead, but after encountering strangers, out of caution, he decided to wait a bit longer. 10 minutes later, the sound of the engine roared again. To his surprise, the jeep had turned back. Chen Yi frowned slightly and made a gesture. Chen Yi immediately understood, pulled out her gun again, and returned to her previous position. Soon, the jeep stopped in front of them, and the man got out, smiling. "I have to say, buddy, you're quite lucky. I drove less than 3 kilometers ahead and found a tire repair shop." As he spoke, the man opened the trunk and pulled out a tire. "This tire is a 275/45 or 21 specification, can your car use it?" Seeing the brand new tire, Chen Yi was slightly stunned. This guy actually found him a tire. For a moment, several thoughts flashed through his mind, analyzing the other party's intentions. Seeing his reaction, the man self-deprecatingly said, "Being alert is a good thing. The world has changed, you never know whether the people you meet are human or ghost." Chen Yi countered, "Then why are you still willing to help us?" "Hey." The man smiled slyly and said proudly, "Do you really think I'm a soft-hearted guy, helping anyone? This German Shepherd is a police dog, right?" Chen Yi, curious, asked, "How can you tell?" The guy was a scout before he retired, and the unit had military dogs for a few days. "Ordinary people might not notice, but I can see it at a glance. Professionally trained military dogs and police dogs have a unique aura. Their walking, sitting, and even their gaze are completely different from ordinary pet dogs." The man spoke confidently. "Why do I assume this is a police dog?" "Because military dogs have more training, and to keep aggression, they only choose male dogs with stronger endurance and vitality. They basically never choose female dogs. Besides, after my sister-in-law saw us just now, she has been hiding half her body behind the car. She must be holding a gun, right?" So, I guess you two are probably in the military or police system.
This man's words startled Chen Yi and Zhang Ye. What keen insight!
Called out by the man, Zhang Ye simply stepped out from behind the car.
Glancing at the gun in her hand, the man's eyes flashed with a trace of disdain as he commented,
"The 92 style police version, this thing can scare people, but it's not effective against zombies, plus it jams often."
Chen Yi chuckled, having a gun at all is good, who has the luxury to be picky?
True.
The man nodded in agreement and then smiled, so, do you believe me now?
Of course. Zhang Ye smiled faintly but still held the gun tightly.
The man didn't mind and raised an eyebrow, do you have tools in the car? I can lend a hand. Actually, no. Hey, fortunately, I have some.
As he spoke, the man took out a jack and a wrench from the trunk.
With someone to help, Chen Yi quickly changed the tire. After brushing off the dust from his hands, he took out a cigarette and offered one. Smoke? I must.
The man took the cigarette and lit it skillfully. Blowing out a puff of smoke, Chen Yi looked at the elderly and children in the car, sighing, "Man, you're really lucky."
Hearing the meaning behind his words, the man gave a bitter smile and explained, "These are my comrades' family. My parents didn't make it, they turned into zombies.
By the way, I still don't know how to address you."
Wang Chenghu, and you? Chen Yi. After exchanging names, Wang Chenghu asked, "Did you hear the broadcast and are heading to the Bohai Bay shelter?" Chen Yi was stunned. Broadcast, Bohai Bay shelter? You don't know?
Wang Chenghu seemed a bit surprised and explained, "The radio has been announcing that the government has set up a shelter in Bohai Bay for capable survivors to get there as soon as possible."
I thought you heard the broadcast and were going there. Chen Yi shook his head, "We're not going there."
The moment he heard this news, the first thought that flashed in his mind was that it was a fishing radio station. In his previous life, he survived for 5 years in the apocalypse and had never heard of the government establishing any shelters. In fact, at the beginning of the apocalypse, both the government and the military had completely collapsed. Instead, many forces used the government's name to fish for survivors with radio broadcasts. The strategy of these fishing radio stations was basically the same, painting shelters as a paradise. When survivors truly went there, their fate would be incredibly tragic.
Chapter 32, The Strange Office Building.
If luck was good, they would work as laborers in those shelters. Though tiring, at least they would have food to eat, barely make ends meet, and have some safety. If luck was bad, it would be tragic, men would serve as cannon fodder, and as for women. In his previous life, Chen Yi had also passed through a few shelters, he knew very well what conditions were like inside.
Wang Chenghu wasn't a fool, seeing him silent, he frowned and asked, "Is that radio station suspicious?"
Chen Yi shook his head, "Not sure, but I think it's best to be cautious." He had never heard the content of that radio station. So unable to judge the truth, I can only remind the other party to be cautious a little. After all, it's still the beginning of the apocalypse, perhaps there really could be a shelter established by surviving government officials, in conjunction with the military district. But to be honest, even if it really is a government-built shelter, Chen Yi wouldn't go. The tide of corpses. Facing tens of millions, especially the second evolution zombies made up of the corpse tide, unless aided by natural barriers, no shelter can withstand it. Actually, I have had doubts as well, but there's no way around it. Wang Chenghu glanced at the jeep inside. I originally planned to stay hidden in the village with them, but after a few days, I thought about it and realized that this is not a solution. The children are still young, they'll have to go to school someday, right? Even if they don't go to school, at least they need a playmate, otherwise, they might turn foolish. The other two old folks are quite old, what if they get a headache or a fever, what then? So after hearing the radio broadcast, I decided to go take a look. This is something unavoidable. A person can choose to be a lone wolf, and with Wang Chenghu's abilities, Chen Yi believes he could survive alone for a long time. But dragging along family is not possible, especially with children. Humans are social animals, if a young child is away from their group for too long, they can indeed become a fool in a certain sense. Taking a deep breath of smoke, Wang Chenghu asked, "What are your plans?" Chen Yi replied, "We plan to go to northeast China." Upon hearing this, Wang Chenghu pondered, northeast is vast and sparsely populated, it is indeed a good place. At this time, the zombie outbreak had only just started a little over a week ago, and many people had yet to grasp the habits of zombies, nor did they understand the terrifying nature of corpse tides. So when he heard that Chen Yi was going to northeast, Wang Chenghu didn't have much of a reaction. Chen Yi only smiled faintly, not explaining further. After finishing a cigarette, he took out a large watermelon from the trunk, handing it over. "If it weren't for your help, I would have had to go to a lot of trouble to find a tire. There's not much good stuff in the car, so I'll just give a watermelon to the little friend to satisfy their cravings." Wang Chenghu was about to refuse when he saw the longing in the little girl's eyes. He accepted the watermelon and nodded, "Then I won't stand on ceremony. By the way, we plan to head to Zhezhou first. If it's on the way, we could travel together as companions. It's also good to have someone to look out for each other on the road." "Sure.
Chen Yi nodded in agreement.
The two returned to their vehicles, and the two SUVs drove one after the other down the road ahead.
Zhang Ye, in the passenger seat, looked at the jeep ahead, chuckling, "You fancy him?"
Chen Yi replied calmly, "Let's observe a bit longer."
A professional scout is worth recruiting.
Besides personal abilities, Chen Yi values his status even more. If they encounter other military personnel in the future, it would be easier to strike up a conversation and recruit.
"Buddy, which unit are you from?" "From the 2nd Artillery." "Wow, awesome. And you?" "I'm from the Tank Regiment."
Friendships among soldiers can form quickly, even if they belong to different units. They can feel close within just a few sentences. In long-term considerations, Wang Changhu could even act as an instructor and help train soldiers. Of course, Chen Yi still remains skeptical about what Wang Changhu said, holding a constant guard in his heart. That's why he agreed to hit the road together, planning to observe closely. On the other side, Wang Changhu had just returned to the jeep, and the one driving, Ding Chui, eagerly asked, "So, are they military police?"
"Hard to say."
Wang Changhu shook his head and explained, "These two are very vigilant. I tried to engage them in conversation a few times, but they kept avoiding the heavy topics. However, when they reacted calmly to my mention of the radio broadcast, it shows they have a clear goal. That sudden radio broadcast in the Bohai Bay shelter, I always feel something is off, and that guy just now reminded me to be careful."
Speaking of the radio, a hint of worry flashed in Ding Chui's eyes as she hesitated. "Brother Wang, should we still go?"
Wang Changhu waved his hand, "Not in a hurry, let's.
There is still a distance to Jiuzhou. I will gather some information in the next few days. If these two people are going to a good place, then I will follow them."
At this moment, Wang Guodong in the back seat spoke up, "Huzi, don't feel burdened. No matter what decision you make, we support you. In these years without Yangtze, whenever there was something at home, you have been busy helping us. To us old folks, you are no different from our own son." Beside him, Sun Hongxia echoed, "Yes, Huzi, if it weren't for you, we don't even know if we could have survived."
"Don't worry about it, even if we die, we won't complain."
Hearing the old couple's words, Wang Changhu quickly responded, "Auntie, don't say that. Yangtze is my brother. No matter what, I will take good care of you."
At this moment, the little girl glanced at the watermelon, licked her lips and said, "Godfather, when can we eat watermelon?" "Ha ha."
Wang Changhu laughed heartily, turned around and affectionately touched the little girl's cute nose, spoiltly saying, "Our little princess is craving. Godfather will cut some watermelon for you right now." Ding Chui shot a glare at the little girl and interrupted, "Wang Gu, don't spoil her. She secretly drank a bottle of soda while you were gone. Her little belly is all swollen.
Let her wait until tonight to eat watermelon." At 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
The jeep leading the way suddenly slowed down. Chen Yi stepped on the brakes and slowly brought the car to a stop.
Rolling down the window, Chen Yi leaned out and asked, "What's wrong?"
Wang Changhu opened the car door, his face dark, and said, "The bridge is blocked." Upon hearing this, Chen Yi pushed open the car door and quickly stepped forward a few paces. About 200 meters ahead was a bridge, but at this moment, the entire bridge was completely blocked by more than a dozen broken-down vehicles, including semi-trucks and box trucks. Below the bridge, the rushing river water surged, and even at this distance, one could faintly hear the sound of the water crashing.
One can imagine how strong the current of this river is. It seems we can only take a detour.
Chen Yi tossed Wang Changhu a cigarette, then lit one for himself, pulling out a map from his pocket and spreading it out on the hood of the car. Wang Changhu took the cigarette, leaned over to glance at the map, and exclaimed in surprise, "Dude, this map is quite detailed.
This is a guarantee for survival and must be detailed."
According to the map, this river is called Futong River, and its source upstream is the Rizhao Reservoir. Besides this bridge, there are 4 other bridges that can cross the river, but 2 of them are highways, which Chen Yi directly ruled out.
The other 2 bridges are quite far from their current location, close to the Rizhao Reservoir, approximately 50 kilometers away. Chen Yi spoke, "It seems we will have to stay overnight at the Rizhao Reservoir tonight. Let's go, let's try to get there before dark."
After saying that, Wang Changhu threw away the half-smoked cigarette in his hand and quickly returned to the jeep.
Back in the car, Zhang Ye asked, "Is it blocked ahead?" "It's completely blocked, we can only take a detour." Chen Yi lightly pressed the gas and drove towards the Rizhao Reservoir. At 7 in the evening, the 2 vehicles arrived at the Rizhao Reservoir.
The Range Rover led the way, passing through the dam and driving into the courtyard of an office building.
This office building is the management center of the Rizhao Reservoir.
Looking at the silent courtyard, Chen Yi extended his hand out of the car window and made a gesture to the jeep behind.
"It's too quiet."
Zhang Ye also sensed that something was wrong, her expression serious as she took out her gun. Logically, with the noise their 2 vehicles made, the zombies inside the office building should have definitely heard them. But at this moment, not a single zombie could be seen. So there are only 2 possibilities: either the zombies inside the office building have eaten all the food and have dispersed to find food elsewhere, or someone else beat them to it.
"You stay in the car."
After giving the order, Chen Yi unlocked the safety on his gun, pushed the door open, and got out of the car. Wang Chonghu followed him closely, carrying a crowbar and quickly coming to his side.
With a vigilant expression. "Is anyone there?" Chen Yi shouted towards the office building. No one responded.
Seeing this, Chen Yi let out the German Shepherd from the back seat. After landing, the German Shepherd twitched its nose a few times, looking somewhat confused, wanting to warn but not quite sure.
Chen Yi shouted again, "Is there anyone inside?"
What replied him was a deathly silence.
"Let's go in and take a look," Wang Chonghu said as he walked towards the office building first. Chen Yi and the German Shepherd followed closely behind.
The first floor hall was a mess, with large patches of dried black blood remaining on the shiny marble floor. Upon entering the hall, the German Shepherd's demeanor changed, adopting an aggressive stance as if facing a great enemy, growling and barking furiously.
Woof woof woof. The fierce barking of the German Shepherd echoed in the hall. Chen Yi frowned slightly. This was the first time he saw the German Shepherd like this. In the past, when encountering zombies and survivors, the German Shepherd would just bark softly to remind Chen Yi. But at this moment, its barking was particularly sharp and ear-piercing. Chen Yi even sensed a hint of fear in its barks. What could scare the German Shepherd like this? Wang Chonghu whispered, "This building is strange, should we find another place to spend the night?" Glancing at the darkening sky, Chen Yi decisively said, "Withdraw." Although this office building was the only structure within several kilometers, he still chose to move elsewhere. This office building felt eerie, and the German Shepherd's extreme reaction left him feeling uneasy. "Okay." Wang Chonghu nodded. Just as the three were about to turn around and leave, a sudden gust of wind sounded behind them. Chen Yi's pupils constricted sharply, and he quickly turned around, decisively pulling the trigger. Bang bang bang. The piercing gunfire echoed in the hall. 5 shots in a row, but none hit the target. Chen Yi only saw a shadow flash before him. "Damn, what is that?" Wang Chonghu reacted quickly, turning around at once, but still couldn't see clearly what attacked them. Swallowing hard, he tightly gripped the crowbar, his watchful eyes scanning the hall. "Hurry up!" Chen Yi vaguely guessed what it was and immediately urged Wang Chonghu to exit the hall. But the other side clearly did not want to let them go. In the next moment, another shadow flashed in the dim hall. This time, the target of the attack was Wang Chonghu. Having experienced being a scout, although he had retired for several years, his instincts were still there. Wang Chonghu reacted swiftly, swinging the crowbar round with force and striking at the shadow. Whap! A crisp sound of flesh bursting echoed. The shadow was knocked away, crashing heavily onto the ground. At this moment, the two finally saw clearly what had attacked them. A baby less than a year old. To be precise, it was a baby zombie. After being hit with the crowbar, the baby zombie's cheek was a bloody mess, its left eye completely burst, and blood mixed with an unknown viscous liquid slowly flowed from the eye socket. However, this injury had no effect on the baby zombie at all. At this moment, it lay on. Sure enough, the one-eyed baby zombie followed his steps, its eye turning. Chen Yi held the gun with both hands, aiming in a straight line before pulling the trigger. Bang! He missed, the bullet hit the floor a meter away from the baby zombie. Wang Chonghu was stunned and couldn't help but complain, "Man, your shooting skills are terrible." Chen Yi couldn't do anything about it, the light in the hall was too dim, and the target was so small. Chen Yi suggested, "Why don't you give it a try?" "Give it to me." Wang Chonghu stretched out a hand. At that moment, the baby zombie moved. It slid along the smooth floor, moving quickly like a gecko towards Wang Chonghu. It was too fast. Wang Chonghu bent slightly, and his crowbar came crashing down. The crowbar struck the floor, sparking a shower of sparks. The baby zombie nimbly dodged the crowbar and lunged at his thigh, its little mouth full of sharp teeth aiming to bite down hard. "Oh no!" Wang Chonghu was startled, but there was no time to react. Just as he was about to be bitten on the thigh, a strong wind rushed past. Smack! Chen Yi delivered a kick, sending the baby zombie flying several meters away like a kicked ball. "Thanks." Wang Chonghu felt a cold sweat break out and gratefully thanked him. "Here's the gun for you." Chen Yi seized the moment to hand him the gun while taking the crowbar for himself. Now, he couldn't care less. If they didn't kill this baby zombie, they would all be dead. At this moment, the German Shepherd was anxiously barking beside them. Seeing this, Chen Yi ordered, "Dog, go outside." The German Shepherd couldn't help it this time, rushing in could get it accidentally hurt. Hearing Chen Yi's command, the dog whimpered twice, clearly reluctant but eventually obediently retreated from the hall. Chapter 33, Evolved Zombies. The advantage of the baby zombie was its incredible speed. Its strength had also increased, but compared to an adult man, it was still lacking. If Chen Yi was fully armed, one baby zombie wouldn't be a problem at all. But right now, neither of them was wearing protective gear. If the baby zombie bit or scratched them, even a tiny wound could be fatal. Moreover, this baby zombie had all the advantages of timing and location. The sunset was about to drop, and the light in the hall grew even dimmer. Compared to the spacious courtyard outside, the hall felt much narrower, with desks and various facilities obstructing their view, making it easier for the baby zombie to hide. The key was that they couldn't lure the baby zombie outside into the open courtyard. Once the baby zombie got outside, Chen Yi and the elderly and children in the jeep would be in danger. The second evolution zombie, while still not very clever, was definitely smarter than the ones that hadn't evolved. It seemed the baby zombie sensed that Wang Changhu was a bigger threat, keeping its one eye fixed on him. "Hey, kid!" Chen Yi called out, taking a step forward. Sure enough, his movement immediately attracted the baby zombie's attention. Seizing this opportunity, Wang Changhu gripped the gun with both hands, his eyes narrowing slightly. Whoosh! The baby zombie moved, using its hands and feet to crawl rapidly along the ground. Bang bang bang! Wang Changhu fired 3 shots, but all missed. There was nothing he could do, the baby zombie was just too fast. However, those 3 shots altered the baby zombie's trajectory. It had originally lunged at Chen Yi but was forced to change direction and disappeared quickly behind the desk. "Old Wang, your shooting skills aren't great either." Chen Yi joked, but his gaze remained fixed on the direction of the desk. Upon hearing this, Wang Changhu couldn't help but roll his eyes. "You're shooting a stationary target, while I'm aiming at a high-speed moving one. Can it really be compared?" The baby zombie's speed was so fast that not only he, but even if he called his shooting instructor from the army, they would probably miss too. While grumbling in his heart, Wang Changhu was also impressed by Chen Yi's mental fortitude. In this situation, even he, an experienced scout, felt incredibly tense. The other party even had the mood to joke. As the light in the hall grew darker, Wang Changhu said seriously, "We need to think of a way to solve this quickly. Otherwise, when it's completely dark, we'll be in danger." Weighing the crowbar in his hand, Chen Yi said flatly, "This time you be the bait." "Okay." Wang Changhu nodded in agreement, stepping forward and firing a shot at the desk. With the gunshot ringing out, a black shadow sprang from behind the desk, quickly pouncing towards Chen Yi. Wang Changhu hurriedly lowered his gun to avoid injuring Chen Yi. Chen Yi's expression was serious, slightly bending his body, waiting for a chance to strike decisively. But just as the baby zombie was less than 2 meters away from him, it suddenly changed direction and leaped into the air. Its target was actually Wang Changhu. This guy was pulling a trick of distraction. The baby zombie shot forward like a cannonball, moving as fast as lightning. At this moment, Wang Changhu displayed the combat skills of a scout. He stood firm, not flinching, and quickly raised his gun. At this moment, the baby zombie was in mid-air, with nowhere to evade, making it the best opportunity to kill. As the baby zombie was about to pounce on him, he decisively pulled the trigger. Click! The expected gunshot to the head did not occur. Instead, the sound of the gun jamming was heard. Damn! Wang Changhu's pupils shrank, the threat of death surging from his heart. At this point, it was too late to dodge, and he could only watch the baby zombie lunge towards him. It got closer. Closer and closer, that terrifying little face became more and more clear. Thud! The baby zombie's body froze, as if it had been paused in mid-air. A dark crowbar pierced through its head from behind. The immense force even penetrated the baby zombie's forehead, exposing the sharp tip of the crowbar. Blood mixed with brain matter slowly dripped from the tip. Huff, huff, huff. Staring blankly at the baby zombie right in front of him, Wang Changhu gasped for breath, his whole body drenched in cold sweat from shock. After a moment, he turned his gaze to Chen Yi, who was holding the crowbar, then wiped the sweat off his face and said in a hoarse voice, "I told you this gun was unreliable, it keeps jamming." Indeed. Chen Yi smiled slightly, waved the crowbar in his hand like throwing away trash, and tossed the baby zombie's body to the ground. "Here you go." Hearing this, Chen Yi finally relaxed her anxious heart. The people in the jeep let out a sigh of relief. The sudden gunfire just now had scared them badly. "Dogsy, come in." Calling the German Shepherd back inside, Chen Yi led Dogsy and Wang Changhu to carefully search the entire office building, confirming there were no other zombies before letting Chen Yi and the others in. The office building had only 3 floors, with a total of 7 or 8 offices. By the time they finished checking, it was already 8 in the evening. They had already prepared to chew on compressed biscuits, but unexpectedly found a small kitchen in the yard. Thinking about it, this place is too remote, there aren't any buildings within several kilometers, and takeout doesn't deliver, so they could only cook for themselves. There wasn't much gas left in the kitchen's gas cylinder, but it was more than sufficient to make a meal. Bringing rice and oil down from the car, Ding Shui and her mother-in-law began to busy themselves in the kitchen. Chen Yi and Wang Changhu broke down some tables and chairs for firewood and set a bonfire in the hall. As the bonfire gradually burned, the orange flames dispelled the darkness, bringing light and also offering a bit of comfort to everyone's hearts. The human love for fire is etched in our genes. Chapter 34, full of rhymes.
Before long, Ding Chui walked into the hall holding a large basin of vegetables. Stir-fried cabbage with vermicelli, and it even had some cured meat, smelling particularly delicious. Though there was only one dish, the portion was quite generous, capturing the essence of northeastern cuisine. Placing the basin on the desk, Ding Chui called out, "The rice will take a while, you can eat first."
All right. Chen Yi wasn't being polite, his stomach was indeed hungry now.
A few of them sat around the desk, and Chen Yi picked up a chopsticks full of vermicelli and took a bite. To his surprise, it tasted quite good. The sweetness of the cabbage paired with the salty fragrance of the cured meat was especially appetizing. Swallowing the vermicelli, Chen Yi curiously asked, "Where did this cured meat come from?" He had also brought some salted food on the road, but within just a couple of days, those salted goods had slowly spoiled in the high temperatures. Helplessly, Chen Yi had to throw them all away. Wang Chonghu slurped up the vermicelli, vaguely explaining, "I have a car fridge in my Jeep, which stored quite a bit of salted food."
Chen Yi gave him a thumbs up.
A car fridge is indeed a great thing. If it weren't for the lack of time after his rebirth, he would have planned to get one.
At this moment, Wang Chonghu suggested, "Bro, want to get some?" "Okay, let's get some." Chen Yi smiled and nodded, discreetly giving Zhang Ye a glance.
Zhang Ye immediately responded with a knowing look, indicating her understanding. Seeing him agree, Wang Chonghu immediately dropped his bowl and chopsticks and quickly walked out of the hall. Before long, he returned carrying a bottle of Maotai. Next, Wang Chonghu dug out some disposable cups from under the water dispenser. As he poured the liquor, he joked, "If this was before, I couldn't afford this drink, but now it's as common as big cabbage." Wang Guodong was also a veteran drinker. Smelling the wine, he couldn't help but swallow pitifully. Wang Chonghu was very considerate, pouring only 2 ounces of wine into each person's cup, while saying, "During these special times, let's indulge a bit tonight, we can drink properly when we have the chance later." Once seated again, Wang Chonghu raised his cup and said, "Bro, I toast you, if it weren't for you just now, I would have already met the king of hell." Saying that just makes it sound distant. "Without your help, I would also be in dire straits." Chen Yi raised his disposable cup, clinking it with his lightly, sipping a small mouthful.
As soon as the wine hit his mouth, it was very smooth.
Once swallowed, it turned into a line of fire, spreading from his throat to his stomach, instantly warming him all over.
One must admit, wine is indeed a wonderful thing.
After a sip of wine, Chen Yi felt the invisible pressure in his heart dissipate significantly. After a few rounds of drinks, Wang Chonghu opened up, starting to boast about his past experiences in the army. "It's not that I'm bragging, at that time, I was also a big figure in the team. If it wasn't for the setbacks with my diploma, I would have been promoted to an officer long ago." Hearing this, Chen Yi raised his eyebrow and said, "I remember that now the military allows you to take exams for officer school, right? It's just that I didn't pass the exam." Talking about this, Wang Chonghu's old face couldn't help but flush. Fortunately, he was already dark-skinned, so others couldn't see the change in his complexion. Picking up the paper cup, he took a sip of alcohol, hiding his embarrassment, and shifted the topic. "Brothers, what exactly did you do before?" This question had bothered him all day. If he said he was from the military or police system, the other side didn't have that unique military or police style. But if he said he was an ordinary person, even Wang Chonghu himself wouldn't believe it. Putting aside his skills, just Chen Yi's strong mental qualities were not something ordinary people could possess. Chen Yi honestly replied, "I used to be just a laborer." "You're being boring." Wang Chonghu smacked his lips, clearly not believing it. "Really just a laborer?" Chen Yi took out a cigarette, shared some with the two, and lit one for himself, explaining, "But I'm a bit eccentric. I like to watch zombie movies and often discuss what to do in the apocalypse with some silly online friends. Maybe I've watched too many movies, so now when I see a real zombie, I'm not that scared." After hearing his explanation, Wang Chonghu suddenly understood, "I get it, you're a survival enthusiast." Chen Yi was a bit surprised. "Oh, old Wang, you know about survival enthusiasts?" Wang Chonghu smiled proudly, "Of course, what don't I know?" On the side, Zhang Ye looked at Chen Yi with a half-smile. "Survival enthusiast? You must be kidding." She didn't believe a single word of Chen Yi's explanation, not even the punctuation. She still remembered the first time she saw Chen Yi. He pulled out a gun at the slightest disagreement, and the cold indifference to life in his eyes sent shivers down her spine. Like a rebellious lone wolf. Initially, Zhang Ye also had some guesses about Chen Yi's true identity. Special police, murderer, or mental patient. But after experiencing the events in Guananan, she no longer puzzled over Chen Yi's identity. No matter what his previous identity was, now, he was a companion she could trust. Dinner lasted a full half-hour. 2 liang of alcohol wasn't much, at least for big guys like Wang Chonghu and Wang Guodong from Luban province. This amount was just a warm-up. Time for watermelon. Holding a cigarette, Wang Chonghu, under the eager eyes of Xiao Nanai, cut open the watermelon. A watermelon weighing more than 10 pounds was enough for their group to eat.
Holding a big piece of watermelon, Wang Chenghu sat down beside Chen Yi and suggested, "How about we take turns keeping watch tonight?" "No need, having it is enough," Chen Yi said as he gestured to the German shepherd that was munching on a watermelon nearby. "Oh, I forgot about it."
Wang Chenghu slapped his forehead and laughed, "Then we can finally sleep well tonight."
After eating the watermelon, unknowingly, the time had already reached 9:30.
At this time, everyone was also getting sleepy. There was no choice. In the apocalypse, there were no entertainment activities, and going to bed early and rising early had become their biological clock over time. After 9 p.m., they started feeling drowsy. Chen Yi closed the iron gate of the courtyard, but Wang Chenghu was a bit uneasy and found an iron chain to securely fasten the glass door from the inside. After extinguishing the bonfire in the hall, everyone returned to their offices. Naturally, there were no beds in the office, but there were quite a few sofas.
Chen Yi and Wang Chenghu moved the sofas from the second and third floor offices down.
2 sofas pushed together and covered with a layer of soft pads made a bed. Lying next to Chen Yi, Zhang Ye whispered, "Just now, while cooking, I tried to get some information." From their tone in the conversation and some chit-chat, they really aren't family with Wang Chenghu, but their relationship is quite close. So, Wang Chenghu should not have lied.
Chen Yi nodded.
The alcohol made him feel slightly tipsy, floating and very comfortable. In the next office, a bed made of sofas was given to 2 old men, while Ding Chui slept with the child on another sofa. As for Wang Chenghu, he planned to make do on the desk for the night.
In the darkness, Ding Chui curiously asked, "Brother Wang, what kind of survival man is Chen Yi?"
"He's not a survival man at all." Wang Chenghu curled his lip and said, "He talks a lot but says no truth."
"Ha?" Ding Chui was startled and quickly lowered her voice, "Should we still follow them?"
"Of course, why wouldn't we?" Wang Chenghu chuckled and reassured her, "Don't worry, that guy may not tell the truth, but he means no harm to us."
Chapter 35 Official Shelter. Ding Chui speculated, could he be a fugitive? Hearing this, Wang Chenghu, fueled by alcohol, couldn't help but tease, "What, are you expecting him to turn himself in?" "I'm being serious." Ding Chui was both angry and amused. Her daughter's godfather was great in every way but just couldn't stop talking. In internet slang, he had social anxiety.
Suppressing his smile, Wang Chenghu said seriously, "He can't be a fugitive, he seems to know a lot about zombies."
"I suspect he might be from some secret department." "Brother Wang, that's too far-fetched. Actually, getting hung up on identities is pointless.
The world has changed, and we haven't seen any shadow of the government or the army along our way, suggesting the country might have collapsed." Wang Chenghu sighed lightly and continued, "I just want to take care of you and live well."
Living well.
This is the first priority right now, everything else is nonsense.
For a moment, silence fell over the office.
After a long while, just as Ding Chui was about to speak, she heard a steady snore coming from the desk. Seeing this, she quickly swallowed the words that were on her lips, tightly hugging her daughter, and slowly closed her eyes.
The next day.
Faint morning light spilled through the window, casting on Chen Yi's face. Slowly opening his eyes, after a moment of confusion, he moved the arm pressed on his chest, disdainfully tossing it aside.
TSK.
No wonder he had nightmares all night, it felt like he was pressed under a stone.
Ugh.
Zhang Ye let out an unconscious light sigh, wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth, and opened her eyes. This girl is quite amusing, she sleeps like a little child and even drools while sleeping. Meeting Chen Yi's gaze, Zhang Ye's face slightly flushed as she explained, "I like to sleep on my stomach, so I tend to drool."
Glancing at her bunny, Chen Yi curiously asked, "Don't you find it uncomfortable to sleep like that?"
Yawning, Zhang Ye tossed her hair and said, "I used to be fine, my bed at home was specially customized, but lately, I feel a bit pain after waking up."
Damn.
It must be nice to be rich, even sleeping comes with a custom bed. Stepping out of the office, the entire hall was silent, clearly, Wang Chenghu's group hadn't woken up yet. At this time, the sky was just starting to brighten.
After unchaining, Chen Yi and Zhang Ye pushed open the glass door.
They originally wanted to take a shower, but there was no well in the yard, and the tap water had long been cut off. They could only use bottled water from the car to wash up quickly. The only good news was that drinking water was temporarily sufficient. Once finished, they could look for a convenience store to scavenge some more. In high temperatures, bottled water and drinks last much longer than food. If stored in a cool, shaded place, it could still be safe to drink after a year. As long as it isn't opened, even if kept in a back trunk like a steamer, it could last a month or so. Back in the hall, Chen Yi and Zhang Ye sat at the desk, took out a handgun, disassembled it into pieces, and carefully wiped it with a soft cloth.
Wang Chenghu's experience yesterday was a reminder to him.
Guns must be maintained regularly, especially a model like the 92, which is prone to jamming. Since he didn't have any gun oil on hand, Chen Yi could only wipe it down briefly. Vegetable oil and lard cannot be used, because these two types of oil will solidify at low temperatures, which will lead to jamming.
Even if it's summer now, it won't work. There are too many impurities in vegetable oil and lard. The high temperature produced when firing will cause the impurities in the fats to build up in the chamber, causing various issues. Don't ask Chen Yi how he knows, it's all from the bloody lessons of his past life. Crack. The office door was pulled open, and Wang Chonghu's figure walked out. Seeing Chen Yi and the others already sitting there, he raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh, you're up so early. How did you sleep last night?" Chen Yi greeted him with a smile. Hearing this, Wang Chonghu sighed, "Thanks to my brother, I finally got a good sleep. A few nights ago, I didn't dare to sleep at all. I was startled awake at the slightest noise, and could only nap in the car during the day." After saying that, he cast an envious glance at the German shepherd that was eating dog food. In the apocalypse, the help brought by a police dog is truly enormous. While they were talking, Ding Chui and a few others also came out one after another. After washing up, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law consciously went into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Today's breakfast was rice porridge with pickles, but halfway through cooking, the gas ran out. So, everyone gathered around the office desk and had a slightly undercooked bowl of rice porridge. After tidying up, the two cars slowly drove out of the yard. Today's luck was still decent, there were no more issues on the road, and they successfully crossed the Futong River. Zhang Ye, sitting in the front passenger seat, turned on the car radio and tuned to AM 1239 according to Wang Chonghu's earlier suggestion. In the next moment, the car stereo emitted a broken, continuous broadcast. ZZZZ. All citizens, ZZZZ, please hurry to the shelter, ZZZZ. Survivors who cannot go out temporarily, please stay at home and wait, ensure safety and wait for rescue. It is promised here that the state will never abandon any person, ZZZZ. It seemed that the distance was too far, resulting in poor broadcast signals, mixed with the annoying ZZZZ sounds. This broadcast seemed to have been pre-recorded, playing continuously for 24 hours. After listening to it several times, they finally heard the entire content of the broadcast. Turning off the radio, Zhang Ye asked, "What do you think?" Chen Yi said with interest, "It's not a fishing radio, it seems that the Bohai Bay shelter is indeed established by the government." From both the wording of the broadcast and the quality of the announcer, it felt extremely professional. Everywhere revealed a strong official flavor. Besides, being able to establish a gigantic shelter in just over a week could only be done by the government. After all, the apocalypse has just erupted, and various factions are still in their infancy, with manpower no more than 100. Thinking carefully, in the previous life, those fishing radios only emerged like mushrooms after a zombie outbreak half a year later. So he was so certain. Hearing this, Zhang Ye was somewhat tempted and said, "Should we go and take a look? Do you trust me?" Chen Yi asked in return without answering. "Of course. Then we won't go." "Okay." Zhang Ye nodded without asking why. Turning to look at her, Chen Yi smiled slightly. Talking to smart people is really convenient. If it were a bit dim-witted, they would probably be asking why right now. However, if they were truly foolish, Chen Yi wouldn't bring them along. The reason for not going was very simple. In his previous 5 years, Chen Yi never heard of any Bohai Bay shelter. As one of the first shelters built by the official government, it couldn't possibly go unnoticed. So there's only one reason, the Bohai Bay shelter must have perished in a very short time. Chapter 36, Economic Development Zone. Chapter 36, Economic Development Zone. Near noon, Chen Yi slowly parked the car by the roadside to take a short break. He pushed the door open and got out, rubbing his sore waist. After driving for so many days, his back really couldn't take it. Mainly because Zhang Ye's injury hadn't fully healed yet, otherwise, they could take turns driving and it would be much easier. Accepting the cigarette that Wang Chonghu handed over. Chen Yi was about to speak when he saw a little girl timidly walk over and ask in a soft, childlike voice, "Uncle, can I play with the dog?" "No, it still has to help us keep watch." Chen Yi firmly refused. Hearing this, the little girl pouted in grievance. Seeing this scene, Ding Chui quickly ran over, glared at her daughter, and apologized with a full face of regret. "I'm sorry, the child doesn't understand." Wang Chonghu's performance made Chen Yi nod quietly in agreement. Not bad, he knows what's important. Noticing his gaze, Wang Chonghu forced a smile and said, "Although I spoil my daughter, I also know what's what." Chen Yi smiled slightly and changed the subject. "About that radio broadcast you mentioned, I listened to it. What did you think?" As expected, Wang Chonghu asked immediately. Chen Yi replied honestly, "In my judgment, that Bohai Bay shelter was indeed established by the official government." Wang Chonghu was slightly startled. He originally had doubts about the sudden broadcast, added to which Chen Yi had warned him before. So, Wang Chonghu had basically lost hope for the Bohai Bay shelter. Now, Chen Yi said it was real. Snapping back to reality, he frowned and asked, "Are you sure?" "At least in my judgment, it is indeed a government-established shelter." A surge of joy rose in Wang Chonghu's heart, and he hurriedly suggested, "Since it's real, what are we waiting for? Let's."
As he spoke halfway, he suddenly noticed Chen Yi looking at him with a half-smile. Realizing something was off, Wang Changhu asked, "What's wrong?" "We're not going." Chen Yi slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. Amid the swirling smoke, there was a unique sense of elegance. He didn't plan to deceive Wang Changhu. What's true is true, and what isn't isn't. Rather than let him find out later and hold a grudge, it was better to say it now. The Bohai Bay shelter is indeed real, but I'm not going. The choice is in your hands now. Wang Changhu wasn't a fool, his honest appearance was just a disguise. At this moment, his brain was racing, but there were too many doubts, like countless strands of thread tangled together. Seeing this, Chen Yi patted his shoulder and chuckled, "Don't rush to make a decision, we're still a ways from Jojo." After saying this, he turned and returned to the car. Zhanya handed him a bottle of mineral water and curiously asked, "Aren't you afraid he'll take his whole family to the Bohai Bay shelter? After all, the government means a lot to the public. When it rains, the mother still gets married, can you stop it?" Chen Yi calmly opened the bottle cap and took a big gulp. Wang Changhu was just a small episode on their escape route. Chen Yi did see his ability, but he wasn't indispensable. To be honest, a retired scout didn't require much of his attention. If he wanted to follow, then he could, if not, that's fine too. If it weren't for him helping to find tires and solving the urgent problem, Chen Yi might not have even considered bringing him along. Zhanya stretched lazily, her graceful figure was undeniably obvious at this moment. Gazing at the distant sky, she murmured, "I really want to reach Changbai Mountain quickly, it's too hot here in the summer, hot enough to make me gasp." Lunch was compressed biscuits. The hard, dry texture combined with the hot weather left them with no appetite. But whether it was Chen Yi or Zhanya, they both forced themselves to eat a piece. After chugging down another bottle of mineral water, Chen Yi could clearly feel his stomach slightly bloated. Woof woof woof. At this moment, the urgent barking of the German shepherd came from outside the car. Chen Yi paused in his drinking, and through the car window, he saw a swarm of zombies suddenly springing up from both sides of the road. Roughly counting, there were at least 1,000 zombies. At this moment, these zombies charged towards them like bloodthirsty beasts. "Dog, get in the car!" Chen Yi called out. As the German shepherd jumped into the back seat, he quickly got out to close the rear door. Wang Changhu and the others hastily scrambled into the car as well. No time to fasten the seatbelt, Chen Yi started the vehicle and pressed the accelerator. Boom! The diesel engine roared loudly. Two cars raced along the road, one in front of the other. Where did all these zombies come from? Chen Yi frowned slightly, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. They had deliberately avoided cities and counties, even choosing country roads to bypass larger towns. As for the horde. By rights, the size of the horde shouldn't be this small. Chen Yi had seen hordes that started with at least hundreds of thousands in his previous life. Besides, hordes don't form this quickly. The horde would first sweep through the cities, only spreading to the outskirts after all food in the city was completely searched. From the passenger seat, Zhanya reminded, "Look at those zombies' clothes." Clothes? At her words, Chen Yi quickly glanced in the rearview mirror. He saw that the zombies on both sides of the road had gathered together, a pitch-black mass completely blocking their escape route. And those zombies were wearing different work uniforms from various factories. Factories! And not just one, Chen Yi noticed 5 or 6 different styles and colors of work uniforms in his quick glance. This indicated that there was an economic development zone nearby. The key point was that based on the position and direction of where these zombies had appeared, this economic development zone was very likely just up ahead. One factory has at least hundreds, or at most thousands of workers. And even the smallest economic development zones in townships have at least 7 or 8 factories. Adding it up, this economic zone had at least tens of thousands of zombies gathered. But now, it was too late to turn back. Chen Yi took a deep breath, kept his right foot firmly on the accelerator, and ordered, "Keep an eye on the situation on both sides of the road." Zhanya nodded, put away the map, and fixed her gaze intensely on the road ahead. Creak! Just after turning a corner, Chen Yi suddenly slammed on the brakes. Zombies. Dense, countless zombies covering the mountains and fields. Originally, Chen Yi planned to speed through the economic zone while the zombies had not fully gathered yet. Just like before, passing through those small towns. But he miscalculated the scale of the economic zone. There were at least tens of thousands of zombies ahead, and not only on the road, but even on the farmland beside it was packed with zombies. Without any hesitation, Chen Yi jerked the steering wheel and pressed the accelerator hard. Boom! The Range Rover let out a roar, charging off the road. Behind, the Jeep followed closely. Both were off-road vehicles, with 4-wheel drive and powerful diesel engines. They could race even in muddy fields. Chapter 37, Zombie Horde. Bang! Colliding with 5 or 6 zombies, the Range Rover effortlessly crossed the ridge and continued to speed through the farmland. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Tens of thousands of zombies rushed in from all directions, like a massive net. At this moment, if the vehicle was forced to stop, the outcome would be death. Chen Yi knew this well. He pushed the accelerator down hard and gripped the steering wheel tightly. The diesel engine roared constantly, turning the Range Rover into a fierce beast, charging wildly through the horde. Zhanya held tightly onto the grab rail above the door, trying to stabilize herself, while constantly scanning her surroundings for the best escape route. This was the tacit understanding they had built over the past few days. Many times, Chen Yi didn't even need to speak. Zhanya knew what she should do. Mud mixed with zombie blood splattered continuously on the car windows, blocking their view. At this moment, looking out through the window, zombies were everywhere. Suddenly, Zhanya spoke up, "Chen Yi, 9 o'clock direction." Hearing this, Chen Yi didn't hesitate for a second and immediately turned the car head southwest. Not knowing how many zombies he had knocked aside, the view ahead suddenly opened up. They had finally charged out of the encirclement of the horde. "Well done," Chen Yi said with a smile, praising her. This is the role of a reliable teammate in a crisis. Zhanya let out a breath, a hint of smile blooming in her beautiful eyes. However, before they could celebrate for long, a sound that made their teeth ache came from under the car. Clunk! The Range Rover suddenly shook violently, and then under Chen Yi's darkening face, the fuel gauge needle rapidly dropped, continuing to drive for a few dozen meters before it finally returned to zero completely. Immediately afterward, strange noises came from the engine, and plumes of white smoke even began to rise. It was obvious that the chassis fuel tank had been smashed, resulting in engine trouble. Sure enough, a few seconds later, the Range Rover completely turned off and broke down. Damn! Chen Yi cursed inwardly and decisively ordered, "Abandon the car." Without a second thought, Zhanya pushed the door open and got out. Behind them, a surging horde of zombies was still relentlessly pursuing. The group closest to them was even less than 100 meters away. "Hurry, pack the stuff." Holding a short spear, Chen Yi first released the German Shepherd from the back seat, then opened the trunk. Zhanya quickly stuffed the medical kit into her backpack, and after packing a few packs of compressed biscuits and mineral water, she zipped up the bag. Glancing at the 2 barrels of diesel in the trunk, Chen Yi felt a bit lucky. Back then, he had deliberately bought 2 extra barrels of diesel, not expecting that they would come in handy now. He grabbed one barrel and shook it crazily. Then, he opened the other barrel and poured all the diesel into the trunk. Suddenly, a strong smell of diesel filled the air. Although Zhanya was puzzled, she smartly didn't ask. From her understanding of Chen Yi, he would definitely not do something meaningless. Hoo hoo hoo. The zombies' roars became clearer in their ears. Zhanya's reminder sounded at this moment, "How much longer? The zombies are catching up." Done. Chen Yi threw down the diesel barrel, took out a lighter, and ignited the diesel. Boom! In an instant, fierce flames rose up in the trunk. Put! The sound of a blade piercing flesh rang out behind them. Turning around, he saw Zhanya striking a short spear into a zombie's eye socket. Go! Kicking over a lunging zombie, Chen Yi grabbed Zhanya's arm and turned to run. Although Zhanya's leg injury had not healed, she could not afford to care about that now, biting her teeth and trying hard to keep up with Chen Yi's pace. At this moment, they were at the edge of farmland, with a dense forest not far ahead. Behind them, a thick smoke was rising. The horde of zombies ignored the burning vehicle, as if they had endless energy, madly rushing towards the two. Running unevenly in the farmland, Zhanya couldn't help but glance back. That one glance startled her into a cold sweat, her scalp tingling. A mass of zombies surged towards them like a tide. The leading zombie was even less than 2 meters away from her. In the face of life and death crisis, Zhanya unleashed a burst of strength from within, her speed quickening again. Hoo hoo hoo. But as time passed, Zhanya's breathing became more hurried and difficult, as if there was a flame burning in her lungs. Especially the wound on her calf, sending waves of tearing pain, stimulating her nerves. Glancing at Chen Yi beside her, she couldn't help but ask, "Chen Yi, why hasn't it exploded yet?" "Diesel isn't gasoline, it won't explode that quickly, just hold on a bit longer." Chen Yi was not feeling well either, relying solely on his will to survive to keep going. Without the car, a person could not outrun zombies. Under the virus's transformation, zombies possess incredible endurance, even able to tap into parts of their bodily abilities to achieve a momentary burst. Stimulated by food, they are like tireless machines. Ah! At that moment, Zhanya let out a light shout, her right leg went soft, and she fell to the ground. Hoo hoo hoo! The zombies that were closely behind immediately emitted excited roars and lunged forward. The dark short spear glimmered with a cold light under the sunlight. He fiercely thrust the short spear into the zombie's eye socket, piercing its brain. After taking care of the zombie, Chen Yi quickly pulled out the spear and roughly yanked Zhanya up from the ground. The force was so great that Zhanya felt a sharp pain in her arm. But at that moment, she only felt gratitude in her heart. However, this brief delay of just 2 or 3 seconds allowed the zombies behind to successfully catch up. Snap! A grayish-white hand reached out from behind and grabbed the backpack at her back. Without any hesitation, Chen Yi's shoulder shook, and the spear swapped hands with a decisive flick, discarding the backpack. The two of them supported each other and ran madly for over 100 meters, but Zhang Yi's legs gave out, and she collapsed to the ground.
I can't go on. You go ahead.
A bitter smile appeared on Zhang Yi's pale face, her tone resolute.
Just at that moment of hesitation. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion echoed loudly.
Flames shot up into the sky, as if a sun suddenly appeared in the flat ground. All the zombies within a 20-meter radius of the Range Rover were instantly engulfed by the flames, turning into a sea of fire.
Scattered car parts flew out like bullets.
The shockwave from the explosion sliced through the crowd of zombies, creating a 300-meter vacuum zone. Even Chen Yi stumbled backward a few steps from the force of the shockwave. The ground shook violently, and Zhang Yi, who was sitting on the ground, was actually thrown up a little distance. The horde of zombies paused, as if the play button had been pressed. In the next second, all the zombies turned their heads in unison and rushed toward the direction of the explosion.
Run! Chen Yi lifted Zhang Yi once more and walked quickly into the dense forest.
Turning back to glance at the distant sea of fire, Zhang Yi swallowed hard and couldn't help but ask, "Did you bury in the car?" She knew that diesel could explode, but she didn't expect the power of the explosion to be this immense, beyond her imagination.
No, that's just how diesel explodes.
Chen Yi shook his head and casually explained. Compared to gasoline, diesel is actually very safe. Under normal conditions, even if you threw a cigarette butt into a diesel barrel, it wouldn't ignite. Only when the temperature of the diesel reaches 60 degrees will flash ignition occur.
Earlier, Chen Yi took over 10 seconds to ignite the diesel with a lighter. Although diesel is very safe, once it explodes, the power is equivalent to 10 times the weight of TNT.
A 50L barrel, shaken violently and then sealed, would produce such explosive power after being roasted by fire, which is completely normal.
If you mix in some gasoline, the effect would be even more exaggerated. Chapter 38, To Devote Oneself? In the dense forest, the two of them and a dog hurriedly traversed through.
Although the zombies were attracted by the tremendous explosion, this was only temporary. It wouldn't be long before they returned to normal. So, they needed to quickly leave this area.
As they walked, Chen Yi suddenly asked, "What about Wang Chenghu and the others?" "I don't know."
Zhang Yi shook her head and explained, "It was too chaotic before, I didn't notice when they got separated from us."
Hearing this, Chen Yi fell silent.
This dense forest was vast, connecting several mountain peaks. After walking for nearly an hour, they finally stopped, resting against a tree. Zhang Yi sat on the ground and opened her backpack, taking out 2 bottles of mineral water. Unscrewing the bottle cap, Chen Yi gulped down several swigs, then asked with concern, "How's your wound?" Zhang Yi frowned and said, "It seems to have torn again."
"Let me take a look."
Finishing the last drop of water in the bottle, Chen Yi crouched down and rolled up Zhang Yi's pant leg. He saw fresh blood seeping through the gauze wrapped around the wound. With delicate movements, he unwrapped the gauze, revealing a wound that had reopened with bright red blood flowing out.
"It's okay, it's not a lot of blood,"
Chen Yi said as he took out a first aid kit from the nearby backpack, cleaning the surface of the wound with iodine. After applying Yunnan Baiyao, he wrapped it up again with clean gauze. Silently watching the busy Chen Yi, a warm current rose in Zhang Yi's heart, and she gently said, "Thank you, you saved me once again."
Chen Yi raised his head and teased, "What, do you want to offer yourself?"
Zhang Yi smiled slightly, "Sure, as long as you don't mind the smell on me, I'm always ready."
"Then let's forget it." Chen Yi decisively refused.
In the apocalypse, especially in the summer of the apocalypse, never think too highly of a beautiful woman.
A fragrant and delicate beauty does not exist in the apocalypse. As for what fragrant sweat, don't even dream about it.
No matter how beautiful a woman is, the sweat that drips under high temperatures will ferment all day, resulting in the same foul smell. If this beauty happens to have a gynecological disease, it could make someone vomit up last night's dinner.
Don't ask Chen Yi how he knows this.
Zhang Yi is actually quite lucky. Following Chen Yi, she can still take a bath from time to time and occasionally change her underwear. Those women who choose to hide in the city are not so fortunate. When the tap water stops, let alone taking a bath, even daily drinking water has to be rationed. In such hot weather, after a week, one can easily imagine the smell. If someone can still manage to eat under such conditions, Chen Yi can only give a thumbs up in admiration. True warrior. After joking a few words, Zhang Yi looked longingly towards the direction of escape, regretfully saying, "That Range Rover is pretty good, what a pity." Chen Yi had already gotten used to it, smiling nonchalantly, "There's nothing to regret, that car has made it this far, and that's great, it has successfully completed its mission." After saying this, he took out another bottle of mineral water from his backpack, twisted it open, and poured it into his palm. Seeing this, the German Shepherd immediately came over, licking the water in his palm. On such a hot day, after running for so long, the dog was also extremely thirsty, stopping only after drinking half a bottle of water. Rubbing the dog's head, Chen Yi began to count supplies. In the backpack, besides the medicine box, there was only 1 bottle of mineral water and 3 packs of compressed biscuits left. This was all their possessions at the moment. In such an urgent situation, Zhanya only had time to pack these things. Chen Yi's backpack did have a lot of water and food, but unfortunately, it was abandoned during the escape. However, it was fortunate that the map, bullets, and those 3 books had always been kept close, and they remained intact in his pocket. After resting for a few minutes, Chen Yi stood up and said, "Let's go, it's getting late, and we need to find a place to spend the night before dark." Zhanya replied, painfully rising to her feet, using the short spear as a walking stick, limping as she followed Chen Yi. Chen Yi did not intend to climb the mountain, so the two of them simply meandered along the dense forest at the foot of the mountain. The dense forest was not easy to navigate, with weeds and shrubs growing wildly. Chen Yi led the way, swinging his short spear to beat down the thick grass in front. Summer is the season when snakes are most active. In such circumstances, if bitten by a venomous snake, the result would be very tragic. Zhanya followed closely behind, while the German Shepherd was responsible for keeping watch on the side. Abandoning the car and entering the dense forest, no one was happier than the German Shepherd. It had been cooped up for so long, now it was completely liberated, running back and forth, jumping and leaping. Seeing this scene, Chen Yi couldn't help but curl his lips. That silly dog. With no dog food or canned food left, it might as well wait to eat its own poop. In the evening, they finally made their way out of the dense forest. Ahead at the foot of the mountain lay a vast lake. The golden sunset shone on the lake, reflecting dazzling light, as if a golden gemstone was embedded among the mountains. But at this moment, neither of them had the heart to appreciate the beautiful scenery before them. Zhanya's beautiful eyes kept scanning, and she pointed, saying, "Chen Yi, there are houses over there." Following the direction of her finger, Chen Yi could see a building close to the lake in the northeast direction. At the entrance of that building's yard stood a wooden board resembling an advertisement board. It was just too far away to see the words on the billboard clearly, but he guessed it should be a farmhouse. "Let's go take a look." Having a place to stay is definitely 1,000 times better than sleeping in the wilderness. After passing through countless weeds, the two finally arrived at a dirt road. The dirt road twisted and turned, one end disappearing into the dense mountains and forests, while the other end led to that building. After walking for about 500 meters, the building grew closer, and the wooden sign in front of the yard became distinctly visible. Sanya Lake Farmhouse. He vaguely saw 2 cars parked in the yard, and Chen Yi drew his gun from his waist, clicked off the safety, and loaded it. At this moment, there was total silence inside the farmhouse. Bark! Bark! As they approached the yard, a German Shepherd immediately barked a warning. Huff! 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 With a series of growls, 7 or 8 zombies rushed out of the yard one after another. Upon seeing the 2 people and 1 dog, the zombies' crimson eyes immediately sparkled with excited light as they charged toward them. Putting away his gun, Chen Yi held his spear tightly and stood still. Thud! The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed repeatedly. Soon, 8 zombie corpses lay scattered on the ground. After shaking off the blood on his spear, Chen Yi stepped into the yard first. The yard was large, with a patch of bamboo forest planted to the left. The bamboo forest was lush, the ancient architectural style mixed with mountains and lakes, giving a sense of picking chrysanthemums under the eastern fence, leisurely gazing at the southern mountain. You are from the rescue team?" At that moment, a timid female voice came from above their heads. Looking up, they saw a head poking out of a third-floor window, looking at them warily. "That's right." Zhanya smiled slightly, her clear and graceful face made the other person momentarily stunned. However, her smile hid a hint of mockery. "Why are there only 2 of you in the rescue team?" The girl frowned slightly, her eyes still cautious. Zhanya raised an eyebrow and asked, "How many do you want?" The girl paused, then asked, "What about those monsters outside?" "They've all been dealt with." Zhanya replied casually, walking over to the water well. An old-fashioned hand pump was installed on the well, and after a few presses, cool well water began to flow from the faucet. Catching the water in her hands, Zhanya refreshed her face comfortably. As the cool well water splashed on her face, it instantly revitalized her, washing away the heat, and she couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The girl upstairs watched with a flicker of longing in her eyes. She hadn't washed her face in almost a week. The girl wasn't stupid, even though she hadn't seen the so-called rescue team, at least they should be in uniforms, right? One was wearing a tight motorcycle suit, and the other was dressed in a t-shirt and casual pants, looking like a scavenger. The only decent one might be the German Shepherd, which looked like a rescue dog. At this moment, Chen Yi had already thoroughly checked the entire yard, confirming there were no other zombies or survivors. Glancing at the girl upstairs, he said coldly, "You've got 30 seconds to roll down from upstairs." His cold gaze and tone made the girl shiver involuntarily. Chen Yi didn't mention the consequences, but the girl understood, the fresh blood on his spear said it all.
The next moment.
Hearing this, Chen Yi looked deeply at the two of them, holding a short spear, leading the German shepherd into the building. Seeing him enter, a flicker of panic flashed in the short-haired woman's eyes. This man gave her too much pressure. Under his gaze, even breathing seemed to become difficult. Compared to Chen Yi, Zhang Ye was much more pleasant to be around. Her delicate and elegant appearance, combined with an intellectual aura, and the subtle smile on her lips made people feel like they were in the spring breeze. Looking at Zhang Ye, the girl couldn't help but ask, "Sister, from your accent, you shouldn't be from Lu province, right? Where do you think I'm from?" Zhang Ye looked at her with great interest, the corner of her mouth lifting in a meaningful smile. The other party's attempt at conversation was too clumsy. Moreover, the panic in the short-haired woman's eyes earlier did not escape Zhang Ye's notice. "It sounds a bit like someone from Jiang province." The girl tilted her head slightly, her delicate features and baby fat on her cheeks making her look extremely cute and innocent. At this moment, the short-haired woman spoke, "Can we leave now?" With a glance at her, Zhang Ye nodded, "Of course, you can leave any time." Phew! The short-haired woman breathed a sigh of relief, then quickly walked toward a white BMW X3. "Sister, we'll go first." The girl waved her hand and smiled, following closely behind. Just then, Zhang Ye's voice came from behind the two of them, "I just said you can leave, but I didn't say you could drive." "This is my car, why can't I drive?" The short-haired woman turned her head, frowning. Zhang Ye's tone was calm, "Now it's my car." "You." The short-haired woman bit back her anger and argued, "The owner of the other car is dead, you can use his car." Zhang Ye's smile slowly faded, and her gentle gaze turned cold. "I said, both cars are mine now. What if I insist on driving away?" The short-haired woman glared at her, the panic in her eyes growing stronger. Zhang Ye slowly drew out a pistol from her waist, calmly uncocking it, then said flatly, "You can try." "The gun." Seeing the dark muzzle of the gun aimed at her, the two women froze, standing there like wooden statues. Woof woof. Accompanied by the barking of the German shepherd, Chen Yi walked out of the hall. In his hand, he dragged a decayed corpse that had begun to rot. The corpse was that of a middle-aged man, his flesh was mangled, with dozens of knife wounds on his cheeks, neck, and stomach. It was clear that he had been hacked to death with many knives. Interesting. The moment she saw the body, Zhang Ye immediately understood. Bang! Chen Yi raised his right hand and threw the corpse to the ground. The next second, the short-haired woman's legs went soft, and she collapsed to the ground, frantically explaining, "I didn't mean it, he tried to us, that's why I killed him. Yes, it was self-defense. You have to believe me, I didn't mean to kill him." Ha! The girl stared blankly at the corpse, then suddenly let out a silver bell-like laugh. While laughing, she stepped over to the corpse, crouched down, and extended her white hand to point at the body's stomach. "This was the first stab I made. I was too weak, only half the knife went in, then it got stuck. Then, her finger moved to her nose, this is the second stab. I originally wanted to cut his neck, but he suddenly lowered his head. But that's fine, because I got to stab him more. This is the third stab. At that moment, blood splattered on my face, and I tasted it. It wasn't as sweet as I imagined. This is the fourth stab." The girl kept talking to herself, her eyes full of intoxication, her face gradually turning red, and her body trembling slightly. The short-haired woman had long been terrified, her eyes wide open, staring in disbelief at the girl. This is a freak. And yet, she had been living in the same room as this psychopathic killer for so long. Chen Yi showed no sign of emotion, looking down at the girl from above and asking, "Are you done?" The girl raised her head. A pair of innocent and naive big eyes looked at Chen Yi, and once again returned to the previous cute and silly appearance, timidly saying, "I'm done." Chen Yi waved his hand in disgust and said, "If you're done, drag the body out." The body had already rotted and smelled, its stomach swollen, likely to burst in a couple of days, and worms could be clearly seen crawling through the flesh and skin. When he opened the door earlier, the stench almost made him faint. In this kind of weather, killing someone and leaving the body in the room is a pure act of idiocy. The girl pitifully said, "But I can't lift it by myself." Slap. A loud slap echoed in the yard. Chen Yi's slap was so powerful that it directly knocked the girl to the ground. When the girl raised her head again, the delicate, pale cheek was clearly marked with a red handprint, and fresh blood was flowing from the corner of her mouth. Chen Yi's expression remained indifferent as he said, "I don't want to say it a second time." "Okay." The girl obediently nodded, grabbed the corpse's feet, and with great effort, began to drag it out of the yard. Chapter 40, Unexpected Joy. For the girl's petite frame, this body was indeed too heavy. She gritted her teeth and moved the body with great difficulty, inch by inch. The short-haired woman was still sitting on the ground, her gaze vacant. In just a few minutes, she had experienced so much that her mind couldn't keep up. First, the fact that she had killed someone was exposed, and then the silly girl who had been living with her for over a week turned out to be a psychopathic killer. And the man and woman in front of her, although she didn't know who they were, felt even more terrifying than the psychotic girl. After a long time, the short-haired woman finally snapped out of it. She looked at Chen Yi, trembling, and said, Are you, the police? You can leave. Chen Yi waved his hand as if swatting away a fly. Hearing this, the short-haired woman froze, then immediately asked, Aren't you going to report it to the police? Report to the police? It seemed that these two women still didn't know what had happened outside. But thinking about it, this farmstay was in a remote location, with no internet or signal, so they indeed wouldn't know what was going on outside. Chen Yi couldn't be bothered to explain and coldly said, Hurry up and leave before I change my mind. Thank you, thank you. The short-haired woman's heart surged with wild joy as she repeatedly expressed her thanks. Chen Yi pointed at her and ordered, Leave the car keys. The short-haired woman immediately pulled the car keys from her jeans pocket, respectfully placed them on the ground, then scrambled out of the yard. She was afraid that if she delayed for even a second, the other party would change their mind and kill her. Watching the short-haired woman's figure disappear at the end of the road, a trace of mockery flashed in Chen Yi's eyes. She thought she had escaped from hell. Little did she know, the real hell awaited her. Looking around, Chen Yi said with satisfaction, This place is not bad. We can rest here for a few days. The farmstay didn't lack food. Although the chickens, ducks, and other poultry in the yard had been eaten by the zombies, there were still plenty of fresh vegetables in the garden. If they wanted meat, they could go to the lake and try their luck. Maybe they could catch some fish or shrimp. The most important thing was that the location was remote, so they didn't have to worry about zombie attacks. To be honest, if it weren't for the zombie tide, this would be a very good survival base. But unfortunately, after the zombie tide sweeps through in a few months, there will be no place in the country that can be truly considered safe. Zhang Ye was very smart and knew that it was because of her injury that Chen Yi decided to rest here for a few days. Thinking of this, she shook her head and said, Don't worry about me. My leg injury isn't serious. A night's rest will be enough. Chen Yi smiled slightly and comforted her, Don't think too much. Rest well these few days. Sharpening the axe doesn't delay the cutting of firewood. During this time, Zhang Ye had grown rapidly, and her help to him had increased more and more. For example, when they were surrounded by the zombie horde earlier, if it weren't for her finding the best escape spot in time, he could not possibly break through the sea of corpses. In 3 or 5 days' time, exchanging for a healthy Zhang Ye, Chen Yi felt that such an exchange was worthwhile. Moreover, he truly needed some rest to prepare for the journey ahead. The bodies have been dragged out. At that moment, the girl's soft voice came from behind him. Turning his head, Chen Yi furrowed his brows slightly, about to speak, when Zhang Ye beside him gently said, Leave it to me to handle. All right. Chen Yi nodded, leading the German shepherd to the well to begin washing it. Zhang Ye waved her hand at the girl and smiled softly, Little sister, what's your name? Yang Yaran. The girl answered truthfully, as obedient as a pet cat. How old are you this year? 19. How many people have you killed? Just one. The two exchanged questions and answers, with Zhang Ye smiling at the corner of her mouth, her gaze warm, like a kind elder. The girl, on the other hand, was like a student called upon in class, uneasy yet showing a hint of nervousness. Yang Yaran was very clear that the woman before her was extremely terrifying. She only enjoyed the perverse pleasure brought by killing, while the other person completely disregarded life. She did not doubt for a second that if her performance displeased the other person, she would immediately be shot dead. Zhang Ye continued to ask, Why didn't you go with your companions? Because my sister didn't let me go. The smile at the corner of Zhang Ye's mouth grew even more intense, and she softly said, I don't like children who try to be clever, understand? Upon hearing this, Yang Yaran was startled, and truthfully expressed her guess, since even you all escaped here in such a sorry state, it's dangerous outside, right? Not just monsters here, but the entire country must have fallen, right? You've got some brains. A trace of satisfaction flashed in Zhang Ye's eyes. Can I follow you? Yang Yaran licked the bloodstains at the corner of her mouth and unconsciously glanced toward the well. At this moment, Chen Yi was holding soap and scrubbing the German shepherd. As his hands kept rubbing, foam began to rise from the German shepherd's fur. The golden sunset light fell on his profile, as if a filter had been applied to him. The pain on his cheek was sharp, constantly stimulating Yang Yaran's nerves, while also giving her a strange feeling. If she followed these two, it should be safer and more interesting. That depends on your performance. Zhang Ye said as she stood up, waving her hand, Let's go, take me to the kitchen. Oh. Yang Yaran nodded, obediently leading Zhang Ye toward the kitchen in the yard. After washing the German shepherd, he himself was completely soaked. After all, asking a dog to quietly finish a bath is a bit much for the dog. Especially after the bath, when the dog shakes itself off, it's dry, but you're still wet. Chen Yi simply took off his clothes and comfortably took a shower. After the shower, he walked into the hall shirtless, found a set of short sleeves in the master bedroom on the first floor, and then slipped on a pair of flip-flops. The German Shepherd, walking leisurely, followed behind him. The layout of the house was no different from a guest house, with the first floor being where the owner lived, and the second and third floors converted into guest rooms. In the storage room on the first floor, Chen Yi unexpectedly found a small diesel generator and a large barrel of diesel. This was an unexpected delight. But upon thinking about it, having a generator in a farm-style guest house was actually quite necessary. After all, this place was really remote. If there were problems with the nearby power lines, causing a power outage, it could take half a day just to find someone to fix it. If it happened at night, they would have to wait until the next day. For customers, without a backup generator, it would greatly affect the experience. And such small diesel generators weren't expensive, they could be bought for just a few thousand yuan. After much effort, he dragged the generator into the yard. With the setting sun's light, he noticed that the machine was still brand new, with no signs of being used. He then moved the oil and diesel out, squatting down to tinker with them. This kind of small household diesel generator. It's all foolproof operations. After all, the design is too complicated, and it's not convenient to use. Step 1, add engine oil. Step 2, add diesel. Then connect the wires to the battery, start it up, and done. It's that simple. The slightly more troublesome part is how to connect the generator to the household circuit. But this doesn't stump Chen Yi, he has used more complicated generators in his past life. He found a converter, connected it to the generator, then turned off the main power in the house, and finally plugged the converter's plug into the household socket. At this moment, the sun had completely dipped below the horizon, and the night began to envelop the earth. He dusted off his hands and walked into the living room, pressing the light switch on the wall. Bang! With a crisp sound, bright light suddenly pierced the darkness. Chapter 41, Is it contagious? Just now, Chen Yi specifically looked, and this diesel generator's continuous power is only 5 kW. So, no hopes for the fridge or air conditioning, otherwise, running over capacity could easily damage the generator. However, the lights and fans are completely fine. Where did the electricity come from? Zhang Yi's surprised voice came from the doorway. Chen Yi pointed at the generator in the corner of the yard, explaining, just found a new generator in the storage room, and I've started using it. Great! Finally, we can sleep well. Zhang Yi said, placing a plate of smashed cucumbers on the dining table. A night without air conditioning or fans is truly unbearable. Every night, he had to wake up several times from the heat, each time waking up drenched in sticky, smelly sweat. Pinching a piece of cucumber and popping it into his mouth, Chen Yi asked, planning to keep her? The cucumber was crisp and delicious, especially appetizing with minced garlic and fragrant vinegar. Today, having exerted a lot of energy, he had only eaten a bag of compressed biscuits for lunch, and now he felt his stomach protesting under the stimulation of the smashed cucumber. Zhang Yi nodded, she's quite an interesting little girl, let's observe her first. Be careful not to get scratched by the little cat, Chen Yi smiled faintly, implying something. Don't worry, I have experience with pets. After giving him a reassuring look, Zhang Yi limped out of the living room. Taking advantage of the time before dinner, Chen Yi searched through each room again and successfully found several fans. He moved one fan into the living room, plugged it in, and pressed the switch. The blades slowly started, spinning faster and faster, as a cool breeze hit his face. Comfortable. Before long, Zhang Yi and Yang Yiran walked into the living room again, carrying several plates of food. As expected, the dishes were all stir-fried vegetables, but there was an additional plate of salted duck eggs. Helping Chen Yi serve the rice, noticing Yang Yiran standing there awkwardly, Zhang Yi raised her eyebrows. Why are you just standing there? Come and eat. Oh. Yang Yiran hurriedly sat down. The three of them held their bowls, silently eating. For a while, the living room was filled with only the soft clinking of utensils. Yang Yiran didn't know how many days she'd been hungry, bowl after bowl, her slightly chubby cheeks were always puffed up. She looked just like a greedy hamster. When she finished her third bowl and wanted to fill her rice bowl again, Zhang Yi tapped her hand with chopsticks, keep eating, and you might as well die. Hearing this, Yang Yiran obediently put down the bowl. Looking at the food in front of her, she couldn't help but swallow. Even though she had eaten 3 bowls, she still felt very hungry. But Yang Yiran also knew that Zhang Yi meant well. After not eating for a long time, suddenly gorging herself could harm her stomach. In severe cases, it could even lead to sudden death. Finishing the soup in his bowl, Chen Yi put it down and asked, how much food and gas are left in the kitchen? Zhang Yi replied honestly, we have plenty of rice and oil, but not much gas left. However, it doesn't matter, there's still a wood-burning stove in the kitchen. Chen Yi nodded, lighting a cigarette, enjoying the rare leisure time of the day. I'm going to take a shower first. Zhang Yi stood up and walked toward the master bedroom, pulling out a dress from the wardrobe, striding with her straight, long legs toward the well. As soon as she left, only Yang Yiran and Chen Yi were left in the living room.
the two stared at each other wide-eyed. After a moment, Chen Yi frowned and said, "What, are you waiting for these bowls and chopsticks to jump into the water and wash themselves?" Oh, I'll go wash them now." Yang Yaran immediately reacted, tidying up the bowls and chopsticks on the table, then quickly walking out of the living room. Don't be fooled by this girl's innocent and silly appearance, she is not like this when stabbing someone with a knife. When Zhang Ye finished showering and returned to the living room, she saw Chen Yi comfortably leaning on the sofa, with a laptop he had dug out from somewhere on his lap, his fingers tapping away at the keyboard. "What are you looking at?" Zhang Ye tilted her head slightly, wiping her wet hair with a towel. Without lifting his head, Chen Yi replied, "I'm trying to see if there are any movies." "Did you find anything?" "Not unlocked yet." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye smiled slightly. Sitting next to Chen Yi, she suggested, "Let me give it a try." "Here." Chen Yi handed over the laptop. Taking the laptop, Zhang Ye carefully examined it with her beautiful eyes, then her delicate white fingers quickly began to tap on the keyboard. After 3 incorrect attempts in a row, she finally succeeded on the 4th try. Seeing this, Chen Yi asked in slight surprise, "How did you do that?" "Very simple, the wear resistance of this piano lacquer keyboard is poor, you just need to observe the wear on the keys. The keys that are most worn are likely the unlock code, and then you can try combinations of those letters and numbers." After listening to Zhang Ye's explanation, Chen Yi gave a thumbs up and urged, "See if there are any movies, anime is fine too. I advise you not to hope too much, now very few people download movies to their computers, it's all through software." "Oh, there really are some." While speaking, Zhang Ye clicked on a small blue bird icon software and found that quite a few movies had indeed been downloaded inside. Casually opening a movie called The King's Zero, the two began to watch it with great interest. I have to say, even after all these years and having watched it many times, Stephen Chow's movies are still very interesting. This is something that other comedies cannot achieve. Not long after, Yang Yaran returned to the living room after washing the dishes. Seeing Zhang Ye and Chen Yi cuddled up watching a movie, she didn't disturb them but quietly took out her phone from her jeans and plugged in a data cable. A few minutes later, the crisp and pleasant startup sound rang out. Sure enough, just as she had expected. No signal, no network. It seems the outside world has really collapsed. Yang Yaran let out a sigh, her mood complicated. The collapse of civilization has the benefit that no one cares whether she committed involuntary manslaughter or not. She doesn't need to take any responsibility for it. But there are downsides, too, her family likely face disaster, and how will she survive alone in the future? She is not a madwoman, nor is she insane, she just has a pathological enjoyment of killing. Apart from that, she is not different from any other normal girl. No one wants to die, even ants fight to survive, let alone humans. Thinking of this, Yang Yaran slightly lifted her head and looked at the sofa opposite her. In that moment, she just happened to meet Chen Yi's gaze. Yang Yaran's heart skipped a beat, she hurriedly lowered her head and continued fiddling with her phone. Faintly, she seemed to feel a surge of pain on her cheeks, and her body began to warm slightly. I'm going to take a shower." Noticing the abnormality in her body, Yang Yaran stood up and said this before hastily leaving the living room. Seeing this, Chen Yi frowned and said, "Is this girl just not very smart, or did my slap knock her silly?" Zhang Ye casually guessed, maybe she has Stockholm Syndrome, after all, having gone through so much turmoil, there must be some psychological issues. "Stockholm Syndrome?" Chen Yi teased seriously, "Is it contagious?" "Put." Zhang Ye couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Chapter 42, Rest. Chapter 42, Rest. The next day. Chen Yi rarely slept in late. Aside from the fan, mainly it was because they watched a movie late into the night. After all, in the apocalypse, entertainment is hard to come by. By the time they set off again on their escape journey, there probably wouldn't be conditions to watch anymore. Zhang Ye and Yang Yaran were still asleep. Last night, the two girls had found a bunch of masks and skincare products from somewhere and chattered away until midnight. Ha, women! Stepping out of the living room, the sun was already shining brightly outside, with cicadas chirping. Holding a disposable toothbrush and toothpaste dug out from the storage room, Chen Yi went to the well to wash up. The German Shepherd followed him, its big, watery eyes looking at him pitifully. As if saying, "Where's my dog food, my cans, my nutrient paste?" Seeing this, Chen Yi spat out a bit of foam and said helplessly, "We're out of dog food and cans. Just get by for a few days." Woo woo. The shepherd whimpered a few times. After washing up, Chen Yi grabbed his handgun and short spear, called the shepherd, and stepped out of the yard. After spending more than half an hour, a man and a dog wandered around the farm-style hotel. To be honest, this hotel had quite a few activities. Behind the building was a large peach orchard, and not far from the vegetable field, 2 or 3 acres of strawberries and watermelons were planted. It seemed to be so customers could enjoy the fun of picking themselves. Additionally, at the steps by the lake, a small boat was tied up. On both sides of the steps, tall poplar trees were planted, each with a fishing platform set up underneath. Honestly, this place was quite nice, both in location and environment. With mountains at the back and the lake in front, plus farming, there wouldn't be any worries about food and drink. If it weren't for the zombie tide, this would be a great survival base. When Chen Yi returned to the yard, Zhang Ye and Yang Yaran were already awake, busy in the kitchen. Seeing him come back, Zhang Ye smiled lightly. Just wait a moment, breakfast will be ready soon. Breakfast was egg noodles. Perhaps because she had been cooking for a while lately, her cooking skills had improved. A simple bowl of egg noodles was incredibly delicious. Once the noodles were served, Yang Yaran didn't lift her head even once. Even though she was gasping from the heat, she wouldn't spit out the noodles in her mouth. In just 2 or 3 minutes, she finished the entire bowl of freshly made noodles. At this moment, Yang Yaran, still unsatisfied, used her chopsticks to pick up the small bits of noodles left at the bottom of the bowl and put them into her mouth, finally even drinking up the soup. Chen Yi found this quite normal. If he had been hungry for a few days, he would probably eat faster than her. After slowly finishing his noodles, Chen Yi lit a cigarette and said, "These days you need to work a bit on making arm guards and neck sleeves. If you can, also make a few sets of chest plates." Okay. Along the way, Zhang Ye had grown a lot from a novice. The zombies that died at her hands were no fewer than 80, if not 100. So when she heard about the arm guards and chest plates, she immediately understood Chen Yi's meaning. Previously, Chen Yi had made a simple version of arm guards by taping thick towels onto his forearms, so he could temporarily defend against zombie attacks with them. However, this makeshift tape-wrapped arm guard wasn't very sturdy and was also inconvenient to put on and take off. Now that they had electricity, materials, tools, and plenty of time, he planned for Zhang Ye to make a few sturdy and solid protective gear sets. After finishing the cigarette, Chen Yi grabbed the car keys and walked out of the living room. In the yard, there were 2 cars parked, a BMW X3 and a Cadillac XT6. These 2 cars were standard SUVs, with off-road capability only slightly better than sedans. But having a car was better than not having one. It was better than nothing. Opening the door of the BMW X3, a wave of warm air rushed out. Standing quietly to the side for a moment, waiting for the air inside to dissipate, he finally got in the car. After starting the car, the dashboard showed that all the parts were functioning normally. Glancing at the fuel gauge, there was still more than half a tank of gas left. Can persist in running 200 to 300 kilometers. After turning off the engine, Chen Yi searched the car again. Unfortunately, he did not find anything useful. The condition of another Cadillac was not much different, but Chen Yi found half a cigarette in the car and discovered a fishing tackle set in the trunk. Now that there was power, he wondered if he should take the opportunity to modify these 2 cars. Not to mention anything else, at least the front of the car should be reinforced, and it would be best to weld a few steel bars. Additionally, steel wire mesh should be added to the windows, which is extremely important. Once the car is surrounded by a horde of zombies, the flimsy tempered glass would not withstand the impact of the undead. The materials were easy to find, the problem was the lack of tools like welding and cutting machines. Turning around, he saw Yang still squatting by the well, scrubbing pots and washing dishes. "Come here." Chen Yi waved at her. Seeing this, Yang immediately put down the pot and bowl she was halfway through washing and ran over. "How far is the nearest town from here?" "About 5 to 6 kilometers. Yang answered truthfully. Chen Yi asked, "Is it big?" Yang shook her head. "Not big, just a short street. Unless there is a big market day, there aren't many people." After asking for the location and some details, Chen Yi waved his hand. Seeing this, Yang went back to the well and continued washing dishes there. Chen Yi remained cautious towards strangers. So, he did not fully trust Yang's words but pulled out a map and began to compare. The map in his hand was a satellite map of the province downloaded online after his rebirth. There were 12 maps in total, 2 for each province. These 12 maps covered all the provinces along the 2 routes to the Changbai Mountain no man's land. After comparing, a hint of satisfaction flashed in Chen Yi's eyes. Apart from a slight discrepancy in distance, the rest of the information was basically consistent. The town was not large, so it might be worth the risk to give it a try. Thinking of this, he quickly walked into the living room. In the living room, Zhang Ye was sitting on the sofa, fiddling with a pile of fabric and thread, with a few design sketches on the coffee table. It looked quite professional. Chen Yi cut to the chase. "I plan to go to the nearby town." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye raised her head. "Do you need me to go with you?" "No, I'll go alone. If all goes well, I'll be back by noon." "Okay, be careful." As Chen Yi was about to turn and leave, he noticed Zhang Ye hesitating to speak. "What's wrong?" Zhang Ye's face turned slightly red. If it's convenient, please bring me back a bottle of women's hygiene wash." "Women's hygiene wash?" Chen Yi raised an eyebrow, his gaze dropping slightly. Noticing his gaze, Zhang Ye hurriedly explained, "I'm fine, it's just a precaution." "I understand." Chen Yi nodded. Due to differences in physiological structure, women have a much higher chance of developing gynecological diseases.
Especially in the apocalypse, it's common to go days without showering or changing underwear, so getting sick is very natural. In his previous life, the women he met all had some degree of gynecological issues. I won't take the German Shepherd, leave it to you to keep an eye on that little kitten. After everything was arranged, Chen Yi gathered his gear and slowly drove the BMW X3 out of the yard. Chapter 43, Survivors in the Supermarket. The white BMW X3 sped down the dirt road, kicking up a cloud of dust. After about a kilometer, the dirt road merged with a country road. Upon entering the country road, zombies began to appear sporadically on both sides. These zombies were attracted by the noise of the car, roaring and running towards it. However, by the time they reached the road, the car had already vanished from sight. Several minutes later, the BMW X3 approached the small town. Chen Yi gently stepped on the brakes, slowly stopping the car by the roadside. Although the town was small, there were still thousands of people, and charging in would be no different from seeking death. He still had to use the old method. Getting out of the car, two zombies wandering at the edge immediately lunged at him. Chen Yi held the short spear, advancing rather than retreating, actively approaching. After a moment, he was seen walking slowly towards the small town, wearing a raincoat covered in blood and intestines. Upon entering the town, Chen Yi couldn't help but frown slightly. It was too quiet. The streets and the shops on both sides were almost empty of zombies, and even when there were some, they were scattered here and there. Either the zombies couldn't find food and dispersed on their own, or they had been lured away. Chen Yi leaned more towards the latter, because zombies' movements could be traced. If there were no food, they would all leave in a swarm. After all, zombies also need to feed. Driven by instinct, they would definitely go elsewhere to search for food. Walking along the street, Chen Yi's gaze kept sweeping across the shops on both sides, searching for his target. Turning a corner, his steps paused. Ahead, there was a dense cluster of zombies, surrounding a supermarket. The supermarket was of medium size, 2 stories high, and its glass windows were all boarded up from the inside. The main entrance was also firmly blocked, and no matter how hard the zombies charged, they could not break through. Clearly, there were survivors inside the supermarket, and there were quite a few of them. Otherwise, such a large task could not have been completed. Snap! A faint crisp sound rang out. The sound was not loud and was quickly drowned out by the roars of the zombie horde. But Chen Yi, with sharp senses, detected that it was the sound of an air gun. He raised his head slightly and looked towards the second floor. Sure enough, through the crack in the window on the left side of the second floor, the tip of a slender gun barrel poked out. The next moment, the barrel slightly trembled. Snap! With a faint gunshot, a zombie immediately fell backward, dead. But soon, the zombie got back up. Air guns are like that, their power is generally weak, with the bullets mostly being steel balls or lead pellets. They are fine for shooting birds and rabbits, but trying to pierce the hard skull of a zombie is a fantasy, unless shooting through the eyes or other weak spots to reach the brain. Killing zombies with an air gun is less effective than simply throwing a rock from the window. But it seemed like the person didn't really want to kill zombies, just looking for some entertainment out of boredom. After a few more shots, the gun barrel was pulled back behind the window. Chen Yi withdrew his gaze and continued searching for his target. Suddenly, he noticed a custom door and window shop across from the supermarket. Such shops usually have the owner making doors and windows themselves, definitely equipped with welding machines and cutters. But the problem was that the area around the supermarket was packed with zombies, making it impossible to get through. After observing for a while, Chen Yi turned and left. Returning to the previous street, he quickly found a small shop selling fireworks. He picked up 3 boxes of firecrackers and made his way to a bun shop at the end of the town. Taking out a lighter, he lit each fuse one by one, then quickly fled the area. Whoosh! Boom! The sharp sound of the firecrackers instantly rang through the town. Soon, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. Accompanied by a series of growls, thousands of zombies came rushing towards the noise. Taking advantage of the distraction caused by the firecrackers, Chen Yi quickly ran towards the street where the supermarket was located. Time was precious, it wouldn't take long for the zombies to return, so he had to hurry. However, he did not let his guard down, keeping his eyes on the second floor of the supermarket, just in case the survivors inside mistook him for a zombie and shot him. At this time, the survivors inside the supermarket were also attracted by the sound of the firecrackers and opened the windows on the second floor. Chen Yi's sudden appearance naturally caught the attention of these survivors. Why is there still a zombie that hasn't left? Are you stupid? This is clearly a person. Did he set off the firecrackers? It's possible. Hey, buddy, what are you doing? The survivors' voices, all talking at once, reached Chen Yi's ears. But he paid them no attention, and hurriedly rushed into the door and window shop opposite the supermarket. The shop was small, with a few finished windows placed outside the door, and a lot of steel and PVC boards stacked inside. Walking further inside, he immediately saw the cutting machine and welding machine.
Stepping forward, he checked the power of the welding machine. Fortunately, it was 230A, and the 5 kW generator at the farmstay should be able to handle it. He found a handcart from the store and struggled to lift the welding machine and the cutting machine onto it, then packed the welding pliers, mask, and welding rods into a bag, stacking them on the cart. After checking carefully to ensure nothing was left behind, he dusted off his hands and slowly pushed the cart out of the store. As he came out, the survivors on the second floor of the supermarket began to chatter again. These survivors included men, women, and children, all crowded by the window, numbering more than 20. "Little brother, where are you from? What's it like outside now? When is the army coming? Handsome guy. Hey, I'm talking to you, if you don't stop, I'll shoot." Chen Yi automatically filtered out the previous survivor's words, but when he heard this line, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He paused his steps, quickly turned around, and drew his pistol from his waist. He disengaged the safety, chambered around, and the whole motion was done in one go. With the dark muzzle of the gun pointed at the young man with yellow hair holding an air gun, Chen Yi's tone was cold as he said, "Stay honest in the supermarket, don't bother me. I can draw the zombies away, and I can also make them rush into the supermarket." The icy tone and gaze, along with the gun in hand, silenced the survivors on the second floor. After a brief silence, the yellow-haired man angrily shouted, "Who the hell are you trying to scare?" Bang! The gunshot suddenly sounded, cutting off the yellow-haired man's words. This shot successfully intimidated everyone. Many times, saying too much is far less convincing than firing a gun. Retracting his gaze, Chen Yi was about to turn and leave when a familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. "Chen Yi?" Hearing this, Chen Yi was slightly taken aback and quickly scanned the area by the window, finally resting his gaze on one man. Wang Changhu. This guy is still alive. At this moment, Wang Changhu looked much haggard, almost like a different person from before. No wonder he hadn't recognized him just now. Moreover, Chen Yi did not see Ding Chui and others in the crowd. It seems that after they got separated yesterday, Wang Changhu's escape journey has not been smooth. Ding Chui and the old, young, and women are most likely dead. However, this was clearly not the time for reminiscing. "I'll be waiting for you at the town head, in 5 minutes, whether you come or not, I will leave." Dropping this line, Chen Yi quickly pushed the cart away. Watching his figure disappear at the end of the street, the other survivors turned their gaze toward Wang Changhu. Chapter 44, The Fools Stay Behind. Chapter 44, The Fools Stay Behind. Passing by a large pharmacy, Chen Yi set down the handcart and quickly walked inside. Soon, he came out of the pharmacy holding a bag of feminine Washington. In a year or two, this item will become a hard currency among survivors, just like cigarettes. Cigarettes are a man's necessity, while feminine wash is a woman's necessity. After the collapse of civilization, currency naturally turned into a pile of waste paper. Transactions between people returned to the barter system of ancient times. It's not that no forces have tried to issue currency, but without strong institutional regulation and sufficient credit backing, no survivor was willing to use it. After all, under the threat of the zombie tide, any force faces the possibility of being wiped out at any time. In this situation, which survivor would dare to exchange supplies for currency that could turn into waste paper at any moment? In the end, barter is the most reliable. All the way to the town head, Chen Yi took off his raincoat and threw it aside. Lighting a cigarette, he waited silently. He gave Wang Changhu only 5 minutes. Once the time was up, he would leave immediately. Halfway through smoking, 4 bulky figures appeared on the street ahead. Although these people were being very quiet, they were still detected by the sensitive zombies. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Amidst the screeching sounds, countless zombies came rushing over. Seeing this, the 4 figures immediately took off running. Under the threat of death, everyone seemed like sprinters, even wearing thick cotton jackets, they moved quickly. Running at the forefront was Wang Changhu. Go! With that shout, Chen Yi threw away his cigarette and pushed the cart towards the nearby BMW X3. After Wang Changhu and the others helped move the welding machine into the trunk, they quickly opened the car doors and jumped inside. Returning to the driver's seat, Chen Yi didn't have time to fasten his seatbelt and slammed the gas pedal to the floor. The BMW X3 roared and instantly created distance from the dark mass of corpses behind. For a moment, a series of panting sounds filled the car. It was only after they completely left the town that Chen Yi glanced at the rearview mirror. Together with Wang Changhu, there were 3 people who left the supermarket, including the young man with the air gun earlier. The other 2 were a middle-aged couple. Retracting his gaze, Chen Yi remained silent. He was waiting for Wang Changhu to give him an explanation. Sure enough, after a moment, Wang Changhu began to take off his cotton jacket and spoke up. "These 3 friends are all smart people. When they learned I was leaving, they offered to come with me." This statement wasn't wrong, they were indeed smart people. The fools stayed behind in the supermarket. They wouldn't really believe that the supplies in the supermarket were unlimited, would they?
With more than 20 people, it wouldn't take long to eat up all the food stocked in the supermarket.
And then what?
In fact, among those survivors, there were certainly some who could think of this, but they lacked the courage and determination to leave their comfort zone.
At least for now, they had a safe shelter and plenty of food. Isn't the stuff in the supermarket not yet finished? Let's talk about it after it's eaten up. This is the typical ostrich mentality.
Next, Wang Changhu briefly introduced the three of them. The young man with yellow hair was named Chen Yi, said to be an otaku and a military fan. The couple, the man was named Yu Tai Ran, and the woman was named Hu Yun.
Chen Yi's lips curled up slightly, meaningfully saying, "Are we not going to wait a bit longer? What if the army and government rescue come after a while?"
Hearing this, Yu Tai Ran chuckled bitterly and said, "If there really was a rescue, it would have come long ago.
It's been 10 days now, and not even the internet has been restored. Where would there be rescue?" At that moment, Chen Hao, sitting beside him, curiously asked, Brother Yu, I've always wanted to ask, what's the relationship between rescue and internet signal?" Yu Tai Ran explained, "It's a huge relationship. Internet signals are directly linked to electricity.
Our country has backup power with black start capability, mainly to respond to large-scale disasters and sudden wars nationwide. Simply put, even if all our power plants shut down, the hidden backup power equipment across the country can perform a black start and connect to each other.
Although it cannot restore power nationwide, it can ensure satellite stations and communication systems like the internet operate normally."
His words not only stunned Chen Hao.
Even Wang Chonghu looked puzzled, unable to help but ask, then why hasn't the internet been restored? The problem lies here.
Yu Tai Ran spread his hands and sighed. The black start equipment can restore a small amount of power, but each communication base station needs people to maintain and repair it. The fact that the internet signal hasn't been restored indicates that the scale of this disaster is greater than we imagined, so much so that the government collapsed in an instant and has no time or manpower to maintain the base stations.
Wang Chonghu took a deep breath, amazed. Old Zhang, what did you do before? You know quite a bit. I'm just an electrician, holding a position at the Municipal Power Supply Bureau. Yu Tai Ran said humbly, stealing a glance at Chen Yi. The reason he spoke so extensively was to showcase his value. After so many years in the system, the ability to read people and judge situations wasn't something a rookie like Chen Hao could match. From Chen Yi's earlier attitude when talking to Wang Chonghu, it was clear that Chen Yi was the dominant one. This was further proven by Wang Chonghu's active explanation just now. Therefore, their fate did not lie with Wang Chonghu, but with Chen Yi. Yu Tai Ran's little thoughts were clear to Chen Yi. With a slight smile, he glanced at Chen Hao and said, "What about you, yellow hair?" "Brother, my name is Chen Hao."
Chen Hao carefully corrected him and then flattered, "Brother, the way you turned around and shot just now was so cool."
"Get to the point." Escaping is one thing, but I mainly think that following you guys means I can play with real guns."
Talking about this, Chen Hao immediately became excited, his eyes shining. "Brother, were you using the old Type 92 just now? You can tell from the recoil, the design of the recoil spring in the old Type 92 has some issues, which makes it easy for bullets to jam when chambering, and it has a serious muzzle jump. The improved version 92G is much better, the magazine has been changed to double-stack single-feed, and the recoil spring uses 3 strands, so the recoil isn't that strong. But compared to the 92G, my favorite is still the M1911. Seeing him talk endlessly, Wang Chonghu was afraid that Chen Yi would kick him off the car, so he hurriedly interrupted, "Okay, you can shut up now." Wang Chonghu knew how much this guy could talk. Last night, after learning that Chen Hao used to be a scout, he had kept him talking all night.
Chen Hao smacked his lips, a little unsatisfied. But he was only a bit naive, not a fool.
Seeing Yu Tai Ran making continuous eye gestures, he quickly got the hint and shut his mouth.
Chapter 45 Good Yellow Hair.
Chen Yi didn't speak, and naturally, others didn't dare to either. For a moment, the atmosphere in the car became silent. After a dozen minutes, the dirt path leading to the farm appeared ahead. Creak! A grinding sound that made one's teeth hurt echoed. Seeing Chen Yi suddenly stop the car, the three in the back seat, Chen Hao and the others, were slightly stunned, feeling a little anxious. Turning his head to glance at the three, Chen Yi slowly spoke, "We are all smart people, I won't beat around the bush. I can be quite overbearing, my rules are my rules, and all matters during escape, I make the call. If you can't accept this, you can get out of the car now." Upon hearing this, Yu Tai Ran and the others exchanged glances, remaining silent. Seeing this, Chen Yi smiled lightly and said, "Very well, since you choose to stay, you tacitly agree to follow my rules. If you make a mistake later, don't blame me for being heartless. My name is Chen Yi, and I will be your captain from now on." Having said that, he pressed the gas pedal again, turned the steering wheel, and drove onto the dirt road. The BMW X3 wound through the dirt road, constantly passing through the dense forest in the mountains, finally arriving at the yard of the farm. "Get out of the car." With a call, Chen Yi was the first to push the door open and get out.
Zhang Yi and Yang Yiran had already heard the sound of the car and walked out of the living room. When they saw Chen Yi, the vigilance in Zhang Yi's eyes finally faded. Turning off the safety of her gun, she was about to speak but saw 4 strangers getting out of the front and back seats. Wang Chonghu. Seeing Wang Chonghu, Zhang Yi froze and instinctively asked, "What about Ding Chui and the others?" Wang Chonghu smiled bitterly, his tone heavy. "After we got separated yesterday, it wasn't long before the car crashed into a utility pole and broke down. Ding Chui and the others didn't escape. Take care." Zhang Yi sighed. In that situation, it was already very lucky for Wang Chonghu to have survived. Even she and Chen Yi faced many dangers. If it weren't for the 2 barrels of diesel in the car, they probably wouldn't have made it. This is the end of the world, no one knows if they can survive until tomorrow. At this moment, Chen Hao looked around the surroundings and couldn't help but praise, "Brother, your place is really nice, with mountains and water, it's simply a paradise." Chen Yi sneered and said, "If you want to live here, you can stay for the rest of your life." Chen Hao immediately shrank his neck and shut his mouth. Glancing at Chen Hao and the others, Zhang Yi asked, "Chen Yi? Who are they?" Chen Yi openly said, "They are newcomers still in the probation period." This sentence startled Yu Tairan and the 3 others. Probation period. What if they don't pass the probation? The outcome is obvious. Chen Yi ignored their reactions, introduced each one briefly, and then summarized what had happened in the town. After listening, Zhang Yi nodded and chuckled, "It's a good thing the rice isn't in the pot yet. I'll go stir-fry a few more dishes." Hu Yun, being observant, hurriedly stepped forward, "Let me do it. If Sister Hu wants to show her skills, of course, that's fine." After Zhang Yi said this, she led Hu Yun to the kitchen. At this moment, Yu Tairan was captivated by the diesel generator. After watching for a while, he came to Chen Yi's side and said, "Captain Chen, the wiring on this generator isn't very safe, and it's wasting too much electricity." Chen Yi asked with a half-smile, "Do you have a solution?" "It's a small matter," Yu Tairan confidently guaranteed. "Alright, then it's up to you. Find your own tools." "Got it." Yu Tairan nodded and eagerly walked into the living room to get busy. The couple's smart performance pleased Chen Yi very much. On the other hand, Chen Hao stood dazedly to the side, looking a bit at a loss. Walking over to him, Chen Yi raised an eyebrow and said, "Huang Mao, are you very free?" "Bro, my name isn't Huang Mao, it's Chen Hao." Chen Hao corrected him again. "Alright, Huang Mao, go get the stuff from the trunk." "Oh." Chen Hao nodded helplessly. Retracting his gaze, Chen Yi pulled out a cigarette, handed one to Wang Chonghu, and asked, "What? Not going to the Bohai Base shelter?" "Not going." Wang Chonghu lit the cigarette, took a deep puff, and shook his head firmly. Previously hesitating was because he had to consider Ding Chui and the others, not just himself. Now, being all alone, he had no such worries anymore. Chen Yi said with a smile, "You trust me that much? That's an official shelter." Hearing this, Wang Chonghu stared at him and said solemnly, "I have a virtue, self-awareness. You're smarter than me and know more about zombies, so if you're not going to the Bohai Base shelter, there must be a reason. TSK. That's the real smart person." Patting him on the shoulder, Chen Yi said mysteriously, "Trust me, you'll be thankful for this choice in the future. Over the next few days, keep an eye on the 3 newcomers, especially that Huang Mao. We'd rather have fewer people than drag along foolish ones." "Okay, I understand," Wang Chonghu replied. Not far away, Chen Hao was busily moving the electric welding machine with a face full of confusion. "Wait, bro, shouldn't you say such things behind my back? Saying it right in front of me and loud like that, is it really appropriate? And why focus on me so specifically? Do I look like a fool?" Yu Tairan was quite capable. With an electric pen in hand, he quickly rewired the circuits. After he and Huang Mao finished, Hu Yun also prepared lunch. Lunch was no different from yesterday, still a few plates of stir-fried vegetables and steamed salted duck eggs. Even so, the 3 of them devoured their food hungrily. Seeing this, Zhang Yi curiously asked, "There should be plenty of food in the supermarket, right?" Swallowing the food in his mouth, Chen Hao explained, "Sister, there is indeed a lot of rice and oil in the supermarket, but there's no electricity. There aren't many things we can cook. After 2 or 3 meals, almost everything we could cook is gone. I've been munching on bread and instant noodles for a week, I'm about to throw up. Long-term eating habits can't be changed in just a few days. Not to mention a week, even 2 or 3 days without eating white rice would feel uncomfortable." After lunch, everyone took a brief rest before getting busy again. Hu Yun followed Zhang Yi and Yang Yiran to sew protective gear, while Chen Yi led Wang Chonghu and Yu Tairan to study the modifications on a vehicle in the yard. Chen Hao looked around and found that he and the German Shepherd were the only ones idle. 1 person and 1 dog stared at each other in bewilderment. After watching for a while, he felt that if things continued like this, he would eventually be eliminated. So, Chen Hao hurried to Chen Yi's side and asked, "Brother, what should I do?" You? Chen Yi glanced at the air gun on his back and commanded, "How about this, take the dog and go for a walk on the nearby mountain, bring back some wild game." It had been just plain soup for days, so getting some wild game to improve the meals would be nice. Without meat, there is no strength to work. Hunting? Chen Hao's eyes brightened instantly, he saluted excitedly and said, "I guarantee to complete the task." This task was just perfect for him. Go! Chen Yi waved his hand and turned to the German shepherd, saying, "Keep an eye on him." Woof woof. The German shepherd barked twice, indicating it understood. Chen Hao? Chapter 46, The State Banquet in the Apocalypse. Looking around the cars in the yard, Wang Chenghu said regretfully, "What a pity, if only it were a diesel off-road vehicle." In the apocalypse, diesel vehicles are much more useful than gasoline ones. Besides the off-road performance from the high torque of the diesel engine, more importantly, diesel is easier to obtain than gasoline. Currently, due to power outages, gas stations are no longer an option. To find fuel, one can only get it from the fuel tanks of other cars. The advantage of diesel is that one can easily find a large truck on the roadside, open the auxiliary fuel tank, and quickly collect a big drum, enough to drive a car for 1,000 kilometers. But gasoline is much harder to collect because gasoline vehicles are all sedans and SUVs, with fuel tanks that have filters and return valves, making it impossible to just siphon gasoline directly. The only way is to get under the car and break open the fuel tank. It's time-consuming, labor-intensive, and also dangerous. Gasoline is not as stable as diesel, violent shaking, high temperatures, and sparks can ignite gasoline and even cause explosions. Having a car is already good. Chen Yi shook his head and smiled, "If we're being serious, armored vehicles and tanks would be the best choice." "That's true." Wang Chenghu replied, feeling relieved. Chen Yi waved his hand, "Let's get started and aim to finish this BMW X3 by this afternoon." None of the three of them were professionals, but fortunately, this modification did not involve engine parts, it was just simple reinforcement of the vehicle body, and they weren't aiming for aesthetics. So, they could play it by ear. The material issue was also easy to solve, anything missing could be taken directly from the building. Soon, the noisy sound of cutting machines filled the yard. On the road of escape, the lone wolf has its advantages, and the team has its strengths. With the help of Wang Chenghu and Yu Tairan, the progress of the modification sped up many times. By 4 in the afternoon, the modification task for the BMW X3 was completed. If it were just Chen Yi alone, it would have taken at least 2 days. At this moment, the BMW X3 was unrecognizable. The front of the car was welded with a steel frame, making it look like a beast wearing an iron mouth. The windshield and windows were reinforced with a layer of wire mesh. Even the sunroof on the roof was welded shut with metal plates, achieving full-scale reinforcement with no blind spots. Though it was no longer beautiful, its safety had significantly increased. And after looking at it for a while, it no longer seemed ugly, instead, it had a strong post-apocalyptic punk vibe. "Captain, mission accomplished." At that moment, Chen Hao's voice came from behind. Turning around, Chen Yi saw that this guy looked quite disheveled, with his exposed skin sunburned red, but his spirits were high. At that moment, he raised the prey in his hand, as if inviting praise. Chen Yi glanced over and found that the haul was indeed considerable. More than 10 great tits, a nearly 2-meter-long flower snake, plus a big rooster. Seeing the rooster, Yu Tairan exclaimed, "There are roosters on the mountain?" "I don't know either, this rooster isn't afraid of people, and came up to me on its own." Chen Hao scratched his head, looking confused. "It should be one raised by a farm, chased to the mountain by zombies." Chen Yi explained, then encouraged, "Huang Mao. Well done." He. After receiving the praise, Chen Hao stood there, grinning foolishly. Wang Chenghu laughed, "Finally we can have some meat." After instructing Chen Hao to take the things to the kitchen, Chen Yi led them to the lake and they happily took a bath. Looking at Chen Yi's well-defined muscles, Chen Hao enviously asked, "Brother, did you train especially for this?" "You'll be the same in a while," Chen Yi said meaningfully. In the apocalypse, anyone can end up with a physique like this. Zhang Ye is the best example. At first, her flat and tender belly had only one line, but now the outline of her abdominal muscles is clearly visible on both sides. The apocalypse is the best gym. Chen Yi himself had a good foundation, standing at 6 feet tall, with body fat reduced, the muscles immediately showed. While bathing, the group took the opportunity to wash their clothing as well. After wringing them out, they wore them back on. In this weather, wearing wet clothes dries quickly, almost in no time. On the way back, Chen Yi casually picked some watermelons and strawberries. These things are free for the taking, once they leave, they would just go to the animals on the mountain. Back in the yard, Hu Yun had already started to get busy in the kitchen, with Yang still assisting her. Before long, tempting aromas wafted out from the kitchen, filling the yard. At 6 in the evening, dish after dish was served on the dining table. The great tit may be big in name, but in reality, it's just slightly bigger than an ordinary sparrow. After plucking and gutting, there's hardly any meat.
After marinating with spices, frying it in oil makes it perfect for drinking.
The snake got made into a soup.
Peeling, cleaning, and cutting it into sections, tossing it into the pot with a few slices of ginger and 2 spoons of salt, the flavor of the snake meat alone is astonishingly fresh. These 2 dishes are really just for flavor. For actual meat, they rely on the big rooster.
The red braised chicken, cooked in a firewood iron pot, made Chen Yi and the others swallow hard. Paired with a few plates of stir-fried vegetables, it's definitely banquet-level cuisine in the apocalypse.
Chen Hao gulped and sighed. I'm really glad to have followed Brother Wang out from the supermarket. Just this meal is totally worth it.
Chen Yi smiled. Old Wang, last time we didn't drink enough, let's have a good drink today. With these dishes, we must have a round, Wang Chenghu agreed decisively.
The farmstay doesn't lack for alcohol, as there are many boxes piled up in the storage room.
Selecting 2 bottles of Wolianye, Chen Yi called everyone to sit down. Yang Yaran was quite observant this time and took the initiative to pour the wine.
Not just Chen Hao and Yu Tai ran, even Huyan got half a cup poured for her.
When it was Zhang Yi's turn, she smiled and shook her head, saying, my injury isn't healed yet, I can't drink.
Her wound not healing was one thing, the other was that one of her and Chen Yi had to stay sober.
Before thoroughly understanding these people, they wouldn't lower their guard.
Besides, it was a good opportunity to observe these newcomers. To be fair, Huyan's cooking was much better than Zhang Ye's. After all, before the apocalypse, Zhang Ye was a wealthy woman, and it was unrealistic to expect her to cook every day. Her skill was already quite good. After 3 rounds of wine, the atmosphere at the dinner table became much more lively.
Chen Hao clearly couldn't handle alcohol. After Tu Liang, he was already red-faced.
At this moment, he boldly suggested, bro, when can we find a chance to go to the armed police force in the city and loot a bunch?
There are many good things in there, and if we are lucky, we might even get an armored vehicle.
Chen Yi shot him a sideways glare. Are you trying to play with real guns? Seeing his little scheme uncovered, Chen Hao chuckled awkwardly. Hee, bro, you really see through people. But to be fair, Chen Hao's words reminded Chen Yi. Before it was just him and Zhang Ye, 292 style guns were enough, but now with more people. Indeed, we need to get more weapons. The short spear is the most practical for dealing with zombies, but we can't lack guns either.
It has been almost half a month since the zombie outbreak, and many forces have begun to take shape. The upcoming escape journey is destined to be tumultuous. Chapter 47: A set of coordinates. Chapter 47: A set of coordinates.
However, before getting weapons, we need to tame this group of people. In Chen Yi's view, these 5 people, including Wang Chenghu, are actually not hard to handle. A targeted approach will do.
First is Wang Chenghu.
Generally, soldiers have a strong sense of discipline and obedience. Even though he has been retired for a few years now, some habits formed in the army will stay with a person for a lifetime. As long as he recognizes me, I can gain a reliable companion.
Next is Chen Hao. This blonde seems a bit loud and foolish.
Actually, this young guy is the easiest to fool. He is very susceptible to personality charm. As for the couple, Yu Tai-ran and Hu Yun, they give Chen Yi the impression of being slick, worldly, and perceptive, typical experienced insiders. With such people, the usual charm and recognition won't work. They are very pragmatic and clearly know what they want.
In the apocalypse, what do they want?
Isn't it just to survive? As long as they feel that following Chen Yi will help them survive and live well in this hell-like world, even if Chen Yi drives them with a stick, they won't leave.
Finally, there is Yang Yaran.
This girl is a bit troublesome. She has some psychological issues. But since Zhang Ye said she is confident in handling her, Chen Yi doesn't bother to worry anymore.
Tonight's meal is a good start.
The meal lasted from 6 in the evening to 8, before it finally ended. Even Hu Yun and Yang Yaran got drunk, while Chen Hao fell asleep on the sofa halfway through. In this extremely oppressive apocalypse, opportunities for such indulgence are rare. So everyone cherishes it dearly.
Yu Tai-ran wobbled to his feet and said, Team Chen, I can't take it anymore, I need to go sleep.
Chen Yi chuckled, go ahead, get some rest early. Hearing this, Yu Tai-ran helped Hu Yun up, and the two stumbled towards the second floor. As for Yang Yaran, she had already been taken back to her room by Zhang Ye. At this moment, only Chen Yi and Wang Chenghu remained at the dining table. Although both had drunk to the point of flushed faces, their eyes remained clear. Lighting a cigarette, Chen Yi casually asked, you mentioned wanting to go to Jiuzhou, right?
MHM.
Wang Chenghu nodded, took a bite of food, and explained, in the first few hours after the zombie outbreak, the network and signals were still up.
I received a call from my old squad leader in the army. Chen Yi raised an eyebrow and asked, call back the retired soldiers?
Wang Chenghu shook his head, that's what I thought too, but it wasn't the case. The old squad leader gave me a set of coordinates and quickly hung up.
Are those coordinates in Jiuzhou? That's right. Slowly exhaling a puff of smoke, Chen Yi curiously asked, what is at the coordinate location? I don't know. You don't know?
Seeing Chen Yi's scrutinizing gaze, Wang Chonghu smiled wryly. It's not that I want to hide anything, I truly don't know.
After hanging up the phone, I was puzzled for quite a while.
I thought about it for a long time and felt that the coordinate location is likely an underground secret base. The old squad leader probably meant for me to take my family and hide there.
An underground secret base? Chen Yi asked, are there many underground secret bases like that in the country?
Not particularly. Wang Chonghu explained in detail. As far as I know, secret bases can be roughly divided into two types.
One type is for national defense and research, including underground air force bases, nuclear strike forces, and various research laboratories.
These bases make up the majority, while a small portion is of the refuge type, mainly used to receive nearby civilians.
Upon hearing this, Chen Yi couldn't help but drift into a fantasy. If there was such a base in the Changbai mountain wilderness.
In the next second, he expelled the fantasy from his mind.
This kind of underground secret base has extremely high concealment.
If you don't know the exact coordinates, it's like searching for a needle in a haystack.
Coming back to his senses, he couldn't help but ask, since that's the case, why didn't you go straight to the secret base?
Why were you tangled up about the Bohai Bay refuge? If that location was a refuge-type base, then on the third day of the zombie outbreak, it should have been completely closed. Such refuges have strict procedures, they can't be opened frequently. Once closed, unless the surface disaster is over or the resources in the refuge are exhausted, it can't reopen. Wang Chonghu paused for a moment and continued, so at that time, I made two plans, thinking of checking out Zhozhou first. If the underground base was completely closed, I would then take the opportunity to go to the Bohai Bay refuge.
That's a smart decision.
If it were Chen Yi, he would have chosen the same. After all, you can't put all your eggs in one basket. Throwing away the cigarette butt in his hand, Chen Yi instructed, remember the coordinates of that base, we might use it in the future.
Got it.
Wang Chonghu nodded and then said seriously, Chen Yi, my buddy has decided to follow you.
Now can you tell me where exactly you want to go?
Glancing at Qin Hao on the sofa, Chen Yi pulled out a map and spread it on the table, pointing his finger at a mountain range in the northeast. Looking at where Chen Yi was pointing, Wang Chonghu was taken aback and frowned slightly. Hiss. After a moment, he took a deep breath, and his brow gradually relaxed.
Chen Yi, with a half-smile, asked, did it click for you?
Wang Chonghu raised his thumb and said admiringly, I thought about it for a round, and I couldn't think of a better place in the country.
Chen Yi smiled and asked, are you relieved now? I feel much more at ease.
Wang Chonghu laughed heartily.
Still drinking?
At this moment, Zhang Yi's voice rang out.
I'm done drinking.
I remember there's a watermelon in the tub, just right to eat and sober up. As Chen Yi said that, he was about to get up, but Wang Chonghu was already one step ahead and headed outside. Soon, he returned to the living room holding a big watermelon. After cutting it open, the three of them held the watermelon, eating and chatting casually. Before they knew it, it was already 9 o'clock.
I'm going to bed now.
Throwing away the watermelon rind, Wang Chonghu stood up.
Chen Yi nodded.
Watching Wang Chonghu walk towards the second floor, Zhang asked while cleaning up the dining table, how is it?
Chen Yi whispered, I found an opportunity to have a heart-to-heart with him. Can we trust him now?
We can. After Zhang finished cleaning the table and washing the dishes, the two returned to the master bedroom together. Actually, there were still quite a few empty rooms on the second floor, but neither Chen Yi nor Zhang brought up the topic of sleeping separately. They were both adults, many things didn't need to be spelled out. The reason they hadn't taken a step further was simply that they were waiting for the right moment.
Lying on the bed, enjoying the cool breeze from the fan, Chen Yi couldn't help but let out a pleasant sigh. Good night.
Zhang gentle voice sounded in his ear.
Good night.
Chen Yi replied slowly and closed his eyes.
Chapter 48 Killing Zombies is actually this simple. Chapter 48 Killing Zombies is actually this simple. A light drizzle enveloped the mountains and lakes. With dark clouds like ink, it looked beautiful like a painting.
The small rain took away the summer heat, accompanied by a gentle breeze, making it feel incredibly refreshing. Chen Yi slowly opened his eyes, habitually turned his head, and found he was the only one left in bed. Zhang had gotten up without him noticing. Pushing the door to the living room, he saw Zhang and Hu Yun holding cups of tea, sitting on the sofa chatting casually. After greeting them, Chen Yi headed towards the well under the light rain. After a simple wash, he felt utterly refreshed. Soon, Wang Chonghu and the others came out of their rooms one by one. After a simple breakfast, the group split into two. A few people, including Chen Yi, gathered together to discuss modifying the car, while Zhang led two women to continue making protective gear. The protective gear directly relates to their future safety, and both Yang Yaran and Hu Yun were well aware of this, so they sewed with extra care and occasionally offered their opinions. The light rain did not last long. By 9 in the morning, the rain stopped.
Sunlight broke through the clouds, casting dazzling beams of light. Chen Yi and the others immediately moved the welding machine to the yard and began modifying the Cadillac. As for Chen Hao, he was once again sent out to hunt. Hunting would improve their meals, but it also served as a patrol for security. For such a task, Chen Hao naturally happily agreed, shouldering his air gun and excitedly heading out. However, less than half an hour after leaving, Chen Hao rushed back to the yard in a panic. He appeared nervous, panting heavily, and urgently said, There are zombies." Hearing this, Chen Yi and the others immediately stopped what they were doing. Especially Yu Tai, whose eyes flashed with a hint of panic. Chen Yi asked, "How many?" "About dozens." "In which direction?" "Over there on the mountain, they will probably chase over soon." The direction Chen Hao pointed to was exactly the dense forest they escaped from a couple of days ago. It was most likely a small group of zombies wandering over from the factory in the development zone. Seeing the tense expressions on Chen Hao and the others, Chen Yi casually asked with a smile, "Huang Mao, have you killed a zombie?" No. Chen Hao awkwardly answered truthfully. In fact, he had cut at them with a knife and shot them with an air gun, but he had never killed a zombie. In his opinion, those zombies were all undead monsters. Even if stabbed dozens of times, they could still jump up and bite a person's throat. "Here." Chen Yi bent down and picked up a steel pipe from the ground, handing it over. This steel pipe was over a meter long, one end sharpened by a cutting machine. Though not as handy as his spear, it was sufficient to kill zombies. Taking the steel pipe, Chen Hao looked puzzled. Yu Tai saw this and, without waiting for Chen Yi to speak, quickly picked up a steel pipe as well. "The weakness of zombies is in the brain. The best way to deal with them is to stab into the brain through the eyes directly," Chen Yi said, demonstrating the stabbing motion. As he spoke, the barking of a German shepherd could be heard. Soon after, the signature roar of zombies also faintly came from afar. Without needing Chen Yi's command, Wang Chenghu had already taken the lead to shut the iron gate of the yard. Bang bang bang. In the next moment, a loud banging noise echoed. The two iron gates were violently pushed inward by the zombies' assault, revealing a 10-centimeter wide gap. Yu Tai trembled at the noise, but fortunately, although the gate was forced open a crack, it was still sturdy enough to hold for a while. At this moment, Zhang Ye and the others. Seeing Chen Yi effortlessly and casually take down a zombie, Chen Hao felt no fear in his heart. Instead, he was a bit eager to try. Arriving at the door, Chen Hao had just raised his short spear. Bang! The zombie in front of the door suddenly went into a frenzy, startling him. After half a month of exposure to the sun, these zombies had become even more ferocious. Their skin was dry and purplish red, with all sorts of bugs crawling all over. Paired with those blood-red eyes, they were both disgusting and terrifying. Chen Yi and Wang Chenghu said nothing, quietly standing by. Hiss! Chen Hao took a deep breath and forcefully poked the zombie's eye with the steel pipe in his hand. This time, he did not poke into the eye, but due to excessive tension and the zombie's flailing, he poked into the zombie's mouth instead. Thick blood splattered out from the zombie's mouth, with a few drops even splashing onto Chen Hao's face. Holding back the urge to vomit, he struggled to pull out the steel pipe, aimed again, and poked the eye socket once more. Puff! The razor-sharp steel pipe directly pierced through the eyeball and drove deep into the brain along the eye socket. The zombie in front of the door was as if someone hit the pause button, motionless. Mimicking Chen Yi, Chen Hao lightly twisted the steel pipe and exclaimed with excitement, "Wow, it really is this simple." In fact, a single zombie's fighting power is not strong. The key lies in overcoming one's own fear. Even the second evolution zombies, in front of a fully armed adult, can only be slaughtered. What makes people wary is merely the zombie virus they carry. With the first experience behind him, Chen Hao's actions became much more skilled, and although his accuracy was not high, he always needed to poke several times to get into the eye socket. But this was all minor details. Practice makes perfect. After killing more than 10 zombies, Yu Tai ran out of patience and actively said, "Shao Qin, take a break, let me try." Okay. Chen Hao reluctantly stepped aside. It must be said that although it was just a simple stabbing, it was extremely exhausting. In just a few short minutes, he felt a slight soreness in both arms. Yu Tai had seen how relaxed they were earlier, but once he took action himself, he realized that getting the steel pipe into a zombie's eye socket was not that simple. After all, zombies move. He poked 7 or 8 times in a row and still couldn't penetrate the eye socket. Instead, he made that zombie's face even more grotesque and horrifying. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Yu Tai secretly glanced at Chen Yi. He was afraid that his poor performance would upset the other person. Unexpectedly, Chen Yi patted his shoulder and comforted, "Lao Yu, take it slow, don't rush, everyone has a first time." Yu Tai gratefully nodded, and after several more stabs, finally took down his first zombie. After killing 5 or 6 zombies in a row, Yu Tai's confidence surged. Just as he was ready to keep going, he saw Chen Yi's expression change, suddenly grabbing his arm and pulling him back. Chapter 49, Do You Call Her a Young Lady? Creak. The iron door let out a mournful cry under the unbearable strain. With the zombies continuously crashing against it, the two iron doors finally could not hold any longer and crashed down. Bang! As the iron door fell, the remaining dozen or so zombies rushed into the yard in an instant. This sudden scene shocked Yutai and the others, leaving them frozen and at a loss. However, Chen Yi remained calm, gripping the short spear in his hand, charging forward to meet the zombies. Puff! The dark short spear glinted coldly under the sunlight and swiftly pierced into a zombie's eye socket. At the same time, he lifted his right foot and kicked down another zombie that was lunging at him from the right. Quickly withdrawing the short spear, Chen Yi stabbed again, taking out the second zombie. The whole set of movements flowed like water, filled with a sense of violent beauty. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. By the time Chen Hao and the others realized what was happening, 4 or 5 zombies had already died at Chen Yi's hands. Wang Chonghu was the same, though not as relaxed as Chen Yi. He moved with agility, fully displaying a fierce aura. After all, the foundation of an armed scout was there. Coming to their senses, Chen Hao and Yutai ran into the fray as well. Soon, only 2 or 3 zombies were left rushing into the courtyard. Chen Yi, leave one. At that moment, Zhang Ye suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, Wang Chonghu looked puzzled, but still followed the order and kicked the last zombie to the ground. As the zombie struggled to get back up, he kicked it down again. Seeing this, Zhang Ye handed her short spear to Yang Yaran and ordered, "You like killing, right? Go take care of that zombie." "But that's not a person." Yang Yaran weakly protested. Smack! A loud slap echoed. In the next second, a fresh red handprint appeared on Yang Yaran's already bruised cheek. Zhang Ye reached out, gently caressing Yang Yaran's cheek, and said word by word, "You have 30 seconds. If you exceed the time, I will kill you." Beside them, Hu Yun's pupils suddenly narrowed, her heart filled with dread. Zhang Ye had always given her the impression of being a gentle woman, always wearing a smile. She always spoke sweetly. But at this moment, the coldness in Zhang Ye's actions and tone completely shattered her image in Hu Yun's mind. "Oh." Yang Yaran obediently nodded, took the short spear, and slowly walked toward the zombie. Her cheek burned with pain, constantly stimulating her nerves, making her want to tremble and moan. Watching the petite Yang Yaran move slowly toward the zombie, Chen Hao felt a pang of sympathy and was about to speak when he suddenly felt someone tugging at his clothes. Turning his head, he saw Yutai signaling him constantly with his eyes. Chen Hao instantly shivered, the words ready to come out were swallowed back down. Seizing the moment when the zombie got up, Wang Chonghu kicked it hard in the knee. Crack! With a crisp sound, the zombie's calf bent and twisted. The zombie let out a roar, completely unfazed, dragging its broken left leg, limping toward Yang Yaran. "Be careful, don't get scratched," Wang Chonghu reminded, then stepped aside. He wasn't sure of the relationship between Yang Yaran and Zhang Ye, so he only offered a trivial bit of help. Yang Yaran looked up at him, remaining silent. That glance made Wang Chonghu frown slightly. In her eyes, there was no fear or panic, but filled with a desire and excitement for killing. Hiss! 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 The zombie moved closer, its foul mouth wide open. Yang Yaran took a small step back, dodging the zombie's flailing hands, and lifted her foot to kick hard at its broken left leg. Snap! With that kick, the zombie's left leg was completely shattered. The zombie immediately lost its balance and fell to the ground. Yang Yaran seized. Pervert! Forget it, the real world is too dangerous, my wives from the virtual world are much more reliable. Withdrew his gaze, Yang Yaran returned to his previous demeanor, stepped forward to Zhang Ye, and said, "Sister Zhang Ye, it's already dealt with." Hu Yun silently shifted her steps, instinctively distancing herself from the other. Yang Yaran's behavior just now really scared her. Looking at the blood on her clothes, Zhang Ye instructed, "Go change into some new clothes." "Okay." Yang Yaran responded and walked into the living room. At this moment, Chen Yi spoke up, "Huang Mao, I have a task for you. Drag the body outside, pile them up, and then burn them." Okay, got it." Chen Hao nodded quickly, then vigorously dragged the body out of the yard. They would still stay here for 2 or 3 more days, so these bodies had to be burned, otherwise, with this weather, it would easily cause an outbreak of plague. At this moment, Yu Tianran still hadn't come to his senses when he suddenly heard Wang Chonghu's call, "Old, what are you standing there for? Come over and help." Turning his head, he saw Chen Yi and Wang Chonghu had already resumed working on the car modification. It seemed as if what had just happened was just an insignificant little interlude. In fact, to them, it really was. Coming. Suppressing the turmoil in his heart, Yu Tianran quickly walked over. At noon. The group sat quietly around the living room, silently eating lunch. There weren't many dishes at lunch, but thanks to Hu Yun's cooking skills, a few plates of stir-fried vegetables were flavorful, and there was also a very appetizing dish of steamed salted duck eggs with crushed chili. Chen Hao and the others seemed to have no appetite and barely touched their chopsticks. Seeing this, Chen Yi couldn't help but smile and say, "Feel disgusted, can't eat?" He.
Xin Hao awkwardly laughed a couple of times, tacitly agreeing.
You'll get used to it. Now we have the conditions to eat more. Once we hit the road, we'll probably only be able to nibble on compressed biscuits.
Wang Chenghu said, pointing at Yang Yaran beside them. Learn from her. You're a big man, but your mental toughness is not even as good as this little girl's. Yang Yaran ignored their conversation, finished the meal in her bowl with a few bites, silently got up, and refilled her bowl.
Hearing this, Xin Hao couldn't help but mutter to himself. You call her a little girl? What a joke. Chapter 50, Cockroach Effect. Chapter 50, Cockroach Effect. In Zhang Ye's eyes, Yang Yaran's problem was really no big deal.
In the previous civilized society, perhaps it would have been serious.
But now, it's the apocalypse. Weren't you enjoying the thrill of killing people? Alright. With over 1 billion zombies, you can kill as many as you want. Until you become numb, until you actively feel bored of it.
The reason Yang Yaran developed a pathological pleasure from killing was mainly due to the challenge of the taboo. In civilized times, killing was a taboo that was not tolerated by morality and law.
But when this taboo becomes the norm, it instantly becomes tasteless. It's like asking an internet-addicted teenager to play in a professional competition.
When a hobby becomes a job, its nature changes. The zombies that suddenly appeared this morning were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples to spread out.
As expected, in the afternoon, 2 more waves of zombies were discovered.
The second wave alone had hundreds of zombies, and even Hu Yun, who was considered a logistics person, had to pick up a steel pipe and join the battle.
After 2 consecutive waves of zombies, Yang Yaran showed a slight change.
Although her eyes were still filled with a thirst for killing, she no longer let out that pathological laughter as before.
As Zhang Ye had anticipated, when killing becomes the norm, even a necessary means of survival, its nature changes. Poochie.
The short spear gleamed with cold light as it stabbed into the last zombie's eye socket. Chen Yi panted lightly as he withdrew the short spear, shaking off the thick blood from the spearhead.
After successfully fending off the zombies, none of the group showed any joy on their faces.
Not to mention Chen Yi, even Xin Hao and the others, who were newcomers, knew that this farmhouse was no longer safe.
The movement of zombies is similar to the cockroach effect.
That is, when you spot a cockroach in the house, it means there are already thousands hiding in the dark places you cannot see. In the same way, when zombies start appearing in a remote area, it means a large group of corpses, or even a tide of corpses, is already gathering not far away. At this moment, the once beautiful little courtyard had completely turned into hell. Crimson blood dyed the ground red, and corpses were scattered everywhere in all directions. The corpses and blood attracted countless flies and mosquitoes. Waving his hand to shoo away the flies buzzing around, Chen Yi suddenly spoke, asking, "How's the protective gear coming along?" Still 3 sets short, Zhang Ye replied truthfully.
Can we finish them tonight?
If we rush, it should be doable. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi nodded and decided, then work a bit harder tonight and finish the remaining protective gear.
We'll leave tomorrow. Okay.
The rest and recovery over the past 2 days had allowed Zhang Ye's leg injury to heal to a great extent, and she could walk normally, though she still couldn't sustain intense physical activity for long. Originally, Chen Yi had planned to stay for a couple more days to let her injury fully heal before setting off, but now it seemed that plan was overly idealistic.
Time was tight.
Zhang Ye and the others returned to the living room to start working on the protective gear. Meanwhile, Chen Yi, along with Wang Chenghu and a few others, dragged the corpses out of the courtyard. With so many corpses, they wouldn't finish burning them by tomorrow, so they decided to leave early in the morning and simply piled them up in a wasteland. The corpses had been removed, and the courtyard ground had been washed, but the strong smell of blood still lingered in the air. Buzz buzz buzz. There was no time to rest as the noisy sound of a cutting machine rang out.
Chen Yi and the others finally managed to finish modifying the Cadillac before nightfall.
After a simple dinner, Chen Yi lit a cigarette, spread the map on the table, and began discussing the next escape route with Wang Chenghu. Currently, they were less than 300 kilometers from Yantai, and even if they took a detour along the remote rural roads and county roads, they could reach in no more than 3 days. But this was only the best-case scenario. In reality, getting to Yantai within 7 days would be considered very lucky.
However, before that, they needed to strengthen their equipment. Chen Yi asked, "Old Wang, are you familiar with the armed police? Do you have an idea?"
Wang Chenghu's eyes lit up. Chen Yi nodded and explained, "After all, on this journey, we not only need to guard against zombies, but also against people."
"That's true." Wang Chenghu agreed and then lowered his voice. "Which place are you planning to target?" "This county." Chen Yi lightly pointed to the map. He definitely wouldn't go to the city area, it was too risky. A smaller county town was still worth trying.
Looking in the direction Chen Yi pointed, Wang Chenghu's eyes flashed with a hint of admiration as he said seriously, in most medium-sized counties, the armed police unit has only one mobile squad, and the rest are stationed at the detention center. The mobile squad only has 1 or 2 enhanced platoons, and even then, they are not fully staffed. In the worst-case scenario, the 2 platoons would only have about 60 people when fully staffed. Aside from those on leave or out on duty, there would be no more than 40 zombies. With their current team of 7 people, they had enough hands for now. 1 person would draw the nearby zombies away, 1 would drive for support, 1 would be on lookout duty, and the remaining 4 would enter the armed police force. 4 people handling 40 zombies, fully armed and with advantageous terrain, should be manageable. As for why they didn't just lead the armed police's zombies away, the reason was simple: their weapons were stored in the armory. Unless they got the key, it would be impossible to break in forcefully. After discussing some details, Chen Yi waved at Qin Hao. "Huang Mao, come over here." At that moment, Qin Hao was helping several women, and as soon as he heard Chen Yi's voice, he immediately walked over quickly. Chen Yi asked directly, "Are you familiar with Wulian County?" "It's okay." Qin Hao didn't know what Chen Yi was planning, so he answered cautiously. "Do you know the exact location of the armed police detachment in Wulian County?" Generally, sensitive places like armed police troops in military regions would not be marked on civilian maps. Even searching on satellite maps would yield no information, as they had already been blocked. Hearing this question, Qin Hao immediately got excited. "Bro, are we finally getting guns?" Chen Yi frowned and said, "Stop the nonsense, do you know where it is?" "Of course I know, it's next to the detention center." Without needing Chen Yi to ask further, Qin Hao provided a detailed address, including the surrounding situation. After listening, Chen Yi and Wang Chenghu exchanged glances, seeing joy in each other's eyes. The location was even better than they had imagined, right next to the detention center at the edge of the county, with no nearby residential areas and only a few shops. Qin Hao was still in an excited state, eagerly saying, "Bro, can you get me a Type 10 sniper rifle when the time comes?" "What the hell are you dreaming about?" Wang Chenghu shot him a glance and replied irritably, "In a small county, having an 88 sniper rifle is already the best, let alone a Type 10 sniper rifle." Hearing this, Qin Hao couldn't believe it. Isn't it said that it's been updated for a long time? Why are they still using the 88 sniper rifle, such an old relic? Wang Chenghu sneered, "You military fans believe everything you hear. Even if there's an update, it would be for the frontline cities first, we're just a second-tier city. Who knows when it will reach a small county like this?" Qin Hao's expression was disappointed, but soon he smiled excitedly, saying, "An 88 sniper rifle is better than an air gun." Chapter 51 Depart. Chapter 51 Depart. At 11 p.m., with the help of Chen Yi and others, the last 3 sets of protective gear were finally completed. Each set of protective gear consists of 4 parts: a neck guard, arm guards, a chest plate, and leg guards. As for the helmet, there was no rush. When they went to the armed police detachment tomorrow, they would get some police riot helmets as well. These are much more reliable than motorcycle helmets. Not only can they protect against zombie bites, but they can even stop a 5.8mm pistol at close range. Of course, they wouldn't be effective against larger caliber pistols and rifles. Picking up a set of protective gear, Chen Yi tried to put it on. The gear was held together with Velcro, which was sturdier and more convenient than using tape. Another benefit of Velcro was that it could be easily adjusted for different body shapes. The neck guard and arm guards were thick, even a German Shepherd would find it hard to bite through. The chest plate was embedded with a metal sheet inside the fabric. It was not heavy but thin, certainly not bulletproof, but it was more than enough to stop a zombie's bites. After getting dressed, Chen Yi tried various movements: running, jumping, kicking. After testing, he praised with a smile, "Craftsmanship is good, even better than I expected." The only downside was that it was quite hot, but that couldn't be helped. When it comes to saving lives, what's a little heat? Tonight was different from usual, so Chen Yi arranged for a night watch rotation. 7 people were divided into 3 groups for the night watch. Chen Yi took Qin Hao, Wang Chenghu took Yu Tairan, while Zhang Ye took the 2 women. To take care of Zhang Ye, they specially arranged for her group to be the first shift. In half-dream, half-awake, a gentle sound of a door creaking opened. Chen Yi suddenly opened his eyes, quickly reaching under his pillow to grab his gun. With the light from the living room, he found it was Zhang Ye opening the door, and his wariness faded as he sat up and asked, "Is everything okay?" "No." Zhang Ye shook her head with a tired face. "You should get some rest." After instructing her, Chen Yi put on a t-shirt and walked out of the room. He splashed his face with water from the well. The cool water instantly drove away the remaining drowsiness. In the yard, the 2 iron gates that had been knocked down by the zombies were reinstalled, and they had also specially parked the modified BMW X3 behind the gates. After inspecting the yard and confirming everything was fine, he returned to the living room. At that moment, Qin Hao was yawning as he came down from the 2nd floor. Sitting on the sofa, Chen Yi pulled out a cigarette, lit one up, and asked, "Want to smoke?" "I don't smoke." Qin Hao waved his hand.
Not smoking is pretty good. Bro, were you a special forces soldier before? What do you think? I think so. Bro, you look so cool when you kill zombies. I wish I could be as carefree as you. One benefit of staying up with Chen Yi was that this guy could talk non-stop, so boredom was not a concern. Chatting back and forth, Chen Yi effortlessly figured out his entire situation without needing any special skills. At 3 in the morning, Wang Changhu and Yu Tairan arrived on time to take over. After a brief exchange, Chen Yi returned to his room. As soon as he lay down, Zhang Ye coiled around him like a snake, with one arm draped over his chest. TSK. Chen Yi pouted, disdainfully removing her arm and slowly closing his eyes. When he woke up again, it was already 7 a.m. When he went to the living room, Hu Yun had already prepared breakfast. After eating a bowl of egg noodles around the dining table, everyone silently put on their protective gear. Last night, Chen Yi had already told them about the plan for today. Having gone through yesterday's training, although Yu Tairan and the others still felt a bit anxious, they were not as tense anymore. A person who has killed zombies undergoes a change in mindset. After loading rice oil and other supplies into the trunk, Xinhao glanced at the diesel generator in the corner of the yard and asked, "Bro, why don't we take the generator?" Chen Yi replied coldly, "We are escaping, do you think this is a picnic?" The noise from the diesel generator was too loud and would attract unnecessary trouble. In a remote rural area, this was manageable, but in the city, zombies from several nearby streets would all get drawn in. All right. Xinhao realized he had asked a really silly question and felt a bit embarrassed. Checking again, Chen Yi asked, "Did we bring everything?" "Almost, we brought everything that needs to be brought," Wang Changhu answered. "Let's go." Chen Yi waved his hand, opening the door of the BMW X3. Yang Yiran, seeing this, wanted to open the passenger door, but saw Zhang Ye looking at her with a smile. Pouting in grievance, she had to give up the passenger seat and squeezed into the back seat with the German Shepherd. Wang Changhu then took Chen Hao and the others into the Cadillac. With the roar of the engine, the two SUVs, one white and one black, slowly drove out of the yard, speeding along the dirt road through the dense woods. Entering the rural road, scattered zombies could be seen wandering. Chen Yi stepped on the gas, knocking over two zombies that charged at them, heading towards the county town. An hour later, the two vehicles arrived at the outskirts of the county town. "Get out!" Parking the car by the roadside, Chen Yi called out, holding a short spear, and was the first to push the door open. After quickly dealing with the nearby wandering zombies, Chen Yi said with a serious expression, "Let's repeat everyone's tasks. Lao Yu is responsible for luring the zombies, Hu Yun will drive for support. When you hear gunfire, immediately bring the car to the team entrance. Huang Mao is responsible for guarding the entrance, the rest of you come in with me." "Is there any problem?" I have." As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Tairan nervously raised his hand. Chen Yi asked, "What problem?" What if I get spotted by zombies after lighting the firecrackers?" Patting his shoulder, Chen Yi shared his experience, "You have about half a minute to escape. If you want to survive, it's best to run fast and find a place to hide. Once all the nearby zombies are drawn away by the firecracker noise, sneak back to the car." Upon hearing this, Yu Tairan's face changed. Seeing this, Chen Yi smiled and said, "How about this? Wang Changhu goes to set off the firecrackers, and you come with us." Yu Tairan awkwardly laughed, "Forget it, I think setting off firecrackers sounds pretty good. What a joke, going in to fight for life against dozens of mutated zombies from the armed police. The physical abilities of armed police far surpass those of ordinary people. After being infected, the combat power is at least 2 or 3 times that of ordinary zombies. In comparison, firecrackers seem much safer." The firecrackers were found at a small shop by the roadside when they arrived. Yu Tai ran a deep breath, holding a large bag of firecrackers, and ran towards the distance. Chen Yi and the others returned to the car, quietly waiting for a few minutes before the deafening sound of firecrackers erupted. Whoosh bang! In the next second, countless zombie figures appeared, rushing toward the source of the sound. "Move!" Chen Yi pushed open the car door and ran towards the team base, followed closely by Wang Changhu and the others. Firecrackers won't attract zombies for long, so they have to hurry. Once these zombies come back, it won't be so easy to leave again. Chapter 52, Armory. As they ran, Chen Yi glanced at Zhang Ye's calf and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "Don't worry." Zhang Ye responded with a smile. In fact, Chen Yi initially wanted Zhang Ye to be in charge of support. But considering that after entering the team, they would face about 40 to 50 mutated zombies of the armed police, he ultimately decided to let Zhang Ye go in with them. He still held a small amount of caution towards Yu Tai and the others, but Zhang Ye was different. She wouldn't pull any tricks in a crisis, and he could trust her with his back. Moreover, the two had a high level of coordination, which made dealing with zombies more efficient. While talking, the 5 people and 1 dog arrived at the team base. The 2 iron doors of the base were tightly shut, and the watchpost was empty.
Through the gaps in the iron door, no zombies could be seen, the entire courtyard was dead silent, and an invisible sense of oppression rushed towards them.
Wang Chenghu's expression was serious as he said, "I will go in and take a look first." "Be careful," Chen Yi reminded him.
Wang Chenghu nodded, took 2 steps back, and rushed towards the courtyard wall. As he approached the wall, he leaped high with the momentum and used both hands and feet to skillfully climb over the 3-meter-high wall. Moments later, the iron door was opened from the inside. Chen Yi patted Qin Hao's shoulder and instructed, "Huang Mao, keep a close watch here.
If anything happens, call out immediately." Mission accomplished.
Qin Hao saluted, then added, "Bro, don't forget my 88 sniper."
"All right." Chen Yi nodded in agreement.
Watching the 4-in-1 dog enter the courtyard, Qin Hao took down the air gun from his back, loaded it with steel balls, and cocked it. This thing is just for tickling zombies, but it still has some deterrent power against other survivors.
To be honest, standing alone on an empty street can be quite eerie.
However, thinking of the 88 sniper that was about to be in his hands, his heart burned with excitement. In the courtyard of the team base, Chen Yi walked in front like a sharp knife, followed closely by Yang Yiran and Zhang Ye, while Wang Chenghu and the German Shepherd were on either side to keep watch.
Glancing around the empty courtyard, Wang Chenghu asked in confusion, "Are there survivors in the courtyard?" "There should be," Chen Yi whispered.
The courtyard of the team base was very large, and the 4 of them walked along the shaded path until an office building appeared in front of them. To the right of the office building was a large lawn, where dozens of zombies in training uniforms were wandering nearby. Seeing this, the 4 quickly crouched down and hid behind the flower bed.
Zhang Ye whispered, "It seems survivors should be in that office building." Not necessarily survivors.
At this moment, Wang Chenghu overturned the previous guess. Zhang Ye looked at him, her eyes puzzled. Wang Chenghu explained quietly, "The armed police aren't what you think. Besides training, the most they do is cleaning and weeding."
"Weeding?" "Yeah, weeding."
Wang Chenghu nodded seriously.
"In fact, not only armed police but many military tasks also involve weeding."
Chen Yi spoke up, "Regardless of whether there are survivors, these zombies must be dealt with, and then we need to find the armory as soon as possible." Hearing this, Wang Chenghu pointed to a row of houses on the left and suggested, "That should be the cafeteria.
If we block the entrance, we can easily deal with these zombies. Let's go."
Chen Yi waved his hand, lowered his body, and headed towards the cafeteria. Just a few steps in, a gust of breeze blew by, and the downwind area was right where the group of zombies was on the grass.
Chen Yi's expression changed.
He couldn't care about hiding anymore and stood up, running wildly towards the cafeteria. When Zhang Ye and the others saw this, they hurriedly followed suit. In the next second, the zombies that had been wandering aimlessly on the grass suddenly sniffed a few times, and then their blood-red eyes instantly sparkled with a bloodthirsty glow. They smelled the scent of food. In an instant, dozens of zombies came rushing over. True to their daily physical training, these zombies were very fast, even close to being second-level evolved zombies. Fortunately, the cafeteria was not far away.
Chen Yi and Wang Chenghu rushed inside first.
When Zhang Ye and Yang Yiran entered, the 2 immediately pushed a heavy dining table to block the door. Bang! The leading zombie crashed into the dining table, its upper body heavily hitting the table due to the powerful inertia. When it lifted its head, it was met with a sharp spear. Puff! The spearhead pierced into the zombie's eye socket, deeply embedding itself.
Before Wang Chenghu could retract the spear, the second zombie pounced.
The height of the dining table was not enough, barely reaching their waists. It could block ordinary zombies, but for these ones, it only provided minor obstruction. The second zombie completely ignored the table, leaping into the air towards Wang Chenghu. Chen Yi, quick to react, expertly thrust the spear into the eye socket of the airborne zombie. However, the strong inertia from the zombie's leap forced him to stagger back 2 steps. Zhang Ye, who had been waiting nearby, immediately stepped forward to fill the gap. Puff, puff, the sound of blades cutting flesh echoed constantly within the cafeteria. Even with the cafeteria secured and the door blocked, this battle was still extraordinarily difficult, with dangers lurking at every turn. Several times, they almost allowed zombies to rush into the cafeteria. Fortunately, they were fully armed and, with the protection from their gear, held their ground. After dispatching the last zombie, Zhang Ye and Yang Yiran, both women, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Chen Yi and Wang Chenghu also felt exhausted, their bodies feeling as though they had no strength left. In the apocalypse, guns were not so easily obtained. Indeed, there were many in the armed police team and the military region, not only guns but even tanks and cannons.
But the problem was, would you dare to go?
Even for a small county branch team, it was this difficult. For those military regions with thousands or even tens of thousands of people, it was unimaginable. Especially when these zombies evolved a second time, their combat power would double or triple.
Looking around at everyone, Chen Yi asked, "Is anyone hurt?" This question was very important, concerning everyone's safety.
Wang Chonghu and the others immediately began checking their bodies, then shook their heads one after another.
Seeing this, Chen Yi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After resting for a moment, he instructed, "Time is tight, let's hurry to find the armory."
Hearing this, Chen Yi, sitting on the ground, reached out her hand to him.
Chen Yi pulled Chen Yi up and, seeing Yang Yaran eyeing him, he also extended his hand to her, smiling, "You did well."
In the earlier battle, this girl performed excellently, her fierce spirit even impressed Wang Chonghu.
Grasping Chen Yi's sturdy hand, Yang Yaran stood up with a push.
After picking up the spear and checking their protective gear, they stepped over the dining table and the corpses, leaving the cafeteria. The armory was not hard to find, as for convenience, it wouldn't be too remote. Before long, Chen Yi and the others locked their sights on a nearby dark building resembling a warehouse. Upon entering, the first sight was a duty room.
After walking a short distance inside, a broad metal door blocked their way.
Chen Yi stepped forward to inspect, her face suddenly turned a bit ugly.
"What's wrong?" Seeing her gloomy expression, Chen Yi asked. Chen Yi explained, "This door uses fingerprint unlocking. Because this metal door employs fingerprint unlocking, it now means it is completely locked after the power is cut."
The armory is different from the community's access control, it will not open after a power outage but instead will lock completely.
They still knew this basic common sense.
Wang Chonghu frowned, pondering, generally, places like this armory are likely to have emergency spare keys, anyway, that was the case with the troops I was in.
What Wang Chonghu said made sense. If there were no spare keys, what would happen if they received an emergency task during a power outage? Thinking of this, he arranged, "Wang Chonghu and I will go to the office building to look for keys, you two wait here, and you can try searching in the duty room."
With the experience of searching for guns at the station last time, Chen Yi felt that the spare keys should be with the duty leaders.
"Okay."
Zhang Yan nodded in agreement.
After exiting the armory, the two quickly ran toward the office building. Since they didn't know exactly who had the keys, they could only search room by room. As for the big soldiers in the cafeteria, they could temporarily be excluded.
The two moved swiftly, finishing searching the first floor and heading straight for the second floor. When they arrived at the second office, they found the door locked, they exchanged glances and then kicked it.
Bang!
With their combined effort, the door held on for just a few seconds before being kicked open with a loud crash. Quickly glancing around, Wang Chonghu took the lead and stepped inside first. Whoosh! The next second, a gust of wind rushed past his ear. Wang Chonghu seemed prepared, his short spear stabbing sideways like a venomous snake from below. However, this sure stab missed entirely.
Not good. Wang Chonghu's pupils suddenly shrank, realizing that the opponent was not a zombie.
Sure enough, one hand grabbed his wrist holding the spear, while the other hand climbed up his arm like an iron clamp, pressing the thumb against his armpit and twisting it. In an instant, Wang Chonghu felt an unbearable sharp pain shooting to his brain. Struggling against the pain, Wang Chonghu twisted his waist fiercely and raised his left arm to strike back with an elbow. The opponent clearly anticipated this move, quickly releasing his arm to cross both hands to block the elbow strike.
This was a skilled fighter.
Wang Chonghu's heart sank, knowing he was in trouble. Before he could react, the opponent shifted from defense to attack, delivering a powerful kick to his right leg's knee pit. This kick had great force and struck at the knee pit, causing Wang Chonghu's knee to buckle weakly and make him kneel. This was a natural bodily reaction, utterly uncontrollable.
Meanwhile, the hands that blocked the elbow strike moved like a venomous snake, wrapping around his neck, forming a rear naked choke.
All of this happened in a flash, and by the time Chen Yi realized something was wrong, Wang Chonghu had already been captured by the opponent. Quickly drawing his gun and chambering around, he then saw that the attacker was actually a woman. This woman wore tactical gear, was tall and strong, about 1.75 meters, her face tanned, and on the arms choking Wang Chonghu's neck, muscle bulged clearly visible.
A fierce aura was evident.
"Put down the gun, or I'll kill him." The woman coldly stared at Chen Yi, while subtly lowering her body, trying to hide her head behind Wang Chonghu's.
Chen Yi remained. "Cough, cough, are you from the Special Forces camp?"
The joint technique used by the other party impressed him, he had suffered from joint lock several times during the military region competition in the past.
"Ha?"
This question caused a flicker of unusual emotion in the woman's eyes, and her arms, which were choking his neck, loosened slightly as she asked, "Which unit?" Wang Chonghu shouted with his neck stuck out, "I am from the 78th Army Reconnaissance Company."
As he spoke, he couldn't help but secretly lament his bad luck.
To think he would encounter a special forces person in a small county's detachment. The woman sneered, "Heh, so it's a little mouse from the mouse company, no wonder you're so useless." Clearly, the branches of the military they belonged to did not get along well.
Wang Chonghu shouted defiantly, "What the hell are you pretending for? If I hadn't just killed dozens of zombies and was exhausted, could I let you act so cocky? Let me go if you dare, and let's settle this one-on-one. Do you take me for a fool?"
The woman chuckled coldly, glanced at Chen Yi, who was holding a gun, and suddenly tightened her arms.
Cough, cough.
Wang Chonghu immediately emitted a series of suppressed coughs. However, Chen Yi's gaze remained unchanged from beginning to end, as if he really didn't care about Wang Chonghu's life. This discovery made the woman feel a sinking sensation in her heart.
Taking a deep breath, the woman said, I know what you are looking for, let's make a deal. Let's hear it.
Chen Yi said with interest, secretly adjusting the angle of his gun, searching for a chance to kill with one shot. However, the other party was experienced, always hiding vital spots behind Wang Chonghu. The woman said seriously, I'll tell you where the arms locker key is, but when you get the weapons, you have to give me a bomb-proof vehicle and a Type 95 automatic rifle. At this moment, Chen Yi noticed Wang Chonghu giving him a signal. Seeing this, he pretended to think for a few seconds and nodded, deal. As soon as his words fell, Wang Chonghu's left leg, which was half-squatting, suddenly exerted force, and he rammed backward. His intention was to catch her off guard and use his weight advantage to knock the woman down. This way, Chen Yi could quickly step forward and control the other party with his gun. But the problem was, he didn't budge at all with this bump. Awkward. MD, how could this woman be so strong? The woman sneered coldly, tightening her arms again, and shouted, don't play tricks. Seeing that dragging this out wasn't a solution, Chen Yi said, I can give you the vehicle, but not the gun. Or you can wait until we leave and go to the arms locker yourself. For a special forces soldier who could easily subdue Wang Chonghu, Chen Yi would be crazy to agree to give her a gun. As for after they left, it didn't matter, even if this woman got an 88 sniper rifle. Besides, whether there were any guns left in the arms locker by then was still uncertain. Feeling the sincerity in Chen Yi's words, the woman thought for a moment and then nodded, okay. After saying that, she slowly loosened her arms. Once freed, Wang Chonghu immediately breathed in the fresh air deeply. Being choked like that was really uncomfortable. So, where's the key? Chen Yi did not lower his gun, still aimed at her. The woman didn't care. Under Chen Yi's surprised gaze, she reached into her pocket and pulled out a set of keys. The key was actually on her. Not only Chen Yi was puzzled, but even Wang Chonghu was dumbfounded and couldn't help but ask, aren't you a special instructor hired by the brigade? How could you have the keys to the arms locker? The appearance of special forces people in a small county's detachment only meant one thing, they were specially hired by the brigade to be short-term instructors. After all, he had been externally hired before and had experience in this area. The woman shot him a sideways glance, you don't need to worry about that. That disdainful look made Wang Chonghu instantly feel anger rising in his chest. Chapter 54, Saber-Toothed Tiger. Chapter 54, Saber-Toothed Tiger. Taking the keys, Chen Yi ordered, Old Wang, tie her up. You. The woman's expression changed. Wang Chonghu said triumphantly, what do you mean? This is called military deception. Do you think everyone is as muscle-brained as your special forces? As he spoke, he rummaged through the office and pulled out a belt. The woman angrily glared at him, wanting to fight back several times. But the dark muzzle of the gun was always pointed at her, and in the end, she could only be tied up with a face full of humiliation. After tying her up, Wang Chonghu grinned and rubbed his arm that had just been captured. Seeing this, Chen Yi asked with concern, are you okay? It's a small matter, I'll be fine soon. Wang Chonghu said nonchalantly. In fact, it had been extremely dangerous just now, he knew very well how scary joint locks could be. If he hadn't reacted quickly and chose to elbow strike the moment he was caught, his arm would have been ruined after the opponent fully applied force. The woman coldly said, I should have broken your arm just now. Humph. Wang Chonghu snorted proudly, saying no more, and pushed her out of the office. They arrived at the armory, and Zhang Ye merely glanced at the captured woman before turning her gaze back, asking, did you find the keys? Yes. Chen Yi nodded and took out the keys to open the metal door. As the metal door opened, a strong smell of gun oil immediately wafted out. The smell of gun oil was strange, those unaccustomed to it would find it very unpleasant, while those used to it would actually love it. Just like Wang Chonghu. He took a deep breath, a look of enjoyment on his face, and sighed, I haven't smelled gun oil in years. Keep an eye on her outside. Be careful, this woman is very dangerous. After reminding Zhang Ye, Chen Yi stepped inside. What greeted his eyes was a row of gun racks against the wall, various firearms neatly arranged on the shelves. For someone with obsessive-compulsive disorder, this scene was simply a blessing. He picked up a Type 95 automatic rifle and expertly checked it, commenting, although it's somewhat old, it's well maintained. Chen Yi carefully counted, there weren't many Type 95 rifles, only 5. The most numerous were the older Type 81 assault rifles, with a total of 20. The 88 sniper rifle that Qin Hao longed for was only one, along with 2 Type 79 submachine guns, and 5 Type 97 riot guns. These were all good stuff. Riot guns, commonly known as shotguns, were the weapons most often used by escort personnel. At close range, one shot could turn a person into a sieve. In close-quarters combat, there was no need to aim. A dozen steel pellets had a wide coverage area, and as long as a few pellets hit the target, they would generally lose their fighting capability. The key was that this thing not only fired buckshot but also came with tear gas rounds, rubber bullets, and breaching rounds, making it very versatile. From Chen Yi's experience, in the apocalypse, the Type 95 rifle was indeed not as useful as a riot gun. The rest included a 92-style police pistol like the one Chen Yi carried, as well as common equipment like riot helmets, bulletproof vests, and police radios. What a great harvest! These weapons and equipment were enough to significantly enhance the combat power of their team. Especially for Wang Chonghu, having a gun as a scout was a completely different concept than not having one. Looking away, Chen Yi instructed, "Old Wang, go get an armored vehicle." Not just the weapons, he had been eyeing the armored vehicle for a long time. Compared to their modified vehicles, the armored vehicle was much sturdier, and it was equipped with a police radio. It had strong transmission performance, and the signal output was stable, covering a range of 2 kilometers even without a repeater. Of course, in the city streets and alleys, where there were more buildings, the communication range would be limited to about 300 to 500 meters at most. Okay. Wang Chonghu nodded and turned to leave the armory. Chen Yi took the opportunity to take off his chestplate and put on the bulletproof vest, donning the riot helmet. This was a soft full-cover bulletproof vest. After putting it on, he tried various movements and was completely unaffected. Then, he strapped on the tactical belt. With this thing, he no longer had to endure the skin being chafed by the handgun. Previously, to make it easier to access, he always kept the handgun on his waist. But while it was convenient, every time he moved vigorously, the pistol constantly rubbed against the flesh, and the hip bones hurt like hell. Before long, a roar of an engine came from outside. Then, Wang Chonghu's excited voice sounded, "Damn, this team is really rich. Not only can they hire instructors, but they even have a saber-toothed tiger." Saber-toothed tiger? A wave of wild joy surged in Chen Yi's heart. He originally thought having a modified Jiangling van as an armored vehicle would be good enough, considering it was just a small county's detachment. He never expected there would be such a pleasant surprise. The saber-toothed tiger, although used as a police armored vehicle, barely met the standards of military armored cars in terms of bulletproof protection. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Chen Yi called out, "There's not much time, hurry up and load the guns and bullets onto the vehicle. Yang Yaran, don't just stand there, come in and help." In no time, with the efforts of the 3, guns and boxes of bullets were lifted onto the vehicle. Chen Yi didn't take all the guns, mainly because the 7 of them didn't need that many, especially the Type 81 assault rifles. They already had the Type 95, why keep this old relic? So, only 5 Type 81 rifles were taken symbolically. However, the Microbird and riot guns were all taken, and they grabbed about a dozen Type 92 handguns. As for the bullets, they took as many as they could. After loading, Chen Yi came to the woman and said, "According to our agreement, I've left you a Type 95 rifle and 100 bullets. I won't help you untie the belt, I trust you can manage." The woman silently stared at him and asked, "What's going on outside?" Chen Yi invited, "It's worse than you can imagine. Do you want to come with us?" Hearing this, the woman shook her head firmly and said, "I want to return to the unit." He was not surprised by her refusal. This was a pure soldier. Good luck. After a blessing, Chen Yi turned and walked out of the armory, climbing onto the saber-toothed tiger. Watching the armored vehicle slowly leave, he saw the woman's hands wriggling as she easily broke free from the belt's constraint. Rubbing her wrists, the woman turned and walked back into the armory. This is truly a bird gun swapped for a cannon. In the armored vehicle, Wang Chonghu had already put on his bulletproof vest, happily loading bullets into the magazine of the Type 95. In the back seat, Zhang Ye and Yang Yaran followed suit, also changing their gear. Now, they were truly fully armed. Driving the saber-toothed tiger all the way to the entrance, Chen Yi spotted Xin Hao, whose face was filled with vigilance. "Get in the car." Lowering the car window, Chen Yi called out, "Damn, it's a saber-toothed tiger. Damn, this is way too cool." Xin Hao repeatedly swore, excitedly running up to the car. Once the car door closed, Chen Yi hit the gas pedal and drove back the way they came. The saber-toothed tiger armored vehicle. Chapter 55, Fuel Tiger. Chapter 55, Fuel Tiger. Originally attracted by the firecrackers, the zombies gradually returned to the street. Hearing the sound of the car driving, the zombies rushed towards the saber-toothed tiger. However, in front of this land beast weighing 9 tons and equipped with a 6.8-liter V10 engine, over 100 zombies were simply nothing. The saber-toothed tiger armored vehicle plowed its way through, knocking and crushing countless zombies, forcefully breaking through the encirclement of corpses. This is so damn refreshing. At this moment, Chen Yi felt incredibly comfortable. In comparison, his previous Range Rover was nothing but a tiny kitten. On the vehicle, Xin Hao was now holding the .88 sniper rifle he had longed for like a treasure. The feel of a real gun is just different, it's 100 times more comfortable than an air gun. Chen Yi gently stroked the gun body, his eyes filled with joy. Hearing this, Wang Changhu next to him couldn't help but snort. Stop grossing people out, hurry up and put on your gear.
We'll be switching vehicles soon. Switching vehicles? Chen Yi was taken aback and asked with a confused face, isn't the saber-toothed tiger good enough?
Why switch? Wang Changhu explained, it's the two of us who are switching. Even with the saber-toothed tiger, the other two vehicles couldn't just be discarded, after all, they had all put a lot of effort into modifying them.
There were also plenty of supplies on the vehicle.
Chen Yi's plan was for Wang Changhu to take Chen Yi in that BMW X3, while the couple Yu Tairan would drive the Cadillac, forming a small convoy. The living supplies would be stored in those two vehicles, and the saber-toothed tiger would serve as an arsenal.
This was also one of Chen Yi's methods to keep them in check.
He could give them guns, but the bullets must be kept in his own hands. At least before he completely trusted and accepted Yu Tairan and the others, Chen Yi would limit them in this regard. The BMW X3 and the Cadillac quietly parked by the roadside, while Hu Yun and the Yu Tairan couple stayed honestly inside the car. Even as zombies began to appear on the street ahead, they did not choose to leave. They understood in their hearts that this was both a collective mission and a test. However, as time passed and they still could not hear gunshots, along with the increasing number of zombies on the street, Hu Yun could not help but feel anxious.
Old Yu, do you think they will? Don't think nonsense. Yu Tairan interrupted her words seriously and said, did Wang Changhu not say it? There are only about 40 or 50 zombies at most in the team. Yesterday there were over 100 zombies, and they could handle it. Not to mention that today they are wearing complete protective gear. Hu Yun still felt worried. What if? Yu Tairan sighed, a bit helplessly said, what else can we do? In this world, can the two of us survive? He was a very realistic person. And such people often see things very clearly. Even that remote farmhouse had zombies, where could they hide? Moreover, without Chen Yi and the others, Yu Tairan felt he might not last 3 days. True. Hu Yun forced a smile, then prayed, we can only hope they return safely. V-room. At that moment, a roar of an engine came. The two were startled and saw through the windshield a black armored vehicle violently breaking through the zombie crowd, roaring towards them. This seems to be the team's bomb-proof vehicle. Hu Yun recognized this imposing vehicle, and her tone was anxious. Old Yu, could it be that they were captured, and now the team is here to catch us? Hearing this, Yu Tairan felt both amused and helpless. In this situation, where would they find team members? If it were really the team's armed police coming to arrest them, he would actually be overjoyed, as it would mean that civilized order had not collapsed and this world still had hope. What he worried about now was whether the other party was another group of ruthless survivors. Although Chen Yi gave a cold and unapproachable feeling at first, after spending 2 days together, Yu Tairan found that he was actually a principled person. As long as they followed his rules, everything would be fine. But other survivors might not be like that. The bomb-proof vehicle approached closer and finally came to a complete stop beside their car. Just as the couple felt uneasy, the door of the bomb-proof vehicle was pulled open, and Wang Changhu and Chen Yi, fully armed, stepped out of the car. Both were now wearing bulletproof vests and riot helmets. Tactical belts held 92-style handguns, and they also had rifles slung behind them. The difference in their appearance from before was like heaven and earth. Old Yu, what are you dazed about? Let's go. Wang Changhu gestured to them, then quickly jumped into the BMW X3. When Yu Tairan regained his senses, he felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart. Thank goodness, they finally returned. Hu Yun also let out a sigh of relief, quickly starting the Cadillac, steering the wheel, and turning around to follow the two cars as they drove off into the distance. As the setting sun dipped low, golden rays spread across the sky. On the quiet country road, 3 vehicles roared past. Chen Yi did not drive fast. Throughout the entire day, they had only covered less than 200 kilometers. Firstly, the road conditions were not too great, often needing to slow down to avoid broken-down vehicles, and sometimes they had to detour through the fields beside the road. Secondly, he was studying the equipment of this armored vehicle. The saber-toothed tiger was not just sturdy and durable. The vehicle is also equipped with an electric winch, searchlight, lifting lights, sonic dispersers, infrared recording systems, and a 38mm caliber 9-barrel tear gas cannon. So many auxiliary devices have made the control panel of this vehicle extremely complex. It took Chen Yi a whole day to completely familiarize himself with the operation of these devices. I have to say, he is very satisfied with this vehicle. The only drawback is that it consumes too much fuel, and it burns gasoline. 26 liters of fuel per 100 kilometers. The key is that this is under the condition of not using those auxiliary devices. If they are frequently used, the fuel consumption would probably soar to 30 or 40 per 100 kilometers. What is a fuel guzzler? This is it. As the sun lowered in the sky, Chen Yi picked up the vehicle's intercom and said, entering the village ahead, prepare for battle. Received. Received. At that moment, the voices of Wang Chonghu and Yu Tairan came from the intercom. Steering the wheel, Chen Yi drove the saber-toothed tiger into the roadside village. Dozens of zombies were attracted by the noise of the car, howling as they rushed over. After knocking several zombies aside, Chen Yi parked the car in front of a yard, picked up his spear, and got out of the vehicle. Puff! The sound of blades entering flesh echoed continuously. In just a few minutes, dozens of corpses lay scattered on the ground. Now, 100 or so zombies no longer posed a threat to them. After dealing with the zombies, Wang Chonghu drew his handgun at Chen Yi's signal and quickly entered the house with a German shepherd. Soon, Wang Chonghu's voice came through the intercom. Safe. Upon hearing this, everyone stepped into the house. As they entered the house, logistics personnel Huyun immediately dashed into the kitchen to prepare dinner. After a short rest, Chen Yi took Qin Hao out to collect gasoline. There was no choice, this armored vehicle consumed too much fuel. The two large fuel tanks, when filled, could only last for 500 or 600 kilometers, which shows how exaggerated it is. Moreover, when this vehicle left the company, the fuel tank itself wasn't full. After a day's run, it was already nearly empty. Chapter 56, Survive. Walking on the rural path, Qin Hao's adolescent nature started to show. Holding a Type 92 pistol with both hands, he struck a pose like a special forces soldier. To be honest, paired with his professional gear, he did look somewhat impressive. On the contrary, Chen Yi, although carrying a Type 79 submachine gun, still held a spear in his hand. Seeing this guy jumping around and striking all sorts of poses, Chen Yi curiously asked, "You love firearms so much, why didn't you enlist in the army?" "I signed up a couple of years ago, but I failed the medical exam and was advised to withdraw." Hearing this, Qin Hao awkwardly explained, then wondered, "Brother, don't you have a submachine gun? Why are you still using a spear?" Chen Yi did not answer but countered, "What do you think of Wang Chonghu's shooting skills? They're incredibly impressive." Qin Hao said with admiration. At noon today, while everyone was resting for lunch, Wang Chonghu educated Yu Tairan and the others about the proper use of firearms. He even showcased his shooting skills. At 30 meters, he fired 10 shots in a row, hitting every running zombie, 3 of which were headshots. This is the foundation possessed by an elite scout who has participated in military competitions multiple times. Chen Yi chuckled lightly, "Did you see him use the gun just now?" "No." Qin Hao shook his head thoughtfully. Patting him on the shoulder, Chen Yi said seriously, "If you can't shoot every shot into the head, then when dealing with zombies, firearms are not as useful as a spear. Of course, excluding heavy machine guns." In the end, Chen Yi added one more sentence. "The true power of this weapon is far more exaggerated than what is shown in movies. A normal handgun or rifle hitting limbs only leaves a small bullet hole, but a heavy machine gun can directly break limbs and even cut a person in half." Qin Hao suddenly asked, "Brother, how many zombies do you think our country has?" "At least 1.3 billion, right?" The number of zombies is hard to count, but knowing the survivor ratio in each city and county can give a rough estimate. "Are there 10 million survivors?" "More than that, at this stage, there are at least 30 to 40 million. Chen Yi was talking about the current stage. As time goes on, this number would continue to decrease. After mumbling for a while, Qin Hao said seriously, "Brother, I found a problem. Excluding the weak old, young, women, and children, there must be at least 10 million adult male survivors. If we count it this way, every person just needs to kill 130 zombies, and then our country will have no zombies, right?" This statement caught Chen Yi off guard. After coming back to his senses, he looked at Qin Hao with a strange gaze and raised his eyebrow. "You really are a clever little kid." At first glance, this statement seemed reasonable. Indeed, if each person kills 130 zombies, even if they only kill one a day, in 4 or 5 months, there would be no zombies left in the country. But when you think about it carefully, you'll realize how absurd it is. The absurdity is similar to saying, if everyone in the country gives me 1 yuan, I can instantly have assets of over 1.4 billion. 1 yuan is not much, anyone can give that. The logic is there, and then, there is no more. Not everyone can overcome their inner fear, nor is everyone willing to hunt zombies actively. In fact, if the zombies remain in their current state, this disaster will eventually calm down. Even though the government and the military have collapsed, the spark of hope still exists. For example, the Bohai Bay shelter is one such place. They just need to continuously accept survivors, select the right candidates, and spend a year or 2 training a group of soldiers before reclaiming equipment from a few military districts. All problems will be easily solved. In front of a mechanized armored force, a tidal wave of zombies only looks like a group of sheep, just with more numbers. Equipped with tactical nuclear bombs, cluster missiles, high explosives, white phosphorus shells, and other massive destructive weapons, this disaster could be completely quelled in less than half a year. But unfortunately, zombies are not unchanging creatures. Second evolution, and even a third evolution.
In his previous life, Chen Yi hadn't seen a 4th stage evolved zombie, but judging by the current trend, there would definitely be 4th stage evolved zombies in the future. While talking, the two found a car parked in the yard. Chen Yi bent down, found the fuel tank under the chassis, pulled out his pistol, and aimed at the tank to shoot. Seeing this, Chen Yi quickly stopped him. "Brother, it will explode." "Have you watched too many movies?" Chen Yi replied angrily and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! With a gunshot, a small hole appeared in the fuel tank, and clear gasoline flowed out from the hole. He took the prepared fuel bucket and caught the gasoline, then Chen Yi stood up, dusting off his hands. What happened? At that moment, the walkie-talkie on his waist transmitted a vigilant voice from Wang Chonghu. He probably heard the gunfire and wanted to check. For Wang Chonghu's displayed vigilance, Chen Yi felt very satisfied, pressed the talk button on the walkie-talkie, and replied, "Nothing." "Strange, it didn't explode, that's not scientific." Chen Hao tilted his head, examining the fuel tank, sounding curious. "Let's go." Chen Yi was too lazy to explain, called out, and continued searching for a car. This village was not too large, and after wandering around, they only found 4 cars. They collected a total of 80 liters of gasoline, barely enough for the saber-toothed tiger for tomorrow. As dusk approached, the two brought back 3 barrels of gasoline to the small courtyard. In the yard, Wang Chonghu was acting as an instructor, guiding Yu Tairan and Zhang Ya on how to hold their guns. Chen Yi didn't disturb them. After filling the saber-toothed tiger's fuel tank, he went to wash up by the well. "Dinner is ready." After washing up, Hu Yun's voice came from the living room. Upon hearing that it was time to eat, everyone immediately walked cheerfully toward the living room. In the apocalypse, being able to have a warm meal, it is undoubtedly a happy thing. 7 people sat around the dining table, silently eating their meal. Wang Chonghu had 2 bowls of rice before picking up a large piece of rice crust, spreading some fermented bean curd on it, and taking a big bite. While chewing the rice crust, he enjoyed, nothing beats rice cooked over firewood. Yang Yaran was already full, but seeing him gnawing on the rice crust, she couldn't help but swallow. After hesitating for a moment, she ultimately could not resist the temptation, got up to go to the kitchen, and took a small piece of rice crust, spreading fermented bean curd on it as she mimicked Wang Chonghu, nibbling it bit by bit. Clearly, this girl had developed an almost pathological obsession with food after suffering a few days of hunger at the farmhouse. Lighting a cigarette, Chen Yi spoke, "Tomorrow we are going into Yantai City." This sentence stunned everyone. Along the way, they had avoided cities and towns as much as possible, sticking to remote rural roads. So, although there were occasional setbacks, they were not real dangers. Tomorrow, they would enter Yantai, a coastal city with a permanent population of 7 million. "Brother, I have a question?" Chen Hao raised his hand, asking with a puzzled tone, why are we going to Yantai City?" "To go to sea, to the northeast." Chen Yi did not explain much. Wang Chonghu, still chewing the rice crust, added, "You just need to know that our ultimate goal is to survive." Survive. Just 3 words successfully dispelled the doubts in Yu Tairan and the others' hearts. Chapter 57, Caught a Big Fish. Night fell over the land. Everyone sat around the campfire, silently cleaning their firearms. After applying gun oil to the last part of the Type 92 pistol, Chen Yi skillfully reassembled it. Pulling the bolt to test the feel, he asked, "Who is familiar with Yantai?" "I am." Yang Yaran raised her hand. Putting the gun back on his tactical belt, Chen Yi said seriously, "How many ports in Yantai specifically run the Dalian route?" "It doesn't matter if it's cargo or passenger. Ports that do not run the Dalian route could be ignored. The reason is simple: without satellite navigation, they could only rely on the captain's rich experience combined with sextants, charts, and other auxiliary tools to navigate. If a captain who was not familiar with the Dalian route took the helm, accidents could easily occur. After all, the sea is different from the land, there are almost no reference points. So, if they deviate even slightly from the route, the final result could be drastically different. For instance, they might drift to Tianjin, or even end up in neighboring countries. Or worse, hit a reef and sink." Yang Yaran answered truthfully, "I'm not sure about the cargo, but there are 5 passenger ports on the Dalian route." Taking out a map, Chen Yi handed it over, saying, "Mark these ports according to their distance from the city center." Receiving the map, Yang Yaran looked around and finally picked up a small piece of charcoal from beside the campfire, marking the ports one by one as Chen Yi instructed. At this moment, Yu Tairan spoke up, "If we are just taking a boat to Dalian, there's no need to go through Yantai. Panglai also has a passenger line to Dalian, and the port in Panglai is quite far from the city center, over 10 kilometers away." Hu Yun rebutted, "But that port only has 2 trips daily. What if there's no boat? Wouldn't that be a wasted trip? Things are different now, missing the boat before meant just waiting for the next one. Now, if there are no boats at the port, there won't be any more. No need to argue, we are going to Yantai." Seeing Chen Yi make a decision, Yu Tairan and the others no longer debated. Taking back the map, Chen Yi and Wang Chonghu huddled together to study the route for tomorrow. In the end, they decided to go to the salvage bureau dock first. Although this dock is also in the city, its location is remote, the farthest from the city center. Relatively speaking, the encounters with zombies along the way would be the least. If there are no boats at the salvage bureau dock, they will quickly head to the same number dock. The remaining 3 docks, closest to the city center, are the last alternatives. Chen Yi did not want to go to the city center unless absolutely necessary. After studying the route for tomorrow, everyone checked their gear again. Before they knew it, it was 9 o'clock. After arranging tonight's night shift, Chen Yi instructed everyone, get to bed early. After tomorrow, if you want to sleep well, it will depend on luck. A night without conversation. The next day, everyone got up early. However, looking at the faces of Yu Tai Ran and the others, it was clear they hadn't slept well last night. After a simple breakfast, Chen Yi suited up, filled the magazine of his Type 92 pistol, strapped it to his tactical belt, and loaded his Type 79 submachine gun, which was also fully loaded, on his back. He sharpened the tip of his spear and looked around at everyone, saying, "Let's go." Yantai is the first hurdle on their escape route. To survive, this hurdle must be overcome. Boom! As the engines roared, 3 vehicles slowly drove out of the village, heading down the road toward the Yantai city area. Soon, the 3 cars left the country roads and entered National Road 206. The closer they got to the city center, the more broken-down vehicles there were on the road, and the zombies increased in number. Fortunately, with the saber-toothed tiger armored vehicle leading the way, it knocked away countless zombies along the route. If it had been another car, the front bumper would have long since been shattered. At 11 a.m., the 7 of them officially entered Yantai City. After entering the city, they followed their plan along the coastline, trying to avoid residential and commercial areas as much as possible. On the top floor of a hospital in the Jifu district, a young man with a buzz cut was observing with binoculars. Suddenly, 3 cars approaching on the road caught his attention. After observing carefully, the buzzcut youth immediately picked up the walkie-talkie at his waist and said, "Boss, there are 3 cars on the national road heading our way. The leading one seems to be a police armored vehicle. Keep watching." Soon, a hoarse voice came from the walkie-talkie. On the 5th floor of the inpatient department, 2 men stood in front of the window. On the hospital bed, a girl in a nurse's uniform lay at that moment. The girl was lying on the bed in a big character shape, her hands and feet tied, and her nurse's uniform in tatters. At this moment, she was staring blankly at the ceiling, like a walking corpse. In front of the window, one of the men, a tattooed giant with a big gold chain, said with concern, "Brother, what if the police armored vehicle is special police? So what if they are?" The man referred to as the boss was thin, wearing a pair of golden glasses, looking refined. But his eyes revealed a ruthless glare. Laughing coldly, the bespectacled man said with excitement, "This time we've caught a big fish. With good luck, we not only get an armored vehicle but maybe also a few guns." The tattooed giant frowned, saying, "If the other side has guns, aren't we going to deliver ourselves to death? Let those zombies test the waters first. With 3 cars, there are at most 10 people. The best outcome is that they get eaten by zombies, and we pick up the gear for free." After saying that, the bespectacled man asked, "Did you sprinkle the puncture nails?" The giant nodded, saying, "I had the sickly ones sprinkle them long ago." "Good, then let's just watch the show from upstairs." The bespectacled man smiled slightly, then turned to glance at the woman on the bed, frowning, "How many times is this? You'll end up dead on a woman's belly sooner or later." The giant chuckled awkwardly, "Isn't it too boring? With nothing to do, I can only find some fun." Inside the saber-toothed tiger, Zhanya couldn't help but ask, "How far is it to the salvage bureau dock?" "Not far, about 10 kilometers. After Chen Yi spoke, he saw a hospital ahead and immediately stepped on the gas, intending to rush past. Bang! At that moment, a loud noise suddenly came from behind. Then, Wang Chonghu's voice came through the walkie-talkie, "Old Yu's car has a flat tire. Yu Tai Ran and Hu Yun are changing the tire, the others are on guard." Chen Yi slammed on the brakes. "Pick up the walkie-talkie and quickly give orders." After parking the car, Chen Yi and the other 2 quickly got out of the car. Ha ha ha! As soon as they got out of the car, the signature low roar of zombies immediately rang in their ears. In an instant, dozens of zombies rushed out of the hospital, and scattered zombies also appeared in the shops on both sides of the street. Chen Yi sighed inwardly about his bad luck. It was neither too early nor too late, but the outbreak happened near the hospital. Closing the car door, the few of them immediately surrounded the Cadillac in a defensive formation. The next moment, the zombies had already rushed up close. Puff! Chen Yi held the short spear and precisely poked it into a zombie's eye. Not having time to pull out the spear, he kicked down a second zombie that lunged at him. Chapter 58 Action. Zombies were increasing more and more, and zombies kept rushing in from all directions. Xin Hao shouted, "Old Yu, are you ready? Don't rush me." Yu Tai ran in a cold sweat at this moment, but the more anxious he became, the easier it was to make mistakes. Taking a deep breath, he forced down his impatience and continued to twist the screws on the tire with the wrench. Bang! A sudden gunshot rang sharply in everyone's ears. The shooter was Wang Chonghu. It was not that he couldn't hold on, but rather that the two women, Yang Yiran and Zhang Ye, couldn't hold on. Although they were fierce enough, they were still women and were at a disadvantage in physical strength. Especially Yang Yiran, her petite figure, facing a swarm of attacking zombies, was like a small boat in a storm, about to be overwhelmed at any moment. Wang Chonghu held the Type 95 automatic rifle in a standard posture and kept pulling the trigger. He wasn't shooting randomly, he aimed for the right moment, shooting to help them out of danger whenever Yang Yiran and Zhang Ye faced the most critical moments. At such close range, Wang Chonghu seemed to transform into a god of guns. With each gunshot, a zombie was shot in the head. But this could only temporarily relieve the crisis, unable to fundamentally change the situation. Glancing at the gathering zombies in the distance, Chen Yi asked, "Old you, can it be done in a minute?" "A minute is not enough." Yu Tai wanted to curse, changing a tire manually. A minute wasn't enough to tighten 2 screws. Hearing this, Chen Yi immediately made a decision in his heart. Now, he could only painfully give up this Cadillac, otherwise, if they dragged it out any longer, when hundreds or thousands of zombies surrounded them, they probably wouldn't be able to escape. Retreat! Before the words left his mouth, a deafening explosion suddenly came from afar. Boom! A huge fireball rose up in the distance. The explosion shook their ears painfully, and Chen Yi felt his feet shake violently. The glass windows of the buildings in the distance shattered one after another. In an instant, the previously intense battle seemed to be suddenly paused. Regaining his senses, Chen Yi immediately shouldered his submachine gun, switched off the safety, and began rapid fire at the zombies in front of him. At this moment, the zombies frozen in place were like live targets. Moreover, compared to the Type 92 pistol, the accuracy of the Type 79 submachine gun was much higher. With a face-to-face sweep, several zombies were shot in the head in an instant. The gunfire awakened the stunned crowd. They quickly picked up their weapons and swiftly dealt with the zombies in front of them. The next moment, the zombies in the distance turned around and rushed toward the sound of the explosion. The zombies that were closer to them still couldn't resist the temptation of food right in front of them, howling as they lunged at the crowd. However, there weren't many zombies left, and the pressure on Chen Yi and the others significantly decreased. A few minutes later, the battle ended. Looking at the bodies lying all over the ground, Chen Yi breathed heavily. Yang Yiran was completely exhausted, slumped on the ground without care for her image. After adjusting his breath a bit, Xinhao couldn't help but ask, "What was that explosion just now?" Wang Chonghu speculated, "Based on that fire cloud, the explosion site is about a kilometer away from us. At such a distance, it must be a gas station explosion. Either it's a high-yield explosion, or there's no way there could be such great power." The scout was very sensitive to distance, so when he saw the fire cloud, he instinctively deduced the distance between them. "No matter what it is, it has helped us this time." Chen Yi smiled slightly and asked, "Old you, is it ready?" "It's ready." Yu Tai nodded, his expression serious, "But something feels off." Chen Yi frowned slightly, "What's wrong?" "Look." Yu Tai said as he pulled out a strangely shaped steel nail from the replaced tire. A flat tire nail. Chen Yi and Wang Chonghu instantly recognized this type of steel nail. These flat tire nails aren't technically advanced, anyone can make them as long as they have the materials. Some unscrupulous tire repair shops scatter flat tire nails on nearby roads to make money off of unsuspecting drivers. There's another flat tire nail over here. Xinhao scanned the road and quickly found another one. None of them were fools, and they immediately understood this flat tire was not an accident, but rather the work of some survivors. Yu Tai angrily said, "What's the point of doing this? It only harms others without benefiting themselves." "Who says it's not beneficial for them?" Chen Yi sneered and glanced at the nearby hospital, explaining, "Once we die, won't these weapons and equipment be cheap for them?" Since they could scatter flat tire nails on the road amidst the zombie encirclement, they certainly had a way to reclaim weapons and equipment. In the apocalypse, there's no unwarranted love, and no unwarranted hatred. After going through so much trouble, they wouldn't do it just to harm others. "We came from afar as guests, since the host has welcomed us, we must return the favor." Chen Yi spoke coldly, with a killing intent in his eyes. "At the hospital?" Wang Chonghu asked calmly. "Most likely in the hospital, it's the most suitable place nearby to serve as a base." After explaining, Chen Yi ordered, "Don't alert the enemy, reorganize the gear, we'll pretend to leave, and old Wang will take the chance to determine their location." "All right." Wang Chonghu nodded. "Damn it." In the VIP room, the bespectacled man's face was ashen as he punched the tempered glass. Originally, those people were almost unable to hold on under the zombie attack, but suddenly the explosion diverted a large number of zombies. Now, he could only watch helplessly as the juicy prey slipped away. Beside him, a strong man advised, "Forget it, boss, no need to get angry.
Once we have more manpower, we can directly attack the armed police corps. By then, not just guns, we'll even have rocket launchers."
The bespectacled man nodded, moving a few steps away from the strong man without showing any emotion. The smell on the other person's body made him feel disgusted. Seeing this, the strong man couldn't help but curl his lip. Their boss was good at everything, but he had a bit of a cleanliness obsession. In the previous battle, Chen Yi and the others had completely run out of bullets.
At this moment, they were refilling bullets into their magazines.
"Found it." At this moment, Wang Chenghu's excited voice rang out.
Chen Yi asked, "Where?" Wang Chenghu replied, "In the inpatient department, I saw someone on the top floor using binoculars to spy." "Great, let's give them a big gift in return."
Chen Yi sneered, filled the bullets, and put on a gas mask. This gas mask was one piece, connected with goggles, and at the jaw position, there was a valve that could connect to a positive pressure air respirator. Seeing him put on the gas mask, Wang Chenghu had already guessed what he wanted to do. Zhang Ye and the others were confused but obediently followed and put on gas masks. Sitting in the driver's seat, Chen Yi pressed the control panel.
In the next second, the 9-barrel tear gas cannon slowly turned, finally pointing toward the inpatient building.
Adjusting the barrel angle, Chen Yi decisively pressed the launch button.
Bang bang bang.
With 9 consecutive cannon sounds, tear gas shells flew toward the inpatient department, shattering window after window. Soon, thick smoke began to pour out from the windows.
Seeing this, Chen Yi waved his hand. Action. Chapter 59, Heaven Opens Its Eyes. At this moment, chaos erupted inside the hospital building.
The white smoke from tear gas quickly spread through the corridors and various wards. Although 2 tear gas canisters were swiftly thrown out of the window by survivors, it was all in vain. In the sealed indoor environment, the effects of the tear gas were maximized. In just a few seconds, the 3rd to 5th floors of the hospital were shrouded in smoke. The key is that tear gas not only obstructs vision, the irritating substances in the smoke cause a burning sensation on the skin, eyes, and respiratory tract. This leads to involuntary tears and coughing, let alone counterattacks. Even opening one's eyes became incredibly difficult.
It's over.
When the tear gas cannon atop the saber-toothed tiger vehicle turned, the glasses-wearing man already sensed that something was wrong. He kicked a steel plate this time.
The enemy's counterattack has begun. Damn it, do they really think we're soft persimmons? Let's fight back.
The glasses-wearing man had a fierce look on his face. He pulled a pistol from his waist and ordered, "Old 3, you and the brothers hold them off. I'll take a few people to sneak around from the underground garage and hit them from behind." This was a 54-style pistol, an antique long eliminated by the military police system, commonly known as the 54 Black Star. The black paint on the grip and bolt was worn down, exposing the metal underneath.
After firing 10 shots, probably 5 would jam. Such an antique would be kicked away with disdain in front of Chen Yi and Wang Chenghu.
But at this moment, the strong man with the big gold chain looked at the pistol with envy. Hearing the boss's command, the strong man's face showed hesitation. "Boss, you saw how fierce their firepower was, they even had submachine guns. We only have more than 30 brothers with 5 or 6 compound crossbows, we can't hold them back."
"Who the hell asked you to fight them head-on? Use your brain."
The glasses-wearing man pointed to his head and said with frustration, "You block those useless idiots on the 2nd and 3rd floors in the corridor, you hide behind. They are just SWAT officers, I don't believe they would dare to kill innocents randomly."
"Yeah."
The strong man's eyes brightened immediately.
After patting his shoulder, the glasses-wearing man painted a rosy picture. "This is an opportunity.
If we can take them down, we'll completely switch from a bird gun to a cannon."
"Don't worry, boss."
The strong man grinned and quickly walked out of the room. Once he left, the glasses-wearing man's expression changed. He was no longer calm and ruthless. A hint of panic flashed in his eyes.
"SWAT? Not kill innocents?"
Ha, that line can only fool his foolish subordinates. In this world where order has collapsed, never bet on the other's bottom line in humanity. He hid the gun in his pocket, quickly put on a doctor's white coat, donned a mask, and glanced at the woman on the bed, hesitating for a moment. In the end, after putting on a pair of medical rubber gloves, he disgustedly approached, untied the ropes binding the woman's hands and feet, and picked her up as he walked out the door. As soon as he exited the ward, the tear gas immediately hit him in the face. At this moment, the entire corridor was a white fog, with visibility reduced to less than 2 meters.
Cough, cough.
Though wearing a mask, he couldn't help but cough twice. Pain surged in his eyes, and involuntarily, tears began to flow. Squinting, the glasses-wearing man ran down the fire escape, holding the woman tightly. After leaving Hu Yun in the car to keep watch, Chen Yi and 6 others hurried to the lower level of the hospital.
The tempered glass doors were locked, and the entrance was blocked by piled office desks.
Chen Yi raised his You lead Yang Iran to guard the back door, and the rest of you charge ahead with me. If we encounter any resisting survivors, kill them without hesitation. Received. Zhang Ye nodded and led Yang Iran directly to the back door. At this moment, Jin Hao only felt his blood boiling, his adrenaline continuously pumping, putting him in an extremely excited state. It was impossible not to be excited. This was 100 times more thrilling than a game. Go! Chen Yi waved his hand lightly and, holding the Type 79 submachine gun, was the first to enter. The hall was in disarray, everything that could be moved had been taken, and the tear gas had not hit the first or second floors. Aside from the slightly dim light, the visibility was unaffected. The four quickly searched the first floor. After finding no survivors, they rushed upstairs. Just as they reached the second floor, more than 10 survivors ran toward them. These survivors were in a miserable state, squinting with red, swollen eyes full of tears. Some wore masks, while others simply used the corners of their clothes to cover their mouths and noses. Upon seeing them, these survivors were first stunned. But once they saw the gear they wore, they all showed excited expressions. Special police. Is this the government's rescue team? Woo-woo, so great, the rescue team has finally arrived. God bless, we're finally saved. The survivors now looked like they had seen their real father, and they all rushed toward them. Bang! A gunshot rang out suddenly, and the survivors froze in their tracks, their faces filled with fear. After firing a shot into the ceiling, Chen Yi slowly lowered his gun and aimed it at them, loudly shouting, "Everyone, squat down with your hands on your head." Hearing this, the survivors exchanged looks, hesitated for a moment, and finally obediently squatted down, their hands on their heads. Are you really the government's rescue team? A middle-aged man in the crowd cautiously asked. The main issue was that these four people wore special police gear, but their behavior carried a hint of gangster-like attitude. For a moment, it made it hard to figure them out. Chen Yi ignored the person and coldly said, "Now, I ask, you answer. How many of you are there?" "None of my business. I was tricked here by them. I am a victim." "Yeah, all the bad things were done by Li Long and Lei Lao-san." Listening to the chatter around him, Chen Yi coldly said, "Shut up." The next moment, the crowd once again fell silent. He scanned the survivors squatting on the ground and pointed to a chubby, honest-looking guy, asking, "What are you looking at?" "The little fatty is talking about you, stand up." The little fatty in the crowd trembled and stood up. "How many of you are there?" I haven't counted carefully, but there are probably about 80 or 90. The little fatty carefully answered, afraid that if he displeased them, they would shoot him. Chen Yi continued to ask, "Who is the leader?" "Li Long and Lei Lao-san." In the back-and-forth questioning, Chen Yi had roughly figured out the situation here. While asking, he had kept an eye on the other's eyes and expressions, and he could basically confirm that the little fatty was telling the truth. After all, it's easy for one person to lie, but it's difficult for a group of people to lie together. The leader of the gang was Li Long, and the second in command was Lei Lao-san. They had more than 30 followers, but fewer than 10 were real trusted ones. They had no guns, only 5 or 6 composite crossbows, homemade spears, and machetes. The remaining more than 50 people included some hospital survivors and others they had either tricked or captured from nearby. These people were at the lowest level of the gang, usually doing the dirty and tiring work, or even serving as cannon fodder. Chapter 60, Assault. Chen Yi continued asking, "What's the situation upstairs?" Hearing this, the little fatty shook his head and said, "I don't know either. The smoke upstairs is too thick to see anything. I couldn't take it anymore, so I risked running down." "I know." At this moment, the middle-aged man who had spoken earlier raised his hand. "Speak." Chen Yi flicked his gun toward him. The middle-aged man swallowed nervously as he looked at the dark barrel of the gun pointing at him. Chen Yi answered honestly, "Old Lei is up there capturing people, saying he wants to use us as human shields to block the bullets." "Human shields?" A glint of surprise flashed in Chen Yi's eyes. "That's quite clever. In a situation where the equipment is completely inadequate, this approach does have some use. If it were an official rescue team, they really would be intimidated by this tactic." Chen Yi scanned the crowd and spoke, "One last question, who can drive a boat?" "Drive a boat?" This strange question left the survivors puzzled, looking at each other in confusion. The reason for attacking the hospital was just one part of it. On the other hand, Chen Yi hoped to get lucky and see if he could find a survivor who knows how to drive a boat. After all, this place is close to the sea, and just 10 kilometers away is the salvage bureau dock. What if he gets lucky? He wasn't a reckless fool, easily influenced by emotions. After crawling through this apocalypse for years, Chen Yi had summed up a few golden rules. One of them is the equivalence law. That is, before doing something, one must consider whether the benefits and costs are proportional. After a moment of waiting and seeing no one speak, a hint of disappointment flashed in Chen Yi's eyes. Suddenly, a middle-aged man hesitantly said, I remember Oldly seems to be able to drive a boat.
Chen Yi's eyes brightened, asking, is Oldly one of Li Long's subordinates?
No, he was originally a patient in the hospital. The middle-aged man explained.
After sizing him up, Chen Yi asked with interest, what is your name and what was your profession before?
Compared to the other survivors, this middle-aged man seemed more composed and appeared to be very familiar with the hospital.
My name is Lu Yanxiang, and I was an outpatient doctor in the hospital's traditional Chinese medicine department.
A doctor.
And a traditional Chinese medicine doctor at that. Not only Chen Yi, even Wang Changhu and others nearby couldn't help but take a look.
Unexpectedly, there was a pleasant surprise. In the apocalypse, doctors are very important. But there are different levels of doctors. For example, pathology and dentistry are at the bottom, while traditional Chinese medicine is the most sought after. Because Western medicine relies heavily on medical equipment, many Western doctors can't even diagnose without checking reports.
Traditional Chinese medicine is different. Just 2 fingers on the pulse can clearly arrange your diagnosis. Secondly, there's the issue of medicines. Traditional Chinese medicine has a much longer shelf life than Western medicines.
Even when there are no ready-made medicines available, traditional Chinese medicine can source materials locally and make medicines on site.
Of course, traditional Chinese medicine has its drawbacks.
At least when facing emergency trauma, like arterial bleeding or surgery, it's not as quick and effective as Western medicine.
Overall, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks.
Looking closely at him, Chen Yi instructed, everyone, stay crouched.
Huang Mao, keep a close watch on them. If anyone stands up, shoot immediately.
Hearing this, the crouching survivors felt a bit anxious. They didn't understand what was to come next. Not long ago they had chased away a pack of wolves, and now a few tigers were coming. But at this moment, they had no way out.
As for escape? Don't joke, with so many zombies outside, where can they run?
After giving instructions, Chen Yi and Wang Changhu quietly made their way to the 3rd floor along the stairs.
Whoosh!
Just as they peeked around the staircase, a crossbow bolt shot towards them.
The bolt hit the wall just 20 centimeters away from Chen Yi's head.
With a bang, the wall tiles instantly shattered, and then the arrow was deflected.
Chen Yi quickly surveyed the situation on the 3rd floor and immediately retreated to the 2nd floor. How is it? Wang Changhu asked.
It's just as the doctor described. They have trapped the survivors at the stairway and are hiding behind, shooting from the shadows. Chen Yi analyzed, as long as these people aren't fools, they should have already thrown out the tear gas. It won't be long before the smoke clears. So we need to take advantage of the tear gas effect and quickly deal with them. Upon hearing this, Wang Changhu pondered, then you take Huang Mao and old you to pretend to attack, and
I quietly crawled up the ventilation duct. Chen Yi frowned and asked, can you do it alone?
After all, there were over 30 people on the other side, armed with compound crossbows. From that arrow just now, one could see the power of the compound crossbow. In close combat, its power was no less than that of a handgun. They wore soft bulletproof vests, which were not very effective against bows and crossbows, and could even be pierced directly.
Don't worry. Wang Changhu made an okay gesture. Seeing his confidence, Chen Yi could only nod and agree.
Soon, the two found a ventilation outlet. Wang Changhu climbed up and looked around, shaking his head. Damn, this hospital's ventilation duct is too narrow, I can't crawl in at all.
Chen Yi suggested, how about we just attack directly? No one was willing to be a meat shield.
When the gunfire started, they wouldn't believe those survivors would still stand there stupidly. As for accidental injury, there was nothing they could do about that. By the way, there's the elevator shaft. Wang Changhu slapped his forehead, suddenly recalling the elevator shaft.
The two went to the elevator entrance.
Wang Changhu pried open the elevator door, peered inside, and turned back saying, no problem at all.
Okay, then I'll feint from the front in 1 minute.
Chen Yi nodded, calling Yu Tai ran over to help, and they took down a door to use as a shield. When the minute was up, the three of them immediately carried the door and headed up the stairs to the 3rd floor.
Bang! Bang!
2 crossbow bolts slammed into the door, piercing through the door panel and exposing their sharp tips. With this power, the bulletproof vests they were wearing would definitely not stop them. 3rd floor. Behind the wall of people at the stairway, there were more than 10 armed with various weapons.
One bald man with a compound crossbow said excitedly, Brother San, these SWAT police really dare not open fire.
He was somewhat anxious at first, as the other side had submachine guns, and their equipment was at a completely different level. Although the compound crossbow had close-range power comparable to a handgun, it could not fire continuously, and rewinding it took a lot of effort. Submachine guns were different, just pointing one could unleash a barrage of bullets. Their firepower was definitely not on the same level. Now, seeing the other side holding up the door and daring not to fire, the tension in their hearts finally eased.
Hey, these bastards! Lei Laosan sneered, then began to cough and couldn't help but curse. Damn, didn't we throw out the tear gas? Why hasn't the smoke cleared? Rubbing his sore, swollen eyes, Lei Laosan secretly swore. The boss should be moving to the back now, soon, he'll show you what's what. Bang! A gunshot suddenly rang out on the third floor. It's over, someone's attacking us from behind.
The thought flashed through Lei Laosan's mind, and then his chest exploded with a cloud of blood mist, knocking him heavily to the ground.
Brother San!
The bald man shouted in fear. Before he could lift his compound crossbow, more gunfire erupted.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Accompanied by the gunshots, all 5 men holding compound crossbows fell to the ground.
They're shooting, run! Help! Don't kill me, don't kill me!
As gunfire erupted, chaos instantly ensued on the entire third floor, especially for the survivors forced to stand at the stairway as human shields.
Under the threat of death, they all ran around like mad.
Seeing a group of survivors rushing downstairs, Chen Yi immediately aimed. He ordered, Huang Mao, collect all the compound crossbows.
Received.
Xin Hao's Chinibyu flared up again, standing straight and giving a military salute, then stepped forward to pick up the compound crossbow from the corpse's hand.
Wang Chonghu's shooting was very accurate, immediately taking down all the people holding compound crossbows.
The Type 95 rifle had its share of minor issues, but in terms of power, it was undoubtedly superior to the M16 and AK-47. The cavity effect of the 5.8mm caliber bullet meant that if it hit the torso, death was certain.
So, even though no headshots were made, it could still kill instantly.
Chen Yi didn't even glance at the pile of compound crossbows at his feet and continued to order, Old Wang and Old Ju, go upstairs and bring the remaining people down.
Received.
The two responded, holding their guns and quickly rushing upstairs.
Bang bang bang. Gunshots and cries came from upstairs.
The gunfire soon calmed down, and before long, the two came down with more than 20 women.
Damn it, what a bunch of animals.
Yu Tairan was wearing a gas mask, obscuring his expression, but his tone made it clear how angry he was. Chen Yi just glanced at the disheveled state of these women and understood what they had seen. Such situations were common in the apocalypse. Without the restraint of law and order, women's situations were very difficult. Not every woman was like Zhang Ye, and not every woman was as lucky as Yang Ye ran to meet Chen Yi. Wang Chonghu reported, there were a total of 12 bandits upstairs, all shot dead.
12?
Yet there were only 8 or 9 corpses on the corridor floor, which meant that around 10 of Li Long's underlings were mixed in with this group of survivors. Chen Yi curled his lips into a cold smile and said, now, everyone look up and see who is near you, point out Li Long's underlings. As soon as the words fell, 2 figures sprang up from the crowd and ran wildly towards the staircase.
Bang bang.
Accompanied by the sound of gunfire, 2 corpses fell heavily to the ground. This scene seemed to instill great confidence in the survivors, and they began pointing out aggressively.
He is an accomplice. There's one over here too. Quick, don't let him run away.
Chen Yi showed no mercy, killing one as soon as he found one. At first, Yu Tairan felt some pity, but after witnessing the suffering of the women on the 4th floor, he also raised his gun and shot 2 bandits. 32 corpses coincided exactly with what that chubby kid said. Sir, there's one more here. At this time, a young man stood up and shouted angrily, pulling out a young man in a hospital gown from the crowd. The young man in the hospital gown looked very weak, clearly taller than the other, but unable to break free, he could only helplessly shout, I am not an accomplice, I was also forced. They threatened me with my grandfather.
And I have never harmed you.
The youth shouted angrily, bullshit, it was you who lured me here. The young man was also irritated and confronted, I told you to run away, but you stupidly came over yourself, who can you blame?
Shut up.
Seeing Chen Yi speak, the two instantly quieted down, lowering their heads like quails. Earlier, he had observed the expressions of the other survivors and noticed that they didn't show any hatred or anger towards this young man, but rather a complex look.
Something was off. However, Chen Yi didn't want to deal with this now, ordering, Huang Mao, go call Lu Yongxiang and the others up. Soon, Xin Hao led Lu Yongxiang to the 3rd floor. Pointing at the corpses on the ground, Chen Yi asked, tell me, which two are Li Long and Lei Laosan?
This one is Lei Laosan. Lu Yongxiang rubbed his swollen eyes, pointing at the corpse with a big gold chain around its neck. Then he looked around carefully and frowned, sir, I didn't find Li Long's corpse. Chen Yi lifted his chin, go check the 4th floor. Lu Yongxiang nodded and quickly walked towards the 4th floor. 1 minute later, his voice came from the 4th floor, sir, there's none on the 4th floor either.
Ran away? Wang Chonghu frowned. Bang! At that moment, a loud gunshot echoed from downstairs.
The next moment, the walkie-talkie on the 4 people's waists crackled with Zhang Ye's voice, 1 bandit is shot dead.
1 minute earlier.
Zhang Ye and Yang Yaran were holding their guns, guarding the back door. Hearing the constant gunfire coming from upstairs, Yang Yaran's eyes flashed with restlessness, her lips parted as if she wanted to speak but stopped. She wanted to go upstairs to kill people, not just stand here as a doorman. Although they had killed many zombies in the past 2 days, Yang Yaran always felt that killing zombies was nothing compared to killing people. After all, zombies wouldn't feel fear or scream in agonizing pain. They would only charge forward, growling. It felt a bit off. It was like the difference between a doll and a real person. But when she saw Zhang Ye's gaze, she had no choice but to suppress the restlessness in her heart and obediently stay here. Thud thud thud. A hurried sound of footsteps coming downstairs echoed. The two women narrowed their eyes and raised their guns, aiming at the fire escape passage. A man in a white coat was holding a woman in his arms, quickly running down from the fire escape. When he saw two women guarding the door, the man with glasses' pupils suddenly contracted, but he pretended to look anxious and shouted, "Quick, step aside, the patient has respiratory disease and is in shock from the tear gas." Zhang Ye asked, "Are you the doctor here? This is not the time to discuss that, the patient's condition is critical. Can you two officers help?" He himself was fairly good-looking, with gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, giving off a scholarly impression. Combined with his expression and anxious tone, he resembled a responsible doctor. Zhang Ye carefully examined him and said meaningfully, "Yang Yaran, go help this doctor." Upon hearing this, Yang Yaran glanced at Zhang Ye with confusion before stepping forward. Seeing this, the man with glasses felt a surge of joy in his heart. He had already succeeded halfway. As long as he could take advantage of their inattention, kidnap one person, and escape, he would be free. "How can I help?" Yang Yaran asked. "There is still the smell of tear gas here, please help me carry her to a cooler, ventilated place outside, then." As he spoke, the man with glasses did not stop his footsteps and had already passed Zhang Ye, successfully stepping out of the hospital's back door. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. The man with glasses' chest sprayed a mist of blood, splashing onto Yang Yaran and the woman. "Ha!" The man with glasses let out a series of hoarse growls, slowly turning his head to fix his gaze on Zhang Ye. He never understood, even though everything had gone smoothly, why did the other person suddenly shoot? Wiping the bloodstains off his goggles, Yang Yaran curiously asked, "Sister Zhang Ye, how did you tell he was a bandit?" "He was too clean." Zhang Ye replied calmly. "Too clean?" Yang Yaran was momentarily stunned, then immediately understood. Yes, this person was too clean. A survivor trapped in the city for more than half a month, cleaner than the two women here, was completely illogical. There was only one possibility: this man had a very high position among the survivors, even the leader, which explained why he could use precious fresh water to bathe without a care. Chapter 62, The Miserable One. First floor hall of the hospital. More than 50 survivors were crouching on the ground, holding their heads. Some people secretly raised their heads, nervously looking at Chen Yi and the others, unsure of what the outcome would be. "Is he Li Long? Are you sure?" "Sure." Lu Yongxiang nodded firmly. "Good, with this, all the bandits are dead. The rest are all oppressed survivors." Chen Yi pointed at the weak young man from earlier and asked, "What's his situation?" "He's also a miserable one." Lu Yongxiang sighed and began to tell his story. This young man was named Li Chao and suffered from an extremely rare disease: progressive ossifying myositis. From discovery to now, it has been hundreds of years. Before the end of the world broke out, there were nearly 8 billion people in the world, but only 3 living cases remained. This disease is extremely special, it sounds almost like science fiction. The muscles and soft tissues of the patients gradually turn to bone over time. In the end, the entire person completely transforms into a skeleton, and it is very difficult for patients to live past the age of 40. Now, Li Chao's soft tissues in his shoulders and knees have started to turn to bone, making it especially difficult for him to move, appearing extremely stiff. Every time he walks, he has to endure the pain from his joints. When God closes a door, he opens a window. Although Li Chao suffers from this rare disease, he also discovered something good: zombies are not interested in him. Unlike Chen Yi, who smeared zombie blood and organs on himself to disguise as one of the undead, Li Chao was completely ignored by the zombies. In the eyes of zombies, he is neither one of them nor food, but a very unique existence. Li Long and Lei Laosan noticed this point and directly controlled Li Chao's grandfather, forcing him to go out to find food and water, and to do some shady work on the side. For example, spreading tire nails on the road, luring other survivors to the hospital. It is no exaggeration to say that the survival of all the survivors in the entire hospital relies on Li Chao alone. Without him, others would have to risk their lives to find food and water. So, although Li Chao helped Li Long and the others do a lot of bad things, these survivors couldn't hate him. Of course, there are exceptions, like the young man who dragged him out earlier. After listening to Lu Yongxiang's narration, Wang Chonghu couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, the world is truly full of wonders. Who could make zombies ignore them?" Chen Yi calmly replied, "It's normal, in a big forest, there are all kinds of birds. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change.
With tens of millions of survivors in the country, there are bound to be one or two special people. For example, the baby zombie they encountered at the Water Reservoir Management Bureau. That baby zombie had evidently undergone secondary evolution due to some special reason. But this is only an individual case. After all, the number of zombies is there. With over 1.3 billion zombies, there must be a few exceptional existences. Chen Hao imagined, wow, if I had such an ability, wouldn't that be amazing? How about you swap with him? Chen Yi glared at him coldly.
Chen Hao chuckled, never mind then. Just thinking about becoming a skeleton made Chen Hao shudder.
This strange disease is too creepy.
As he looked at Li Chao, Chen Yi hesitated about whether to take him along. He also had methods to blend in with zombies, but that method was too risky.
A raincoat soaked in zombie blood is both a protective shield and a death warrant.
Those who often walk by the river will get their shoes wet. Last time, Zhang Ye's case was the best warning. It was lucky for her that the steel ball bullet hit a spot that was not smeared with zombie blood on the raincoat. But he wondered if the second evolution zombies would also ignore Li Chao. If they also ignored him, then this guy would be of great use.
But if not, it would seem a bit pointless to take a sickly person on the road, only adding to the burden.
Just then, Lu Yongxiang added, by the way, the old Li I mentioned earlier who knows how to sail is his grandfather.
Got it.
No need to hesitate, let's bring both of them along.
With that thought, Chen Yi asked, who is old Li?
As soon as he finished speaking, an old man wobbled to his feet.
Can you sail? Chen Yi asked directly.
Old Li smiled bitterly, I've driven fishing boats my whole life.
Fishing boats?
Hearing this, disappointment flashed in Zhang Ye and the other's eyes.
Chen Yi didn't care what boat he drove and continued to ask, have you ever sailed at Dalian?
Of course I have. Old Li nodded, a sly look in his eyes. In the past, during our fishing ban season, I secretly ran to the sea area near Dalian with a few old buddies to fish, and after that, we sold the fish locally in Dalian.
Now there's no satellite signal, can we still run?
Hey, before we had that stuff, didn't we still run? Hearing this, old Li's eyes sparkled with confidence, clearly looking down on today's ship satellite navigation.
Great!
Chen Yi felt a surge of joy in his heart. It seems luck is on their side this time. Just as they entered the Yantai city area, they found an experienced old captain.
Although he was driving a fishing boat. Pointing to Lu Yongxiang and Li Chao, Chen Yi said, we won't stay here, do you three want to come with us? Such things cannot be forced.
A doctor, a captain, if forced to leave, the resentment they might harbor could lead to unimaginable consequences.
I'll go with you.
Lu Yongxiang agreed without any hesitation, the first to respond. In these days, Lu Yongxiang has realized that staying in the city is not a long-term solution. Although these people are not an official rescue team, their strength is remarkably powerful, following them should offer some safety. Moreover, he is a doctor, as long as the other party isn't foolish, they should treat him well.
Seeing Lu Yongxiang's agreement, Li Chao and his grandson exchanged glances and nodded in agreement.
They actually didn't care where they went, because Li Chao's unique abilities ensured they wouldn't worry about food and drink.
But the problem is, both of them are sick.
Old Li had suffered from severe rheumatism from years of running a boat, and Li Chao was even worse. So, they simply couldn't do without a doctor.
Since Lu Yongxiang wanted to leave, they naturally would follow him. Then what about us? At this moment, a timid woman in the crowd asked.
Before Chen Yi could respond, Wang Chenghu replied, we are not an official rescue team, and we have no obligation to take care of you, good luck.
No, you can't take Li Chao away. This sentence was like a small stone, instantly creating ripples.
The survivors who realized what was happening all started speaking one after another, including the young man who had previously pulled out Li Chao.
Exactly, what will we do if he leaves?
We still need him to find food and water.
Isn't this just letting us die? Hearing the words, Chen Yi and the others couldn't help but sneer. Ha!
This is human nature. Li Chao looked at the crowd in disbelief, trying desperately to explain, you can go find food yourselves.
It's so dangerous outside, what if we encounter zombies? Exactly. It's easy for you to say.
Seeing them speak as if it were obvious, Li Chao shook with anger.
Chapter 63, Nuclear Power Plant. Lu Yongxiang was stunned at that moment, he never expected this group of people could be so shameless.
Why should Li Chao help you find food?
He is not your father.
That shameless face made Lu Yongxiang feel strange and disgusted.
Bang! A gunshot rang out.
Then, a piercing scream echoed in the hall. The young man who had pulled out Li Chao was now holding his bloody left ear, screaming in agony.
Chen Yi said coldly, if you keep making noise, I'll kill all of you.
As soon as the words. Stepping out of the hall, Tyran looked back with a sigh and said, now I finally understand what it means that a pitiful person must have a hateful side. Honestly, these people are quite ridiculous. Chen Hao couldn't help but shake his head and laugh.
In response, Chen Yi just smiled and said nothing. This was just the beginning, there were plenty more ridiculous things to come. While passing the outpatient department, Lu Yongqiang suddenly spoke up and suggested, "Commander, I still want to take some herbal medicine with me." Well, it was indeed necessary to take some herbal medicine. Thinking of this, Chen Yi asked, "Where is the pharmacy?" "It's right in the outpatient department." Lu Yongqiang pointed to the nearby outpatient department building. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi ordered, "You guys get in the car first, I'll take him to get some medicine." "Got it." Wang Chonghu responded and led the grandfather and grandson, Li Chao, towards the convoy. Lu Yongqiang skillfully led Chen Yi to the outpatient department's traditional Chinese medicine pharmacy, only to find that the door was locked, and there was a layer of iron bars welded outside the medicine dispensing window. However, this didn't stump him. He took his anti-riot gun off his back and switched to a breaching round. Pulling the trigger, Chen Yi aimed the gun at the door lock and instructed Lu Yongqiang beside him, "Stand back." Oh. Actually, there was no need for him to remind, Lu Yongqiang had instinctively stepped back several meters. Boom! Accompanied by a loud gunshot, a small hole was blasted into the door lock. Sure enough, when it comes to versatility, nothing beats an anti-riot gun. Kicking the door open, Chen Yi raised his chin and signaled him to go in. The pharmacy had many kinds of medicinal materials, and although he only took a little of each, it still added up to a huge bag. Fortunately, Chinese herbs are mostly dehydrated and dried, so it looks like a big bag but isn't as heavy as one might think. "Commander, I'm done." Lu Yongqiang emerged from the pharmacy, struggling with a large bag of herbs on his back. "Let's go." Chen Yi waved his hand. They left the hospital, and Wang Chonghu and the others were already in the car. "Get in the car." Calling out, Chen Yi opened the door to the saber-toothed tiger first. Seeing this, Lu Yongqiang hurriedly followed. The inside of the saber-toothed tiger had plenty of space, capable of holding 10 people. Because it was an explosion-proof vehicle, they needed to leave some space for maneuvering in and out, so all the seats were installed on both sides of the cabin. At this moment, Li Chao and his grandfather both sat across from Zhang Ye, looking tense. When they saw Lu Yongqiang get in, Li Chao immediately called out, "Dr. Lu, over here." Chen Yi placed the gun in the passenger seat, started the car, and drove toward the salvage bureau dock. A few minutes later, Old Li glanced at the buildings on both sides of the road, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Commander, you guys are heading to the salvage bureau dock, right?" Chen Yi raised his eyebrows and asked, "Is there a problem?" "Commander, there are no boats there." Old Li explained, "We only have ferry service to Dalian in the morning and evening, at other times, the dock only has cargo ships, and I can't operate those." "Do you have a plan?" Zhang Ye asked with a half-smile. "We might not have much in Yantai, but we certainly have boats," Old Li said cheerfully. Chen Yi understood the implication of his words and added, "Fishing boats won't do, we plan to take these 3 vehicles with us." Not to mention, he was very satisfied with the saber-toothed tiger, having it meant an extra layer of protection on their escape route. So, unless absolutely necessary, Chen Yi would not abandon this vehicle. Taking the vehicle with us. Old Li frowned slightly and began to ponder. Just then, Li Chao spoke up, "Grandpa, I remember that Uncle Sun has a small roller boat at home, right?" Hearing this, Old Li realized, "Oh, you mean Sun Chang, right?" A few years ago, he seemed to have bought a roller boat. A roller boat, also known as a passenger in vehicle ferry. This type of boat usually has 2 levels, the upper level carries passengers, while the lower level carries vehicles. Of course, there are also some small roller boats that only have 1 level, with cars on the left and seats on the right. Upon hearing it was a small roller boat, Chen Yi hesitated for a moment. "Is it reliable?" Old Li forced a smile and said, "Who would dare to guarantee? Once we hit the open sea, it all depends on fate. If the luck is bad, even a giant cargo ship can sink sometimes." Indeed. In the face of nature, one is still too insignificant. Chen Yi did not speak, silently driving the car. Out of caution, he still planned to check the salvage bureau's dock first. Old Li said nothing in response. After 10 minutes, 3 vehicles drove into the ticket office of the salvage bureau dock one after another. "Stay put in the car." Chen Yi made a gesture to Zhang Ye, picked up a short spear, and got out of the car alone. When the apocalypse broke out, it was at 3 in the afternoon. It seemed that, as Old Li said, there were only a few cars in front of the ticket office. There were not many zombies, only about 30, more than half of whom were former dock workers. Together with Wang Chonghu and others, they quickly dealt with the zombies, and the 2 of them walked into the ticket office, passing through the waiting hall to reach the dock. Looking at the empty dock, Chen Yi briefly repeated Old Li's words. After hearing this, Wang Chonghu sighed, "It seems the same should be true for the other side of Sanma dock. We can only trust that old man, or we'll have to gamble at the port in the city center." City center. Originally the most prosperous area of a city, it has now become the deepest hell, making people afraid to mention it.
No one wants to go to the city center, that area has gathered at least 2 to 300,000 zombies.
It can only be this way.
With a slight sigh, the two returned to the car. Sitting in the driver's seat, Chen Yi fastened his seatbelt and asked, "Oldly, where is your village?"
Oldly answered, "Shiqian village, just over by Daling Gangzi." Chen Yi froze for a moment. Because this place is less than 20 kilometers from the Yantai nuclear power plant. Chapter 64 Doc. Chapter 64 Doc.
Chen Yi had tried his best to avoid the nuclear power plant, but he never expected to still be unable to avoid it in the end. Now, it was either to take a risk in the city center or go near the nuclear power plant. Or, abandon the 3 cars and take a fishing boat out to sea directly. Every decision has its risks, how to choose depends on Chen Yi.
What's wrong?
Seeing that he hesitated to start the car, Zhang Ye sensed something was wrong.
Nuclear power plant.
Chen Yi said only 3 words, and Zhang Ye immediately understood his concern. She did not know about the second evolution of zombies, but just the radiation caused by a nuclear power plant leak was enough to make people wary. Referring to the Chernobyl and Fukushima nuclear power plant leak incidents, within a 30-kilometer radius of a nuclear power plant, it is unsafe. Biting her lip, Zhang Ye said, "You decide." At this moment, she chose to unconditionally trust Chen Yi. According to what that nuclear power plant worker said in his previous life, after the apocalypse broke out, the nuclear power plant system would automatically shut down when detecting power grid anomalies. But this does not mean that the nuclear power plant is safe. In fact, even after shutting down, although control rods are fully inserted, the radioactive materials inside the reactor still continue to emit tremendous heat for a long time and need constant coolant injection to reduce temperature.
The backup diesel generators and UPS inside the nuclear power plant can only last for 5 days at most.
After 5 days, if no new coolant comes in, the reactor temperature will rapidly rise, eventually leading to core meltdown.
Once core meltdown occurs, nuclear leakage becomes unavoidable. The Fukushima nuclear leak incident is a typical example of a power issue causing core meltdown.
The only consolation is that the nuclear power plants in use now are all 2nd and 3rd generation, with multiple safety shells, so there is no need to worry about an explosion like in Chernobyl, causing radioactive materials to be blown away by the wind and spreading. After core meltdown, it takes time for the molten core to completely penetrate all safety shells, resulting in leakage. The problem is, no one knows how long this time specifically is. At that time, the worker only vaguely mentioned that it might take about a month from the apocalypse breaking out to the nuclear power plant leaking. It has been more than half a month since the apocalypse broke out. It is certain that the nuclear power plants have experienced core meltdowns, it's just unknown whether there has been a nuclear leak.
Thinking of this, Chen Yi asked, "Oldly, can we go out to sea immediately after we find the boat?"
"No." Oldly shook his head and explained, "So many days have passed, we definitely need to inspect the boat. Otherwise, going out to sea like this is too dangerous."
"How long will it take?" Chen Yi pressed on.
Oldly thought for a moment, "If it's just me, I estimate it will take at least 5 or 6 hours.
Zhang Ye frowned and said, "So long?"
"Of course. A boat is not the same as a car, especially the engine and boiler, we must be cautious. Otherwise, if there's a problem at sea, it would be truly hopeless." Oldly's expression was serious. Even if he didn't care about Chen Yi and the others, for the safety of his grandson, he had to be extremely careful.
5 or 6 hours? It's a gamble.
Starting the car, Chen Yi drove towards Jiqian village under Oldly's guidance. Wang Chenghu and Yu Tairan still didn't know about the nuclear power plant situation. Seeing the saber-toothed tiger start, they immediately followed. Jiqian village is located by the sea, near the nuclear power plant, but the advantage is its remote location, and they hardly encountered any breakdowns or zombies along the way. Half an hour later, the 3 cars slowly drove onto the dock along the road. Beside the road is a village that resembles a market, not small in scale, while across from it is a small dock. At this moment, various fishing boats of different sizes were docked at the pier, occasionally mixed in with 1 or 2 small passenger ferries. Although they were small, their lengths were over 30 meters. Looking at the spacious parking spaces on the deck, it wouldn't be a problem to park 7 or 8 cars.
According to Oldly, these small ferries don't travel to big islands, they only go to nearby tourist islands like Kongtong Island and Changdao.
The noise of the cars attracted zombies from the village. Almost instantly, more than 100 zombies rushed out from the originally quiet village. While driving the saber-toothed tiger onto the dock, Chen Yi carefully observed the zombies chasing from behind through the rearview mirror.
Fortunately,
these zombies hadn't changed in appearance, and their speed was no different from that of other zombies. It seems the nuclear power plant hasn't started leaking yet, or the leaking time was too short, insufficient to cause nearby zombies to evolve again.
But no matter what, it was good news for Chen Yi and the others.
Looking at the chasing zombies, Lu Yongxiang swallowed hard, his expression tense.
"You 3 stay in the car." Chen Yi pressed down the brake, unfastened his seatbelt, and commanded. Hearing this, Lu Yongxiang and Old Li secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
It seems these people are still quite considerate, not letting them, the support staff, get out to kill zombies. Taking a short spear, Chen Yi and the other two pushed the doors open and got out. The way they parked their 3 cars was very strategic, facing each other at an angle. When viewed from above, the 3 cars formed a triangle. Between the saber-toothed tiger and the BMW X3, a gap wide enough for 2 people remained. Relying on their protective gear, Chen Yi and Wang Chonghu blocked the gap, constantly waving short spears to kill the zombies charging up.
Zhang Ye and the others stood by, ready to step in at any moment.
More than 100 zombies may sound like a lot, but in reality, they were a mix of men, women, young, and old. Their fighting abilities varied widely. Moreover, they cleverly used the vehicles to build a temporary barrier, and the ones who could directly threaten them were only the 2 or 3 zombies in front of the gap.
Puff!
The sound of blades entering flesh kept ringing out, mixed with the sound of the waves, as if playing a symphony of the apocalypse. As time passed, the zombies behind had already caught up, surrounding the 3 cars. Some zombies climbed onto the hood of the cars, but before they could pounce down, they were already speared in the head by the short spears waiting for them. A few minutes later, the battle was over.
Chen Yi panted heavily, looking around at everyone and asked as usual, "Is anyone injured?"
The crowd exchanged glances, then shook their heads in unison. In fact, their preparations were very thorough. They wore explosion-proof helmets, pulled neck guards from their bags, and wrapped their arms tightly with protective sleeves. On the upper body, they wore bulletproof vests, and on the lower body, they had protective leggings. Even their hands were covered with rubber gloves. To be honest, with such nearly 360-degree protection, it was indeed quite difficult to get injured. Unless one was incredibly unlucky and got bitten on the unprotected backside by a zombie. After resting for a moment and calming his breath, Chen Yi knocked on the car window, signaling them to get out. Seeing this, Lu Yongxiang and the other 3 hurriedly pushed open the door to get out. As soon as they got out of the car, a strong smell of blood immediately hit them. Looking at the corpses scattered all over the ground, Lu Yongxiang's face turned pale, and his eyes towards Chen Yi and the others were filled with admiration and a hint of fear.
7 people, facing hundreds of zombies.
Putting everything else aside, just this courage made him respect them deeply. If it were Li Long and Lei Lao San's group, they probably wouldn't even have the courage to get out of the car. Thinking of this, Lu Yongxiang felt a bit fortunate that it seemed he had followed the right people.
Chapter 65 Preparing before going out to sea.
Pointing at the ships parked on the sea, Chen Yi asked, "Which one is Zheng Chang's ship?"
"It seems to be that one."
Old Li looked around and pointed at a roller ship. In fact, there were only 2 roller ships at the entire dock. Aside from the one Old Li pointed at, the other one couldn't really be considered a roller ship. It should be called a cargo ship, which couldn't transport vehicles.
Chen Yi suggested, "Let's go up and take a look."
After saying that, the group walked towards the roller ship. As they walked, Qinhao suddenly thought of something and spoke up, "By the way, how do you open the ship without keys?" Hearing this, Old Li looked at him with a strange expression and explained, "Ships are different from cars, except for some small yachts and sightseeing boats. Other cargo and passenger ships can't be started just by turning the key like a car."
"Then how do you start it?"
Qinhao was stunned, looking curious. For this kind of roller ship, for example, starting it requires coordination between the control panel and the crew. Just the preparations before starting take more than 10 minutes. If it's a large ocean-going cargo ship, it gets even more complicated. You can't start it without dozens of people.
Qinhao raised his eyebrows. "So if there are no keys, anyone can take the ship?"
That statement had too many issues, and Old Li was momentarily at a loss for how to explain.
"Don't mind him."
At this time, Chen Yi spoke up to help Old Li out. Seeing this, Qinhao fell back 2 steps and asked a bit irritably to Wang Chonghu beside him, "Did I say something wrong?" Wang Chonghu shrugged, "These ships don't have keys, go ahead and try to start one."
"I can't drive a ship."
Qinhao threw up his hands.
"Then isn't that the point?"
Wang Chonghu said irritably, "Those who can't drive can't steal, and those who can drive wouldn't need to steal a ship to get by." Qinhao was at a loss for words. At that moment, he realized how foolish his question had been. While they were speaking, everyone had already arrived at the roller ship. Before, standing at a distance, it didn't seem too big, but now standing next to the roller ship, one could truly feel its size. Old Li skillfully jumped onto the ship along the mooring ropes, then lowered the gangway.
Bang! The heavy steel gangway hit the dock with a dull sound.
Stepping onto the gangway and walking onto the deck, Chen Yi looked around and couldn't help but nod subtly in his heart. The ship looked very new, and everything was better than he had imagined. The entire ship was divided into 2 parts, the left side being an open-air parking lot and the right side consisting of 2 levels, the lower level housing the crew, cockpit, kitchen, etc., and the upper level having rows of sightseeing seats under a plastic roof. Old Li walked straight to the cockpit door, crouched down, and lifted a piece of carpet in front of the door. Under the carpet, a key lay quietly.
Picking up the key, Old Li couldn't help but shake his head with a laugh. Zheng Chang, this kid, really hasn't changed at all. Seeing the key, Chen Yi raised an eyebrow and said, didn't you say we don't need a key? Young man, this is the cockpit key. As Old Li spoke, he used the key to open the cabin door. Entering the cockpit, the control panel came into view, and looking at the myriad of buttons and dials made Chen Yi's head spin. Fortunately, they found an old captain, otherwise, they would be completely lost. Next, Old Li went to the crew cabin, and after checking, he said, out of fuel, we need to get some. How much? Chen Yi asked. Old Li pondered, just to be safe, let's get 15,000 liters. What? Wang Chonghu was stunned. When driving, a full fuel tank was just dozens of liters, and even a gas guzzler like the Saber-tooth had only a little over 100 liters combined. Now, hearing 15,000 liters all of a sudden really scared him. Old Li was a bit puzzled by his reaction. Thinking he had miscalculated, he quietly calculated, 89 nautical miles, 11 knots, roughly 7 hours, 15,000 liters is definitely enough. Patting Wang Chonghu's shoulder, Chen Yi explained, don't mind him, he's used to driving. Oh. Old Li waved his hand with a smile, young man, driving a ship is different from driving a car, this is still on the light side. A 10,000-ton freighter burns at least dozens of tons a day. Chen Hao exclaimed, how many big tankers would you need to take down to get that much diesel? Not diesel. Old Li waved his hand and joked, if it were diesel, those long-distance freighters would have gone bankrupt long ago. This type of ship uses heavy oil, which is cheap and burns well. Chen Yi asked, where can we get it? I'll have Xiao Xiao take you, he knows the way. Sure. Chen Yi nodded and instructed Zhang Ye and the others, you all wait here and help out. After saying that, he led Li Chao and Wang Chonghu out of the crew cabin. After getting off the ship, Chen Yi asked, is it far? Li Chao honestly replied, not far, less than 2 kilometers. Thinking about it, there are quite a few ships at this dock, if it were too far, refueling would be inconvenient usually. The three of them got on the Saber-tooth, and Chen Yi started the engine, rolling over one corpse after another, and got back on the road. Soon, a small gas station appeared in front. This gas station was tiny, with only 2 pumps, one for diesel and one for gasoline. Next to the gas station, a fuel tanker was parked in the empty space. The whole gas station was quiet. It seemed that the noise from the cars startled a few wild cats and dogs, which immediately dashed into the grass. Opening the car door, Wang Chonghu frowned, the gas station has no power now, they can't draw fuel. Even if there was power, they wouldn't be able to operate it. Hearing this, Li Chao awkwardly got out of the car and explained, heavy oil isn't stored in underground tanks, it's all kept in a warehouse. Wang Chonghu curiously asked, keeping it directly in a warehouse, isn't that dangerous? Heavy oil is very safe, you'll know in a bit. Li Chao said with a smile, then led the way into the warehouse next to the convenience store. Inside the warehouse, big iron barrels were arranged one by one. Picking up a crowbar and prying open a barrel, Li Chao said, this is heavy oil. Chen Yi and Wang Chonghu hurried over, they saw the barrel filled with a deep black sticky substance, looking somewhat like asphalt. This stuff won't even catch fire, before use, it must be heated and softened with a boiler, or else the diesel engine won't burn it. After hearing Li Chao's words, Chen Yi finally understood how safe this thing was. Let's get to work. Chen Yi clapped his hands, calling Wang Chonghu to help move the oil. One barrel didn't look too big, but it weighed several hundred pounds, one person couldn't lift it. Chen Yi estimated they would need 7 or 8 barrels to be enough. Fortunately, the Saber-tooth had enough space, and the seats in the cargo area were foldable, otherwise, they would have to make several trips to finish moving it. Returning to the dock, Chen Yi drove the vehicle directly onto the roll-on/roll-off ship. He unloaded bucket after bucket of heavy oil and moved them into the engine room. Chen Yi asked, is this oil enough? Old Li was at that moment hitting 2 diesel engines with a wrench, and after a quick glance up, he nodded and said, it's enough. Chapter 66 Sixth Sense. From the moment he stepped onto this ship, a sense of urgency appeared in his heart for no reason. It lingered for a long time, like a mountain pressing down on him. This sense of urgency had only appeared once before. That was when he was reborn and learned that the apocalypse would fall in 3 hours. As a person who had struggled in the apocalypse for 5 years, Chen Yi did not feel that this sudden sense of urgency came from internal repression. If it were truly due to repression, he would have already collapsed in his previous life. So, he chose to trust his intuition. He planned to help Old Li quickly check the equipment and then head out to sea. Thinking about this, Chen Yi breathed slightly heavier and asked, is there anything else I can help with? Old Li pondered and said, you don't understand the engine and boiler, how about this, I'll have Xiao Xiao take you to check the sealed cabin and lifeboat. Although Li Chao couldn't drive the boat, he grew up by the seaside. Through observation, he understood a little bit. Okay. Chen Yi nodded and instructed Qin Hao, Huang Mao, go drive the other 2 vehicles onto the ship. Received. Qin Hao gave a military salute and turned to leave. Sir, what about me?
Since boarding the ship, Lu Yongxiang had been doing nothing. It wasn't that he didn't want to work, but he really didn't understand anything. Seeing everyone else busy, he suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. Hearing this, Chen Yi patted his shoulder and smiled. We are actually happiest when you can do nothing. When the doctor in the team has nothing to do, it is indeed something worth celebrating. After saying that, Chen Yi walked out of the engine room with Li Chao. The pre-launch inspection of the ship was more complicated than he had imagined. In addition to the engine and control panel, there were also the deck, emergency lights, lifeboats, watertight doors, anchor chains, and so on. After finishing this entire round of checks, Li Chao led them in securing all 3 vehicles. On the deck where the vehicles were parked, there were special locks to secure the wheels. These vehicles must be firmly fixed to the deck, otherwise, in strong winds and waves, the vehicles would shift with the ship. Falling into the sea would be a minor issue. If they hit a person or damaged the cockpit, it would be a problem. When they finished their busy work, it was already nearing evening. The setting sun hung low on the horizon, casting its afterglow and dyeing the sea into a brilliant golden color. Accompanied by refreshing sea breezes, it made one feel a sense of peace. Except for Hu Yun, who was busy in the kitchen, everyone else gathered on the deck to enjoy the beautiful seaside sunset. So beautiful. Yang Yiran opened her arms, greedily breathing in the slightly salty air. Beside her, Li Chao shook his head and laughed. After watching for a long time, it's just like this. Seeing Chen Yi lost in thought, Zhang Ye playfully brushed her hair, slightly blown by the sea breeze, and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing." Chen Yi shook his head. As time went by, that sense of urgency did not disappear. Instead, it grew more intense. He found it difficult to explain this matter to Zhang Ye. Even if he did, it would only increase her anxiety. In the next moment, a pair of warm and delicate little hands held his palm. Turning slightly, he immediately met a pair of clear eyes. Zhang Ye gazed at him, speaking softly, "No matter what decision you make, I support you. So, don't feel any pressure. Dinner time." At that moment, Hu Yun's voice came from the kitchen. Chen Yi gently patted her small hand and returned a smile, signaling her to not worry. With the addition of Lu Yongxiang and the others, the team had reached 10 people. But for the logistics staff, Hu Yun, it didn't make much difference. She simply needed to add more rice while cooking. As for the food, there was only a pot of stir-fried pickled vegetables. But even so, everyone still ate with great delight. The German Shepherd had been somewhat downcast these days. Ever since that Land Rover broke down, its food had taken a nosedive. When they were at the farmhouse, there was still meat to eat, but now there was none. At noon, it chewed on compressed biscuits with them, and at night, it was just white rice mixed with vegetable soup. Xin Hao held his bowl, pointed to a distant shallow area and suggested, "Brother Wang, there should be a lot of seafood by the seaside. Let's go beachcombing tonight to improve our meals." Wang Chonghu sneered, "Have you watched too much Douyin? There's no way there's that much seafood for you to pick. The beachcombing videos are all fake. One person sets it up, and another goes behind with a phone to collect. Don't exaggerate, a few are real." After Qin Hao retorted, he curiously asked, "Brother Wang, what did you watch on Douyin before?" "I usually watch audacious banana bearing and fixing cow hooves. Oh, and there's also knife-making competition." Chen Yi ignored these two fools, turned to Old Li and asked, "How much longer for the inspection?" Old Li swallowed his food and replied, "The unit and boiler are checked. This roll-on ship is not old, many things are brand new. We just have the magnetic compass and electric compass left, but those two typically don't have issues." Chen Yi nodded and instructed, "When you're done with the inspection, we'll set sail." "So urgent?" Old Li was taken aback and advised, "Sir, it's getting windy now. The waves tonight might be quite big. I suggest waiting until tomorrow to leave." As an old fisherman, he was very accurate in judging the weather by the seaside. Chen Yi was well aware of this. Yet he stubbornly stated, "We won't wait, we'll set off right after dinner." Wang Chonghu and the others had no objection to Chen Yi's determination. Because that was the rule of the team. You could voice your opinions and ideas, but in the end, it was still based on Chen Yi's decision. In fact, every decision Chen Yi made along the way had been correct. This made Wang Chonghu and the others sincerely convinced. Seeing this, Old Li could only nod and say, "All right then." They quickly finished dinner, and without even drinking water, Old Li hurried into the cockpit to check the two compasses. Once the satellite navigation failed, the ship's navigation mainly relied on the magnetic and electric compasses, supplemented by sextants, nautical charts, and other tools. There was also a ship radar that did not require network and satellite signals. However, for this small roll-on ship, the radar detection range was not very big, at most just a few kilometers. Soon, Old Li stepped out of the cockpit and shouted, "Sir, all checks are complete. Shall we set sail now?" "Set sail." Chen Yi answered firmly. The next moment, everyone on the deck began to get busy. For a roll-on ship like this, one person alone could not operate it, multiple people had to work together. For example, to start the engine, the boiler had to preheat the heavy oil, turning it into a liquid state. Next, the air compressor had to be turned on to blow out the residual impurities and water from the cylinder. Then the engine was preheated with diesel. Thanks to their walkie-talkies, Old Li had to work hard. While monitoring various instrument panels in the cockpit, he remotely directed Chen Yi and the others on how to operate. Sometimes he couldn't explain clearly and had to go to the engine compartment himself. After nearly an hour of fussing, the whole ship finally started up completely. Under the night sky, a roll-on ship slowly sailed away from the dock towards the distant sea. Chapter 67, Nuclear Leakage. On the deck, Yu Tairan held onto the railing with both hands, watching the dock slowly fade into the distance, his expression complicated as he said, "We've actually set sail just like this." Upon hearing this, Wang Changhu raised an eyebrow and asked, "What do you mean by that, old Yu? It just feels a bit unreal." Yu Tairan's expression appeared dazed. At this moment, Chen Yi chuckled and said, "Do you think it's too simple?" As the roll-on ship started up, leaving the dock, the urgency that had weighed heavily on his heart gradually faded, bringing a sense of relief. This meant that his decision was correct. "Yeah." Yu Tairan scratched his head and said with emotion, "When I heard we were heading into the city yesterday, I couldn't sleep all night. With my eyes closed, my mind was filled with countless images of zombies charging at me. I'm not afraid you'll laugh at me, but I even wrote a farewell letter, thinking that if I didn't make it, I wanted you to help me give it to my wife. But I didn't expect the journey to go so smoothly, and I'm still a bit dazed." Huyan gave him a couple of playful punches on the shoulder, complaining, "Go away, what farewell letter, it's bad luck." Qi now chimed in, joking, "I really think we should thank that bunch of idiots, Li Chao and his gang. If it weren't for them dropping tire spikes on the road, we might really have gone to the city center to test our luck." "That makes sense, you should help him burn some paper later," Wang Changhu patted his shoulder, speaking seriously. "Ha ha ha." These words caused everyone to burst into laughter. Chen Yi sighed, "Life's fortunes are indeed so magical." "Yeah, what's that saying? Good fortune never comes in pairs, and disaster never comes alone." Before Qin Hao finished speaking, he was interrupted by Wang Changhu, who retorted, "Shut up if you can't speak properly. It's called fortune depends upon disaster, and disaster hides in fortune." Just as they were joking, a huge fire cloud rose from the southwest direction on the shore. In an instant, everyone turned their heads. The fire cloud did not last long and disappeared in a flash. Qin Hao raised an eyebrow, "Is it another gas station explosion?" Wang Chenghu shook his head, analyzing, "Probably not. The fact that we haven't heard an explosion by now means the blast site is at least 10 kilometers away from us. At such a distance, we can still see the explosion's flame. Could it be a large-yield airburst?" As soon as he said this, he immediately contradicted himself, "No, that's wrong. The fire cloud from an airburst doesn't last this short." No one noticed that at this moment, Chen Yi's eyes were filled with horror, and cold sweat broke out on his back. That direction is the nuclear power plant. He finally understood where the previous urgency had come from. Boom! The explosion sound finally arrived. Even from such a distance, everyone's eardrums still ached. At this time, Li Chao reacted, his face full of fear, "That seems to be in the direction of the nuclear power plant. Is it possible that the nuclear power plant has exploded?" Once these words were spoken, everyone was startled and turned to look at Chen Yi. Their eyes were filled with relief and lingering fear. If it weren't for Chen Yi's decision to go to sea immediately, they might still be oblivious, spending a night within the nuclear leak radius. Coming back to his senses, Lu Yongqiang frowned. Didn't experts previously say that the new generation of nuclear power plants wouldn't explode? Do you believe what the experts say? Qin Hao spoke with disdain. Chen Yi explained, they indeed won't experience a nuclear explosion, but during the meltdown process, the core can react with the cooling liquid, releasing massive amounts of hydrogen. This hydrogen can cause a hydrogen explosion. In fact, whether it's a nuclear explosion or a hydrogen explosion, the end result is the same: the safety shell of the nuclear power plant is breached, leading to nuclear radiation leakage. Upon hearing nuclear radiation, Huyan immediately panicked and asked, "Then, is our current location safe?" Not really. Once the nuclear power plant leaks, the area within a 30-kilometer radius is dangerous. But fortunately, the wind is blowing towards the nuclear power plant, so the radioactive dust won't drift this way for now. As soon as Chen Yi finished speaking, Wang Chenghu urged, Hurry, Li Chao, tell your grandpa to step on it, don't skimp on gas, run as fast as you can." Oh. Li Chao quickly nodded, not caring about the pain in his joints, rushing towards the cockpit in a panic. Soon, everyone felt a slight tremor underfoot as the whole ship suddenly accelerated. In general, this type of roller ferry maintains a sailing speed of 11 to 13 knots, and at full speed, it can reach 20 knots, but very few would sail at full speed. Because sailing at full speed greatly increases fuel consumption. Old Li clearly could not care about so much at this moment, only wanting to quickly escape to a safe distance. This was the right thing to do. Many experts deliberately downplay the horror of nuclear radiation, mostly due to political reasons. Never believe that nuclear leaks are only dangerous within 10 kilometers, or that a short stay beyond 20 kilometers won't affect your health.
These are complete nonsense.
Because when a nuclear power plant explodes, a large amount of radioactive dust will inevitably be thrown out, then drift and spread with the wind. Once radioactive dust is inhaled into the lungs, it will accompany you for a lifetime like a shadow.
And the harm of nuclear radiation is hidden and long-term.
At that moment, there might not be any symptoms, but in reality, the body has already suffered damage. For example, the chances of developing kidney disease, organ failure, and cancer will greatly increase, and there's also a high probability of deformities in future generations. When Li Chao came out of the cockpit, he discovered that Wang Changhu and the others had already put on gas masks. Chen Yi, however, did not wear one. He knew the dangers of nuclear radiation but felt it unnecessary at this moment. 1. It was a considerable distance away. 2. The wind was quite strong, blowing towards the direction of the nuclear power plant, and for a short time, radioactive dust could not possibly drift to the ship. One could only say that Wang Changhu and their caution was a bit excessive.
Chen Yi urged in a deep voice, "Brother, do you really not need to wear a gas mask?" "No need."
Chen Yi smiled slightly, casually lighting a cigarette for himself. Seeing that both Chen Yi and Zhang Ye weren't wearing masks, Wang Changhu thought for a moment and finally took off his gas mask. He felt that these two people, with their cautious nature, wouldn't be reckless. But the couples Yu Taiyan and others absolutely refused to take off their gas masks. Anyway, besides being a bit hot, this thing had no other impact. After sailing at full speed for about an hour, Old Li lowered the speed to 11 knots again.
Bored while standing in the cockpit, Chen Yi asked, "Old Li, how long until we reach Dalian?"
Old Li answered, "More than 5 hours, I suggest you go take a nap."
"Ha, brother, look what I found."
At that moment, Chen Hao's excited voice came from outside. Hearing this, Chen Yi peeked out and saw this guy carrying 2 sets of fishing gear, unable to help but say, "Huang Mao, you really are a little clever boy.
In this kind of windy and rough weather, it's not easy to think of fishing.
Since there's nothing else to do, fishing to kill time is pretty good. If I catch something, it can even improve our diet."
After saying this, Chen Hao suggested, "Brother, should we give it a try? You go find Wang Changhu, I'm planning to take a nap." Chen Yi waved his hand, sending Chen Hao away.
Chapter 68, Storm. This roll-on/roll-off ship primarily runs to several tourist islands near the sea, with each trip only taking about 2 hours, so there were no passenger lounges on board. Even in the captain's cockpit, there was only one chair. Thus, Zhang Ye and the others had to rest in the sightseeing seats on the second floor. When Chen Yi arrived on the second floor, he just happened to see Lu Yongqiang checking Zhang Ye's injured calf. After looking carefully for a while, Lu Yongqiang asked, "How long has it been since the surgery?"
"It's been almost 10 days.
Zhang Ye nodded. Lu Yongqiang furrowed his brows and continued to ask, "Who performed the surgery?"
"A dentist."
"Dentist?" Lu Yongqiang was first stunned, then angrily said, "This is ridiculous." Once he entered the role of a doctor, his demeanor suddenly changed.
Zhang Ye smiled bitterly and said, "The steel ball in the wound caused an infection and fever that wouldn't go away. Being able to find a dentist was already quite lucky." Hearing this, Lu Yongqiang fell silent.
After observing for a moment, he wondered, "It shouldn't be like this. How come it has healed so slowly in 10 days? Zhang Ye explained, "The wound burst open again a few days ago."
"No wonder." Lu Yongqiang reached out and pressed around her wound while asking, "Does it hurt?"
"A bit painful in this area. This surgery was done in such a completely messy way. The stitching technique was inadequate, resulting in the proliferation of subcutaneous muscle connective tissue, which pressed on some blood vessels and nerves.
If left untreated, it would undoubtedly lead to lasting health issues."
Chen Yi asked, "Can it be cured?" Lu Yongqiang turned his head at the sound and nodded, saying, "No problem, luckily it was discovered in time, and the connective tissue hasn't fully hardened. I will use acupuncture to help her adjust, along with traditional Chinese medicine. It should be eliminated in about a month or 2.
Additionally, you have a bit of a deficiency in qi and blood. Has your period not come for a while?"
Zhang Ye was not shy and nodded openly. She would never do something as foolish as avoiding the doctor due to embarrassment. Besides, in this current situation, having a professional doctor to help is something to be grateful for. Lu Yongqiang pondered, "I'll prescribe you a formula to boost your qi and blood." Seeing this, Huyun quickly spoke up, "Dr. Lu, please take a look at me too."
"Sure, since I have the time, let's check all of you." And so, a traditional Chinese medicine consultation began.
At this moment, the advantages of traditional Chinese medicine became clear. No need for blood tests or urine tests, just 2 fingers on the pulse, along with a stethoscope, can give you a clear diagnosis. None of them had serious health issues, but there were plenty of minor problems.
Things like irregular menstruation, weak spleen and stomach.
The funniest was Yu Tairan. After Lu Yongqiang felt his pulse for a good while, he finally said 2 words, "Kidney deficiency."
"No way." Dr. Liu, you must be mistaken. Every time I go for a foot bath, the technician pressing my kidney acupoints on my feet doesn't yield any response. Yu Tairan immediately protested, trying hard to maintain a man's last dignity. However, before Lu Yongxiang could say anything, Huyan grabbed Yu Tairan's ear and sneered, "You even go for foot baths and see technicians? No wonder you're always working overtime. Sometimes colleagues have to socialize, I have no choice." What kind of socializing requires a foot bath? Chen Yi and the others couldn't help but laugh, watching the play unfold. What's going on here? At that moment, Xin Hao climbed up the stairs to the second floor. Zhang Ye teased, "Old Yu tried to cover up his kidney deficiency, but ended up confessing instead." Kidney deficiency? Ha ha. Xin Hao chuckled, sat down opposite Lu Yongxiang, and stretched out his hand, saying, "Old Yu, you're too weak, Dr. Lu, check me too." Lu Yongxiang welcomed him, placing his fingers on Xin Hao's pulse. Moments later, he looked strangely at Xin Hao and said, "You too." Put. Zhang Ye couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Chen Yi, confused, said, "Old Yu's kidney deficiency makes sense, after all, it's normal for middle-aged men to feel weak." "Huang Mao, you're a young guy, without a girlfriend." Xin Hao grew anxious and retorted, "Who says I don't have a girlfriend?" "Like whom?" Chen Yi raised an eyebrow. Xin Hao held up his fingers seriously counting, "Like Kelly, Wang, Xiong, Asuna." "Ha!" Yang Yaran let out a sarcastic sneer. Xin Hao angrily replied, "Little one, what do you mean? You can insult me, but you can't insult my girlfriends." The term little one irritated Yang Yaran, who shot back, "Any nerd would say they're their wives. By this logic, the green hat on your head could probably break through the atmosphere." "You, what do you understand?" Xin Hao's face turned red, mumbling something about pure love is invincible, Minotaur BS, and other obscure phrases. With a cold snort, Xin Hao clearly didn't want to continue this topic. He turned to Chen Yi and said, "Wang Gu is out of cigarettes, let me get some." "Go ahead." Chen Yi tossed a box of cigarettes to him and waved his hand. Yu Tairan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had gotten away with it. But Huyan obviously wasn't going to let him off the hook, dragging him to the last row in the corner. To this, Chen Yi could only shake his head and chuckle, then lay back on a chair, closing his eyes to rest. Tonight, the sea breeze was strong, but fortunately, the temperature was also high, and wearing protective gear kept him from feeling cold, instead feeling incredibly refreshing. The rolling ship steadily sailed through the wind and the waves. The constantly rocking boat, instead, had a soothing effect. Unknowingly, Chen Yi fell asleep. In a daze, he had no idea how long he had slept when he was shocked awake by a violent shaking. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw Zhang Ye and others tightly gripping their seats, looking tense. Waves crashed against the hull, splashing countless droplets of water. The howling sea wind made the plastic roof above his head whistle. Boom! A wave hit. The entire roll-on/roll-off ship shook violently, and countless water droplets flew everywhere. Wiping the seawater from his face, Chen Yi took out the walkie-talkie from his waist and said, "Old Li, what's going on? It seems like there's a storm coming." Soon, Old Li's tired voice came through the walkie-talkie. "Is everything all right?" "Don't worry, the roll-on/roll-off ship isn't as fragile as you think. But you all mustn't run around, buckle your seatbelts. Otherwise, once you fall into the sea, there will basically be no hope." After Old Li's warning, another wave crashed down. The wave was towering, at least 3 meters high, and after smashing into the bow of the ship, the furious seawater splashed onto the deck. As time passed, the wind and waves grew stronger, with lightning and thunder in the sky. Whoosh! In an instant, the heavy rain began to pour down. Only being out at sea can one truly feel how small humanity is. Facing the fierce wind and rain, as well as the surging waves, they could do nothing but silently pray in their hearts. Creak! The ship let out a mournful cry, startling everyone. But Li Chao remained calm, seemingly accustomed to such situations, and even had the time to comfort them. "Don't be nervous, modern ships are very sturdy, there's no chance of them breaking apart." Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp sound came from the lower deck. Chen Yi leaned out to look and saw that the rear wheel securing rope of the Cadillac had snapped. With one securing rope gone, the entire car shook even more violently. Chapter 69, The Wrath of the Sea. The armored car of the saber-toothed tiger was fine since it was heavy enough, so it only swayed slightly with the ship. At this moment, an experienced old captain's skill was being put to the test. Old Li in the cockpit gripped the wheel, his feet positioned wide apart, standing steadily as if he had become one with the ship. Facing the wind and waves, Old Li constantly adjusted the ship's direction, keeping the bow at a 15-degree angle against the waves to navigate through them. When a vessel encounters wind and waves, the worst thing is to navigate sideways against the waves. Especially for small boats under 500 tons, too much wind and waves can easily cause capsizing by sailing sideways, leading to sinking. Bang! Just then, another sharp sound came from the deck. Another securing rope of the Cadillac's rear wheel had snapped. Old Wang. Chen Yi grabbed the front seat and shouted towards Wang Chonghu.
Hearing this, Wang Chonghu immediately understood and carefully stood up with Chen Yi, struggling to hold onto the railing as they made their way to the stairs. They couldn't leave the Cadillac unattended, or else, once all four securing ropes snapped, they would be in serious trouble. Falling into the sea wouldn't be so bad, the worst thing was crashing into the crew cabin or the cockpit in the turbulence. In this stormy weather, if the crew or the control panel got damaged, they would all be dead. So, even though it was extremely dangerous to go down to the deck right now, they had to go.
Wait for me, bro.
Xin Hao's shout came from behind.
Chen Yi turned his head and ordered seriously, stay put.
2 people were enough, having more would only complicate things. Besides, with that little frame of his, Chen Yi was genuinely worried he might get blown away by the wind. However, he was quite satisfied with how this little guy was performing. He had analyzed their personalities over these days. Xin Hao was a passionate young man, easily swayed by charisma. Having spent these days together and gone through hardship, Xin Hao had clearly developed a sense of belonging. As for Tai, he was much more realistic. Sitting there, holding onto the seat without moving. But this does not mean he would become a traitor. In fact, he and Hu Yun were the most loyal supporters of Chen Yi. Because the couple saw through it clearly, knowing that following him would allow them to survive.
The sea breeze was strong,
mixed with the heavy rain hitting their faces, making it impossible to open their eyes. Chen Yi could only squint, opening a tiny slit, slowly moving forward while holding onto the railing. At this moment, he had a strange illusion. He felt that if he let go, he would be blown away by the fierce wind. In just a short distance of about 10 meters, it took them nearly a minute. Taking down the safety rope hanging on the staircase and putting it over his shoulder, Chen Yi carefully stepped down the stairs. Suddenly, the roller ship broke through a huge wave and jolted violently.
Chen Yi and Wang Chonghu on the stairs were tossed high into the air by the powerful inertia.
Fortunately, they had their hands tightly gripping the railings on both sides, otherwise, they would have either fallen into the sea or suffered a painful fall. Even so, Chen Yi's arms were already aching with pain. Taking advantage of the moment before the next wave hit, he hurriedly rushed down the stairs, with Wang Chonghu closely following. With a few strides, they reached the deck and immediately grabbed onto the railing. Sure enough, as the wave hit, the ship rocked violently again. Meanwhile, the Cadillac was continuously swaying, its tires scraping against the deck, producing a series of grating sounds that made people cringe. Struggling to take off the safety rope from his shoulder, Chen Yi tied one end to the railing, and the other firmly around his waist. After pulling the rope to check it was secure, he lay down on the deck and crawled slowly towards the Cadillac. To be honest, the sight of the two of them crawling on the ground was quite comical. But at this moment, no one could laugh. Several people on the second floor were nervously staring at them. As the two approached the Cadillac, Zhang Yi's heart was gradually in her throat. Now was the most dangerous moment. If the two front wheels of the Cadillac suddenly snapped their fixing rope, they might be crushed by the 2-ton vehicle. Crawling was exceptionally hard for them. In the heavy rain, their eyes couldn't open, and they could only see a blurred shadow through the tiny gaps. Moreover, the ship was rocking too much. Sometimes they would crawl 1 meter forward, but a jolt would send them sliding back 2 meters. Finally, the two managed to reach the side of the car. Chen Yi tightly grasped the tire rim with one hand and grabbed the broken fixing rope with the other. Wang Chonghu was just like him, both operated with one hand, coordinating to tie the fixing rope back together and using extra rope for reinforcement. After spending several minutes, they finally secured one tire. With an additional fixing point, the swaying of the Cadillac immediately decreased. They hurriedly took advantage of the time to climb to the other side of the car. Just as they were retying the fixing rope, the ship shook violently. The Cadillac rocked sharply under inertia, heavy enough to hit Wang Chonghu on the head. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of impact, Wang Chonghu groaned softly and collapsed to the ground. In the next moment, his body began to slide towards the edge of the deck. Chen Yi was quick-witted and grabbed the safety rope around his waist, using his other hand to hold tight onto the tire. Old Wang, old Wang. The rain was too heavy, he couldn't see Wang Chonghu's condition clearly and could only shout loudly. The rainwater rushed into his mouth with the howling wind. After waiting for a few seconds, he still received no response. Phew! Spitting out the rainwater, Chen Yi suddenly used his right hand with all his might, pulling the rope bit by bit to drag Wang Chonghu back. Old Wang, wake up! He reached out and slapped Wang Chonghu's cheek. Chen Yi immediately felt a warm. Wang Chonghu gasped awake. Hearing the noise, Chen Yi quickly asked, "Are you alright, old Wang?" "It's nothing serious, just a bit dizzy." Wang Chonghu struggled to get up, grabbing the tire rim to steady himself. Seeing this, Chen Yi sighed in relief and instructed, "Hurry up and finish tying it, let Lu Yongshan take a look at you." After securing the last tire, the two immediately crawled towards the stairs. It was tough to get back to the stairs, and Chen Yi immediately shouted, "Old Lu, come help." Just moments before on the deck it was hard to see, but now under the shelter, Chen Yi finally noticed a 5-centimeter-long gash on Wang Chonghu's left forehead. The wound was turned outwards, bright red blood was flowing continuously down, making him look a bit terrifying. It was unclear whether this injury was caused by a car or from sliding. "Quick, over here." After calling Wang Chonghu to sit down, Lu Yongxiang immediately opened the medicine box to treat the wound. It was too bumpy, even basic disinfection and bandaging became a difficult task. With help, it took nearly 5 minutes to finish treating the wound. Since it was a head injury, Lu Yongxiang did not dare to be careless. After bandaging, he asked, "Do you feel nauseous, vomit, or have tightness in your chest and palpitations?" Wang Chonghu replied, "No, just a little dizzy." "Dizziness is normal." Lu Yongxiang pondered, "For now, there's no obvious problem. You should rest, and I will check on you tomorrow." Wang Chonghu nodded and turned to Chen Yi asking, "Do you have a cigarette?" Hearing this, Chen Yi pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. But as soon as he took it out, a stream of water flowed down the cigarette box. With a bitter smile, Chen Yi casually tossed the cigarette away. "Brother, I have some left." At this moment, Xin Hao handed over a pack of cigarettes. Receiving the cigarettes, the two lit one. Slowly exhaling a puff of smoke, Wang Chonghu softly said, "Thanks, this is the second time you saved me." Chen Yi raised an eyebrow and said, "Why so sentimental?" "Just feeling a bit emotional for a moment." After taking another puff, Wang Chonghu tossed the cigarette away, cursing, "This damn apocalyptic world." It wasn't that he didn't want to smoke, but the rainwater blowing in with the strong wind soaked the cigarettes. The heavy rain didn't last long. After an hour, it stopped. The winds and waves on the sea gradually calmed down, no longer as violent as before. Taking advantage of this time, Chen Yi called Xin Hao up to the deck to reinforce the tires of the 3 cars once again. Just as he was about to return to the second floor, he saw Xin Hao excitedly running toward the edge of the deck. "Ha, this is possible too." Soon after, Xin Hao returned with a 20-centimeter-long fish in his hand. This fish would be considered big in the river, but in the sea, it was definitely small fry. Chen Yi asked curiously, "You caught it?" "No, I just found it on the deck. It must have been washed up by the big waves." Xin Hao explained, then looking at the fish in his hand, licking his lips, said, "Brother, this looks like a wild yellow croaker. I heard it's quite expensive. A fish like this used to be worth over 1,000. Not to mention, he hadn't seen it clearly before, but now up close under the light, the whole fish shone golden yellow. Wild yellow croaker? The few people on the second floor leaned out to listen to their conversation. After examining it for a while, Li Chao scoffed, "This isn't a yellow croaker, it's a small yellow fish." An outsider might not tell the difference, but for Li Chao, who grew up by the sea, he could tell the difference right away. Upon hearing this, Xin Hao felt a bit disappointed. "So it's a small yellow fish? That doesn't seem valuable." Chen Yi instructed, "Whatever kind of fish it is, let Huyan make some fish and rice porridge to warm everyone up." "Okay." Huyan happily agreed and after coming down from the second floor, took the fish and walked towards the kitchen. Behind her, Xin Hao reminded, "Sister-in-law, don't throw away the fish heads and guts, keep them for fish bait." "Got it." Huyan waved her hand, signaling that she understood. Half an hour later, the fish slice porridge was ready. With limited conditions, there were no other seasonings or vegetables, just simple fish slices mixed with rice porridge. Even so, it still smelled incredibly fragrant. The porridge was cooked long enough to form a layer of gelatinous texture, looking very smooth. The aroma of rice mixed with the smell of fish made everyone swallow hard. The only drawback was that the fish was too small, only about 20 centimeters in total, leaving each person with just 2 or 3 thin slices in their bowl, mainly just for flavor. The earlier storm had soaked both Chen Yi and Wang Chonghu completely, and even a few people who had been hiding under the canopy got wet. Now, with the sea breeze blowing, they felt a chill all over. At this moment, a bowl of fragrant, steaming fish porridge warmed their stomachs. After finishing the fish porridge in a few bites, Wang Chonghu smacked his lips, put down the bowl reluctantly, and stood up, saying, "Huang Mao, let's go fishing." "Okay." Xin Hao immediately agreed without a second thought. Clearly, the two were tempted by the bowl of fish porridge. It was uncertain whether their luck had changed, but the two who had previously caught nothing now called excitedly below, looking especially thrilled. "It's very normal." Generally, after a storm, the sea temperature drops and the oxygen concentration rises, causing fish and shrimp to rise to the surface, making it very suitable for fishing. Li Chao explained and then sighed, "Unfortunately, we don't have a fishing net on the boat. Otherwise, one cast would be enough for us to eat well for several days." "Ah, I finally stood up. Who the hell dares to say I'm still empty-handed?" Not long after, Wang Chonghu's wild laughter echoed on the deck. Had this guy hit his head and gone crazy? Chen Yi raised an eyebrow and leaned over to take a look down below. He saw Wang Chonghu proudly holding a large fish nearly a meter long, his expression extremely pleased. Beside him, Xin Hao's eyes were filled with envy. He had caught a good number of fish, but they were all small ones, which paled in comparison to this big fish. After sizing up the fish in Wang Chonghu's arms, Chen Yi gave a thumbs up and praised, "Old Wang, not bad. This is called good luck after surviving a disaster." Probably too proud, he inadvertently pulled at the wound on his forehead, causing him to suck in a breath of cold air. But the excitement in his eyes didn't fade at all. "What's going on?" The noise on the deck drew Old Li out of the cabin. Now that the storm had stopped, the sea was gradually calming down, allowing him a moment to rest. Wang Chonghu feigned surprise, saying, "Oh, Old Li, how did you know I caught a big fish weighing over 50 pounds? Old Li, having seen great storms before, was stunned for a few seconds before shifting his gaze to the large fish in Wang Chonghu's hands and commenting, "Golden Spanish mackerel, not bad." Wang Chonghu was quite displeased with Old Li's indifferent attitude and pouted before shouting to Hu Yun, sister-in-law, "Make this fish into braised fish, let's treat everyone." Hearing this, Old Li quickly advised, "Golden Spanish mackerel can't be braised, after being cooked, the meat is tough and hard, it's only suitable for sashimi." "Sashimi is fine too." Wang Chonghu thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. When it came to eating fish, he felt that Old Li, the old fisherman, definitely had a say. Making sashimi is quite simple, and for Hu Yun, it presented no challenge whatsoever. Soon, 3 large plates of sashimi were brought out from the kitchen. And despite the extreme lack of seasonings, Hu Yun managed to prepare 3 different types of dipping sauces. One must admit, she was an exceptional logistical support. Everyone didn't bother with formality, simply sitting on the deck, enjoying the sea breeze while relishing their midnight snack. Old Li was not wrong, the golden Spanish mackerel was indeed suitable for eating raw, sliced into fish pieces an inch thick, with a refreshing, firm bite, and just the right amount of fat, enhancing the smooth texture without being greasy. After eating 2 pieces, Chen Yi instructed, "Huang Mao, I remember there is a bar in the BMW X3? Yes, I will get it now." Qin Hao swallowed the fish meat in his mouth and stood up to walk towards the BMW X3. After receiving the wine, Chen Yi poured each person a glass, even Old Li got half a glass. When it was Wang Chonghu's turn, Lu Yongxiang hurriedly spoke, "He can't drink." "Just a little bit, it should be fine, right?" Smelling the aroma of the wine, Wang Chonghu couldn't help but swallow hard. Lu Yongxiang said expressionlessly, "Alcohol will cause blood vessels to dilate and speed up blood flow. If you don't want to bleed heavily from your wounds, just drink." Chapter 71 Arrival. Chapter 71 Arrival. Wang Chonghu ultimately dared not drink the wine. Looking at Chen Yi and others drinking wine while enjoying sashimi, he suddenly felt the fish meat in his mouth was not so delicious anymore. This golden mackerel weighed over 60 pounds, even after removing the head, entrails, and bones, there was enough fish meat left for them to eat. Hu Yun did not forget the German Shepherd and had prepared a separate portion for it early on. This dog was probably experiencing the sea for the first time, since boarding the ship, it had been unusually quiet. Especially during the storm earlier, it had hidden under the seat, trembling, looking quite pitiful. Thanks to Zhang Ya, who kept calming it down. However, at this moment, enjoying the delicious fish meat, the German Shepherd regained some of its former vigor. While eating, it also barked a couple of times towards Chen Yi. "Eat more." Chen Yi gently rubbed the dog's head and added 2 pieces of fish fillet into its bowl. Old Li didn't eat much. After only taking 2 sips of wine, he returned to the cockpit. Chen Yi was truly hungry. Earlier, he had spent 10 or so minutes securing the tires against the storm, which drained all his energy. By the time they finished their late-night snack, it was unknowingly midnight 12 o'clock. Everyone returned to the second floor to lie down and rest on the seats. Not knowing how long it had been, in a semi-dream state, Chen Yi heard the German Shepherd's barking. The next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, and his right hand instinctively reached for his gun at his waist. When he saw that it was Old Li, Chen Yi withdrew his right hand and sat up to ask, "What happened?" "Cool." Old Li swallowed hard. Just now, the fleeting coldness in Chen Yi's eyes made him feel a chill down his spine. In a daze, it felt as though he had been targeted by a ferocious beast. "Sir, we have arrived at Dalian." "Arrived?" Chen Yi felt happy and looked at the pitch-black front, asking, "Is the Lushuan port right ahead?" "Lushuan port is too crowded. I thought it was more dangerous, so I brought the ship to the dock in Xinjia village." Old Li spoke nervously, worried that his own decision might upset Chen Yi. Seeing through his careful thoughts, Chen Yi smiled and comforted him, "Well done." Realizing this, Old Li secretly breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Sir, should we go ashore now?" "No rush." Chen Yi shook his head, glanced at his watch, and found it was now 2 a.m., then instructed, "Let's wait until dawn." "Old Li, you've worked hard today, hurry and get some sleep." He knew nothing about the situation on Dalian and understood that going ashore in the middle of the night would just add risks. So, it was better to rest well and go ashore tomorrow. "All right." Old Li didn't put up a fuss and found an empty seat to lie down. He was already old, and his rheumatism was severe. Managing to steer the ship to Dalian was already his limit. Not long after lying down, sounds of snoring began to emerge. Upon knowing they had arrived at Dilian, Chen Yi felt less sleepy. He quietly descended to the deck, opened the door of the saber-toothed tiger car, grabbed a pack of cigarettes, and stepped into the cockpit. Taking out the map sealed in the plastic bag, Chen Yi held a cigarette in his mouth, focusing his gaze on the mountain range on the map. Now, the escape journey had crossed over half, only the last 800 kilometers remained. Even if they walked only 100 kilometers a day, they could reach the Changbai Mountain wilderness before September. The winter in Changbai Mountain arrives quickly. In September, it started to get cold, and by October, the snow fell. Then, this cold and long winter would last until March of the following year. If they could arrive at Changbai Mountain before mid-September, Chen Yi and his group would have enough time to find a suitable shelter and gather supplies for winter. Now, the last hurdle stood before them. Dalian. A sprawling coastal city with a nuclear power plant and a dense population. Due to its unique geographical environment, they had no choice but to pass through the urban area. Alternatively, there was another way: to continue taking a boat, bypassing Dalian along the coastline, and heading straight to Donggang. However, as soon as this thought arose, Chen Yi immediately dismissed it. Firstly, they were unfamiliar with the route. Old Li had never traveled this route before, and he had no idea where the hidden reefs were or the patterns of the ocean currents. The risk was too high. Secondly, Chen Yi deep down was unwilling to take the sea route again. The recent storm made him understand how small humans are in the face of nature. On land, even when encountering danger, at least there could be a retreat. But on the sea, once in peril, one could only rely on luck for hope. Chen Yi disliked this sense of helplessness. He preferred to have a firm grip on his own fate. With this in mind, he shifted his gaze to Dalian and began planning the route for tomorrow. "Why don't you sleep a little longer?" He didn't know how long has passed when Zhang Ye's voice rang in his ears. Turning his head, he saw Zhang Ye leaning against the door, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. "I can't sleep." As he spoke, Chen Yi took a cigarette from the pack and put it in his mouth. Seeing this, Zhang Ye stepped forward, gently took the cigarette from his mouth, and said softly, "Smoke less, it's bad for your health." Chen Yi smiled slightly and joked, "It feels a bit like an old married couple." "Shameless." Zhang Ye rolled her eyes at him, took the cigarette, and used a lighter to ignite it. After a deep inhale, she took the cigarette and put it back in Chen Yi's mouth. Looking down at the map, she suddenly said, "Changbai Mountain seems to be getting snow in October, we can go skiing then." "No." Chen Yi teased seriously, "That sounds like after the fight, I'll go back home and get married, so let's not make any promises." "Put." Zhang Ye chuckled, a different sparkle in her eyes. The atmosphere gradually became ambiguous. Gazing at her lovely face, Chen Yi threw away the cigarette and slowly lowered his head. In the next moment, his movements froze. "Ahem, how about I go back and sleep a little?" Wang Chenghu stood outside, awkwardly looking at the two. Chen Yi straightened up, maintaining a calm demeanor as he asked, "Why are you awake too?" Hearing this, Wang Chenghu smirked, "Oh, don't mention it. Old Li's snoring is as loud as a tractor, and it twists like crazy, it's ridiculous. Since you can't sleep, let's study the route together." As Chen Yi spoke, he tossed the cigarette pack over. Catching it, Wang Chenghu made a face and said, "Isn't that a bit inconvenient?" Zhang Ye generously stated, "It's fine, a few days won't make a difference." Chapter 72, The Falling Eagle. Chapter 72, The Falling Eagle. At 5 in the morning. A thin mist rose over the sea. Xin Hao and others woke up early and were currently checking the 3 cars one by one. In the kitchen, Hu Yun busily prepared breakfast for everyone. After checking the saber-toothed tiger, Chen Yi closed the hood and curiously asked, "Where's Yang Yaran?" "I haven't seen her all morning." Zhang Ye replied helplessly, "She ate too much sashimi last night and has a stomachache. Dr. Lu is giving her acupuncture." Upon hearing this, Chen Yi frowned and said, "Aren't you going to take care of her? Every time she eats until her belly is round and continues shoving food in her mouth." "I will." Zhang Ye nodded. "The problem is that Yang Yaran isn't just a simple glutton but has emotional issues. This isn't something that can change overnight." As the morning sun rose, the mist over the sea gradually dissipated. Breakfast was simple rice porridge. Having eaten too much sashimi the night before, having a bowl of rice porridge with pickles was particularly delightful. Yang Yaran was still the same. Even though her stomach ached faintly, she could not resist the temptation of food. When she was about to get up for a second bowl, she saw Zhang Ye staring at her coldly. The little girl shuddered and pitifully sat back down. At 6 in the morning. A roll-on boat slowly docked at the pier, its broad gangway crashing heavily onto the cement road. Following that, 3 cars drove off the deck and onto the pier one after another. Chenjiakan was very similar to the village they had come from. Both were small seaside villages, with 20 or 30 fishing boats of various sizes docked at the pier. The noise from the cars attracted the zombies in the village. Chen Yi ignored them, stepping on the gas pedal, smashing countless zombies aside, and drove away. Old Li chose this place as a landing point very well. after driving for more than 20 kilometers along the road, they hardly encountered any villages, and the zombies on the way were pitifully few.
Thanks to good route planning, they avoided densely populated areas all morning.
At noon, the 3 cars slowly entered a roadside cherry-picking garden. As soon as they entered, 7 or 8 zombies rushed over at the sound.
Bang bang bang.
Chen Yi was even too lazy to get out of the car. He pressed the gas pedal and directly knocked down all these zombies, then crushed them. Opening the car door, a zombie with only half a body left was struggling and crawling over while roaring.
Pooh!
Chen Yi stepped on the zombie's head and thrust his short spear down fiercely.
Dalian's cherries were famous, big, sweet, and juicy, so cherry-picking gardens were found everywhere in Dalian.
Unfortunately, cherry season was already over, or they could have a taste. After checking and confirming there were no other zombies, everyone gathered together, munching on compressed biscuits. After a few bites of a bag of compressed biscuits, Chen Yi twisted open a bottle of mineral water and drank it all at once. Then, he felt a sense of fullness in his stomach. Lighting a cigarette, Chen Yi said, "The road this afternoon is more dangerous. We have to choose between the industrial area and the city center."
"Can't we go around it?"
Chen Hao swallowed the compressed biscuit in his mouth, puzzled.
"We can't." Chen Yi shook his head.
Dalian's geography is a long, narrow peninsula, with a section on both sides curving inward, right where the city center and the industrial park are located. We can only try to avoid the most densely populated areas, but to completely go around, we would have to take the sea route. Staring intently at the map, Wang Chenghu pondered, how about going around the city center? They had previously encountered a horde of zombies in the industrial area, and facing tens of thousands of zombies blocking their way was a feeling of helplessness. For him, it was a painful memory. Chen Yi thought for a moment and nodded, "All right, but we must act quickly and not give the zombies a chance to encircle us."
Dalian city center area. Inside a skyscraper, an intense battle was underway. 8 fully armed soldiers were blocking the hallway, shooting down the zombies chasing them from the front. Behind them were 3 survivors. Compared to the shoddy police gear that Chen Yi and the others wore, these soldiers' equipment was luxurious. They wore dark combat uniforms, with helmets equipped with infrared night vision, holding 20 series assault rifles and submachine guns, and even had individual rocket launchers. Setting aside the equipment, just from the soldiers' standing positions, it was clear this was a crack combat team. Bang bang bang. The 171 submachine guns spat fire, and the crossfire formed a web of fire that successfully suppressed the approaching zombies. Even though they rarely scored headshots, the terrifying power of the 9mm bullets directly shattered the zombies' limbs. In an instant, blood and flesh splattered, severed limbs flying everywhere. But there were just too many zombies. The eyeballs in the scarlet were filled with a bloodthirsty color. Seeing zombies continuously surge at the end of the hallway, the leader quickly made a hand gesture. Retreat! The next second, the whole squad began to retreat in an orderly manner, continuing to maintain fire suppression as they withdrew. 3 soldiers led the way, clearing the path ahead, while the other 2 guarded the 3 survivors, one on the left and one on the right. The last 3 were responsible for covering the rear. The 8 of them had no communication at all, relying completely on excellent tactical skills and the tacit understanding built through daily training, showing their elite style. Rocket launcher in position. One soldier crouched on the ground, carrying a single-man rocket launcher on his shoulder. Upon hearing this, the 2 soldiers who had been cross-shooting immediately stowed their guns and ran towards the end of the hallway without looking back. Without fire suppression, the zombies in front suddenly turned into ferocious beasts, charging crazily. The soldier remained calm, waiting until his 2 comrades had retreated 10 meters before decisively pulling the trigger. Whoosh! The rocket launcher belched out smoke, and the rocket roared into the crowd of zombies. Boom! The intense explosion sounded, accompanied by surging flames. Hundreds of zombies were instantly torn into pieces, even those zombies farther away had their internal organs and brains shattered by the shockwave of the explosion. Hisses! However, a few seconds later, countless zombie howls echoed again in the hallway. Damn! The soldier cursed, threw away the rocket tube in his hand, and turned to run. In a panic, they fled to the rooftop of the top floor, where 2 soldiers immediately closed the hallway door and used their bodies to brace it tightly. The team leader then took out a signal flare gun from his tactical belt and aimed it at the sky, pulling the trigger. The signal flare shot high into the sky and exploded with a burst. Soon, an armed helicopter flew from the distance. Bang! At this moment, a violent crash came from the door. The force was so great that the 2 soldiers staggered, almost falling to the ground. Seeing this, the team leader waved his hand, and the 6 others immediately took up combat positions, dividing into 2 small teams with a 3-3 formation. Boom! The next moment, the door was pushed open. Countless zombies roared as they charged onto the rooftop. What greeted them was a fire net made of 171 submachine guns. The first team crossfired, weaving a web of fire. The second team, holding assault rifles, shot point blank, delivering finishing blows. When the first team's fire suppression magazines ran out, the second team, responsible for the finishing blows, immediately raised their submachine guns and continued the fire suppression. Though there were only 8 of them, with their tacit cooperation, they successfully suppressed the zombies in the hallway. But these zombies were like cockroaches, extremely tenacious, and no matter what, they couldn't be killed off. As time passed, the magazines of the 8 soldiers grew thinner. "Captain, we can't hold on, we're out of ammo." One soldier yelled at the captain after emptying the last magazine, quickly drawing his pistol and shooting point blank. Glancing at the helicopter that was getting closer, the captain gritted his teeth and said, "We hold on even if we can't, the helicopter is almost here." Hisses. When the last submachine gun ran out of ammunition, the zombies that had been suppressed in the hallway immediately rushed onto the rooftop. Seeing this, the 8 soldiers could only protect the 3 survivors behind them, retreating while shooting with rifles and pistols. These soldiers were excellent marksmen. In close-range combat, almost half of their shots were headshots. But there were too many zombies, and the hallway seemed like a crack connecting to hell, with zombies continuously pouring out. Unknowingly, the 8 had been forced into the corner of the rooftop. Chapter 73, What Comes Next? At this moment, everything the eyes could see was filled with zombies. Facing such a scene, despair inevitably arose in one's heart. Day. At that moment, the sound of a machine gun firing came from above. In an instant, the zombies rushing towards them were turned into pieces of flesh. The power of the large-caliber heavy machine gun. At this moment, it was all too clear. Seeing this scene, the captain's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. Then, a rope ladder fell from the sky. According to the original plan, the helicopter was supposed to land on the rooftop, but at this moment, the rooftop was completely occupied by zombies and could only hover in the air. The captain grabbed the rope ladder, pulled it hard, and said to a graceful woman beside him, who wore gold-rimmed glasses, "Academician son, you go up first." "Okay." Academician son also knew it was not the time for hesitations. Using both hands and feet, she climbed up the rope ladder tremulously. Ah! Suddenly, a painful cry rang out. The captain was startled, turned his head, and saw a zombie biting fiercely at the thigh of the outermost soldier. There was only one machine gun on the helicopter, making it impossible to cover all angles. There would always be some that slipped through the net. More and more zombies were getting through the machine gun fire, and to ensure the safety of the 3 survivors, several soldiers' eyes hardened as they stepped up. They formed a human shield with their bodies, blocking the front and buying time for the 3 survivors to climb into the helicopter. Seeing the last person climb onto the rope ladder, a soldier turned and shouted, "Captain, hurry up. Old 5, let's go together." The captain shouted in a commanding tone. "Hurry up, our brothers can't die for nothing, cough cough." Before he finished speaking, a zombie lunged forward, opening its foul-smelling mouth and biting hard into his throat. In an instant, blood gushed out. "I curse your ancestors." The captain's eyes were red, veins bulged on his forehead. He drew his pistol from his waist and shot the zombie's head. Seeing Old 5's expression fading, the captain gritted his teeth and turned to climb the rope ladder. Once inside the cabin, the helicopter immediately climbed in altitude and flew toward the distance. The zombies on the rooftop howled at the sky, but could only watch the helicopter gradually fly away. Inside the cabin, the captain stared blankly at the balcony below, clenching his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. After a moment, the beautiful woman adjusted her glasses and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, because of us, so many excellent soldiers sacrificed for nothing." Hearing this, the captain raised his head and smiled bitterly, "Academician son, don't blame yourself, it's not your fault. When we received this order, we had already put life and death aside. As long as you can safely arrive, the sacrifice of Old 5 and the others is worth it." At this point, Academician son curiously asked, "Where exactly are we going?" "I don't know either." The captain shook his head, his gaze subtly glancing toward the cockpit. Seeing this, Academician son immediately understood and chose to remain silent. Clearly, this combat team had received orders only to rescue the 3 of them from the Civil Defense Project, knowing nothing else. It was likely that only the helicopter pilot knew where the destination was. This was very much in line with the government's usual style. Bang! At that moment, a series of impact sounds erupted, and the helicopter cabin shook violently. The captain's expression changed, alertly asking, "What's going on?" In the cockpit, the pilot's anxious voice came through, "We hit a flock of birds, we suspect bird bodies were sucked into the engine with the airflow." Hearing this, Academician son and the others turned pale. The captain reassured them, "Don't worry, armed helicopters generally have airflow shields at the engine intake. Even if a bird hits the intake, it will only be small bits of body remains, it won't be too serious." However, before he could finish his sentence, a sense of weightlessness from rapid descent surged over everyone's hearts. Compressor damage. Rotor power decreased by 40%. Hold on tight, we need to make an emergency landing now.
The noise of the helicopter was loud. Therefore, when it appeared, it attracted the attention of the remaining survivors in the city center. At first, these survivors thought the government's rescue team had arrived, and they all cheered and jumped with excitement. Some even took risks to run to the top floor just to catch the helicopter's attention. A cloud of smoke billowed up. However, the next scene would instantly drop them into hell. The helicopter only briefly hovered over a skyscraper, then flew away without looking back. Damn it! F***CKU. You bastard, I hope you fall halfway. From full of hope to falling back into despair, each survivor unleashed the most vicious curse. In the next moment, the helicopter in the sky shook violently, then plummeted down at high speed. Huff huff huff. Heavy breathing echoed in the narrowed, deformed cabin. Slowly opening his eyes, waking from a faint, the smell of rust filled his nose. He raised his hand to touch his cheek, and indeed felt a warm, sticky flow of blood, followed by waves of piercing pain in his right leg. The cabin was dim, his eyes smeared with blood, could only see a blurry outline. Enduring the pain, he tried to sit up straight, and shouted, "Academician son? Dr. Nye? Are you okay?" What responded to him was silence. He groped around on his helmet, pressing the switch for the light on the right side. Bright light suddenly pierced through the darkness. The entire cabin had completely deformed, becoming narrow and cramped. Opposite him, a soldier lay on the ground, shielding Academician son beneath him. A palm-sized shard of glass had pierced the soldier's neck, and bright red blood kept flowing from the wound, dyeing a patch, already devoid of life. Below, Academician's son lay motionless, death unknown. To his right, Dr. Nye's head was crushed by the deformed cabin door. Another person, he vaguely remembered might have the last name Zhou, was also an expert in genetic inheritance. But at this moment, he had been pierced through the chest by a steel bar that had penetrated the cabin from the outside, dying on the spot. As for the two pilots in the cockpit, after such a brutal crash, they had probably turned into a meat patty. A bitter smile tugged at his lips. After all this effort, sacrificing so many brothers, the mission still ended in failure. Grabbing the steel pipe embedded in his right leg, he gritted his teeth and pulled it out with force. Put! A small spurt of blood immediately shot out from the wound. He took out the first aid kit from his waist, quickly bandaged his wound, and with difficulty turned over the lifeless soldier. "Bro, rest in peace." After silently mourning with a heavy heart, he looked down at Academician Sunday. At this moment, the pair of golden-rimmed glasses on Academician Sun's face were nowhere to be found, and her hair was messily fallen across her face. He lightly placed his fingers in front of her nose and felt a faint breath, his heart leapt with joy. After checking carefully and confirming there were no obvious wounds on her, he softly called out, Academician Sun, wake up." Sun Miao let out an unconscious groan, slowly opening her eyes. Seeing her awake, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the mission wasn't a complete failure yet. He asked, "Academician Sun, how do you feel?" "I'm okay." Sun Miao shook her dazed head, revealing a 3-minute-long gash on her forehead. To be honest, considering the circumstances, having only a scratch on her forehead was quite lucky. Of course, mainly because at a critical moment, that soldier had risked his life to save her. Once she regained some clarity, Sun Miao asked, "What about old Nia and the others?" "They're dead." The cabin fell into silence. Half an hour later, the two finally emerged from the cabin. Looking at the completely broken satellite phone in his hand, he felt lost. Sun Miao was still alive, but he didn't know what to do next. The two pilots, who knew the destination, were dead, and the only satellite phone was broken, leaving him unable to contact the troops. What should he do now? Chapter 74, Crossing the City Area. Chapter 74, Crossing the City Area. We are entering the city ahead, stay close. On the saber-toothed tiger, Chen Yi gripped the steering wheel with one hand, while holding the walkie-talkie in the other. Received. Received. In the next second, responses came from Wang Changhu and Yu Tai ran through the walkie-talkie. Put down the walkie-talkie, Chen Yi stepped hard on the gas pedal with his right foot. Boom! The V-10 engine suddenly roared, and the saber-toothed tiger charged into the city like a fierce beast. Rushing through the city fast was essential, there was no time to give the zombies a chance to surround them. Otherwise, if the zombies gathered into a horde, they would relive the nightmare of being trapped in the economic development zone. Besides, the city was not like the economic development zone, which had vast farmland and wasteland. Once surrounded in the city, it would basically mean a death sentence. Even if they miraculously escaped, the losses would be heavy, at least 3 cars would be gone. At this moment, inside the vehicle, Lu Yongxiang and the others were visibly nervous. Through the car window, they saw zombies continuously pouring out from both sides of the street. Looking at the dark mass of zombies, it felt like walking on a tightrope 100 meters high, their heartbeats quickened, and their palms were sweaty. Bang! 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 Since entering the city, the sound of collisions had not stopped for a moment. Fortunately, the saber-toothed tiger was an armored vehicle, the front had been reinforced, and the entire body was made of bulletproof and explosion-proof materials. If they were in another vehicle, the front would have been crushed by now. The saber-toothed tiger was paving the way ahead, with the BMW X3 and Cadillac closely following. This was a huge test of Wang Chenghu and Yu Tairan's driving skills. The distance between the cars could not be too far apart, or they might be separated by the rushing zombies. Both vehicles were far weaker than the saber-toothed tiger in terms of power and other aspects. If separated, they would be forced to stop in the end. But they also couldn't be too close. If the car in front slowed down or braked, it would lead to a rear-end collision. At this moment, the road conditions ahead made Chen Yi frown. At the intersection, dozens of cars had collided in a chain reaction, completely blocking the intersection. Inside the car, Li Chao also saw the situation ahead and couldn't help but suggest, "Sir, should I get out and move a car?" Unexpectedly, Chen Yi shook his head and calmly said, "No need, buckle your seatbelt and hold on." Saying that, he slammed the gas pedal all the way down. Li Chao had a special physique, zombies would ignore him, so it seemed the best solution for him to get out and move a car. But in reality, they couldn't stop at all. The reason they could push through the city was thanks to the terrifying inertia of the saber-toothed tiger's massive weight at high speed. Once they stopped, it would be nearly impossible to start again under the heavy siege of zombies, unless they swapped the V10 engine for a tank's super high-torque engine. Amid the shocked gazes of the others, the saber-toothed tiger roared towards the intersection. It was getting closer. Closer and closer. Boom! With a violent impact, the car shook violently. The saber-toothed tiger did not disappoint Chen Yi, sending a Toyota sedan flying over 10 meters away. It was as easy as a strong man running into a child. And on the dashboard, no warning lights lit up. No wonder it was C-class protective armor. This strength was almost comparable to that of military armored infantry vehicles. Through the rearview mirror, watching the rolling Toyota sedan, Chen Yi couldn't help but smile. Crazy. Lu Yongxiang swallowed hard, and this thought flashed through his mind. This is insane. If the impact caused the engine to malfunction, their situation would become incredibly dangerous. The key was that he was almost scared out of his pants, yet the other side seemed to be smiling. Wow, that's really freaking amazing. In the back of the BMW X3, Xin Hao, who had witnessed the whole process, couldn't help but curse. Staring at the saber-toothed tiger armored vehicle ahead, envy filled his eyes. A real man should drive this kind of car. In comparison, their BMW X3 seemed like a little kitten. Wang Chenghu envied, "Damn it, I want to get a saber-toothed tiger too." Upon hearing this, Xin Hao immediately begged, "Bro, can you get one for me too?" Dream on. Wang Chenghu glanced at him and said impatiently, "You can't even handle the 88 sniper, and you want an armored vehicle?" Xin Hao looked embarrassed, chuckling awkwardly, "I studied it a bit later. I feel that the sniper rifle is not really suitable for me. The Type 95 is better to use, with a small recoil, and in burst mode, it can be used as a submachine gun." Burst mode? Wang Chenghu raised an eyebrow, sneering, "You little brat, with your tiny body, be careful not to dislocate your arm. The Type 95 assault rifle has little recoil, but that's only in single-shot mode. In burst mode, a normal person really can't handle it after finishing a whole magazine." Xin Hao chuckled, "Aren't we with Dr. Lu?" "No worries." 20 minutes later. Under the imposing stance of the saber-toothed tiger, Chen Yi and the others successfully broke out of the urban area. At this moment, they were already on the edge of the city. Although there were still residential areas and streets popping up occasionally on both sides of the road, the number of zombies was several times less than before. Just then, a sign from a pet shop on the street caught Chen Yi's attention. He slowly pressed the brake and parked the car by the roadside, turning to instruct, "Li Chao, go to the pet shop to get some dog food and canned food. We need nutrient paste too." "Okay." Li Chao nodded, quickly opened the door, and dashed into the pet shop. The zombies wandering on the street paid no attention to Li Chao and roared as they charged at the three vehicles. Chen Yi watched this scene with great interest. He could be sure that the zombies' vision was not impaired because when Li Chao got out of the car, all their eyes turned toward him, so they definitely saw Li Chao. However, these zombies chose to ignore him, showing no hesitation or pause at all. Interesting. Not a kindred spirit, nor food. What kind of existence is Li Chao in the eyes of these zombies? A walking log? If Li Chao's ability still works on the second evolution zombies, then this kid's value will surpass that of the others in the team. Thinking of this, a flicker of anticipation flashed in Chen Yi's eyes. Zhanya and Yang Yaran were also seeing this situation for the first time, now leaning by the car window, clicking their tongues in wonder. Hoo. Hundreds of zombies surrounded the three vehicles, constantly waving their hands, trying to enter the cars to taste the delicacies inside. Watching the zombies continually banging on the car windows, Chen Yi couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. What a joke! If the bulletproof glass that can't be penetrated by an AK-47 within 20 meters can be shattered by zombies, that would truly be the joke of the year. As for the other two vehicles, there was no need to worry, steel wire mesh had been welded outside the windows. Even if the windows were smashed, the people inside would not be in danger in the short term. Time ticked by. The outermost zombies gradually dispersed, leaving only 20 or 30 zombies still stubbornly banging on the car windows. 3 minutes later, Li Chao still had not emerged from the pet shop. Something is off. Chen Yi furrowed his brow slightly and picked up the walkie-talkie to instruct, the situation doesn't seem right, prepare to get out and fight. Received. Received. Chapter 75 Official. Chapter 75 Official. Everyone checked their guns and ammunition, then took up their short spears and opened the door to get out of the car. The remaining zombies immediately greeted them with a massacre. Quickly resolving over 20 zombies, Chen Yi commanded, tear gas grenades, prepare for a strong assault. Upon hearing this, Wang Changhu and the others immediately put on gas masks. Tear gas is of little use against zombies, but it works very well against survivors. Especially in enclosed spaces, once a tear gas grenade is thrown, the opponent's fighting capability is basically halved. Unfortunately, they were not equipped with individual helmets with infrared thermal imaging, otherwise, using them with tear gas would have been even more effective. After replacing the tear gas with the anti-riot gun, as Chen Yi raised his gun, he saw 3 figures walk out of the pet shop. Li Chao led the way, hands raised high. A dark 92 pistol was pressed against the back of his head. The person holding the gun was a soldier, followed by a woman with slanted eyes and an alluring demeanor. Glancing over the group, then at the saber-toothed tiger, the woman loudly asked, "Which mobile squad are you from?" Chen Yi did not respond. "I'll give you 3 seconds to put down the gun." As soon as the voice fell, Wang Changhu and a few others immediately raised their Type 95 automatic rifles, aiming at them in unison. Seeing this scene, felt a chill in their heart. Oh no! It seems my earlier guess was right, these people are not armed police, but a group of survivors. Just when he hesitated, Wang Changhu suddenly pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the bullet flew past Sun Miao's ear, making her involuntarily gasp. This shot carried a heavy warning. Clenched his teeth, slowly holstered his gun, and then raised both hands high. If it were just him alone, he would have the confidence to negotiate with the captors using the hostage. But now with Academician Sun around, he dared not take risks. Could sense that the person speaking carried a murderous aura, with blood on their hands, and definitely more than one life taken. Tie them up. Chen Yi raised his chin. Wang Changhu immediately stepped forward, confiscating the other's gun, and then skillfully searched him. You've got quite a few good things. While speaking, Wang Changhu pulled out 2 grenades, a flashbang, and a Type 99 paratrooper knife from him. Couldn't help but ask, which unit are you from? The search movements clearly came from military training, showing great familiarity with weapon placements. Be honest. Wang Changhu did not answer and pulled the belt off the other's pants, binding his hands together. Seeing this, Sun Miao took a deep breath, suppressing her fear, and voluntarily extended her hands, allowing them to tie her up as well. Zhangya, take them to the car and keep a close watch. After a quick instruction, Chen Yi called Li Chao to re-enter the pet store and start moving dog food to the car. Zhangya then escorted the 2 back to the saber-toothed tiger vehicle. From the excellent gear on the other person, it's clear they are official soldiers. However, now is not the time for questioning. After moving the dog food, the 3 vehicles restarted, driving along the highway away from the city. At 5 o'clock in the evening, the 3 vehicles entered the Erlong Mountain National Forest Park. After driving along a tree-lined path for some distance, they finally stopped next to a small convenience store not far from the park entrance. This place is suitable for an overnight stay, with a natural lake nearby, surrounded by mountains and water, and importantly far from the city, so they wouldn't have to worry about zombie attacks at night. Moreover, the convenience store could help them replenish some supplies. After confirming that there were no zombies or survivors in the convenience store, the others got out of the car, orderly starting to attend to their tasks. Cooking, washing the car, gathering gasoline. A bucket of water splashed onto the front of the car, and guaranteed to complete the task. Xinhao saluted with a dramatic flair, leading the German shepherd away in haste. As the sun set, golden rays spilled across the land. Upon arriving at Dalian, the temperature felt noticeably cooler. Though it was still hot during the day, it was no longer exaggerated, and one wouldn't sweat buckets even in the shade. It's likely that once they reached Changbai Mountain, it would be even cooler. Soon, Xinhao returned with the German shepherd, holding a large bag of yellow peaches. Dalian is not only famous for its cherries but also for its yellow peaches. Among the popular canned yellow peaches in northeast China, a portion comes from Dalian. Chen Yi peeked inside. The yellow peaches were large and vibrant, glistening with ripeness. Just thinking about the sweet and tangy taste of yellow peaches made his mouth water uncontrollably. Dinner's ready. Hu Yun's voice echoed through the air. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly gathered around. The convenience store had no kitchen, so Huyan had to make a simple stove by herself. Dinner consisted of plain rice served with pickled vegetables. The convenience store stocked plenty of pickled vegetables, and as long as they weren't exposed to the sun, these vacuum-sealed ones could last 2 to 3 years. Though this humble dinner looked very simple, everyone devoured it like hungry wolves. Still alive, and able to eat warm rice, was already the greatest happiness. Name and Sun Miao squatted in a corner, watching as everyone wolfed down their meal, unable to help but swallow their own saliva. After the meal, Chen Yi lit a cigarette and nodded toward Name and Sun Miao. Huyan immediately understood. She filled 2 bowls with rice and a bit of pickled vegetables and brought them over to them. Looking at the meal in front of him, Name was first taken aback, then quickly picked up the bowl and started eating heartily. Seeing this, Sun Miao also picked up her bowl. It was evident that she was very hungry, but her movements were graceful. Noticing Name's gluttonous appearance, Chen Yi chuckled. Looks like the living conditions in the official government aren't so great after all. Name glanced at him, then lowered his head to continue eating. He finished the large bowl of rice in just a minute. Putting down his bowl, Name asked, "Can you spare me a cigarette?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yi took out a cigarette and handed it over. So, what's the current situation with the government? Chapter 76, you can stop right there. Yu Tairan and the others already knew Name's group's identity, and now they all gathered around. Chen Yi didn't mind at all. With Changbai Mountain just ahead, what decisions Yu Tairan and the others made had no impact on him. Undeniably, they had provided help during their escape. But from the start to the end, it had always been them needing Chen Yi, and not the other way around. The hierarchy was clear. Lighting up a cigarette, Name took a deep puff and slowly said, "The government has collapsed." Even though they had suspected it before, hearing it from a government soldier still filled everyone's hearts with disappointment. Exhaling a puff of smoke, he continued, "There are currently 3 known temporary governments. I belong to the Bohai base shelter established by the central government." Chen Yi's curiosity piqued. He asked, "What about the other 2? In his previous life, he had never heard of any officially established shelters, let alone 3 temporary governments. Name answered honestly, "The other 2 are located in the southern Jia province and the western Qing province." Upon hearing this, Wang Changhu frowned. "So, there are possibly other temporary governments that haven't been discovered?" "It's possible because the other 2 temporary governments were also recently discovered through longwave radio. Maybe in a while, we'll find other temporary governments too." Name paused before continuing, "I can't tell you confidential matters, and with my rank, I don't have access to much more. Besides that, feel free to ask anything else." Yu Tairan eagerly asked, "What is the exact location of the Bohai base shelter?" Answer honestly, located in Sanzhou Huangwagang, currently there are 60,000 survivors, plus 10,000 government staff and military personnel. No wonder I never heard of the Bohai base shelter in my past life. This location is just too bad. Adjacent to Tianjin and Beiping, not to mention other surrounding cities, the number of zombies in just these 2 cities has already exceeded 50 million. According to what was said, the military there probably doesn't exceed 5,000 at best. With so few people facing tens of millions of zombies, the outcome is already determined. And the temporary government located in Zhejiang province is similar. In contrast, the temporary government in the Western Sea province is in a much better position. Far from the central plains, with a vast and sparse population, and winter being cold enough, as long as the higher-ups don't act foolishly, they should be able to last a long time. The reason I never heard of them in my past life was probably because they are too far from Zhejiang province. Flicking off the ash, Chen Yi asked, "How many people came this time, and why did you come to Dalian?" "Currently, I'm the only one here, and I came to perform a task, but I can't tell you the specifics." Through this conversation, Chen Yi has basically understood the current official situation. In fact, he himself doesn't hold much hope for the government. He just wants to verify some guesses he has in his heart. Staring at the other party, Chen Yi leisurely said, "Go ahead, what do you need?" The other side's openness was definitely not just because of the bowl of rice earlier, but because they had a request of their own. Sure enough, upon hearing his question, the person said seriously, "I need a satellite phone." "No." Chen Yi shook his head. "This thing is normally unnecessary, only specific professions would need it, and now trying to find a satellite phone is like looking for a needle in a haystack." The person's expression darkened, then continued, "I need your help to send her back to the Bohai base shelter. With the driver dead, he also doesn't know the task location, and without a satellite phone to contact the military, he can only return to Bohai base shelter first." Chen Yi suddenly laughed, turning to scan the crowd around and said, "Now, there's an opportunity to go to the officially established shelter. Who's willing to go? Don't rush to make a decision, think carefully." "I'm not going." As soon as the words fell, Qin Hao immediately spoke up. Chen Yi raised an eyebrow and asked, "Huang Mao, have you thought it through?" Qin Hao solemnly nodded. Following Chen Yi during this time, Qin Hao has gone from a novice to knowing quite a bit. After hearing the description, he felt something was off, but he couldn't pinpoint what exactly.
And to be honest, going to the official shelter might mean being restricted, possibly even under military management. How could that be as interesting as following Chen Yi? What about old Wang?
Chen Yi shifted his gaze to Wang Chonghu.
Ah. Wang Chonghu was momentarily stunned, then smiled and said, I don't even need to ask, right?
Huyan looked a bit tempted, her eyes full of conflict. Just as she hesitated, Yu Tairan next to her suddenly spoke up, we're not going either. Huyan frowned slightly, but saw Yu Tairan give her a reassuring look. Seeing this, Huyan immediately closed her mouth. Soon after, Lu Yongqiang and his grandson Li Chao also shook their heads in rejection. Chen Yi turned his head and chuckled, sorry, nobody is willing to go to the Bohai base shelter. No, that's an officially established shelter, with plenty of supplies and very safe. The person was stunned. He initially thought this group would be very excited to hear about the official shelter. Instead, this group was colder than he expected, and they firmly refused to go to the Bohai base shelter.
Hearing this, Li Chao scoffed, oh please, even your food is worse than mine, and you say there are plenty of supplies? You must be joking. That's exactly why he decided to stay. From the way they eat, you can tell that the Bohai base shelter is not as good as they describe. After all, even the soldiers can't have hot rice.
Don't even mention ordinary survivors. His expression froze as he explained, this is only temporary, because we received too many survivors not long ago, and food is currently quite scarce. However, the higher-ups are planning to reclaim the city's granaries, and once we recover the granaries, we can immediately solve the problem of basic needs.
Forget it, we're doing just fine right now. Li Chao shook his head.
He is quite satisfied with their current situation. After getting familiar these past 2 days, Li Chao found that Chen Yi and his group were not difficult to get along with, and they took good care of him and his grandfather. Whenever danger arose, it was always Chen Yi and their team who charged to the front.
Asked in confusion, if you're not going to the shelter, where do you plan to go?
Wang Chonghu, fearing that Chen Hao might blurt something out, quickly said, you don't have to worry about that. He sized him up and said seriously, I can tell you should be a soldier too. The government is in a tough situation right now, why not lend a hand to help end this disaster sooner? Seeing the other party starting to play the emotional card, Wang Chonghu was about to retort. But he saw Chen Yi pat him on the shoulder and say, buying you a meal can be considered helping the government too.
Now that the meal is over, you can leave.
Sighed helplessly. He understood that this group had no hope in the temporary government and seemed to have a clear goal, completely unyielding. Thinking of this, he glanced at Sun Miao beside him and said, we plan to follow you. Now his right leg was injured, and he couldn't return with a woman who was as weak as a chicken.
Although this group was unyielding, at least they were strong enough to ensure Sun Miao's safety.
He could only temporarily stick with them and later find a chance to contact the troops to send someone to rescue them.
However, the next second,
Chen Yi's words plunged him into despair.
I didn't promise to take you with me. Chapter 77, Bargaining Chip. Chapter 77, Bargaining Chip. You looked at him in disbelief.
Chen Yi smiled slightly and patted his cheek, have you turned silly from staying in the shelter? The hit was not light, and S cheek sounded with a loud smack. A flash of anger crossed S eyes, instinctively wanting to resist, he suddenly noticed Wang Chonghu and others moving their hands to their waists. Immediately, he quieted down again. If he dared to resist, he would likely be turned into a sieve in an instant.
Remember, we have no obligation to help you or whatever nonsense temporary government you speak of.
The only reason we didn't kill you immediately is that we found you somewhat perceptive and wanted to know the situation. Chen Yi leisurely wiped his hand on S combat uniform's shoulder, turned to look at Sun Miao, and continued, this squinty-eyed person is your mission's target, huh?
Pretty good looking.
Be careful, not all survivors have principles like us.
Now leave. Squinty-eyed?
Sun Miao was momentarily taken aback, then realized he was talking about her.
In an instant, she felt both angry and amused.
She was severely nearsighted, but her glasses were completely broken in the plane crash, making everything she saw blurry, so she could only squint to see things clearly.
Took a deep breath, now feeling a mix of emotions.
Chen Yi's words were like a bucket of cold water, pouring over his heart, making him see reality clearly. The so-called temporary government in his eyes had no authority in the eyes of many survivors, and was even considered worthless.
The reasons for all this were complex, couldn't understand and didn't want to think about it. He was just a soldier, and a soldier's duty was to obey orders and complete tasks.
The other party had just reminded him that not every survivor group had principles like this one. If he ran into a group of ruthless survivors, his and Sun Miao's fate would be.
It must be very tragic.
Thinking of this, he said seriously, what will it take for you to be willing to take us with you? Chen Yi shook his head and laughed, forget it, your 2 grenades aren't worth our time.
1 injured person, 1 woman who couldn't even hurt a chicken.
According to the law of equivalent exchange, this deal was not worth it. As for gaining the favor of the Bohai Bay shelter, forget it. Let's talk about surviving the first wave of the zombie tide first. After carefully examining the equipment on Chen Yi and the others, suddenly spoke, 288B main battle tanks. Tanks? Chen Yi raised his eyebrows, looking at him with slight disbelief. Looked directly into his eyes, speaking earnestly, 288B main battle tanks. In exchange, you need to ensure her safety until the Bohai Bay shelter sends someone to pick her up. In his view, this group's weaponry was already quite good. Although most were outdated military models, there was a variety: pistols, rifles, riot guns, submachine guns, and even an armored vehicle, a saber-tooth. So, the only bargaining chip that might move them was probably something as big as a tank. 288B main battle tanks for the safety of an academic. He thought this deal was very worthwhile. The key point was that the 2 tanks were stored far from the Bohai Bay shelter, not to mention whether they could be obtained. Even if they could, the cost would far exceed the benefit. Rather than letting these 2 tanks gather dust in storage, it was better to put them to use. Throwing away the cigarette, but, Chen Yi mocked, you don't expect to deliver the 2 tanks after your people arrive, do you? Of course not, I know you don't trust me. To show my sincerity, I can give you the coordinates in advance, but you have to go get them yourself. Paused, then continued, you also don't have to worry about me giving you scrap metal. Those 288B main battle tanks are preserved and are wartime standby equipment. Hearing this, Chen Yi turned to look at Wang Chenghu. Wang Chenghu nodded and explained, the 88B was completely retired 2 years ago. When I was in the army, we completed the transition to the 96, 99, and 99A models. So, the preserved 88B is still credible. Seeing this, assured, don't worry, as long as you have her in your hands, no matter the consideration, I will not deceive you. Where's the general location? Chen Yi did not immediately agree, although the offer of 288B main battle tanks was tempting. If the distance was too far, the value would greatly diminish. Danhua replied. Wow, no wonder the other party brought this up for trade. They couldn't get it stored here at all. Even if they invested manpower and resources to obtain it, it wouldn't be worth it. Dunhua is a bit far from Changbai Mountain, but to say it's far, it really isn't. 2 main battle tanks, even if unused, placed at the base entrance would be a kind of deterrent. Chen Yi thought for a moment and nodded, deal. Seeing him agree, said seriously, good, then I'll entrust her to you. Please ensure her safety. Hearing the implication in his words, Chen Yi raised an eyebrow, aren't you coming with us? Nodded, explaining, I need to find a way to contact my unit as soon as possible. At first, he planned to go with Sun Miao alongside Chen Yi, but now he changed his mind. Because the longer it drags on, the more changes there will be. In fact, was not completely at ease with this group of Chen Yi. But right now, there was really no other way. As an injured person, he had no confidence in ensuring Sun Miao's safety. Entrusting Sun Miao to them made it easier for him to act alone. Asked, do you have paper and pen? Chen Yi signaled, and Qin Hao immediately turned and ran to the counter to dig out paper and a pen. Taking the paper and pen, quickly wrote down 2 lines of numbers and handed it over. The above is the coordinate of the storage facility, and below is the frequency of a shortwave radio. Remember to keep the vehicle radio on, we will use this radio to broadcast and contact you. After saying this, he looked slightly embarrassed and said, by the way, can I have another bowl of rice? After folding the paper and placing it with the map in his pocket, Chen Yi smiled and ordered, Hu Yun, give him another big bowl. After finishing the meal, they left. In front of the convenience store, everyone sat around the campfire. Looking around at the crowd, Chen Yi slowly spoke, we are almost at our destination. Just now, Xin Hao and the others had already expressed their attitudes, so Chen Yi should also reveal some truths to them. Hearing this, Yu Tai ran and the others couldn't help but sit up straight, turning their eyes towards him. After these days together, I have a good understanding of what kind of people you are, and I believe you should know what kind of person I am as well. Since you chose to stay and continue to trust me, we will be brothers in the same trench from now on, and some things are time to tell you. Hearing these words, the stone that had been hanging in Yu Tai Ran's heart finally dropped. From this moment on, he truly felt accepted by this small team. Chapter 78, Survival in the Wilderness? In the Changbai Mountain no man's land, I plan to establish a survivor base. Then, Chen Yi explained in detail why he chose the Changbai Mountain no man's land. After listening to his analysis, everyone looked at each other in surprise, their eyes full of admiration. From the perspectives of safety, survival, and development, there really seems to be no better place in the whole country. Especially Hu Yun, who had previously hesitated about whether to go to the Bohai Bay shelter. Now, in comparison, she found that the Changbai Mountain no man's land excelled in every aspect over the Bohai Bay shelter. Sir, I have a question. Li Chao raised his hand and spoke. Say it. Are we going to live on the mountain from now on? Hearing this, Chen Yi and the others immediately laughed. Wang Chenghu joked, yeah, a real-life version of wild survival. Aren't you looking forward to it? I heard that Changbai Mountain is very cold, and my grandfather is not in good health. Before Li Chao could finish, Old Li covered his mouth. Chen Yi explained, living on the mountain isn't a problem, you can think of the Changbai Mountain no man's land as our backyard, it is also an escape route.
Wang Chenghu said seriously, Xiao Li, do you know what strategic depth means? I understand. Li Chao nodded, half understanding. Chen Yi continued to ask, does anyone else have questions? I do.
This sudden voice made everyone freeze. Turning around, they saw Sun Miao, who had been quietly sitting in the corner, raising his hand. Coming back to reality, Chen Yi lit a cigarette and tilted his chin, speak.
Sun Miao said seriously, may I ask, what is the basis for your statement about the zombie tide?
There is no basis, it's just a reasonable guess based on what I have seen along the way. Chen Yi certainly wouldn't say that he had witnessed the zombie tide in his past life, so he made an excuse to avoid it.
The zombie tide will definitely come.
Wang Chonghu muttered to himself. He recalled the painful experience in the economic development zone, fleeing in a panic surrounded by tens of thousands of zombies, watching his comrade's family get engulfed in the horde.
Actually, it's not hard to predict. Have you ever seen zombies acting alone? Chen Yi's words made Sun Miao fall into deep thought. Under the night sky.
Everyone sat around the campfire, eating sweet and sour peaches while expressing their dreams about life after reaching Changbai Mountain. Jin Hao leaned closer, with eager eyes, bro, when we finally get those 2 tanks, can I drive one?
Sure, don't just say one, you can drive both if you want.
Chen Yi agreed very readily.
Really?
Jin Hao's eyes lit up, and he blurted out a shower of compliments, bro, you are simply my real brother. Seeing this, Wang Chonghu couldn't help but shake his head and laugh.
What an idiot. Does he really think tanks are that easy to drive?
The 88B main battle tank belongs to the 2.5 generation, the cabin space is narrow, full of metal parts, bumps and knocks are inevitable.
Once the tank starts, the engine noise is extremely loud.
That sound was even more exaggerated than a damn tractor. After driving all day, my ears were still buzzing when I went to bed at night. The 2 direction levers were extremely heavy, and with Jin Hao's small frame, I estimated that after turning a few times, his arms would give out. Moreover, the 88B main battle tank didn't come with air conditioning, so the tank compartment was typical of being cold in winter and hot in summer. In the summer, the temperature inside the compartment was particularly high, easily breaking 50 to 60 degrees, and in the winter it was extremely cold, like an ice cellar. All of this was actually bearable, the daily maintenance was the most exhausting part. Pulling tracks, wiping the cannon muzzle, dragging batteries, these were known as the 3 hardships of tank life. Among the army, if you want to talk about the most difficult military branch, it would definitely be the tank soldiers, no exceptions. Back in the day, he was an armed scout, needing to learn tank driving, which tormented him quite a bit. As mentioned earlier, the toughest period in the apocalypse was 3 months later. Because the abnormally high temperatures in the central and southern regions would last until the end of October, with an average temperature around 32 degrees, and daytime highs often exceeding 40 degrees. Such prolonged high temperatures would greatly shorten the shelf life of many foods, causing them to spoil and mold ahead of time. But the Northeast was different. For example, in Dalian, today's maximum temperature hovered around 30 degrees, and as soon as the sun went down, the temperature dropped directly to about 23 degrees, extremely cool. At this temperature, as long as you were not directly exposed to the sun, food stored indoors could last a long time. Especially staple foods like vacuum-packed rice and flour, which could even last for several years. The happiest person was Yang Yaran, who had just eaten a big bowl of rice, followed by a large yellow peach, and was presently munching on a pack of sauced pig trotters with great pleasure. However, before she could take 2 bites, it was snatched away by Zhangya.
Yang Yaran pouted in grievance but didn't dare to say anything. Across from them, Lu Yongxian was giving Old Li and his grandson acupuncture.
Old Li was doing better, his rheumatism didn't flare up too frequently, but Li Chao was a different story, his progressive muscular ossification meant he had to rely on medication and acupuncture every day to relieve his pain. On the other side, Chen Yi and Wang Chonghu were wiping their guns while chatting casually.
Chen Yi asked, are there many tanks stored in the country? Not many.
Wang Chonghu shook his head, explaining, modern warfare belongs to aviation, several major powers began refining their armored units early, and the once common iron flood of thousands of tanks is basically impossible to see again. Take the 88B main battle tank as an example, from development to suspension of production, there were fewer than 400 units in total. Apart from a few that are scrapped, most will be modified and renovated, however, less than 10% will be stored away as reserve military supplies for sale to other countries.
Moreover, the storage locations are very hidden, with no accurate coordinates, making them impossible to find.
At last, Wang Chonghu sighed, so if you want equipment, you must start with the military district.
Let's not think about the military district for now. Chen Yi smiled bitterly and shook his head. The last time they charged into a small county's troop was already fraught with danger.
Tens of millions of mutated zombies had battle powers that were catching up to second evolution zombies. Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle.
Indeed. Wang Chenghu nodded in agreement, then asked, by the way, when are we going to start recruiting survivors? Chen Yi replied, let's stabilize first. The winter in Changbai Mountain is not easy to endure. Collecting supplies will already keep us busy. After all this wandering, we're finally close to our destination.
Wang Chenghu sighed deeply, his expression full of emotion.
Unknowingly, it became 9 o'clock at night.
Now that there were more people, not everyone had to take turns keeping watch.
After arranging the night watch shifts, everyone returned to the convenience store.
Laying cardboard boxes on the floor, Chen Yi lay on top, slowly closing his eyes.
The next day.
The group got up quite late today. Last night was not too peaceful, they had encountered a zombie attack in the deep of night. Fortunately, the night watchman Chen Yi was quite diligent, and with the help of the German Shepherd for alertness, he discovered it immediately. The number of zombies was not many, but after dealing with them, many people couldn't sleep, tossing and turning until 3 or 4 in the morning before they could fall asleep again.
Chapter 79, Vast Lands and Sparse People. 9 in the morning.
Hu Yun finished making breakfast.
Breakfast was noodles with pickles, plus vacuum-packed cooked food.
Everyone ate particularly well, especially Sun Miao, whose eating movements appeared very graceful, but in reality, they were not slow. After finishing the meal, Xin Hao and the others started moving supplies to the car.
Taking a step forward, Chen Yi asked Sun Miao, what is your name? Sun Miao.
Sun Miao narrowed her eyes, trying hard to see Chen Yi's appearance clearly. But unfortunately, no matter how hard she tried, everything in front of her remained a blur.
You heard the contents of the deal last night. We will do our best to ensure your safety, and we will treat you equally in terms of food and accommodation.
Chen Yi paused and then changed his tone, however, this is a special time, we do not support idle people.
Do you understand my meaning? Understood.
Sun Miao nodded and said, I have serious myopia, and right now, everything looks blurry. If you can help me find a pair of glasses, I can assist with tasks within my capacity. She was very clear that her identity as an academic might carry weight in the eyes of the. But among this group of survivors, she was no different from an ordinary person. Chen Yi was very pleased with her insight and promised, currently, we don't have the conditions to get glasses, but I'll keep an eye out for glasses with a similar prescription on the road, and you can make do with those. Brother, we have gathered enough supplies. At this moment, Xin Hao shouted as he walked over.
Let's go.
Chen Yi waved his hand, and 3 vehicles slowly drove out of the forest park.
In the passenger seat of the saber-toothed tiger, Zhang Ye said, does Dalian also have a nuclear power plant?
Yes.
Chen Yi nodded.
Hearing the words nuclear power plant, Lu Yongqiang and others in the back compartment immediately tensed up. Based on the previous explosion at the smoke-tainted nuclear power plant, it could be inferred that the nuclear power plant in Dalian should also have encountered problems. The reactor core had melted down, but it was unknown whether an explosion had occurred, causing a large-scale leak. Glancing at the rearview mirror, Chen Yi reassured them, don't worry, the location of the Dalian nuclear power plant is relatively remote, we can easily bypass it.
Upon hearing this, Lu Yongqiang and others finally sighed in relief.
Dalian is a peninsula city, and the nuclear power plant is located 110 kilometers west of the city at the seaside.
Chen Yi planned to follow the eastern coastline to quickly leave Dalian. The closest straight-line distance between the eastern coastline and the western nuclear power plant is over 30 kilometers. So even if the nuclear power plant leaks, this distance is safe enough. As long as they pass through Zhuanghe City, the last over 500 kilometers would be smooth sailing. People often say that northeast China is vast and sparsely populated, but just how sparse is it? The total population of Jilin province is only 23 million, and in recent years, there has been a severe population loss. Excluding those who have moved away, gone out for work, or to do business, the current resident population of Jilin province is estimated to be less than 20 million. Out of this 20 million, nearly half are concentrated in the provincial capital, Changchun, while the remaining half is divided among the other 8 cities in the province. Moreover, it is not just Jilin province, nearly 90% of the people in northeast China are concentrated in major cities. The surrounding counties and small towns hardly have any residents, let alone in rural areas. Today, the rural areas of northeast China almost do not see young people. Villages that once had 200 or 300 people can now count a dozen elderly people left behind is very good. Some villages are even more extreme, completely empty, and have turned into ghost villages. This is the current situation in northeast China. Perhaps in the age of civilization, such a situation would evoke a sense of sadness.
But in the apocalypse, for Chen Yi and his group, this place is a pure land. It is no exaggeration to say that taking Changbai Mountain's no man's land is the center. Draw a circle with a radius of 50 kilometers. On this land of 7,850 square kilometers, the number of zombies will definitely not exceed 50,000. Among these 50,000 zombies, more than 40,000 are tourists. This means that if we exclude the tourists, we would meet one zombie on average in nearly every square kilometer.
This is what it means to have vast lands and few people.
The closer they got to their destination, the more alert Chen Yi became. Fortunately, there were no more accidents on this journey, and after safely passing the nuclear power plant, the next stretch of road was surprisingly smooth. On the remote county and village roads, although there were still some abandoned vehicles, the numbers were several times fewer than when they were in Jiang Province and Lu Province. All the way, their speed even maintained above 80. To know, it was already rare before to reach 60, most of the time they could only crawl along at 30 or 40.
At 5 p.m.
they successfully entered the territory of Anong City, with only 500 kilometers left to their final destination, the uninhabited area of Changbai Mountain. Originally, Chen Yi expected that it would take at least 3 or 4 days to get from Dalian to Changbai Mountain. Unexpectedly, after passing through the urban area, it was this smooth. The next journey would only get easier, as long as they avoided urban areas. They might even reach the uninhabited area of Changbai Mountain before tomorrow night. As the sunset slanted to the west, Chen Yi picked up the walkie-talkie and commanded, "We are about to enter the village, prepare for battle."
Received. Received.
Driving along the country road for 200 to 300 meters, Chen Yi steered the saber-toothed tiger onto a gravel road. From a distance, the village at the end of the gravel road was not small, housing about 50 to 60 households.
Boom!
The wheels rolled over countless small stones, making a loud noise. To their surprise, no zombies rushed out of the village like before. The entire village was silent.
Without Chen Yi's reminder, the others also sensed that something was wrong.
Zhang Yi lowered her spear, pulled out the pistol from her tactical belt, turned off the safety, and loaded the gun. Gently pressing the brakes, she stopped the car at the edge of the village.
"Old Lu, you guys stay in the car."
Chen Yi held his Type 95 assault rifle and turned to give a command. As he spoke, he glanced at Sun Miao's direction.
"Okay."
Seeing this, Lu Yanshan nodded and returned a reassuring look.
For strangers, Chen Yi always stayed cautious.
Who knows what her true identity is, who knows if her squinty eyes are just a disguise. In short, being careful will ensure a long journey. Opening the car door, Chen Yi let the German shepherd out.
As soon as it landed, the dog immediately looked around cautiously, its nose twitching continuously to catch scents in the air. After surveying the area, Xinhao spoke up, "Bro, could this be a deserted village?"
"No." Chen Yi pointed towards the vegetable field to the left of the village. Having a vegetable field indicates that someone lives there. Moreover, the vegetables in the field were lush and growing, with hardly any weeds visible.
This shows that the vegetable field is often tended to by someone. Wang Chenghu chewed gum, looking relaxed, and said, "Let's go in and see."
"Hu Yun, you and Yang Iran stay here, everyone else, come into the village." Chen Yi waved his hand, raised his Type 95 assault rifle, and was the first to step into the village.
Chapter 80, The Old Bachelor.
During this time, under Wang Chenghu's guidance, Xinhao and Yu Tairan, these rookies, improved their military skills significantly. Plus, the apocalypse itself is the best training ground, so they made rapid progress. Although they still lagged behind actual soldiers in many ways, they had already developed some semblance. At this moment, Yu Tairan and Xinhao followed closely behind, one on each side, responsible for guarding the blind spots that Chen Yi could not see. A typical 3-3 tactical formation. The village was incredibly quiet, with not a single zombie in sight. They wandered around the village along the gravel road but found nothing.
Xinhao lowered his voice, saying, "Could they be hiding in the houses?"
"It's possible."
Chen Yi nodded. "Woof! Woof! Woof!"
At that moment, the German shepherd suddenly barked a few times at a yard ahead.
In the next second, several people quickly surrounded the yard.
The yard's wall was very high, and 2 blue iron doors were tightly shut, making it impossible to see what was inside. Chen Yi made a gesture and shouted loudly towards the yard, "You have 10 seconds to open the door, or you'll face the consequences." Zhang Yi immediately understood, quickly putting her pistol back in her tactical belt, grabbing the anti-riot gun from her back, and loading a door-breaching round.
10, 9, 8.
As Chen Yi began the countdown, Zhang Yi stepped forward, aimed the anti-riot gun at the door lock, and decisively pulled the trigger.
Bang! The gunshot suddenly rang out, and sparks flew from the iron door.
At the lock position, a round hole appeared after being blasted open. Wang Chenghu, who had been waiting for a long time, took a running start and kicked hard at the iron door.
With the lock cylinder gone, the 2 iron doors were immediately kicked open. Ouch, damn it!
At that moment, a scream erupted from the yard. There lay a balding middle-aged man on his back on the ground, one hand covering his nose, with blood trickling down between his fingers. It looked like this guy was about to open the door but got knocked down by the suddenly kicked open iron door. Chen Yi looked around the yard but found no other survivors. On the clothesline, there was only a set of men's clothing. The balding man struggled to sit up, pulled out a few napkins from his pocket, twisted them together, and stuffed them into his nostrils. Once he somewhat stopped the bleeding, he said with a wronged expression, "Why don't you act reasonably? Didn't we agree on 10 seconds? Why did you kick the door when you only counted to 8? Be honest." Wang Chenghu held back his laughter and commanded, "Put your hands on your head and squat down." "Who the hell are you? Why did you kick my front door?" The bald man clearly hadn't realized the situation yet and was talking back a bit. Bang! Without saying a word, Wang Chenghu shot at the ceiling. Seeing the dark gun muzzle, the balding man swallowed hard, panic flashing in his eyes, and obediently squatted down. Woof! 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 The German shepherd that came in with them sniffed the air, suddenly took an offensive stance, baring its teeth and barking fiercely at the man. The balding man jumped back a few steps, pleading, "Oh my God, can you get that dog away? It's too scary. Dog, be quiet." Chen Yi whispered harshly. Woof! Woof! The German shepherd barked twice at Chen Yi, seeming a bit confused. However, its good obedience made it quiet down. The German shepherd squatted there, fixating its gaze on the balding man, occasionally showing its sharp canine teeth. Seeing this, Chen Yi's eyes flashed with a hint of suspicion as he carefully examined the man in front of him. After all, the German shepherd had been with him for over 20 days, and this was the first time he had seen it act so unusually. An ordinary middle-aged man, around 40 years old. At this moment, squatting there, he looked anxious, with fear, indignation, and a touch of confusion in his eyes. If the man's behavior was all an act, then Chen Yi could only say that his acting skills were truly Oscar-worthy. Chen Yi, looking down at him, asked, "Are you the only one in the house?" "Yes." The balding man nodded. Chen Yi continued to ask, "What about the other people in the village?" The balding man rambled, "There weren't many people in the village to start with, they all ran to the city, leaving just about 10 of us. Then, I don't know what happened, but several old folks in the village went crazy, biting anyone they saw. I thought it was rabies, so I quickly ran home to hide. I hid at home for about 10 days. When the food ran out, I couldn't stand the hunger anymore, so I dared to go out looking for something to eat. But when I came out, I found that everyone in the village was gone." Hearing this, Chen Yi pondered for a moment and found no problems. The various details in the yard also indicated that the man was indeed living alone, and there were no signs of anyone else. "Fall back." Chen Yi waved his hand. Seeing them about to leave, the balding man immediately stood up and asked, "Hey, who are you guys anyway?" "Passing by." "Then you kicked my door down. How do we settle this?" Hearing this, Chen Yi stopped in his tracks and turned around. The bald man was immediately scared and retreated 2 steps, looking at him nervously, afraid he might get shot. "What do you want to do? Do you have any cigarettes? If you give me a pack, we can just forget about it." "A pack of cigarettes?" That wasn't too unreasonable. Chen Yi pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and tossed it over before turning to leave. The group exited the yard and walked towards the edge of the village. Xinhao sighed, "This place in Northeast is really absurd. Such a big village, but only about a dozen people." Yu Tianran explained, "That's normal. The economy in Northeast has been getting worse over the years. There aren't any decent jobs near the countryside, so young people have to go to the cities. Once the young people leave, some elderly and children have to follow them. Slowly, it turns into a vicious cycle." Wang Chenghu chuckled, "Why care so much? I wish there were nobody left in the village." "Exactly." Xinhao nodded in agreement. For them, the fewer people, the better. Seeing Zhang Yi's slight frown, Chen Yi asked, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing." Zhang Yi shook her head. She just felt that the previous man had a faint, extremely unpleasant smell on him. The smell wasn't strong, but it made her feel uneasy and nauseous. Noticing this, Chen Yi didn't say anything more. If there was truly something wrong, Zhang Yi would definitely not hide it from him. When they reached the village edge, Hu Yun immediately came forward, glancing worriedly at Yu Tianran. Seeing her husband safe and sound, she finally asked, "I just heard gunshots. Are you all right?" Yu Tianran chuckled lightly, "It's fine. There isn't a single zombie in the village, just one old bachelor." They found 2 adjacent houses at the edge of the village to stay overnight, and everyone began to get busy. Washing cars, cooking, setting up beds. At 6 in the evening, everyone sat around the dining table, devouring their meal. Tonight's meal was quite generous, with several plates of stir-fried vegetables, plus a cold-cut platter. While eating, the German shepherd, which was munching on dog food, suddenly lifted its head and barked loudly at the outside. Chapter 81 Cellar. Chapter 81 Cellar. In the next moment, everyone immediately put down their bowls and quickly drew their guns from their waists. "Don't shoot, it's me." A figure trembled and appeared outside the door, both hands raised high, holding 2 strings of sausages.
It was the bald bachelor from before. Chen Yi frowned slightly and asked, "What's the matter?" He.
The bald man glanced at the German shepherd showing its teeth and smiled awkwardly. "Since I'm a guest, I thought I should bring something. There's nothing much at home, so I brought you these 2 strings of sausages."
Chen Yi said coldly, "Just get to the point. I don't have time to chat with you."
Seeing this, the bald man stuttered, "Well, do you have any extra cigarettes or alcohol?
Can you sell me some?"
"Don't worry, us northeastern guys definitely won't let you lose out. I'll pay double."
"Money?"
Wang Chenghu scoffed, about to speak. But then Zhang Yi suddenly interjected, "Alright, Lao Wang, go grab some cigarettes and alcohol from the car." Chen Yi immediately understood. Zhang Yi must have sensed something off, so he subtly gestured to Wang Chenghu.
Wang Chenghu nodded in comprehension and stepped towards the yard. With a smile on her lips, Zhang Yi asked, "Have you eaten?"
"Not yet," the bald man replied. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi warmly invited him, "That's perfect, come eat with us."
"That would be too embarrassing."
The bald man said this, but his feet were already stepping into the yard. As the bald man sat down, that vague, nauseating smell once again filled Zhang Yi's nostrils. The odor was quite faint, and mixed with soap and sweat, making it hard to distinguish for a moment. While inviting the bald man to eat, Zhang Yi's mind raced, trying to figure out what the smell was. Soon, Wang Chenghu returned with a pack of cigarettes and 2 bottles of Maotai. He sat down next to Chen Yi and whispered, "I checked, there's no one outside."
Chen Yi nodded.
"You all try this, it's authentic Harbin red sausage. I heard from Oldley at the village head that it seems to have been bought from some commerce committee." The bald man was not polite, calling everyone over while breaking off a piece of sausage to shove into his mouth. They were not foolish, they remained highly cautious about food from strangers. 2 strings of sausages lay on the table, and no one moved. However, seeing how delicious the bald man was eating, Yu Tai ran, feeling curious, broke off a small piece. The sausage casing revealed an enticing dark red color. He sniffed at it, and a rich meaty scent mixed with a smoky aroma immediately wafted over. Yu Tai exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, it really is sausage from the Commerce Committee." But he did not eat it. Instead, he placed the sausage back on the table.
Yang Yiran seemed a bit restless.
Seeing that the bald man had no adverse reaction after eating the sausage, she secretly broke off a piece. Just as she was about to eat it, she immediately met Zhang Yi's gaze.
I'm just smelling it."
Yang Yiran chuckled awkwardly and, with great reluctance, put the sausage down.
Zhang Yi glared at her, then spoke, "What's your name, big brother?" "My name is Su Wu."
The bald man mumbled through a mouthful of food.
"Is your wife and child in a different place?"
"My family is poor, I couldn't afford a wife.
I've been single all these years."
Hearing this, Zhang Yi smiled meaningfully. "Actually, living alone is quite nice."
Su Wu nodded, "That's right. Living alone means I can do whatever I want, no restrictions."
Just then, Zhang Yi finally figured out what that smell on him was. Cheap perfume mixed with the rotten smell of a zombie. But she did not point it out immediately. After dinner, Su Wu took out cigarettes and shared them around, then deeply inhaled with a blissful expression. He pulled out a thick stack of cash from his pants pocket, counting it while saying, "Don't worry, we men keep our word. If I say double, it will be double."
Zhang Yi smiled, "This is too polite."
"What money?" "These cigarettes and alcohol are a gift for you, big brother."
"This isn't appropriate, right?" Su Wu was taken aback, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards the Maotai and soft Zhenghua on the table. "What's inappropriate about it?"
Zhang Yi firmly stuffed the cigarettes and alcohol into his arms and instructed, "It's dark outside.
Chen Yi, you guys send the big brother back."
Su Wu quickly waved his hands, No, I can walk back to this village with my eyes closed."
"It's fine, they can take a walk and digest."
In just a few sentences, Zhang Yi had arranged for him to be sent back. The saying goes, if you eat a person's food, you can't deny them. Su Wu felt embarrassed to refuse any further, so the group left the courtyard this way.
Wang Chenghu walked ahead, voluntarily chatting with Su Wu to catch his attention.
Zhang Yi stayed behind and lowered her voice, saying, "This person isn't telling the truth.
He carries a zombie's scent, there should be zombies hidden at his home.
I don't know his motives, but it's a risk for us.
Should we just?"
As she spoke, she made a subtle gesture of cutting her throat.
Chen Yi calmly replied, "Let's observe for now."
A few minutes later, the group arrived at Su Wu's doorstep. "We're here, brothers."
Before Su Wu could finish, Chen Yi made a gesture.
"Search." In the next second, Wang Chenghu and Qin Hao rushed into the courtyard and headed straight for the house. Su Wu's eyes flashed a trace of panic as he hurriedly stopped them. "Hey, what are you doing?" What responded to him was a dark gun barrel.
Chen Yi coldly commanded, "Hands on your head, squat down."
Su Wu opened his mouth, wanting to say something but hesitated. These people turned hostile faster than flipping a book. One moment they were chatting and laughing, the next they had guns pointed at. Chen Yi's lips curled into a cold smile, pointing at Su Hu, who was squatting on the ground, commanding, "Dog, smell it." The German Shepherd immediately sniffed at Su Hu, then leaped into the yard. Once in the yard, the German Shepherd kept sniffing, searching inch by inch. Woof woof. Not long after, the German Shepherd's barking rang out. As everyone turned to look at the yard, Su Hu, who was squatting on the ground, suddenly jumped up and ran towards the edge of the village. Bang! After just a couple of steps, a loud gunshot rang out behind him. In the next moment, Su Hu's movements froze, stopping in place. Chen Yi laughed softly, "Keep running." Slowly turning around, Su Hu forced out an extremely ugly smile. "Bro, we were talking so well just now, why suddenly pulling out knives and guns?" Chen Yi didn't want to waste words with him. Shaking the gun, he ordered, "Go in." Swallowing hard, Su Hu stepped forward with a complicated expression and walked into the yard. Inside the yard, the German Shepherd was constantly barking at a large water tank in the corner. Wang Chonghu and Xin Hao worked together to move the tank, revealing a wooden board underneath. Bending down, Wang Chonghu knocked on the wooden board and sneered, "This cellar is hidden pretty well. If it weren't for the dog, I wouldn't have found it." In northeast rural areas, every family has a cellar for storing vegetables in winter. Su Hu's forehead was already soaked with cold sweat, still making a final struggle. "What's so good about the cellar?" "This thing isn't used in the summer, so it gets sealed up, or else rats and centipedes can easily crawl in." "Is that so?" Wang Chonghu sneered and yanked open the wooden board. As the board was pulled up, a strange odor immediately wafted out of the cellar, and Xin Hao's expression changed, cursing, "What the hell is that smell?" Woof woof woof. The German Shepherd barked furiously at the cellar. "I'll go take a look," Wang Chonghu said, putting on a gas mask, pulling out a tactical flashlight from his utility belt. With a flashlight in one hand and a gun in the other, Wang Chonghu slowly stepped down into the cellar. After waiting a few seconds without hearing any noise, Chen Yi spoke up, "Old Wang, how's it down there?" "Ugh." In response, there was a heart-wrenching sound of vomiting. Chapter 82, Beasts. "Old you guys watch him, Huang Mao and I will go down and take a look." After giving the order, Chen Yi was the first to dive into the cellar, followed closely by Xin Hao. As soon as they went down, a strange smell immediately hit their noses. Descending along the narrow stairs into the cellar, Chen Yi saw Wang Chonghu hunched over, vomiting. Next to his feet was a pool of vomit that reeked of sour rot. The violent vomiting made his eyes watery. Chen Yi's gaze passed over Wang Chonghu, and in the beam of the flashlight, a low wooden bed came into view. A naked female zombie, tightly bound with iron chains, was tied to the bed, her lower body in utter disarray. Hiss hiss. As if sensing the odor of food, the zombie kept struggling and writhing. From her mouth, which was gagged with cloth, came silent screams. Having been locked in the cellar for a long time, this zombie's skin was pale and slightly. Yu Tairan immediately asked curiously, "What's down there?" Wang Chonghu's expression was strange as he said, "Old you, trust me, you wouldn't want to know." He wouldn't have said anything, but once he did, Yu Tairan became even more curious. He peeked down into the cellar, but all he saw was a pitch-black void, unable to make out anything. Xin Hao wiped the vomit off the corner of his mouth, jumped up, and kicked Su Hu, shouting, "You're really a beast, even zombies can be eaten." Just thinking about how they were sitting together eating not long ago, Xin Hao felt like vomiting again. But at that moment, there was nothing left in his stomach, so he could only dry heave in pain, gagging up bile. "Ow!" Su Hu screamed in pain as he was kicked to the ground, hurriedly explaining, she was fine at first, who knew she'd turn into this inhuman, monster-like thing. From their conversation, Yu Tairan vaguely guessed what was happening in the cellar, and his stomach churned. Zhang Ye's face turned deathly pale as she struggled to hold back the discomfort, asking, "What should we do with it?" "Kill it." Chen Yi spoke indifferently. To be honest, whether Su Hu dealt with the zombies or not, it had nothing to do with them. At most, they just found it disgusting. But feeding zombies with human flesh touched Chen Yi's bottom line. "Please, don't kill me." Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the yard fell silent again. Glancing at Su Hu's corpse, Chen Yi ordered, "Old Wang, throw the body into the cellar, then burn it with fire." "Okay." Wang Chonghu nodded in agreement. He dragged Su Hu's body into the cellar, then brought a pile of firewood from the kitchen and tossed it in. After that, he set the cellar on fire. Soon, the cellar was lit up with the orange-red glow of the flames. Patting the dust off his hands, Wang Chonghu said, "Let's go back." He didn't want to stay in this house for another second. On the way back, everyone kept silent. Except for Chen Yi, the sights and sounds they had just witnessed had a huge impact on Wang Chonghu and the others. As they neared the village head, Xin Hao suddenly spoke, "That zombie was almost swollen and rotting, how the hell could he eat it?" "Shut up." Before he finished speaking, Wang Chonghu interrupted him.
Zhang Yi glared at him and coldly said, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Seeing that he had angered everyone, Chen Hao shrank his neck, chuckled awkwardly. As they walked into the yard, Chen Yi and the others immediately saw Yang Yiran holding a piece of Harbin red sausage, eating it with great satisfaction. Ugh! Chen Hao couldn't hold it in and dry heaved loudly. Then, Yu Tairan couldn't hold back either, throwing up in a violent gush. Because just moments ago, he had broken off a piece of the sausage and smelled it, and if it weren't for his caution, he might have eaten it. Just thinking about how Su Hu had held the sausage with the same hands that touched the zombies, Yu Tairan's vomiting became even worse. When Zhang Yi saw her, Yang Yiran immediately dropped the sausage like a frightened kitten, mumbling, I tried it, it's not poisonous, you can eat it. I'll deal with you later. Zhang Yi pointed at her, then covered her mouth and ran out of the yard. What's going on? Hu Yun was squatting by the well, washing dishes. When she saw them like this, she thought there was something wrong with the dinner she made, and her face turned pale. Wang Chonghu waved his hand, saying, don't ask, this has nothing to do with you. Oh. Hearing that it wasn't related to her, Hu Yun quietly sighed in relief. But when she saw her husband vomiting so horribly, she felt heartache and said, I'll make you guys a cup of tea to rinse your mouths. It took a while before everyone calmed down again. As for the remaining pieces of red sausage, Chen Hao threw them far away. Yang Yiran was pulled back to her room by Zhang Yi, twisting her ear, and it seemed like she was about to get a beating. But the girl deserved it, she'd put anything into her mouth. Sipping the hot tea little by little, Wang Chonghu felt a bit better in his stomach. Lighting a cigarette, he changed the topic and asked, Old Chen, how far are we from Changbai Mountain? Chen Yi replied, over 500 kilometers. At today's speed, we can reach it tomorrow. Almost. Chen Yi nodded. Hearing that they could arrive at Changbai Mountain tomorrow, Chen Hao and the others immediately gathered around. Wang Chonghu asked, is the place to stay chosen? No, we can only decide when we get there. Slowly exhaling a puff of smoke, Chen Yi shook his head. Changbai Mountain is not a small hill, but a massive mountain range stretching over 1,000 kilometers. In a broad sense, the Changbai Mountain range is indeed vast. Currently, they are in Anong, where there is a Phoenix Mountain, which is an extension of Changbai Mountain. So, when mentioning Changbai Mountain, it is usually in a narrow sense, centered around the main peak, Tianqi. In recent years, the main peak of Tianqi has been continuously developed, leading to a large number of tourists every year. Especially in July and August, which is peak tourist season for Changbai Mountain, Chen Yi estimated that before the zombie outbreak, at least over 50,000 tourists and locals gathered at the main peak and nearby. More than 50,000 people equals more than 50,000 zombies. Chen Yi doesn't want to go to the main peak, but to the no man's land on the southeast side of the main peak, along the border. Finding a suitable base in this no man's land covering an area of 610 square kilometers is not an easy task. It's not just about randomly picking a place as a base. Since it is a survivor base, many aspects must be considered, such as safety, transportation, resources, and survivors. Currently, Chen Yi has no idea about the situation in the no man's land and its surroundings, so he can only slowly choose after reaching the place. Chapter 83, Different people have different tastes. Every evening, Lu Yongchang is the busiest one. He has to help prepare medicine and also give acupuncture to Li Chao and Zhang Yi. Watching a long, thin steel needle deeply pierce the skin, Xin Hao took a deep breath and raised an eyebrow. Chaozi, doesn't it hurt? It doesn't hurt, just feels sour and numb, a bit swollen. Li Chao shook his head. Xin Hao exclaimed, it's really amazing, such a long needle goes in without hurting. Li Chao suggested, do you want to try it? I remember you seem to have kidney deficiency, let Dr. Lu help you regulate your body. Chaozi, I warn you, food can be eaten randomly, but words cannot be carelessly spoken. I'm in great health, I can take down a northeast tiger with a slip of my hand. Mentioning kidney deficiency, Xin Hao became anxious at once. After shouting nonsense for a while, he got up and left. On the other side, Wang Chonghu was still cleaning his gun as usual. His 6 years of military experience gave him a special feeling for guns. He cleaned and maintained his 95 style assault rifle almost daily. Because for soldiers, guns are life. No one would joke with their own life. At this moment, all parts of the rifle were wiped with gun oil, shining and reflecting a chilling light. Skillfully reassembling the rifle, Wang Chonghu pulled the bolt to test the feel and then asked, Old Chen, what's up with that squinty-eyed person? Chen Yi slowly wiped the rifle barrel and joked, what? Do you have a crush on her? Sun Miao is very beautiful, radiating a strong scholarly aura. Moreover, she belongs to that category of beauty that becomes more appealing the more you look. Although she is a bit older, around 30, her mature charm is something that younger girls cannot possess. The only flaw is that she keeps squinting, which somewhat ruins her image. However, Chen Yi felt that if she wore glasses, she would be exceptionally charming. I don't like this type. Wang Chonghu shook his head. Chen Yi asked curiously, so, what's your type? Could it be that female special forces soldier we met in the squad last time? Don't talk nonsense. Wang Chenghu's expression was somewhat unnatural.
Seeing this, Chen Yi immediately laughed and said, "Goodness, old Wang, you have quite the taste."
He originally said it casually but surprisingly guessed right.
To be honest, that female special soldier is not ugly, at least her features are decent, at a level of average people's looks. The main issue is her very dark skin and her overly muscular build. Her muscles are more exaggerated than Chen Yi's, and she exudes a fierce aura.
What do you mean by a heavy taste?
At this moment, Qin Hao leaned over.
Wang Chenghu, angry and humiliated, said, "Yellow hair, you seem quite free. Have you cleaned your gun? Have you washed your car?"
No.
Qin Hao was taken aback by the retort. "If you haven't, hurry up and do it."
Oh.
Qin Hao nodded vigorously and hurriedly left.
After sending Qin Hao away with a few words, Wang Chenghu smirked, "This kid just needs to be disciplined."
Chen Yi chuckled lightly, "What's there to be embarrassed about? Different strokes for different folks."
"I wouldn't say it's just a bit of a fondness." Wang Chenghu shook his head and sighed, "Talking about this now is meaningless, whether she can survive is still a mystery." Chen Yi patted his shoulder and comforted him, "It's okay, after things stabilize, when there are more people in the base, we can choose properly. No matter how you look at it, accepting survivors is inevitable.
To put it another way, we can't let Wang Chenghu and the others remain single forever, right?" At 9:30 at night, Chen Yi and Lu Yongxiang stayed behind to keep watch, while the others returned to their rooms.
In the living room, a small bonfire quietly burned. The orange flames flickered, casting light on Chen Yi's face, alternating between bright and dim. Throwing a piece of wood into the fire, Chen Yi asked casually, "Old Lu, how old are you this year?"
43. Lu Yongxiang sighed deeply, lamenting how quickly time flies. Chen Yi asked, "Your kid must be grown up by now, right?" Lu Yongxiang shook his head, "No kids, my wife is infertile. We planned to adopt, but we've been delayed by various things every time, and eventually, it just fell through. A doctor's income is high, and without kids, you two should be quite carefree." "Carefree?" Lu Yongxiang bitterly smiled and replied, "We almost argue every day.
Many times, I think about just getting a divorce, but I can't bear to end all these years of feelings. Between couples, you really need a child as a bond to maintain the relationship. Chen Team, I advise you to have a child soon." Chen Yi shook his head with a smile, "Don't joke, in this world, having a child would just be suffering, right?"
"That's true." Lu Yongxiang nodded in agreement. For a moment, the living room fell into silence.
Suddenly, Lu Yongxiang remembered something and said seriously, "By the way, that woman kept subtly asking me about the zombies today." It was obvious that the woman he mentioned was Sun Miao.
Chen Yi frowned slightly, "About the zombies?"
"Yes." Lu Yongxiang nodded, "I found it a bit strange, so I just casually brushed her off."
Sun Miao actually behaved quite reassuringly.
Generally, she just sat quietly in the corner, with her head down, not knowing what she was thinking. It seemed that last night, she also expressed her doubts about the zombie tide. Thinking of this, Chen Yi vaguely guessed Sun Miao's identity. However, he still did not let his guard down and reminded him, "Old Lu, keep an eye out. If she does anything strange again, remember to tell me in time."
"Okay." Lu Yongxiang agreed without hesitation. Next, the two chatted casually. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Wang Chenghu and Yu Tairan came to take over the shift.
After a brief exchange, Chen Yi returned to his room.
Bang! A loud gunshot woke Chen Yi from his sleep.
He suddenly opened his eyes, and his right hand quickly reached for the handgun beside his pillow. Soon after, excited cheers from Qin Hao and Yu Tairan could be faintly heard from outside the window.
"Got it. So accurate, to hit from so far away. Damn, Wang Gu is awesome. What are these guys up to?"
Chen Yi relaxed his grip on the handgun and noticed that it was already bright outside. Looking back, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Lying in his arms was not Zhangya, but Yang Iran. At this moment, this silly girl was sleeping soundly, only wearing her underwear,
exposing large patches of snow-white, delicate skin.
A white and tender thigh was draped over his belly, like hugging an oversized teddy bear.
Gently patting Yang Yaran's cheek, Chen Yi asked, "What are you doing here?"
Yang Yaran let out an unconscious soft sigh, opening her sleepy eyes.
This silly girl seemed a bit grumpy from being woken up, responding in a muffled voice, "I've been here all alone."
After Chen Yi returned to his room last night, not wanting to disturb Zhangya, who was sound asleep, he didn't turn on the lights. He undressed and fell asleep immediately in the dark. He really hadn't noticed that Yang Yaran was in bed with him. Creak! At that moment, the door swung open, and Zhangya stepped inside. Glancing at the two cuddled together on the bed, she raised an eyebrow and said, "Looks like I came in at a bad time. Should I step out and come back in a few minutes?" Chen Yi pouted, "Stop with the sarcasm, who gets disgusted in a few minutes?"
Zhang Yi crossed her arms seriously and said, "Isn't that the case? I heard that if it lasts more than 3 minutes, it means there's something wrong with the body." Chen Yi was taken aback and asked with a strange expression, "Who told you that?" "My ex-husband." Zhang Yi replied. Chen Yi and Yang Yaran exchanged looks, both seeing understanding in each other's eyes. "Oh, no wonder. Alright, enough joking around, hurry up and get up."
As she spoke, Zhang Yi reached out and slapped the big white leg resting on Chen Yi's belly.
Ouch.
Yang Yaran cried out in pain, quickly sitting up and grabbing clothes from the bedside to put on.
Chen Yi asked, "How did you end up staying here to sleep?"
Zhang Yi replied calmly, "I got tired from hitting her, she got tired from getting hit, so we just slept together." Hearing this, Chen Yi noticed the bruises appearing on Yang Yaran's lower back and thighs. Taking a quick look, there were at least 20 or 30 marks.
It seemed that Zhang Yi didn't hold back last night, it was indeed a brutal beating.
But perhaps, just as Zhang Yi said, the silly girl had Stockholm Syndrome, getting more attached to Zhang Yi the more she was hit.
This girl really needs some discipline, let's see if she dares to eat recklessly next time. Chen Yi stretched and stood up, saying, "By the way, what's going on outside? I've been hearing Huang Mao and his group yelling all morning."
Zhang Yi explained, "A wild boar ran into the vegetable field, and Wang Chenghu shot it dead."
"Wild boar?" Chen Yi asked, "Was it big or small?" "Big, it seems to be a male boar." Upon hearing this, Chen Yi instantly lost interest.
In his past life, he had eaten plenty of wild boar meat. There was no helping it, at that time, basically all edible things were consumed, so he had no choice but to risk hunting in the mountains. Wild boar meat had a very strong gamey flavor, especially the adult male boars, even when cooked with a lot of spices, the distinct stench could still be smelled. And they were mostly lean meat, making the texture tough. However, the meat of the young wild boar was surprisingly good, tender and key, with no gamey taste at all. Whether roasted or braised, it was all very delicious.
Chapter 84, Changbai Mountain. Chapter 84, Changbai Mountain.
As Chen Yi walked out of the living room, he happened to see Qin Hao and Wang Chenghu carrying a wild boar back into the courtyard. The wild boar was not small, weighing at least 100 pounds, its head bloodied and mangled, clearly shot dead with one shot. Seeing Chen Yi, Wang Chenghu immediately laughed, "Old Chen, we're in for a treat today, a genuine northeast wild boar." Chen Yi thought for a moment, "Let's take it with us, when we get to Changbai Mountain tonight, we can celebrate."
It would definitely be too late to eat wild boar meat in the morning.
Handling a wild boar that was shot with a gun was tricky since it hadn't been bled out immediately. It needed to be soaked in water for 1 or 2 hours to draw out the blood, otherwise the strong gamey flavor would be unbearable.
Why does pork taste bad abroad? Why do people find it gamey? Besides not castrating the pigs abroad, another reason is that slaughtering on farms often uses electric stunning.
This method of slaughter leads to blood remaining in the meat. In contrast, the bloodletting method used in rural areas of the country. It looks very bloody, but in fact, it is the most correct way to handle the situation. Also, the blood can be made into pig blood, adding another dish. This is all experience summarized by our ancestors over a long time.
All right. Wang Chenghu nodded, showing his agreement.
Fortunately, the weather in the northeast side is relatively cool, and if the wild boar is placed in the car with the air conditioning on, the meat will not spoil. It seems that they know they are about to reach their destination, and everyone's mood is high. After a simple breakfast, the 3 cars slowly left the village entrance.
Traveling over 500 kilometers in one day is a considerable challenge for them.
This time they did not continue along the county and township roads, but chose the 331 National Road along the border. The 331 National Road starts from Anong and ends at the border, with a total length of 9,301 kilometers. The road conditions on this national road are very good, with very little traffic. In some sections, the speed can even reach 100. Moreover, the scenery on both sides of the road is beautiful, like vivid oil paintings. Morning sunlight shines through the car window, casting light on Zhang Yi's delicate and intellectual face. Her beautiful eyes admire the scenery by the roadside as she says with a complex expression, "I've wanted to drive along the 331 National Road for a long time, but I never expected to take this road in a way of fleeing. Life is really full of surprises."
Chen Yi smiled faintly and said softly, "It's just a different mindset, you can think of this as a road trip, just a more thrilling one."
Hearing this, Zhang Yi turned to look at him, a smile on her lips.
That gaze was almost electrifying.
In the back compartment, Yang Yaran and the others looked at each other with strange expressions. Who would have thought they could still get fed dog food in this situation? Unbelievable. Calling saber-toothed tiger, please respond.
At this time, Wang Chenghu's call came from the walkie-talkie. Chen Yi picked up the walkie-talkie and replied, "Saber-toothed tiger received. Pull over to the side of the road, there's an urgent situation."
Okay. As Chen Yi spoke, he released the accelerator and slowly pressed the brake. Soon, the 3 cars stopped by the roadside. Just as the car stopped, Chen Yi looked through the rearview mirror and saw the door of the BMW X3 pushed open. Wang Chonghu quickly jumped out, crossing the roadside guardrail in a few strides and disappearing into the forest. His speed and agility made people unable to help but exclaim in admiration. No wonder he is an armed scout. Seeing this, Chen Yi pushed the door and got out of the car. Looking at Xin Hao, who got out of the car, Chen Yi couldn't help but ask, "Huang Mao, what happened?" Xin Hao laughed and said, "Brother Wang has a stomach issue." Chen Yi's mouth twitched. "It's really an urgent matter. There's nothing to be done. Eating, drinking, and doing one's business are natural instincts that are hard to control. What's the saying? Holding back urine can travel thousands of miles, but having diarrhea makes moving an inch hard." Taking advantage of this time, everyone in the car got out to stretch their bodies. Sitting in the car for a long time is exhausting. Lighting a cigarette, Chen Yi admired the scenery across the river. Xin Hao pointed at the rushing river below the highway and curiously asked, "Brother, is this the Yalu River?" "Yes." Chen Yi nodded. "So the other side is North Korea?" Xin Hao said in surprise, "This is the first time standing on the borderline, it feels so strange." Hearing this, Yu Tairan took over the conversation. "Actually, there's not much to see on the other side. A few years ago, our unit organized a 3-day tour to North Korea, and we were very disappointed. It was almost a version of our country from 30 or 40 years ago. A broken square was counted as a tourist attraction, it had no meaning at all." Li Chao became interested and curiously asked, "Are there many beautiful women over there?" Yu Tairan shook his head and grimaced, "Just average. According to the tour guide, their genes are quite uniform, so most people have small eyes and single eyelids." After finishing a cigarette, seeing that Wang Chonghu had not yet returned, Chen Yi couldn't help but frown. Just as he was about to ask Xin Hao to go check, he saw Wang Chonghu appearing from the woods, with his clothing tucked in. Easily crossing the guardrail, he happily exclaimed, "Ha, look what I found." Curiously, everyone leaned over to see, and he had collected quite a few green fruits in his t-shirt. These fruits look like jujubes and are about the same size. Li Chao wondered, "Brother Wang, aren't these jujubes still unripe?" "This is called soft jujube kiwi, a special fruit from the northeast. Even when ripe, it is still green." Wang Chonghu explained arrogantly, "These things look like jujubes, but inside they are just like kiwis, with a similar taste and texture. If you don't believe me, have a taste." Chen Yi looked at his hands in disgust and raised an eyebrow. "Did you wash your hands?" "Don't worry, I washed them," Wang Chonghu assured them. Hearing he had washed his hands, everyone finally reached out to grab one and started tasting. The fruit was a bit soft, and when they tore off the skin, juice rushed out with a fresh aroma. Chen Yi had never eaten this fruit before and curiously took a bite. The taste was exceptionally sweet, almost exactly like a kiwi. It's really delicious. Not bad. Wow, why is it so sour? The sour ones aren't fully ripe yet, try another one. A bag of fruit was soon eaten clean by everyone, and even Sun Miao, who stayed in the car, got a few. After tasting the wild fruit, Chen Yi and the others got back on the road. At 5 p.m. in the evening, the sun had already begun to set, and the sky gradually darkened. In a hurry and slow pace, they finally arrived at Changbai Mountain. Currently, on National Road 331's Mountain Ring Road, having just passed Sandaogo town, about 50 kilometers from Changbai town. Upon entering Changbai Mountain, the most obvious feeling was the sudden drop in temperature. Earlier in Anong, it was still around 25 or 26 degrees at night, but now, with the sun setting, the temperature plummeted below 20 degrees, and the people in short sleeves felt chilly. By midnight, the temperature might drop to around 10 degrees. Moreover, it was getting dark more quickly. It was just past 5 o'clock, and the sun was nearly down. Seeing the sky getting darker, Chen Yi turned on the car lights and began looking for a place to stay for the night. Finding a base was definitely not possible, they could only make do for one night and have a good rest. Chapter 1 Pork Stew. Chapter 1 Pork Stew. Even though it was dark, finding a place to stay on National Road 331 wasn't hard. Anytime there was a fork in the National Road, just follow the fork and you'd find either a logging camp or a village. Before this National Road existed, it was not easy for the people living in Changbai Mountain to come out. Especially in winter, after heavy snow blocked the mountains, one little village after another was completely isolated. In the past, ancestors had lived this way, and it was bearable. However, in recent years, with the internet's development, young people in these villages, having seen the conveniences and prosperity of the cities through their phones and computers, could no longer stay. This has led to the hollowing out of rural areas near Changbai Mountain, reaching a terrifying level. It was even more exaggerated than the Big Lotus and Anong they had passed before. During noon, they had stayed at a village. Originally home to 100 families, the village was completely empty now, with not a single person in sight. Many houses had fallen into disrepair and had already collapsed. Only a few villages at the foot of Changbai Mountain had regained some popularity due to the tourism boom at Tianqi.
But other villages were not so lucky and remained as they were. After driving for more than 10 kilometers along the national road, a fork finally appeared ahead. Chen Yi turned on the indicator light and slowly drove into the fork. After driving nearly a kilometer down the shaded path, with the bright light from the car headlights, rundown houses appeared in sight. Ha ha ha. Before the car could stop, 4 or 5 zombies roared out from the village. These zombies were all elderly, and one looked at least over 80, staggering as if a gust of wind could blow him away. Chen Yi did not get out of the car immediately but opened the lift lighting on the roof of the saber-toothed tiger. Bang! As the lift rod rose higher and higher, a powerful police spotlight turned on, dispelling the darkness and bathing the entire village in bright white light. This thing works wonders, but the downside is that it consumes a lot of fuel. So, many times, Chen Yi would rather light a campfire at night than turn on the lighting on the saber-toothed tiger. At this moment, Wang Changhu and the others had already gotten out of the car. After quickly dealing with the zombies, they picked up their guns and walked into the village. Chen Yi lit a cigarette and waited quietly. When he finished the cigarette, Wang Changhu and the others returned and reported, "The inspection is complete, no other zombies or survivors were found. Get out of the car." Chen Yi called out, and everyone got out of the car. This village was not very large. Excluding the houses that were old and uninhabited, there were at most 7 or 8 households. They chose the largest brick and tile house, and everyone got busy. Zhang led Yang Yaran to start tidying up the house, while Yu Tairan and Qin Hao began checking the vehicle. Even Li Hao and his grandson, along with Lu Yongxian, helped search for vegetable plots near the village. Chen Yi and Wang Changhu began to deal with the wild boar. Letting Hu Yun cook was no problem, but handling an entire wild boar, that would really leave her helpless. Luckily, Chen Yi was experienced. In his past life, he had dealt with many wild boars, and with Wang Changhu's help, they lifted the wild boar from the trunk and set up a simple frame using wooden sticks. They hung the boar's head down on the frame, and he started skinning it with a knife. Handling a wild boar was different from handling a domestic pig, because domestic pigs could be eaten with their skin, so they had to be scalded with hot water and then scraped carefully. But wild boars were different, especially adult male boars. Their skin was thick and tough, and even after an hour in a pressure cooker, it wouldn't soften. Watching Chen Yi skillfully skin the boar with a knife, Wang Changhu clicked his tongue in admiration, saying, "Old Chen, your skills are impressive. You weren't a pig butcher in your past life, were you? It's a family tradition." Chen Yi casually joked. As they spoke, a complete boar skin was peeled off. Wang Changhu patted the boar skin and laughed, "This boar skin is pretty good. We can keep it to make a pair of leather shoes." Chen Yi shook his head with a smile, saying, "Forget it. Just scraping the hair would drive anyone crazy. If you want leather shoes, you'd be better off going to a zero-cost store. You can even find crocodile skin, not to mention boar skin." "True." Wang Changhu nodded seriously and threw the boar skin far away. After skinning, the wild boar immediately shrank a little. The boar, which looked like it weighed over 100 pounds, after removing the skin, head, organs, and bones, only had about 40 to 50 pounds of meat left to eat. Chen Yi found an axe, chopped the boar up, and placed it in a large wooden basin, soaking it in well water. It was necessary to soak the blood out of the meat, otherwise, the strong odor would make it inedible. Wang Changhu glanced at the other small basin with the smelly pig offal and shouted toward the kitchen, "Sister-in-law, what should we do with the pig's offal?" Upon hearing this, Hu Yan walked out of the kitchen. She crouched down, picked through the offal, and took the pig liver, saying, "Throw everything else away." "Throw it all away?" Wang Changhu smacked his lips, reluctant. After all, pig intestines and pig stomach were also delicious snacks to go with alcohol. Hu Yan helplessly said, "The intestines are too much trouble to clean. I can't handle it all by myself. If you really want to eat it, clean it up yourself, and I'll cook it for you later." Wang Changhu decisively said, "Then just throw it away. You're just lazy." Hu Yan rolled her eyes at him and took the pig liver back to the kitchen. She washed her hands by the well, and as the cool mountain breeze blew, the two of them immediately shivered. Wang Changhu was surprised, saying, "It's not even September yet, and it's already getting cold. What will winter be like?" Chen Yi replied, "In winter, it can go as low as -30 or 40 degrees. Damn!" Wang Changhu cursed. Chen Yi wiped the water off his hands, tossed him a cigarette, and smiled, "What's there to be afraid of? Every family in rural Qingbai Mountain has a heated kong, and those with better conditions even have coal heating." The two of them lit their cigarettes and walked into the living room. At this moment, the house had been cleaned, and the living room was surrounded by bricks to form a bonfire pit, with a pile of firewood quietly burning. Seeing Sun Miao squatting in the corner, silent, Chen Yi stepped forward and said, "I'll get you a pair of glasses in the next couple of days." "Thank you." Sun Miao looked up, her expression grateful. Her nearsightedness was severe. It was fine during the day, she could squint and see some blurry outlines. But at night, she was completely blind even with her eyes open.
It wasn't that Chen Yi was being kind-hearted, but starting tomorrow, they would be busy, and having one more person to help was always good. After a while, Xinhao and Yu Tairan finished their tasks as well. In the kitchen, Hu Yun suggested, dinner will take a while, if you are hungry, eat some snacks first. The main issue was handling the wild boar meat, soaking it in blood water alone would take at least an hour. By the time dinner was ready, it would likely be past 8 o'clock. Upon hearing this, Li Chao and the others picked up some snacks. Seeing that Xinhao didn't move, Li Chao curiously asked, Brother Hao, aren't you hungry? Of course I'm hungry. Then why aren't you eating? Xinhao glanced at the snacks and whispered, what's so tasty about this? Of course, I'll save my stomach for the pig-killing dish. You know Hu Yun's cooking, tonight will be a treat. Right. Li Chao's eyes lit up, and he immediately put down the snacks. Xinhao proudly said, Chaozi, take a lesson, these are all experiences I've summed up. Chapter 2 The Primary Task. Chapter 2 The Primary Task. Finally, around 8 o'clock in the evening, dinner was ready. It was worth the long wait, as dish after dish was served, a tempting aroma immediately spread throughout the room. Stir-fried pig liver, braised pork ribs, and a large bowl of cabbage, pork, and vermicelli stew. Additionally, Hu Yun had somehow found a jar of sealed northeastern soybean paste, and with various fresh vegetables, she added a dish for dipping. All in all, there were just 4 dishes, but the portions were ample, filling the table to the brim. 11 people sat around the dining table, illuminated by the bonfire. Regardless of whether they could drink or not, each person had a full cup of liquor in front of them. Though they were very hungry, no one moved their chopsticks but instead silently directed their gaze towards Chen Yi, looking at the captain who had led them through numerous dangers to finally arrive at this pure land of Changbai Mountain. Raising his glass, Chen Yi solemnly said, after more than 20 days of fleeing, experiencing so many hardships, we finally reached our destination. This glass, cheers to ourselves. Cheers. Cheers. Everyone raised their glasses in unison. Lu Yanxiang and the others who joined later might not feel as deeply affected. Zhang Ye had already met Chen Yi on the day of the zombie outbreak. So she was fully aware of the hardships of the journey, several times her life hanging by a thread. Now that they had finally arrived at Changbai Mountain, her feelings were incredibly complex. As the liquor entered, it immediately turned into a line of fire, sliding down the throat into the stomach. Chen Yi smiled slightly and called out, alright, enough with the sentiment, let's eat quickly, the pig liver will get cold and won't be tasty. Upon hearing this, everyone finally began to use their chopsticks. In no time, praises filled the air. Stir-fried pig liver best reflected a person's culinary skills because this dish required precise control of the heat. If the fire was too strong, the pig liver would become tough and lose its flavor. If the fire was too small, the pig liver would be tender, but it wouldn't be cooked inside. The pig liver Hu Yun cooked was just right, crispy and tender, fully cooked inside. The flavor was a simple salty and fresh one, without any fishy taste. After several bites, Chen Yi couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Wang Chenghu also praised, sister-in-law, your cooking is truly unbeatable, you could open a restaurant. That's right. Before Hu Yun could respond, Yu Tairan proudly said, to be honest, many girls pursued me back then, some of them quite beautiful, but at first sight, I chose your sister-in-law. As the saying goes, when marrying, seek virtue, when taking a concubine, seek beauty. Therefore, when it comes to marriage, one should find someone who knows how to live well, so it brings comfort. What do you mean by that, Yu Tairan? Are you saying I'm ugly? Hu Yun shot him a glare. Indeed, a woman's focus is always so strange. She can always find the flaws in your words at unexpected moments. Yu Tairan quickly remedied, no, what I meant is, you are beautiful, and you cook well. Virtue. Hu Yun rolled her eyes at him and took a small sip from her glass. Soon, a blush appeared on her cheeks, and with a tone of emotion, she said, back then in the supermarket, I lived in fear every day, full of confusion about the future. Looking back now, the best decision I ever made in this life was to decisively leave the supermarket. Captain Chen, old Wang, I raise my glass to you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what would have become of me and old you. Chen Yi raised his glass and clinked it with hers, saying, you've worked hard during this time. Hu Yun chuckled lightly, what have I worked hard for? The dangerous stuff was all handled by you big men up front. To be honest, in this world right now, there are many who would love to cook for you, but they don't even have that good fortune. Look at how beautifully she spoke. No wonder she has been in the system for so many years, just listening to her makes one feel at ease. As the drinks passed 3 rounds, the atmosphere at the dinner table became even more lively. Xinhao's alcohol tolerance was weak, his face was flushed as he bragged while holding onto Li Chao's shoulder, back when I was in the supermarket, I was like a guardian god, wielding a gas gun, shooting zombies in the head, and I managed to hold back thousands of them. You don't think, without some real skills, how would Captain Chen have noticed you? Li Chao was stunned by his boasting, continuously asking about their previous perilous experiences.
At first, Chen Hao's stories were somewhat believable, but as he continued, they became more outrageous, claiming to have fought his way in and out of a zombie tide and ultimately rescuing Wang Chonghu. Chen Yi didn't burst his bubble but instead enjoyed the entertainment on the side. Nearby, Wang Chonghu picked up a big green onion, dipped it in sauce, and started crunching on it. While chewing, he said, "This soy sauce is really good, dipping it with vegetables is simply amazing." Hearing this, Chen Yi teased, "If you like it, why not catch a northeastern person later to cook it specially for you?" Wang Chonghu laughed at his words and joked, "One isn't enough, I need to catch another one to specially make sauerkraut." The meal, filled with chatter and laughter, didn't end until after 10 o'clock. Although they had drinks, the night watch couldn't be relaxed, but since others were too worn out, Chen Yi and Wang Chonghu had to take turns keeping watch. The next day. Due to not sleeping well the previous night, Chen Yi and the others took the opportunity to catch up on sleep in the morning. By the time they woke up, it was already close to 12 noon. After washing up, Hu Yin began to prepare lunch. There was still some wild boar meat left from yesterday. Hu Yin cooked it all, and with some sauced vegetables, everyone ate heartily. After finishing the meal, Chen Yi lit a cigarette and said, "Though we've arrived at Changbai Mountain, now isn't the time to relax, there are still a lot of things waiting for us to do." Hearing this, everyone raised their heads, waiting for him to continue. Blowing out a smoke ring, Chen Yi continued, "The immediate priority is to find a suitable base for long-term development." Chen Hao asked curiously, "Brother, what are the requirements for the base?" Chen Yi said seriously, "First and foremost, safety. I don't need to emphasize this, you should know its importance. Second, resources. The location isn't critically important, but there must be sufficient surrounding resources, like gas stations. Third is transportation, and fourth is survivor resources. We want to establish a survivor base, not live in seclusion in the deep mountains. Do you understand my meaning?" At this moment, Wang Chonghu added, "Let me add one point, it's best to have an escape route." Li Chao looked blankly, "It's going to be hard to find, right? Safety is needed, resources are necessary, convenient transportation is essential, and there must be other survivors nearby. This sounds completely contradictory." Chen Yi nodded, saying, "It's really hard to find, but as our future base, we can't be careless. Even if it takes a few more days, we must not settle for anything less." After that, he continued to arrange, "We will split our 3 cars into 3 groups, 2 people in each group. Old Wang will take Old Ju, Chen Hao and Li Chao will be one group, and I will take Old Lu. We will set off after eating and must return on schedule before dark, regardless of whether we find anything. If you find a suitable place, take photos with your phones and we'll discuss them slowly when we return. Remember, do not rashly engage with other survivors, avoid zombies whenever possible." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Hao raised his hand and said, "Brother, what if they provoke us first? Kill without mercy." Chen Yi said coldly, "Understood. Received." Wang Chonghu and the others nodded in unison. Chapter 3, Searching for a Base. Zhang Ye asked, "Should I go with you?" "No need." Chen Yi shook his head and instructed, "It's just right to take this time for you to rest. Once the base is found, there will be work for you." "All right." Zhang Ye nodded. After giving a few more instructions, the 6 of them set off. Driving along the tree-lined path and onto National Highway 331, the 3 cars moved forward and quickly arrived at Changbai Town. Changbai Town can also be referred to as Changbai County. Nestled at the southern foot of Changbai Mountain, it is an autonomous county for ethnic minorities. Just across the river lies Huishan City, the second largest city in South Bang. The total population of Changbai County is less than 57,000. This 57,000 includes 7 towns, 2 townships, 79 villages, and over 20 forestry and agricultural farms under Changbai County. Removing the villages and towns, and considering the outflow of the population, the number of people actually residing in the county seat is definitely no more than 3,000. Isn't that absurd? You must know that the population of Guanna County, which Chen Yi previously passed through, is as high as 610,000. Yet this is the true state of remote counties in northeast China. A massive outflow of population has led to extreme hollowing out. The county seat is quite well built, adorned with lights and decorations, showing the style of the Chaoshan ethnic group everywhere. But on the streets, there are hardly any cars, and even the zombies are scarce. Chen Yi drove the saber-toothed tiger, charging through without much effort, easily passing through the county seat. Seeing this, Lu Yongqiang in the passenger seat curiously asked, "Captain Chen, I suddenly have an idea?" Hearing this, Chen Yi saw through his thoughts and asked, "You mean to directly occupy the county seat?" "Yes." Lu Yongqiang nodded seriously and said, "As you just mentioned, there are at most a few thousand people in the county. With Li Chao's help, we can clear out all the zombies with a bit more time. Anyway, there's only this one National Highway 331 passing through the county. After we take it, we can simply block the roads on both ends, and we can live in peace, right?" Chen Yi shook his head and chuckled, "Do you know how huge the task is to clean out thousands of zombies and completely block the roads on both sides?
Even with thousands of pigs standing still for you to slaughter, it would take days and nights.
Counting Sun Miao, we only have 11 people at most.
Defending a building is more than enough, but to defend a county, I can only say you are thinking too much. And don't forget, just across the river is Huishan City, which has hundreds of thousands of zombies.
Do you think a river can stop that many zombies? After Chen Yi's analysis, Lu Yongxiang smiled bitterly and said, "Alright, I guess I was indeed thinking too much."
Looking at the small town in the rearview mirror, he expressed a bit of regret. It just feels like leaving this small county sitting here is such a waste.
Chen Yi chuckled lightly, "Don't worry, this county is within the jurisdiction of our base, we won't leave it unattended." After passing through Changbai County, the three cars plunged into Malugu Town after a few kilometers. Compared to Changbai County, Malugu Town is smaller, and Chen Yi estimated that the population of the town is at most a few hundred people.
However, the customs checkpoint was set up here. Chen Yi ignored it, stepped on the gas, crashed through the barriers set by customs, and drove away triumphantly.
Leaving Maliu Valley Town, four paths suddenly appeared ahead. Picking up the walkie-talkie, Chen Yi instructed, "Let's split up and act now, calculate your time well, and gather here at 5 o'clock to go back."
Received. Received. On the walkie-talkie, Wang Chonghu and Qin Hao responded one after another. After giving the instructions, Chen Yi drove the saber-toothed tiger, continuing along National Highway 331. After driving a few hundred meters along National Highway 331, a fork in the road appeared ahead, with a sign by the roadside.
Changbai Korean Ethnic Village. After a momentary pause, Chen Yi turned the steering wheel and drove onto the fork.
They were not fleeing but searching for a base now, so they couldn't afford to miss any possible locations. Soon, a village nestled at the foot of a mountain came into view. There were 50 to 60 households in total, all with architectural styles grounded in Korean culture. The whole village was surrounded by a semicircular small river, typical of being beside the mountains and water. At the mountainside in the southeast direction of the village, there were several acres of farmland.
"This place is nice,"
Lu Yongxiang said, picking up his phone to start taking pictures.
He.
As they approached the folk village, a number of zombies were drawn out by the noise of the car, screaming and rushing out.
Bang bang bang. The saber-toothed tiger crashed into one zombie after another like a beast.
Chen Yi had no intention of searching the village, he just drove around the main road of the village. At this moment, Lu Yongxiang put down his phone and said, "Captain Chen, it seems someone is asking for help from the window of the house on the left."
"Ignore it," Chen Yi replied indifferently. Seeing this, Lu Yongxiang immediately fell silent. Chen Yi turned the car around and drove straight out of the folk village. Back on National Highway 331, they continued exploring forward.
In the afternoon, they found over 10 locations. For suitable ones, they took pictures. For unsuitable ones, they just turned around and left. As the sun gradually slanted in the west, Chen Yi calculated the time and drove back to the fork. The BMW X3 was already waiting there, and after 2 or 3 minutes, Qin Hao returned driving a Cadillac. After honking the horn, Chen Yi started the car first.
At 5:30,
the three cars returned to the village along the tree-lined path. At this time, the sky was getting darker, and the night began to shroud the mountains. After parking the car, the 6 of them stepped into the yard.
Seeing them return, Zhanya approached and asked, "How was it?" "Was it smooth?"
"Pretty smooth, didn't encounter any danger." Chen Yi casually replied and signaled Wang Changhu and others to sit down at the dining table. Lighting a cigarette, he said, "Let's share the locations everyone recorded. Huang Mao, you go first." Upon hearing this, Qin Hao took out his phone, flipping through the photos as he spoke. "We found 3 fairly suitable places in total. The first one is Warm Resort. It's called a village, but in fact, it consists of several hotels and guest houses, located about 8 kilometers southeast of Maliu Valley Town." Qin Hao's explanation paired with the photos made the situation of the resort very clear. After he finished, it was Wang Chonghu's turn. This afternoon, their 3 groups recorded a total of 11 places, but after discussion, all were eliminated.
Chen Yi was not surprised by such an outcome. Finding a perfect base that meets multiple conditions is inherently difficult. Unless luck is exceptionally good, it is basically impossible to find one in just one afternoon. "Dinner's ready." At this moment, Hu Yun's voice came from the kitchen. Hearing this, Chen Yi said, "Let's eat first, we'll continue searching tomorrow. By the way, Captain Chen, this is the glasses you asked me to keep an eye on," Li Chao said, handing over a bag. Upon receiving the bag, Chen Yi glanced inside and saw it was filled with boxes of lenses and frames. Li Chao explained beside him, "I didn't know her degree of nearsightedness, so I just brought all the ready-made pairs from the glasses store." The glasses store does not produce lenses, and the reason it can make glasses in just half an hour is mainly relying on pre-ordered lenses from the manufacturer. These lenses come in various degrees. After the eye examination, the corresponding degree lenses are directly selected based on the examination data and then polished and installed in the frames. "Well done." Chen Yi patted his shoulder and smiled in praise.
Carrying the bag, he approached Sun Miao and said, "Here, you can try these lenses slowly. After you choose the right ones, I will help you install them." "Thank you so much." Holding the bag, Sun Miao expressed her gratitude. Chapter 4, Talent. Chapter 4, Talent. Dinner was unexpectedly lavish. In the afternoon, Zhang Ye and her friends were not idle. They thoroughly searched the whole village and found plenty of pickles and salted meat sausage. Because it is an ethnic minority autonomous region, the Chao ethnic group occupies a large proportion, and almost every household has pickles. These pickles are stored in small jars, sealed at the top with water. This seemingly primitive sealing method can actually preserve the pickles for several months, or even longer. Of course, the main reason is the cold climate of Changbai Mountain, as low temperatures extend the shelf life of food. In addition, Yang Yiran also shot a wild rabbit with an air gun. Looking at the plate of braised rabbit meat on the table, Chen Yi gave Yang Yiran a slightly surprised look and praised, "Not bad, silly girl, well done." Having received praise from Chen Yi for the first time, Yang Yiran felt a bit at a loss and a rare hint of shyness flashed in her eyes. Beside them, Zhang Ye spoke, "I didn't realize before that she has quite a talent for shooting." Hearing this, Chen Yi took a careful look at this silly girl, then turned to Huang Mao and asked, "Are you still using that 88 sniper rifle?" "Not anymore." Qin Hao shook his head while shoveling rice into his mouth. Chen Yi instructed, "Old Wang, teach Yang Yiran how to use the sniper rifle tonight, let her practice tomorrow. Since she has talent, let's give it a try. If she can be trained into a sharpshooter, that would be a huge gain. Even if it doesn't work, it only wastes a few bullets." "Sure." Wang Chonghu readily agreed. After all, it was better to find something to do than to be idle. All kinds of pickles, along with a dish of braised wild rabbit, made for a uniquely satisfying dinner that everyone enjoyed. After dinner, Sun Miao sat by the campfire, testing the lenses one by one. Wang Chonghu held the 88 sniper rifle and began teaching Yang Yiran. Armed reconnaissance soldiers need to learn many things, from parachuting to tank driving. They play with various weapons and vehicles adeptly. Wang Chonghu had certainly come into contact with sniper rifles. He may not be an expert, but it shouldn't be a problem to teach a novice. At this moment, he spoke with an air of pretense. To become a sniper, hard work and diligence are secondary, the key is talent. A top-notch sniper's most basic requirement is a strong sense of distance. How far is it from here to that telephone pole? Looking out at the pitch-black darkness, Yang Yiran shook her head. "It's too dark to see." Wang Chonghu rolled his eyes. "What a waste, if I could see it clearly, why would I ask?" Hearing this, Yang Yiran tried to widen her eyes, and after looking for a moment in the dim starlight outside, she replied, about 80 meters. "What about that building?" "About 140 meters. Can you see that big tree?" 320 meters. The two continued their question-answer dialogue. After a few rounds of questions, a hint of surprise flashed in Wang Chonghu's eyes as he said seriously, "Not bad, she really is a good seedling." He had initially approached it with a casual attitude, but he did not expect Yang Yiran's performance to surprise him. At this moment, Qin Hao couldn't help but tease, "Brother Wang, how capable are you really? What's the point of asking these? If she's a horse or a mule, just let her shoot a few times to find out. You don't know anything, you dumbass." Wang Chonghu shot back at him and explained, "Every sniper rifle has different range, power, trajectory, and bullet speed, and for example, the 88 sniper rifle has an effective range of only 800 meters, and it is already very difficult to hit a target at 400 meters without the aid of optical aiming devices. So, in actual combat, a sense of distance is very important. It allows the sniper to find the best shooting location that matches the rifle's range and characteristics in the shortest time possible." Qin Hao was unconvinced and shouted, "It's not as amazing as you say. Back then, Zhang Taofang relied on a broken gun, and he still killed gods and Buddha. Go to hell." Wang Chonghu raised his foot and kicked towards Qin Hao. "Zhang Taofang. That person is a genius among geniuses. How many such figures have appeared in all these years?" After driving away Qin Hao, Wang Chonghu continued to guide Yang Yiran. On the other side, Chen Yi was studying the map and planning the exploration route for tomorrow. At that moment, Sun Miao quietly came over and whispered, "Team Chen, the lenses have been chosen. Hand it over." Taking the lenses, Chen Yi asked, "Which frame do you want?" Sun Miao softly replied, "Anything, I have no particular requirements for this." After glancing at her, Chen Yi rummaged through his bag and pulled out a pair of gold wire frames. He thought that with her temperament, wearing this pair of glasses should be very charming. He compared the two lenses with the frame, then drew out his dagger and gently scraped along the edges of the lenses. After polishing the lenses to match the size of the frame, he began to install them. A few minutes later, Chen Yi handed over the glasses and said, "All right, give it a try." Putting on the glasses, Sun Miao blinked her beautiful eyes, stared at Chen Yi for a moment, and sincerely thanked him, "Thank you." Chen Yi waved his hand and said lightly, "No need to thank me, you'll need to help with work starting tomorrow." "I will." Sun Miao nodded solemnly. The next day.
Early in the morning, after having breakfast, Chen Yi and the 6 of them set off again. Today, they expanded their search area by 30 kilometers and recorded a total of 26 locations. Besides 2 resorts that were decent because of their location, all others were passed on. That night, after dinner, everyone sat around the campfire. Wang Cheng contemplated and said, "Old Chen, I just thought about it carefully, those 2 resorts won't do either. It's okay when there are fewer people, but what if there are a few more?" Chen Yi nodded and said, "Let's look again tomorrow, better to have fewer choices than bad ones." After saying this, he gestured towards Yang Yaran and asked, "How is that silly girl?" Upon hearing this, Wang Chenghu clicked his tongue in amazement and said, "Surprisingly, this little girl has a lot of talent. If trained well, she can really become an excellent sniper." Chen Yi chuckled lightly and said, "Alright, then you take more care and guide her more when you have the time. I'll go assign her some homework for tomorrow." Wang Chenghu stood up and walked towards Yang Yaran. At that moment, Sun Miao came to Chen Yi's side. Sitting down next to him, Sun Miao spoke, "Team Chen, can I go out with you all tomorrow?" Chen Yi frowned slightly, looking at her with scrutiny. Sun Miao met his gaze, brushed her hair behind her ear, and said seriously, "Team Chen, I believe you have guessed my identity. Let me introduce myself. My name is Sun Miao, 34 years old, an academician at the Academy of Sciences, and my research focus is on genetic engineering." An academician? Chen Yi was taken aback. He had indeed suspected before that she might be an expert in the biological field. Unexpectedly, he didn't expect her to be an academician. A 34-year-old academician, she broke the previous record of being elected as an academician at 38 years old. Chapter 5 I am not a doctor. Chapter 5 I am not a doctor. At this moment, everyone else also looked at her in surprise. Though it is now the end of the world, the status of an academician is not as valuable as before, but a 34-year-old academician still leaves people in awe. To be honest, for someone who has treated the laboratory as home and has been surrounded by data and academic papers for a long time, being idle all day long is a kind of torment and suffering. The appearance of zombies made her feel puzzled, but deep down there was an indescribable excitement. It's like a small child who finds a brand new toy that they've never seen before. However, Chen Yi's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over his head. "Stay put obediently." Why? Sun Miao was taken aback and argued reasonably, "I'm just simply observing and recording the behavior of the zombies. I definitely won't cause you any trouble, and you don't have to pay attention to me at all. Moreover, I might be able to summarize some patterns of the zombies, which could help you too, right?" Chen Yi replied in a calm tone, "No need. We already know what we need to know. You stay here obediently and wait for the people from the Bohai Bay shelter to come pick you up. That's the biggest help you can give us." He had no hope that scientists would come up with an antibody or antidote for the zombie virus. If it could really be solved, it would have been solved long ago. In his previous life, he didn't need to hide like a cockroach for 5 years. "All right." Sun Miao sighed. Seeing this, Chen Yi pointed at Li Chao and said, "If you're really bored, why not study him? This kid has a strange disease." Hearing this, the old Li and his grandson both showed a hint of gratitude in their eyes. Sun Miao perked up again and asked curiously, "What disease?" "Progressive ossification of the muscles." Before Chen Yi could speak, Li Chao volunteered the answer. Upon hearing this, Sun Miao appeared enlightened and said, "This is a disease caused by a genetic mutation. Due to a variation in the ACVR1 gene, the signals for bone formation and repair become chaotic, producing a large amount of disordered proteins." "Stop." Chen Yi interrupted her and asked clearly, "Can it be cured?" Sun Miao was slightly taken aback and, with a somewhat embarrassed expression, replied, "No. Current gene therapy technologies can only be applied to inherited diseases caused by single nucleotide mutations. There's no way to deal with such complex genetic diseases." Although he had already mentally prepared himself, hearing this answer still caused a flicker of disappointment in Li Chao's eyes. Chen Yi continued, "Besides, the zombies won't attack him." This sentence sounded like a heavy bomb to Sun Miao. She suddenly brightened and looked at Li Chao with fiery eyes. Gulp. Li Chao swallowed hard, feeling nervous under her gaze. He even had a feeling that she wanted to slice him up for research. After sending Sun Miao away, Chen Yi bowed his head to continue studying the map. The next day, after having breakfast, Chen Yi and the 6 of them set off with their food. To save time, they had been solving their own lunches outside these 2 days. If they found a convenience store, they would eat something slightly better, like instant noodles and vacuum-packed food. If they couldn't find one, they would just gnaw on their own compressed biscuits. At that moment, Chen Yi and Lu Yongqiang sat down in front of a convenience store, eating instant noodles. After slurping a mouthful of noodles, Lu Yongqiang smiled and said, "There's really no shortage of food in the Northeast." Indeed. Chen Yi nodded in agreement. "Once we find the base, we should get a few diesel generators. At least we won't have to worry about food for 2 or 3 years.
Lu Yongqiang asked curiously. Captain Chen, that forest farm we passed by before was quite good, with mountains near water and a large piece of farmland. Why did we give it up? Chen Yi explained, the location is too remote, transportation is inconvenient, and once heavy snow blocks the mountains, we'll be completely trapped. That forest farm was in the deep mountains, over 10 kilometers away from Highway 331, and the roads were all dirt. Got it. Lu Yongqiang showed an understanding expression. After a simple lunch, the two set off again. At 5 in the evening, Chen Yi drove the saber-toothed tiger and arrived at the fork in the road as expected. Not long after, Wang Chonghu returned in his BMW X3. Lowering the car window, Chen Yi asked, Old Wang, how did it go? Wang Chonghu didn't speak, just shook his head, looking like things didn't go smoothly. After a moment, he said, Old Chen, are we asking too much from the base? Having searched for 3 days without finding a suitable one made him feel somewhat discouraged. Chen Yi chuckled lightly, since it is a base. The standards are, of course, high. It was I who was too anxious. Wang Chonghu gave a self-mocking smile and threw over a cigarette. Lighting the cigarette, both of them silently smoked. After one cigarette was finished, neither Qin Hao nor Li Chao had returned, which made Chen Yi and the others frown. These two kids were a bit reckless, but they knew priorities. They had gathered on time for the past 2 days. Throwing away the cigarette butt, Wang Chonghu's face turned serious and he said, Old Chen, it seems something has happened. Glancing at the darkening sky, Chen Yi said in a deep voice, let's wait another 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Li Chao and the others still did not come back, so they must have just returned first. Even if they wanted to find them, it was impossible to search at night, they would have to wait until tomorrow. As time passed, everyone's expressions grew increasingly grim. Buzz. At that moment, the sound of a car driving came to their ears. The sound approached from far to near. Through the rearview mirror, they saw a black Cadillac driving from afar. Upon seeing this, Chen Yi and the others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. When the Cadillac got closer, they realized that something terrible had indeed happened. The entire car looked incredibly battered, the front hood was severely dented, and there were several bullet holes on the windshield, covered with spiderweb-like cracks. Clearly, Li Chao and the others had encountered a fight. Before Chen Yi could ask, a frantic voice came through the intercom, Team Chen, brother Hao is injured. Old Lu, get ready to rescue. Chen Yi turned and ordered, grabbing his gun and pushing the door open to get out of the car. Lu Yongqiang immediately squeezed into the back seat, opened the medicine box, and began to prepare. Although he was a traditional Chinese medicine doctor, he still knew basic first aid methods. When the Cadillac stopped, Wang Chonghu and Yu Tairan, who had been waiting for a long time, rushed forward, lifting Qin Hao onto the saber-toothed tiger vehicle. They saw that Qin Hao's face was pale, and he had already fallen into a coma. His left arm was bleeding profusely, with the entire sleeve soaked in blood. Lu Yongqiang carefully unwrapped the arm guard, then cut open his sleeve. After checking the wound, he said, gunshot wound, but lucky for him, it's a through-and-through wound. The bullet didn't stay in the arm and didn't hit any bones. The conditions are not good now, so we can only temporarily bandage it and deal with the stitches when we get back. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Chen Yi ordered, all right, let's head back first. Soon, 3 cars slowly started, heading toward Changbai County. By the time they returned to the village entrance, it was nearly 6 o'clock and the sky had completely darkened. As soon as he got out of the car, Chen Yi shouted toward the yard, Qin Hao has been shot, prepare a clean room. In the next moment, Zhang Ye and the others in the yard immediately got busy. They carried Qin Hao into the living room. Zhang Ye immediately directed them, over here, the room has been disinfected with alcohol. Seeing Sun Miao standing there confused, Wang Chonghu frowned and said, what are you spacing out for? Aren't you a doctor? Come in and help. I'm not a doctor. Sun Miao said, feeling a bit helpless and amused. Chapter 6, One Stone Three Birds. Chapter 6, One Stone Three Birds. They lifted Qin Hao onto the bed, and Lu Yongqiang ordered, no need for so many people, leave one person to help, and the rest can all go out. Chen Yi said, I'll do it. Among this group, besides Lu Yongqiang, he was the only one with more experience. After all, when Zhang Ye performed surgery earlier, he was the one assisting. After sending the others out, the two began to handle the wound. A through-and-through gunshot wound is actually quite troublesome. It's not just a small bullet hole. Due to the cavity effect, the bullet causes a trumpet-shaped wound while passing through. For example, if shot in the head, from the front it looks like just a small hole, but in reality, the back of the head could be blown out with a large hole due to the cavity effect. Qin Hao was also quite lucky. Because of the shooting angle, the bullet almost grazed his arm and passed through, resulting in minimal loss of skin, and after some time, he would be fine. If the bullet had hit a bone, that would have been truly troublesome. Given the current medical conditions, it is probably very difficult to save the arm. Chen Yi held a strong flashlight in one hand and assisted in passing tools with the other. After spending more than 10 minutes, Lu Yongqiang finally cleaned the wound and began to stitch it up. After finishing the stitching and wrapping it up again, Lu Yongxiang checked Chen Hao's body once more and found that his left chest had also been shot. Fortunately, he was wearing a bulletproof vest, and the steel plate inside stopped the bullet, but even so, the terrifying kinetic energy of the bullet still left a large bruise on his chest. Lu Yongxiang cautiously touched it and couldn't help but sigh, lucky indeed, the ribs are not broken, but it looks like a fracture is unavoidable. A bulletproof vest can stop a handgun bullet from penetrating the body, but it cannot fully absorb the impact force caused by the bullet. Being shot at close range with a handgun could lead to rib fractures and potential internal injuries. Having been shot twice and ended up with only this little injury truly makes Lu Yongxiang's words ring true. Chen Hao is indeed very lucky, a blessing in disguise.
Chen Yi asked, "Are you okay now?" "Not necessarily."
Lu Yongxiang shook his head and explained, "We need to observe for a few days to see if there are signs of infection or damage to internal organs."
Chen Yi got up and said, "Old Lu, you take extra care over the next few days and help keep watch." "No need to be formal, it's what I should do."
Lu Yongxiang waved his hand and suggested, "Chen Team, you go ahead and get busy, I'll watch over here."
"All right." Chen Yi nodded and stepped out of the room.
In the living room, everyone sat quietly around the dining table, all lacking the appetite to eat.
Seeing him come out, Wang Chonghu hurriedly asked, "How is it?"
"For now, there's no problem, old Lu said we need to observe for a few days." After saying this, Chen Yi lit a cigarette and turned to Li Chao, stating seriously, "Now, tell me what happened." Li Chao organized his thoughts and then spoke. "Around 4 o'clock, we saw a naked woman tied to a tree by the roadside, continually calling for help."
To be honest, this is a very old trick.
In my previous life, Chen Yi had encountered it no less than 10 times, although the details were not the same, they were basically similar. The core selling point is a naked woman, and this woman must be beautiful and well-proportioned, instantly captivating anyone who sees her.
Though it's an old trick, it works every time.
Because, in this world, there are always saints and foolish men blinded by lust.
When the lust takes over, intelligence drops instantly.
Thinking of this, Chen Yi spoke coldly, "Did you guys get out of the car?"
"No."
Li Chao shook his head and explained, "Haogu said it was too fake, so we just drove away."
A hint of satisfaction flashed in Chen Yi's eyes as he nodded, "That's somewhat smart."
We drove north along Highway 331, about 30 kilometers, found a suitable place to base ourselves, and after taking photos, we were planning to head back when 3 cars approached us head-on.
If it weren't for Hao Ji's quick thinking, we would have been blocked on the road.
When the other party couldn't block us, they just opened fire.
Haogu told me to drive.
After listening to Li Chao's account, Chen Yi asked, "How many people were there in total, and how many guns?" Li Chao recalled, "I don't know exactly how many people, but there were only 3 guns, one of which was a modified shotgun."
After carefully thinking, Chen Yi noticed something odd and wondered, "Did you miss something?"
At first, when you guys saw through their trick, they didn't fire immediately but followed you for 20 to 30 kilometers before acting? Upon hearing this, Wang Chonghu also sensed something was off and agreed, "There's definitely something fishy."
From the other side's perspective, if they didn't act immediately, then there's no need to continue pursuing unless you touched on their interests.
Li Chao tried hard to recall the events of the afternoon, looking puzzled. There really wasn't anything particularly unusual, we never got out of the car.
Upon hearing this,